Warning, the voices heard in this video are made synthetically using artificial intelligence. Nothing in this video reflects anything actually stated by the real-life individuals involved. This video is for entertainment purposes only, and serious political content will be avoided for that purpose. Enjoy!
Hello and welcome one and all to the President's Play Dragon Age Origins.
Barack, doesn't our editor have to do another 50-hour analysis on the infinitely superior Dragon Age Inquisition? Why are we playing this?
Donald, chill. Our editor hasn't forgotten those videos. He just wants to bring more Dragon Age content to the fans, and he's a little addicted to all this newfangled AI videos as well.
All right, Joe, I don't know what the fuck that means, but if he wants to be a little bitch and show my superior gameplay of this series, who am I to stop him? Barack started up.
With pleasure, DT.
Crazy how the first bit of information we learn about this world is Tevinter taking a massive L and fucking everything up.
Tevinter are walking Sunday cartoon villains. What do you expect?
For real, all my homies hate Tevinter.
The Chantry teaches us that it is the hubris of men which brought the Darkspawn into our world. The mages had sought to usurp heaven, but instead they destroyed it. They were cast out, twisted and cursed by their own corruption. They returned as monsters, the first of the Darkspawn. They became a blight upon the lands, unstoppable and relentless. The Dwarven kingdoms were the first to fall, and from the deep roads, the Darkspawn drove at us again and again, until finally we neared annihilation. Until the Grey Wardens came.
Pause.
Shut the fuck up!
Men and women from every race, warriors and mages, barbarians and kings. The Grey Wardens sacrificed everything to stem the tide of darkness, and prevailed. It has been 4 centuries since that victory, and we have kept our vigil. We have watched and waited for the Darkspawn to return. But those who once called us heroes have forgotten. We are few now, and our warnings have been ignored for too long. May even be too late. For I have seen with my own eyes what lies on the horizon.
Damn, the Darkspawn must be having a crazy gender reveal party right now.
Maker, help us all.
All right, Joe, that one was actually funny. You get a pass, now shut the fuck up so we can get down to business.
So now we have one of the most important choices in this game. Which origin should we pick?
Well, I think we should definitely play a girl. I mean, look how cute she is. You know, we all want her.
Who the hell is we, Joe, anyway? We are not playing a girl. We are 2 middle-aged men and 1 decomposing corpse of a man. We are picking male, human noble.
Oh, you would pick the nepotism warden.
Shut the fuck up, Joe. Human noble is a true rags to riches story. I see myself in his struggles. It's a story about how, as long as you have the right genes and the right family connections, and with a small loan of $1 million gold, you can overcome any obstacle and become king of the nation. Plus, you get to bang someone in the first hour, and that's really why everyone plays BioWare games anyway.
Jesus Christ, well, impartial to the Dalish elf origin. I think it sets up some nice story elements later on in the series, and also naturally introduces you to Darkspawn, which is our main enemy.
Oh, your ass would want to play the oppressed elves?
Come again, Donald.
Well, again, I want to play a girl, since she's so cute. And we should also be a mage. They get tons of unique interactions, and it's easily the strongest class in the game.
Jesus Christ. Of course you want to play mage, Sleepy Joe. You start out fucking asleep for half an hour, and the class is so brain dead easy, you can be asleep while playing it. I want some challenge out of this game. We are not playing mage. Besides, if we play a mage, I can't bring my wife Morrigan as much.
Why would we bring Morrigan when Liliana is 1,000 times a better option? She's cute and smells amazing. She even...
All right, enough. You've both made pretty good points, but as expected, you can't agree on anything, and we are absolutely not deciding. A fucking romance option 5 minutes in. I thought ahead and think we can come to a compromise for all three of us. We are going to pick a warrior, dwarven noble. Joe dwarfs make overpowered tanks, so it won't be too challenging. For me, we get plenty of good lore on the dwarfs, which is one of the strong lore points in this game. And Donald, we get to be a noble still, and there's even a romance scene we can get in this origin.
Sheesh, okay, very hard to argue with that.
Yeah, even if I'm not a fan of us being 3 feet tall, I have to admit Dwarven Noble is as good as a compromise as we will find. Good shit, Barack.
Glad we can come to an agreement. Gentlemen, I figure we will go in order of our presidencies each episode, so I will go first. Donald, you get next episode, and Joe, you get third.
Sounds good, Barry. So how are we going to customize our little guy?
Well, I figure we just give him features of each of us. I gave him my eye color and hairstyle. For Joe, he's rocking the white beard and hair. And Donald, while there's not an orange option, I'll give him the closest I can.
Huh, get fucked, Orange Man.
Well, fuck you too, I guess.
As for the name, well, let's just go with Potus. The name is never used anyway, and it's neutral significance to all three of us.
A bit basic, but sure.
As for his build, we will do 2 in strength, 2 in con, and 1 dex. And we will pick up coercion, since that's just overpowered in this game.
Sounds good. What difficulty will we be playing on?
Normal.
Nightmare.
Hell no. If we play it on Nightmare, we might get stuck on a boss for 50 episodes.
No, you will get stuck. I, on the other hand, will breeze through this, no problem.
At least go back and pick Mage, otherwise we're cooked.
Joe, we are not doing this game on normal. This game deserves us putting our all into it, and every episode will be a team effort. Any challenge in this game can easily be overcome with tactics. So put on your big boy pants
Deep
and let's
beneath
get
the
into it.
Frostback
Fine,
Mountains
fine.
sits Orzammar,
But don't say
the
I didn't
larger
warn
of
you.
two
Also,
known
damn,
remaining dwarven
this
cities
Duncan
in the
guy
world.
loves narrating, huh?
He is just like me for real.
Orzammar was once the seat of a major empire connected by tunnels called Deep Roads, which stretched thousands of miles. The city now stands alone, cut off from the rest of the dwarven ancestral lands by the Darkspawn incursion.
Got to admit, the dwarves are pretty based.
Secure in
They know the
Orzammar's
value of
impregnable
tradition
construction,
and beautiful
the
large
dwarven
walls.
noble houses continue
Something tells me
their
only one of those things
centuries-old
makes you
power
like them.
struggles. Assassination and blackmail are commonplace, but the appearance of honor is paramount. You are the second child of King Endron of House Idukan, the 9th Idukan ruler elected by the noble assembly.
We living just
You
like
grew
me
up
for
in
real
a world
boys.
rife with political intrigue.
going to feel right
and
at
have
home.
struggled against
Donald,
brothers
you're home.
and cousins for
The next
honor
couple of
and
years is going to be a
prestige.
6 by 8
Today,
foot cell.
a
We don't need
feast
your copium
celebrates
this
your
early,
first
please.
military commission, the opening move towards real power in the ever-changing game of dwarven politics.
Greetings, my lord. You are dressed and ready.
There's the big bro himself, Gorham.
Dwarven crafts. Fine
I
dwarven
couldn't
crafts.
find the armor's matching dagger.
Bro
but
is
I
the most
scrounged up a rather
memorable
fancy
NPC
longsword.
without even
You
trying.
wish to wear your
Well,
shield
that's
to
what
the
most
noble's
people know
feast.
him as. I do have to admit he is probably the most fleshed out, non-primary companion
Certainly.
in the series.
Cut an imposing
Dude has our
picture out
back
there.
the entire way
Of course,
and
if every
exudes
other noble
bro
has a
energy.
shield and 3 swords,
Shout out to
you
my
feel
boy
awfully
Gorham.
underdressed.
Non-primary companion. Barack,
One
what
can't
kind of
take all this
specific
marching
shit
about
is
and
that? Just say
speech-making
he's a
too
dope
seriously.
NPC.
Moving on to the business at hand.
You don't have to go
the
all
king expects
Harvard
you to make an
honors.
appearance at the feast, but there's no rush.
Perfect
Noble
time for a little
family heads will
30-hour
spend
nap.
hours
The fuck
boring
you mean
fodder
nap?
with
We just
petitions
started?
and petty
I've been up too
grievances.
long. You were late getting here from your
The usual.
McDonald's
This
run
lord
anyway.
had my cousin killed.
So
This
don't
lord
pin this
seduced
on me.
my wife. This lord did the exact thing I'd planned to do to him, but he
Sounds
did it
like an
first.
average slow day for our own Congress, right,
Pose and
boys?
bluster.
You're not
Each
wrong,
pretends
Donald.
He is the honorable
Another reason
man
I
in a
picked this
den of
origin
thieves
is
and
dwarven
assassins.
politics are something we should all be able to
The
relate
rest
to a
is
little
worth
bit.
seeing, though.
You're probably
As
right.
part of
The
the
dwarves are
celebrations,
only
permits have
slightly
been
less
auctioned off to
murderous
members
than
of the
actual
merchant caste who
Congress.
wish to sell wares in the Diamond Quarter.
Great, can't
Lord
wait to look at
Harrowmont
all the
has
shops
also
with the
opened up
zero gold, the
provings for young
prologue gives
warriors
us.
to test their
Origin
mettle
shops
before
are
tomorrow's
trash.
battle.
Joe, except for the
Perhaps we should
Dalish
go
Elf
show them what
Quartermaster, so
single
we aren't
combat
missing
is
out
really
anyway.
all about. And by we, I mean you. I'll practice my cheering.
Come on, big bro Gorham. You gotta flex your fine dwarven crafts in
Remember
the
last
proving,
year's
too.
open proving?
We will definitely
Took
be
your
checking out
father's
the
smith
proving.
6 hours to
Great
remove my
content put
helmet.
in there.
Better
I'm not
prove
meant
your
for single
gameplay
combat.
mechanics too,
I fight
Barack.
as my lord's second in shield. That's enough for me.
Do we have the DLC items at least?
Right behind
Yeah,
you, my lord.
I made sure
Day
to
is
finish
ours
the
until
DLC
feast.
again. Since the EA servers for Origins are well and dead, I had to redo them for this run, but the gear is so useful it was worth it.
Oh, hello there.
Oh God, where's my bleach?
Joe, calm down, please.
Just let me get a quick sniff.
Joe women exist in this game. And if your horny ass
She's,
doesn't get under
it seems
control,
she's one of your
I will
brother
ban
Balin's
your
newest,
ass for the entirety of this
Prince
series.
Balin is
sorry.
attending the feast being held in Lord Iduki's
It's just
honor.
her hair is red,
Yes,
just like Liliana.
Of course.
And it just
It was
absolutely got
presumptuous
me
of to
bricked
think
up.
that he would return
Your
to-
old ass does not even have the ability to
I will
get
show
bricked
myself
up,
out
Joe.
with you.
Yeah, so anyway, this is Rika. She is the sister of the
Thank you.
Dwarven Commoner
I will go
origin
now.
and plays a minor role in the story if we pick that origin. But as is she's really just a mistress for our younger brother Balaam.
Good save, Obama. Yeah, I always found it a cool touch that all the origins actually play out normally, meaning all the origins are canon, but the only difference is Duncan saving the character, otherwise they die.
Yeah, a very nice touch by BioWare. I'll be sure to point out touches like that. Anyway,
Nerd.
viewers, we are going to be implementing cuts at points where we are just walking around, or rather uninteresting battles, just to keep a good stream of content for you all.
Yeah, Barack may torture us with all of it, but that doesn't mean you, the viewers, need to suffer.
Why does Bro's face look like PS1 Hagrid?
You know what? I can see it. Editor, do your thing.
Hagrid
King,
looks
as well as
aside.
several
Here
other
we
lords,
see
are quite
another
fond of his work,
hard-working
writes of the
politician
ancient paragons.
being slandered by fake news and corruption.
Donald the Scholar is literally just recording historic votes in the assembly.
matter, it's all
literal
lies.
counting, nothing more.
Right, and vote counts are always accurate, right? Kill the fake news, Barack.
Donald, we're just going to let these two be. He's just doing his job.
Of course, you of all people back. The fake news count, you Democrat.
Everything one can aspire to be in the world.
Paragons are essentially like living gods to dwarves, right?
More or less, you're correct, Joe. Paragons are seen as prime examples of dwarves in society, and as such, are all but infallible politically, since they are viewed as what all dwarfs should hope to be.
The narrowest margin in history.
Volney should have demanded a fucking recount. The assembly is clearly rigged by fake news.
Donald, you are incredulous.
When Congress votes to make me an American paragon in 2024, I'll make sure fake news won't put a stop to it.
Getting the facts straight is more important than your egos, lil bros.
His side. What if he
I'm
published a
right
book
with
like
you,
this
brother,
about your
but this
paragon?
railroading is out of my hand.
It's not railroading, Donald. I think you inhaled too much copium this morning.
Damn, Donald, is that how you stormed off when I took over?
But
No,
show
Joe, I
respect
think Donald had a lot more colorful words to say, and there was more crying.
More fake news from the Democrats.
Historically, it has been prudent to eliminate
See?
a small
This
threat
dude is
before it
corrupt
becomes
now. He
larger.
wants us to kill a politician that disagrees with him.
Donald, he's just advising we don't have to do shit.
agreed they can sort their own shit
You've
out.
shown House Iduken a friend to research, history, and the glory of our people.
Hey, look,
Follow, big brother.
it's the
How
finalist for
surprising
most
to
hated
run
characters
into
in this
among the
franchise.
common folk.
Well, one of them is, the other is actually pretty based. I have to appreciate the grind set.
That's an interesting take, Donald, but to avoid spoilers for our viewers, I'll ask you to elaborate later, since I don't really see what you
told me
mean.
we wouldn't be needed for hours
Spoilers,
at least.
this game is only slightly younger than Sleepy Joe. What's next, Obama? You're going to ask me not to spoil Moby Dick.
Yes, I'm old, very original Donald. Anyways, moving on to my point, why does Trian have to act so insufferable? I mean, dude is just asking to get murder knifed.
Yeah, I see what you mean, Joe. I think they wanted to give players a clear reason to hate him off the bat. But I do agree, Trian is way on the nose to be hated for someone who's supposed to be a sibling.
Yeah, BioWare is usually a bit more subtle than this, but it is just an origin.
Also, he was rude to our boy Garin. I have to say it's on site next time we meet. Trian?
Get to the feast.
Blow me, big bitch boy.
Stubborn, aren't you? When I'm king, I will help you get over that.
Oh shit,
What
Donald,
have
here we
we
go, it's
here?
time.
Let me just sit up right in my chair here.
Oh, now you want to concentrate on the dialogue?
Oh, my concentration is at its absolute
the
peak.
king's son. Who's your
Now,
friend,
Barrack,
my lord?
there's only
Another
one
noble
correct
from the
decision
honored
here.
House Iduken?
And if you don't pick it, it'll leak your search history before you left
But
office.
not from a noble
I
house,
showed you that in
girls.
confidence, Donald.
Sir Gore, I'm
For a
worried,
peaceful
Cass.
transfer of power.
Oh, that's
If
too
you
bad.
want peace, then you'll help me get the best kind of transfer of power tonight, Obama.
Shit, write that down, write that down.
Yeah, so these girls
noble
here are
house,
servants who are trying to get
A
pregnant
man takes
to
his
increase
caste
their
from his
role
father, and these
in
women
dwarven
bear
society.
noble lord's son.
So I've got the
If
supply,
one
and they are
successful,
simply
she's raised
trying
up
to
a concubine in a
satisfy
noble
their
house to care
demand.
for her child.
Servant caste is right
Provides
below
new
caste
sword
less, so
arms
these
for the
girls
house, and
are
many
absolutely
nobles
willing to
unfavorably
do a lot of
unsupported.
inhumane things to elevate themselves. It's a good look at how the caste system works and how desperate most dwarves are to escape it.
You're the most appealing, obviously.
The sniffs are
Noble
elegant
from the
today,
best
boys.
house there
This
is.
all can lead to a rather
Handsome,
unexpected
too.
quest
Are you
later on
interested
too, which
in a
goes
bit
further
of
into how
better
castes work in dwarf
diversion?
society.
This is exactly the kind of professional transaction I look for,
Shall I come to your
boys.
chambers
Hell
after the
yeah, Donald.
ceremony, then?
We can get an even
I
closer
can't
look
go
at this
first. I want
with the
him.
dwarf commoner
He's
origin
looking for a woman,
and actually
though,
talk to the
not a little
cast
girl.
less in
I'm
person.
Marty, and I
Ladies,
know how to
ladies.
give my lord a night he'll
The
remember.
Trump Tower can see to all your needs.
So the caste system is really a big deal,
Oh,
and
my lord
well, I'm
has
trying to
his energy
educate.
about him.
But I guess I
There
have
will
no
be
choice. Both of you
mutual
girls
bed
can
if
come to
that's
my
what
room
you're
tonight.
thinking. We
Damn.
both require full
Good Riz Berry, we are
experiences
so
all to
in.
ourselves.
Just an average Sunday
If you
for me,
think you
but
can
good
manage
shit
us
bar
both,
rock.
though.
You two perverts are going to be the death of me. Am I the only one that
This
plays
should prove
BioWare
most
titles
interesting.
for the story and not
We will
the
work
ass?
you together, my
Yes.
lord, and show you the proper way to celebrate a princely commission.
Oh, God.
Lord Iduken.
Barack, are you really having us sit here for 2 hours
I have a
while you talk to every single F-tier
Get you
NPC?
there now.
I want some drama and combat already.
Well, then, speak.
You can't tell me you enjoy random NPC dialogue. Every playthrough I've seen your Steam hours on this game.
Sorry.
Oh, he does,
so
Donald.
nervous. I had a dagger made.
I remember watching Barry
As a gift
play
for your first command.
Origins
Sent
and
a
Mass
messenger
Effect
to
2
deliver the dagger to you.
back in
Prince
office.
Trian had him
He
thrown
always
out.
listens to the
I
whole
don't know what
story
offense he caused, but
of
I
the most
had him
bottom of the
beaten
barrel
severely.
NPCs. And even takes notes, despite all of them never appearing after you talk to
Here
them.
it is, Your
First of all, you guys are the type
an amazing
to miss
merchant.
the whole plot
Do me much
of a
honor,
game
sir.
because
The
you
blade has
skip
been
through
crafted over a
dialogue
period of 2 years
and then argue
by
about the
masters of
story in the
every
comment
art.
section
I wish
anyway,
to bless the
because you
Lord's
heard
first
one line
command.
of dialogue
Hope that
out of
someday,
1,000.
when he rules, he will
Secondly,
learn.
this
Trian's
guy's
heir.
dagger story
If the
actually
assembly
has a
will
bit of significance to what's going on behind the scenes here.
Whispers say the second child of Endrin.
Bro had a dagger for us.
Whispers indeed. It's
And
a princely gift.
Trian was
Trian
being a
recognizes
jealous
it, though it
asshole like
makes the
normal
wrong
and
message.
sent him away simple.
Yeah, Barack, what are you talking about?
Well, we can read in Trian's journal later on, and it reveals that Balaam set the messenger up by telling him the best way to get something to us is to go through Trian, which Balaam knew would infuriate Trian, and while it may seem like harmless sibling pranking, we know it is a setup and warning to something bigger happening.
Oh shit, I had no idea.
Fainted.
Yeah, me too. I see why you talk to him now.
See what happens when you pay attention to the dialogue in a BioWare game.
Yeah, no, you're still a major virgin for that, Barry.
Good one, Joe.
You all fucking suck.
Hey, look, they added you to the game, Donald. What an honor.
Joe, if you really want to go down this road and start shit every 5 minutes in this playthrough, you're going to regret it.
I can take the heat. We are in my house, after all.
Cap.
Anyway, it's a bit weird. They say we need protection when we literally have Gorham right here. Isn't that why he is there?
Yeah, that's fair. But as you know, as presidents, we can't even piss without two agents being there. So it's probably the same here. I mean, just look at how many agents swarm when Joe loses to some stairs.
I told you there was strong wind.
Yeah, sure.
I'll say it here, the Proving is one of the coolest places in this game.
Absolutely, there's a reason you fight in it in both origins for the dwarves.
Wow, yeah, it's amazing. So smart of BioWare to include low graphic cardboard cutouts to predict the Switch's hardware limitations in the future.
Donald, you are a total hater.
Fine, fine. Well, I'm excited for some combat. Finally, let's see if your mechanics are as good as your game knowledge, Barack.
With pleasure, DT.
Held on the eve of battle for the honor of House Idukan. I give you the Lord Idukan himself.
Time to step it up and prove yourself, Big B Obama.
Don't worry, Joe. I will cook only the finest plays in your house.
For the honor of House Idukan.
They'll be sitting back and judging loudly. Barack, you are the one who made that big speech about putting your all into this game. Time to put your money where your mouth is.
Well, it's the first fight, so shouldn't be hard.
First fight or not, you better give the viewers your best.
Well, it's Nightmare, so you never know. Wait, what? Why isn't he hitting back?
Well, I don't know. It is the first fight, but this might be a glitch too. I'm not really sure.
Wow, great paid actors. You have their Barack, really pleasing your fans, huh?
Donald, just because you're hard stuck doesn't mean I have paid actors when me and Joe duo.
Yeah, that's BS.
First guy. Down no sweat. Next up, we have a... Oh, hold on, Barry. My sniffs are going off like crazy right now.
Joe, we talked about this.
I know, but I mean, I'm only a man, Barry. When the sniffs call, I must answer.
And I'm only a man that can take so much of your perverted ass, Joe.
But anyway, looks like you forgot to pay off this chick since she's actually slapping you around a little.
She is still going down all the same since our warden is just built different.
Speaking of built, and to distract myself from being bricked up for a third time today.
Come on.
I think it bodes well that our little guy is barely taking damage from enemies on Nightmare. Early game or no, you were right. Barry, dwarfs are perfect tanks.
Yeah, Joe warriors aren't the most flashy, but they are still reliable and reward ballsy plays. Glad you can finally branch out from Mage Joe.
Boom, easy money.
That was a crowd pleaser. Many were waiting to see that woman put in
Damn
her place.
incredibly based
So
announcer.
Blackstone is your next opponent.
Yeah,
Are you
this
ready to
game
face him?
and Mass Effect 1 are probably the last BioWare games that get away with stuff like that.
And wheels of iron.
You are right about that, Joe. But anyway, viewers, we are skipping to the last proving fight since the third fight barely put up more of a challenge than the first.
Second son of Lord Ivo.
You fight well. I wish you glory today and glory tomorrow.
Damn dude. Curb your enthusiasm a bit. Hard to believe he fights for show for a living when he sounds like Ben Stein voicing those pixie fucks on Fairly Odd Parents.
Oh shit. Good callback. Donald also, yeah bro, should stick to swinging his sword. He is not cut out for speeches.
Yeah, and even though this guy has the ability, he's still putting up less of a fight. Then the second round.
Yeah. The proving competition was pretty trash today, but I'm sure when we come back later in the game, we will actually have a challenge.
Oh, God. I almost forgot about that point in the game. I mean, it may be optional, but it is a pretty challenging fight. Hopefully Joe is not playing for that.
Please nightmare difficulty or no, I'm not going to get my ass beat by dwarves. Easy clap. Good job, Barry.
Congratulations. Friend and I
Paid actors aside, not too bad,
Barack.
Barack. Also, wait, you can give the helmet you win to the guy we beat.
Yeah, you can be incredibly selfless in this game. But in this case, the helmet is pretty good, overall. And I don't care about being nice to that guy. So we are taking the helmet for ourselves.
Rare W from you, Barack.
All right, let's get down to the ceremony.
Oh, but first, Barack needs to hear about every NPC's favorite dessert and star sign.
Even if this conversation isn't currently relevant, it's still important lore on the surface cast system.
Surface cast is pretty crazy. If you so much as take a step outside, you lose your job, and your family disowns you forever.
Yeah, as based as the dwarfs are, I can't defend the little guys. They need numbers to keep the spawn at bay.
Yeah, the dwarves are really going through almost apocalyptic crisis with declining birth rates, Darkspawn at the gates, and more cast less, and surface dwarfs. Then citizens, it's not really talked about here, but the writing is on the wall, and dwarves need to start acting sooner rather than later with this whole surface shit.
Damn, this guy switched up real fast. He really is a politician, huh, boys?
And he's still just giving us lines? You taking notes, Sleepy Joe?
Donald, you clearly had one too many Big Macs this morning and lost the ability to read. Dude lost a bunch of money on a failed business venture and needs to recoup. He's clearly you, not me.
It's the art of the deal, Joe. You wouldn't understand.
Anyways, we're going to stiff this guy since the choice doesn't matter, and I don't want to help someone who can't give us a straight answer. Now let's move on to our other bro, Duncan.
Duncan stands on business, but we hardly get to know him enough to consider him a bro.
Still a top-tier NPC either way.
True, but it's weird. We get options to want to join the Wardens here. Seems like we have a lot of duties and anchors here at home for our character to want to up and leave just yet.
Your response speaks of maturity.
Yeah, some origins make sense to want to join the Wardens.
Like you, and quickly.
Immediately like City Elf, Mage, and Dwarf Commoner. But I found that dialogue odd and human noble too, when we clearly had a lot of opportunities at home at the time.
Good point. And I think we can segue it to boost some viewer engagement, boys, since we're just talking to our dad now.
You know of our dedication to destroying the Darkspawn, our frontline presence
Joe.
during a blight.
Yeah, viewers comment, question time. What is your favorite origin in this game?
Over the centuries, many dwarves
or if you hadn't played all of them or don't have a favorite,
these days,
what was the
however,
first origin you played in your very
dwarven
first
Grey
playthrough?
Wardens.
Mine is the human noble, since it's a badass revenge plot, and it's the only origin that lets you become king or queen.
Being a Grey Warden
Plus you get Darkspawn, your dog companion earlier, and he is best boy.
Good points, Donald. Mine is the Dalish elf origin. It introduces us to a fascinating topic of the mirrors that spans all three games, and still is a bit of a mystery even today. Plus it has a mystery throughout it that gets solved when you least expect it, and Tamlin's fate is shocking to say the least.
Good one, Barry. Mine is the mage origin. Not only are mages the definitive strongest class in the game, but the mage origin has plenty of unique interactions and even changes how the main quest in Redcliffe plays out, both because of Joan's interactions, but also entering the Fade yourself.
Damn Joe, even if I think magic makes the game brain dead easy. Those were some good points.
Are you ready to be presented to the heads of
I'm glad, even though we can't agree on most things, we can come together on our appreciation for this game.
Let us begin.
Speech time, boys.
Lords, ladies, grant me a moment of your time. We are here today so I may present to you my second eldest child, blessed by the stone and born of the blood that ran in the veins of the Paragon Idukan. Who would pose a question to the prospective commander? Who seeks to know the prospect better?
I have a question.
You love to see it, boys.
I seek to know
Anyway,
the prospect better.
now that we double-crossed this
Dace,
Dace guy,
head
looks
of
like we
House
have to
Dace,
talk to Trian
speak.
again.
Shit.
Lords, ladies,
Well, get
my
ready for
question
more salt.
concerns the plight
and
of our
complaining.
wayward kin, the
Then when
so-called
McDonald's
service
tells
caste.
Donald
What does the commander
they ran out of
prospect
nuggets.
think is the proper
And just when
place
we
for
were
these
getting
lost
along, Joe.
So you are a commander now, in name at least.
Here's where that
Shouldn't
journal
you
I
be
mentioned earlier is.
attending our king
By the way, guys,
father?
but I won't read it since I already went over it.
We get it,
Of
Big
course he
Virgin
does.
Berry, but we don't care.
Let's discuss
Well, I'm sure
strategy.
plenty of viewers do, Joe.
Balin, stay here and stroke the new commander's conceit if you like. But then get
No
to bed.
thanks, fresh
All
bitch
day
of
I
Bel
put up
Air.
with that.
I'm going to get plenty of stroking done tonight with my hose and then your girl. But maybe you should get one last stroke in before you stroke out Trian.
Oh shit, Donald's on that McDemon time, Barry.
You know what, Joe? I'd like to see Trian try to step to us. Bro would get obliterated.
He wouldn't even make it past Gorham if we are being honest, Donald.
Claimed honor would allow him to actually act on his jealousy. Big brother, Trian is going to try to kill you.
So, I know you said no spoilers, Barry.
Overheard him giving orders to
But even in
someone,
hindsight,
and I was shocked.
it's weird Balin would know all of this and care enough to warn us about the plot, but not care enough to act like giving us more guards or going to our father with what he knows. Even when he is acting concerned, bro, it's cool to sit back and watch.
Oh, that's kind of weird. I didn't think that line would dismiss Balaam from what he was saying. I just thought it made sense in character to be in disbelief at Trian escalating to murder.
Yeah, I don't blame you, Barry. BioWare is notorious for giving dialogue lines that don't say what you really mean. It's even worse with voiced protagonists who say everything but what the line actually says.
Yeah, but either way, viewers, what Helen was going to explain was Trian is conspiring against us. Because when the king dies, the throne doesn't go to the oldest sibling, but rather a group of nobles will vote on the rightful heir.
So basically, Trian talking about being the next king was some delusional take on the votes, really? Since the assembly decides on the king, not the heir.
Being delusional on votes.
Of course not.
Do you know something about that, Donald?
It's not delusional when it's true, Joe, anyway. It's finally time for some real combat. And unlike the paid actors in The Proven, those Spawn are not going to go easy on you, Obama.
Donald, it's still the tutorial. But don't worry, I got this, boys. We just have to get in, beat some Spawn, grab a family shield, and get out.
So we just have to grab a dusty shield with our family sticker on it and get out? Sounds easy enough.
Joe, it's called a coat of arms, not a sticker.
Darkspawn have made it impossible to reach. My father believed that the shield of the Paragon Idukan remains in that tag, under the stones of the central room. Reclaim the shield.
Okay, that's all good, Dad, but Gorham,
You're looking bright-eyed this
you
morning.
saw how I handled
I
my
trust you had a
swing
restful
trades on
night.
those girls.
Feeling a little more
Pipelines, do you think my
ready to
Trump
slay the
Tower
Darkspawn with
deliverables
sheer masculine power.
were award-winning?
Gorham stays being a true bro.
Believe me, I was doing
So Gorham was
plenty
just
of
sitting there
imagining.
listening to the whole
Can't believe
tango
you didn't invite
last
me.
night.
Anyway,
I mean, bro,
we should
earned
keep
it, but
moving.
still a little weird.
Genlocks aren't likely to stop and commiserate with my inadequacies.
All right, just 2 on 2 to start nice and easy, even if you triggered their trapper on.
Well, Donald, we don't have a rogue yet, so we can't really do anything about the traps. But I'm about to go Goblin Slayer on these little guys, don't worry.
Oh, I've heard of that. I think Hunter watches that. Do you guys think I should give it a watch?
No!
Absolutely the fuck not, Joe. You couldn't handle it. And the ideas that may form into your brain after watching should not be plagued on this world.
All right, fine. I'll just stick to One Piece then.
All right, thank God. But Obama, we have to be more careful with what animes we are talking about in the future. Because some of that shit would warp
You made it, Commander.
Joe's mind even worse than what it already is.
Good call, Donald. I'll make sure to filter myself on that. But also, hey, a familiar face.
Oh yeah, it's Ben Stein. Sorry, we beat you in the Proving. that you
Most
trained
tunnels are dead ends.
months to
What we
win
want is swarming
and
with
got
those
beat
fiends.
by us who just rolled out of bed and decided to join the morning of.
I was, indeed.
But hey, maybe with your monotone ass
May today's
voice,
battles bring us even more
you could
glory.
do a
I'll
Netflix
take your guard.
documentary
Shall we move?
whenever that technology is invented.
Damn Donald is really tearing apart the NPCs today like he tears into a 20-piece.
They are random ass NPCs and not full companions. So I don't give a fuck about them unless they prove themselves. Hell, even some of the companions in this game tick me off, so no one is safe. Except my wife Morrigan.
Holy shit, are those mini dinosaurs, or did I forget to take my pills?
No, you're not far off. Those are deep stalkers, Joe. They are lizards who can burrow into the stone in the deep roads with their teeth. Considering they are the only other living thing in the deep roads besides Darkspawn, you can tell how deadly these guys are to survive Darkspawn.
I was kidding about the fucking documentary, Barack.
Well, again, I'm sure our viewers care, so fuck you, Donald.
A dwarf without a beard?
Darkspawn had got you for sure.
Compared to the cave dinosaurs, this is by far the most disturbing thing here.
So this guy was just hiding in the corner after passing 2 patrols of Darkspawn. What a little pussy.
Welcome to the club, Sleepy Joe.
Lack of balls aside, there is something to be said for being able to sneak all the way here without being noticed. Also, I'm happy he's here because he's a rogue, which means extra XP and loot for now. Having to pass by all those locked doors was slowly killing me. This run, not gonna lie.
Time for a real fight. We are finally outnumbered.
Yeah, and a highlighted enemy too. So we are almost on even ground. Also, this scout keeps being more useless. Why is he shooting his ranged bow from 1 foot away?
Well, Donald, I could switch and move him away manually, but there's really no need since our warden is going to clear. Look, Gorham took care of the ads too. See lockpicking already coming in clutch?
Time to loot these corpses as any good protagonist.
Might as well use whatever we get since I think we lose everything in the next 10 minutes anyway.
Good call, Donald. And also, looks like someone got here before us, which makes no sense because we had to fight our way through Darkspawn. So how did these guys get through here, but also slip past the other spawn?
The enigma of the grind is beyond you. Barack, clearly these guys are simply built different.
Donald, sometime. I think you're only half listening to us and responding with some random shit.
Better to be half listening than being asleep and responding like you don't know what year you are in Sleepy Joe.
Understood. Let's move, men.
Well, here are the ambushers, and instead of setting a trap or jumping us, they are just standing right here, waiting.
Darkspawn. Turns out the shield isn't quite as easy to retrieve as I was led to believe. I wager you know where it is, though. So maybe you tell me where it is, and I won't...
The shield is a metaphor. It's inside all of us. Just how? I was 12 inches deep inside your mother last night, pedo stash.
A funny nobleman. Just what the world needs. Now kill these idiots.
Let's end these frauds quick. First order business. Kill the ranged attacker.
Gorham's getting a little close. There, do you have something to tell us, big bro?
Nice. Now we can just swarm pedo stash here and we're good to go.
Yeah, and meanwhile, our scout got caught in a trap like an idiot.
Wait, has that dude been in the corner the whole time trying to figure out the ballista? Fight is literally over.
POV, you're Joe trying to figure out how to turn on your computer.
Donald, I told you I just bought that laptop earlier that day. That was it.
Cap!
These guys put up a pretty sad fight, but it's even sadder since the guy who hired us expected them to fail, just to plant the ring on them and stir the pot. Since if these guys killed us and got the shield, his whole plan would have blown in his face.
Makes sense, dude. Even looks like a bargain bin mercenary.
Is that an Idukan signet ring?
And like you said, Barack, he didn't set a trap or do anything with his ambush advantage.
Or it could mean one of your kin was keen on claiming the glory of this mission himself.
Yeah, it's pretty convoluted. How flawlessly this plan turned out, considering it was expected. Our
Let's not
character
waste
would kill
time.
every
Carry on,
obstacle
men.
in his way theirs. Many points. This could have failed. Also, just a quick loot, and we'll continue.
So what do we do to get this shield anyway? The guy said there was something we needed.
It's brain dead easy.
get the
Joe, even you could do it. We just have our boys sit on the lifted plates
You two,
and
see if you can spot
open
it.
it with our signet ring.
Oh, okay. That was simple. I know there's some confusing puzzles later. That all need your help with Barry. But glad they are simple for now.
Jesus Christ, and these guys couldn't even figure out the plate puzzles.
We've got it.
Yeah, that settles it. Our brother picked these guys out under a bridge from a homeless camp. There's no way those guys are this idiotic.
It's inspirational.
Well, we got it now, Donald, so all we have is one or two more fights, and we are good to go. Random idiots aside.
Thank God we have been playing for 2 hours. I need a nap.
I can't even blame you this time, Joe. We have spent 90% of those 2 hours listening to dumbass NPCs. Oh, and look, now your dementia is rubbing off on those NPCs because this dude is asking if there's more mercenaries attacking us when there's Darkspawn right fucking in front of him.
Whatever, Donald, at least I can count. Something you are clearly incapable of doing if it doesn't involve fries or nuggets. Which reminds me, make sure to bring your own laptop tomorrow, since I don't want you overloading my keyboard with grease again.
That's it, you fat phobic piece of shit. I'm about to come over there and end this when I chop off your...
That's it. Your bickering is interfering with my gameplay now. I literally forgot to switch my companions to attack because all I could hear was you two bicker. Now, if you don't want me to delete this save and end this run, before either of you can play, apologize, both of you, right now.
But Barry...
Shut the fuck up, Joe. Go apologize. I'm not hearing none of it.
All right, Donald. I'm sorry, I'm just really tired from reading all this dialogue Barack is forcing on us, and it's making me pissed.
Joe, I'm sorry too, mainly for going overboard today, but also for constantly switching your meds with vitamin D for Donald pills when you invite me over.
Wait, that's why the voices don't go away after 3 p.m.?
Excellent work, boys. Thank you.
Wait, Barry, I think we have to circle back to that last part.
No time for that, Joe. We have an important climax ahead of us. It looks like Trian is going to confront us here.
Well, like I said earlier, I would like to see him try, bro.
Of course.
What's that you're
He's
muttering
going to
about?
get clapped so hard, those two chicks from last night are going to be jealous.
Hell yeah, Donald.
As if the Darkspawn weren't enough to worry about.
Just keep your eyes open.
Wait, what was that noise? Is there a group of dudes gooning out or something?
Huh, weird. So it looks like because we picked the line earlier with Palem about not believing Trian would have us killed, we were locked out of confronting him. And he was killed off screen instead. So viewers, there are two different outcomes in this origin based on our dialogue choices. Either Trian attacks us now, or like we see here, we find him dead on arrival. While it doesn't change the ending, it does change the narrative tone.
Poor fool, he found out Obama's last name. And that mystical knowledge was simply too much for him and his boys to handle.
Damn Bielem's grind unlocked the secrets of Obama's last name. That was our ace in the hole this run, and it's already exposed.
The fuck are you two on about?
Now, Barry, I know you're the most pissed that Balin has your closely guarded secret on him, but we don't have time for that now. You have to out-gaslight Balin and prove you're not a murderer as you stand over his corpse covered in blood.
I'm sure you know O.J. Simpson's lawyers, Barack. Just call them up and you could have them show people a glove to prove you're innocent.
Why the fuck are you sure I know him, Donald?
Well, you see, vibes, I guess.
By all the ancestors, what has happened here?
Well, you see, Dad, we were about to have a threesome
It seems we
with these two servant girls when Balin got jealous and decided to reveal the secret mystery to end our brother's life.
Joe, please, for the love of God, stop talking. How the fuck am I supposed to out-gaslight Balin here? He has been training for this situation
Just
all his
long
life. I
enough to
mean, just
slay
look at his
Trian.
smug
My lord
fucking
is
stance
innocent.
right now.
Sir Gorham, your
Gorham,
loyalty makes you a
my
useless
brother,
witness.
can you lend a bro
It falls to
a
us
hand?
to tell the story. You, Scout, what happened here?
Trian and his men were here early. It seems they'd done battle with the Darkspawn. Lord Iduken came up to them all friendly-like, but when we got close, he
You
ordered
see,
us
this
to
is
attack.
why I say fuck the NPCs. Bro got bribed by Belin before we could.
Then we shall discover the truth.
Bro doesn't even know the
Friend
art of the
Ivo,
deal. I would have
you are a
doubled
good and noble man.
whatever Belin
Did the
was
scouts
giving him.
speak the
I said
truth?
it before, and he'll say it again.
Did,
Kill
my
the
lord.
fake news,
It
Barack.
was terrible. Prince Trian didn't stand a chance. Afterward, my lord stripped his signet ring.
You treacherous bastard!
See, even Ben Stein
Silence,
over
Gorham.
here is a snake. That's why I
Do you
kicked
have
his
anything
ass and
else
didn't
to
give him the
say,
helm.
my son?
The guy even has a motive to dislike us, but no one cares, I guess.
Well, now that spoils are clear. Donald, even
I want
after
to believe that. I
Balin
really
completely
do.
set us up
Find
here,
him. He will be judged before the
gaslights his way to
Who
our
was
imprisonment. You still like this dick and respect his grind?
He is trying to make moves, Joe. You wouldn't understand, given the only moves you make are in your bed for naps.
Donald, I'm really surprised that this character over all of them. You're like, especially since Balin supports non-traditional dwarven values. Also, real quick, let me level up for the first time. 1 point in strength, dexterity, and con, and we will get shield pummel, since it's the best early game move.
Well, no one is perfect, Barack.
10 minutes, sir.
However, like I said, the Dwarven Assembly is rigged by fake news and inefficiencies. Belin goes over their head like a true leader should.
Would have come sooner had they
And like I
allowed.
said, his
How are
grind
you?
set is very respectable. He was underestimated and still came out on top.
Could be better.
Plus,
I have bad news, though.
he has good military
Assembly isn't
awareness,
going to call for you.
allowing anyone to
Balin
join
has
the
taken
army
Trian's place in the
and
assembly.
fight the Spawn
He introduced
regardless
a
of
motion to
caste,
condemn you immediately,
which
and
is
it
what
easily
Orzammar
passed.
really needs.
Had fully half
Plus,
the
he
assembly
knows the
ready to vote
value
on something completely
of keeping
against
his
tradition and
romance lines
justice.
open
He must have been making
and his
deals and
wives
alliances
lined
for
up.
months, if
Well, that
not
was almost a
years.
good argument until the end, Donald.
I don't know what you mean. That was my best point at the end. I saved it for last.
I'm afraid
Well, while
so.
that was a pretty good argument,
Some
he
of
still
the
is
lords, especially
having us put to
Harrowmont, are
death,
suspicious of Balin's instant
and he
rise to
exiled
power. They
our
are
big bro,
rallying, but far
Gorium
too
as well.
slowly. The assembly
Though
has
maybe you
already
really like him
sentenced both of
since
us.
you're used to being behind bars anyway.
Joe, first of all, I'm never
My
going to
knighthood will be
prison,
stripped,
just like
my
in
name
this
torn
game. I'm
from my
grinding
family
my way
records.
out.
But I will be
Secondly, he
allowed to
clearly
attempt some sort of
exiled
life on the
Gorham,
surface.
so he
Lord
could have
Harrowmont
him
moved
fulfill
us
his
similar
destiny
exile
of
for
selling
you,
fine
but Balin's
dwarven
supporters
crafts.
overwhelmed him. You were to
Direct
be
from
sealed in the
Orzammar.
deep roads
Besides,
to
he gets a
fight
wife,
Darkspawn until you were
so he can
overwhelmed
finally
and killed.
stop listening to my stocks rise in my bedchamber.
Wow, Donald,
That may have
I'm
been
sure all that
Balin's first
tuition
mistake.
for business school
Lord Harrowmont
led up
gave
to
me
this
access
moment.
to see you so I could tell you this. Duncan and the Grey Wardens are still in the deep roads, in tunnels connected to those you are to be left in. If you survive long enough to find the Grey Wardens, you may
Looks
be
like it's
able to
Grey
escape
Warden
with
time, boys. The
Duncan.
Origin's End is within reach.
Thank God I've been watching this whole Deep Roads
There are worse ways
segment
for a warrior to
with
live
one
than
eye
fighting
open.
the Darkspawn with such allies.
Honestly, Barry, and now that I
If you
know
can
why
find
the
them, I'm
voices are
sure you
back,
can
it's
join
making me
them and escape
paranoid.
the deep roads.
Yeah, I am pumped to get out of the deep roads, too. Primarily
underestimated
because I will be
you as much
handling
as
the
we
joining
underestimated
segment.
him. I beg to go
And this
with you and fight at
transfer
your
of power
side.
is going to
Balin's
come
pet
with plenty
nobles
of
wouldn't hear of it.
changes.
Well, I'm excited to see how you play the joining Donald, especially since there is plenty of challenging
Try to go to
fights
dinner on
ahead.
The human capital.
Something tells me, though,
If you make it out,
you're
find
excited
me.
for a reason, other than your gameplay changes.
Our time is
Perhaps
up.
a certain
May the
forest
paragons guide
dweller
your sword and the
who
stone
dresses in
hold
grape
you up.
robes and gives dominatrix vibes.
I will always be
Oh,
your man, my lord Iduken.
oh.
They are ready for you now.
I mean, I don't know what you mean, Barack.
Here is the prisoner.
I'm just finally excited to show the viewers my superior gameplay.
Donald, did you just have out-of-body experience?
Your name is
Also, even though you made some good points about Belin, I think Harrowmont is the better choice. He is an honest man and someone who is loyal to both the people and Orzammar. Plus, even if he loses, he knows to bow out respectfully. Something you could learn from Donald.
Harrowmont does nothing on his own accord, Joe. He only runs for king because our dad asks him to.
Everyone should have the right to
He doesn't
face
make
his
any
accusers and defend
decision.
himself.
that won't please the fake news Dwarven assembly. He has no mind of his own and no grind of his own.
I believe you.
Even if he is a good man, no one cares if you're good if you die.
Believe me,
broke with no accomplishments.
Making sure Balin does not profit.
Well, we don't have to decide this now, but this
Your
choice
father asked me
will
to
certainly
give this
be
to you.
an interesting one
Sword and shield
to
of
decide
a
on.
flying dwarf and
And maybe we can get the viewers' opinions too. I'm undecided right now, but we will have to solve this. Later on, boys. Also, I have admittedly failed this before on my first run. It doesn't matter if you actually killed Trian or not here. What matters is if you're honest with Harrowmont or not. Since we didn't kill Trian, we will tell him we didn't do it and get a set of better gear for it.
Something you have missed before. I'm surprised, Barak.
Bro's face is like me when Kamala wakes me up from only hour 12 of my nap. Anyways, Barry, I know we have to loot everything around the tunnels since we only have a sword and shield. But I'm really struggling here, so please be expedient. Oh, Jesus. The spiders in this game freak me out, worse than Skyrim. Can we replace them with the bear mod?
Arachnophobia, Joe? Also know we don't want some goofy-ass spider bear animations in this run. As funny as it would be, it would get jank sooner or later. So time to nut up or shut up, Joe.
Well, as to your first concern, don't worry. Joe, we are going to cut through a lot of the fights here since they are pretty easy, as you are unequipped. And by yourself also, we have the DLC items. So we are not completely outclassed. Did you guys know in the unpatched version, they could actually take your DLC gear here? Thankfully, BioWare patched this very early on, since it was very detrimental.
It's actually crazy. I would be so tilted to play 2 hours into a run and lose all my best gear here.
Yeah, don't remind me, Joe. I had to do a playthrough without it once, and it felt like jet lag after being kicked in the nuts.
Very specific, Barak. You will have to tell me about that one sometime. Anyway, I'm glad our editor will just skip through most of these fights, since this is the one time where solo combat is balanced.
Lord, I do.
And it's pretty boring.
What are you doing?
Oh yeah,
here
we are
alone?
not going to get into that
Where are
right
your
now,
troops?
since there will be tons of times when we will complain about it, especially at one point, where we will probably rant about it all episode, but I agree with you completely, Donald.
I'm glad we made it out, and it's good to see our bro Duncan now.
Or any business of ours.
Even if that means we have lost Big Bro Gorham.
I'm glad to see him too, and it's nice he is respectful enough not to ask why we are here with barely any clothes. Time to move on to Ostagar, boys.
And it's time for Donald to take over and prove to Duncan and all the viewers that I'm ready to be top warden.
Nothing less from an Idukan. I've been searching for those with your level of ability. Your exploits in
Even
the
if there's not a whole ceremony.
As leader of the
Like
Grey
becoming a
Wardens in
Spectre
Ferelden,
in Mass Effect, I still feel excited every playthrough when Duncan sings our praises and asks us to join him in the fight against Darkspawn, a decision that will change the fate of the world of Dragon Age.
Damn Barak, that was some heat, not going to lie.
Those bars brought me back to 2008, Barry.
Stay close.
Thank you, boys. Let's march on to our fate together.
Be traveling south through the hinterlands to the ruin of Ostagar, on the edges of the Korkari Wilds. The Tevinter Imperium built Ostagar long ago to prevent the Wilders from invading the northern lowlands. It's fitting we make our stand here, even if we face a different foe within that forest.
So how long do we
The
travel
King's
for in this
forces
scene
have
anyway?
clashed with the
Weeks?
Darkspawn
Months?
several times.
It's hard to tell.
Here
This
is
game
where
has a
the
very
bulk of the
loose
Horde will
timeline,
show
but weeks
itself.
at least
There are only a
for us
few Grey
dwarves.
Wardens
Yeah.
within Ferelden at the moment.
Time in
All
this
of us
game
are
is
here.
weird. I
This
saw a
fight
timeline
must be
somewhere
stopped here
by
and now.
BioWare that said this
If it
game
spreads
takes
to
a
the
little
north,
less than a
Ferelden
year to finish
will
in game
fall.
time. Also, the last story, Witch Hunt,
Kalen.
takes place a
didn't
year
expect
after
that.
the end of the
A royal
game,
welcome?
but we don't get any actual measure of how long
Not if I
it
can
takes
help
to
it,
travel
Your Majesty.
anywhere, and
Then
we
I'll have
go
the
a
mighty
lot of
Duncan at my
places.
side in battle after all. Glorious. The
I
other
know we were
wardens
about to
told me
meet
you
the
found a
king, but
promising
I'm
recruit.
conked
I
out
take
pretty
it
much,
this
so
is
I
he?
could care less.
Allow
Bro
me
loves
to
to just
introduce
yap
you, Your
on.
Majesty.
No sweat.
There's no need to
Joe,
be
the
so
king is not too relevant in any
We'll be
sense.
shedding blood together
Ironically,
after
he
all.
is just giving us some
there,
setup
friend.
on
Might
the
I know
state of
your name?
things, and to stroke Duncan's ego a bit.
Yeah, only positive thing I can say about the king is he has something different to say about every origin.
It's good to see one of the
And you
honorable
can
stout
make him
folk outside
completely
Orzammar.
derail with some lines. Like with the city elf, mentioning the
Sounds
ban
like there's a story behind that. You must
activities
regale me
with
with it
elven
sometime.
women, or the human noble with Hal.
I'm surprised you don't like the king more,
Defeat the blight, of course.
since
I
he
doubt
also
Logain
keeps
will
his
give me a
options
moment's
open,
rest until then.
like
I
Belin
think
and cheats on his wife
King Endrin
with the
invited my
Empress.
father to a grand proving
The difference
long ago.
is there's no
How does
way
Endrin fare these days?
the king was in control of that.
It seems your story
The
may be
Empress
even
was
more
playing
interesting
him
than
for
I
a
suspected.
simp,
Allow me to be
not the
first
other
to
way
welcome you to
around. It's
Ostica.
all about
The
who's in
Wardens will
charge,
benefit
Sleepy
greatly with you in
Joe.
their ranks.
You're really saying it matters? How you cheat on your wife, and not just if you cheat on your wife, Donald?
Yes.
I'd ask what kind of fucking argument that is, but at this point, I'm hardly surprised anymore, and you two perverts have worn me down.
Your uncle sends his greetings and reminds you that Redcliffe forces could be here in less than a week.
Ha! Eamon just wants in on the glory. We've won 3 battles against these monsters, and tomorrow should be no different.
The battle will go flawless and be legendary, you say? Oh, weird. Why do I hear
Overconfident, some
pearly
would say.
gates open?
Right, Duncan?
And the flutes of Arceus calling this dude's name right now?
Oh, that's so weird. I hear it too. And I hear both his guards behind him are going to retire tomorrow and finally take their wife and kids on a dream vacation.
Oh, wow.
Disappointed, Your Majesty?
Guys, I'm reading the King's Diary right now. He says he's going to work on being a better husband to his wife and re-propose to her after the battle's over. He says he will have a big red death flag waving behind him, too.
What the king said is true. They've won several battles against the Darkspawn here.
So, Barack, you're just going to be finishing this intro up, right? You're not going to interview everyone at camp about their relationship red flags or cooking recipes or some shit?
Don't worry, Donald, I just wanted to finish up the intro. So when you pick it up next time, you have the whole camp to explore the way you want with the setup taken care of. Viewers, next episode will be pretty high in combat, and most likely shorter. Than this first episode, we made a lot of cuts this time because we wanted to get a lot of story done. Today, next episode should have a much better flow to it. But let us know what you thought about this. It's really our editor's first time doing something like this.
Yeah, viewers, next time I will make Dragon Age great again, believe me.
I agree. We have until
Don't
nightfall
forget to leave
begin
your
the
comment question down
Every
below.
recruit must
On
go
your
through a
favorite
secret
origin,
ritual we call the joining
our
in
editor
order to
is a
become
total
Grey
nerd
Warden. The
who
ritual
will
is
most
brief,
likely
but some
respond to
preparation
every
is
comment
required. We
and
must
give
begin
his
soon.
opinion.
Yeah, thank
I
you
have
everyone who
business
actually
I
made
must
it this
attend
far.
to.
You all are absolute
You may
legends.
find me at the Grey Warden tent on the
And
other
we thank
side
you
of
so
this
much for
bridge,
watching.
should you need to.
Your reward is this absolute sick music drop right now.
Welcome back, everyone, to the President's Play Dragon Age Origins. Last time Barack bored you all with long-winded dialogue and paid actor enemies. But not today. Today I will be joining the Wardens, clearing through enemies, ignoring pointless conversations, and meeting Morrigan and doing such unspeakable things to her that Stormy will be jealous.
Donald, don't you mean Melania?
Joe, unlike you, I don't have dementia. I meant everything I said, including who I was referring to.
Jesus, well, good intro, I guess. Donald, and also Happy New Year to my boys and the viewers. Any New Year's resolutions, boys?
I already said it last episode. Become Paragon of America in 2024. Best resolution to have, believe me.
Well, good luck with that. I guess, what about you, Joe?
I want to be the very best like no one ever was.
God damn it. Okay, Ash Ketchum, anything actually specific. You know, like resolution should be...
Well, increase my sniff count and romance, Liliana. This playthrough, both of which I'm working on right now, boys.
Holy shit. Okay, good luck, I guess. I was thinking hitting the gym and finishing my fantasy novel this year, but whatever.
Oh, Barack, you were writing a novel? I had no idea. Do you think I could read it sometime?
Oh, of course you can. Donald, thank you. I could even print off what I have and give it to you next session.
I'd love to, Barack. You see, I've been staying up so many nights thinking how to plan Operation Paragon of America that I've developed insomnia. But reading one line of something you wrote should put my ass right back to sleep.
Oh shit, Barry. Better have burned you.
I take back my good luck. You assholes are literal trolls.
That was for last session. Get shit on Barack.
Eat a dick.
Also, Donald, I'm surprised to see you talking to optional characters. I thought you wanted to skip all the unnecessary dialogue and get to combat.
Joe, I said I would be efficient, and efficient is what I'm being. I guess since I'm in control, I have to narrate, like Barack did. I went straight into camp and talked to the elf messenger and stole his high-grade sword with coercion. So his incompetent ass will probably get fired. Now I'm quickly doing this side quest to get some much-needed resources, then we will get going.
I did some deep breathing. I think I'm ready to sit back and join you boys again. I like what I'm seeing so far. Donald, I know you want to avoid some of the lore points, and that's fine. Just as some viewers care about it, I'm sure others don't, and just want to see the story and gameplay. Going from there, Donald, I would like you to talk to the 2 Grey Warden recruits and our future companion, Wynn, if you would please.
I'm okay with Joe's sister, but why the damn NPCs, Barack? By the end of the episode, we will never see them again.
Yes, but we will have them along for the entire episode, Donald, nay. And we might as well see their deal so we can talk about them. You ever think I do this just so I can give our viewers more content?
Did you just fucking nay? Also fine, but I'm doing it for our amazing viewers, not you, Barack.
Jory reminds me of that dude you see who talks about his hot wife or girlfriend that goes to another school or some shit. Bro's only wife and kids is a body pillow and
I'm going to stop you right there, Joe, but I see what you mean. Jory is absolutely a coward and has to be reminded about the duty he signed up for and the importance of it, despite having a family to care for.
Yeah, it's crazy that unlike most other recruits, Jory actually competed to join the Wardens. And as soon as it gets tough, he bows out, a total flake. And we don't need to go any further than that even now. He's a coward.
What do you boys think about Davith, though? I think he's a bit better.
Hey, who the fuck this NPC think he is pushing me? I ought to throw him from the gallows for his insubordination. Also, Barack, I'm sure you're just hard for him because he can pick locks he's as mid as can be.
You listen to his dialogue, but then compare what he says to his skills. It sounds like he is a bit of a fraud trying to seem more skilled than he is. He talks about being a career criminal, but he can't lockpick without the overpowered DLC item we get. And he can't steal either. He somehow impressed Duncan, trying to steal from him, but he even failed to steal from Duncan and got caught, which is why he is here. Maybe his true gift is charisma and deception, rather than an actual fighter.
Joe, how the fuck can you evaluate Davith this hard, but you can't even remember your lines with a teleprompter during speeches?
See what happens when you stop switching my fucking pills, Donald.
Here we have our group's future healer, Wynn. And like every companion in this game, she has fascinating layers about her.
Like I said, even some of the companions piss me off. And Wynn is part of that list. Her character is defined by being a nitpicky grandma. Like, we get it, you're old and dying, and the newest dementia victim. How many times can you beat us over the head with it? Just go play bingo and eat ice cream like Sleepy Joe Grandma.
Donald, you realize Wynn is only 49, right?
What?
Wynn is only 49. I'm not sure why the writers make her seem like a grandma on her last legs, but she's not really that old. Hell, she's not even the oldest companion in this game. If you count a certain general, you can get at the end of the game. I think her Sprit also is aging her a bit more than she should be.
Ooh, damn. She's only 49. I never noticed she kind of bad, not gonna lie.
Jesus, she's only 49. I have to stop clowning you on your aging Joe Wynn. Aging makes you look graceful. Was this game written by a bunch of Gen Z kids who think anyone over 30 survived the Great Depression? Barack, you were still in your first presidency at 49. Why does Wynn have trouble just walking around?
Again, spirit issues, I think, Donald, at least I hope so. That Gen Z comment might explain a few things.
I see why Barry likes her. She loves to yap about lore. They're going to have a boar competition later this playthrough.
It's literally about Darkspawn, Joe. It couldn't be more relevant.
Yeah, let's move on to our new bro. Every hero needs a sidekick. Every captain needs a mate. Every dinner needs a side dish on a slightly smaller plate. Our yes man, Alistair.
Goddamn amazing Book of Mormon reference, Donald. And yeah, I don't think there is a single fan of Dragon Age that dislikes Alistair. He is the only companion, besides Varric and 2, that will never back down from you or your cause. And of course, he is vital to this game.
I was even going to name one of my children after you. The Grumpy One.
I still remember when you made me dress up as Alistair for Halloween in 2010, Barack, so you could be the warden. It made me appreciate the guy a bit more. And even if I think he needs some character growth right now, I can understand his position pretty well over the years since this game came out.
Don't worry about that, Joe. By the time I'm done with him, he will go from a yes man to a take charge leader with a grind set to rival Pellin. I will teach him everything about the art of the deal and harden him first chance I get.
Donald, let's not jump into decisions like that. Let's think on it more and decide in the moment when it comes up to make it a surprise for viewers.
Fine, but there are certain decisions I'm not backing down from. And we'll get physical if I have to, as any cultured gamer would.
Whoa, careful, Barry. He might pull out his hidden 600-pound life special technique.
Careful, Sleepy. Barack can't always save you like last time.
You can't catch me, Donald. I can run, and your weight makes you more over-encumbered than a Bethesda protagonist.
Let's get back to Duncan.
Well, just one more essential quest, then it's time to show my combat skills. And relevant to what we are doing, I have a hot comment question for the viewers. In record time, too, so get shit on Barack.
Not a race, Donald, but go off. What's your question?
Well, dogs are a classic and loved companion both in real life and in RPGS, but there's never a uniform method to how dog companions are handled. Sometimes they fight with you and travel by your side, and other times they just sit in your camp to look cute and pet. Even in Dragon Age, there hasn't been a consistent method of handling the dog companions. So, viewers, if Dragon Age 4 brings back dog companions, how would you want them handled? Me personally, I loved how Dragon Age 2 handled the dog. You could summon them anytime as a pet. And while he wasn't crazy useful, he still could tank and distract enemy aggro, and you got to have plenty of companion interactions with him in the mansion as well.
Not bad points. Donald, me personally, I like how the dog is handled in Origins, even if you have to give up a party slot without mods. He has some interesting mechanics with the marked territory buff, as well as unique interactions in and out of combat. The developers had fun with dog interactions, especially in the DLC, which is very charming, and in certain areas you can have him fetch special items such as gems in the Frostback Mountains, and a unique piece of armor in the Deep Roads, something our editor has milked for content in his previous videos.
Good points, boys. Personally, I just think the dog companions in the first two games were just all right.
Assuming, of course, that you're
I never brought him around that much, but I do enjoy having him as a companion in camp. Honestly, if the dog was like Scratch, from Baldur's Gate 3, where he's a companion in camp that I can pet and play ball with, and maybe a few other camp interactions, I would be happy. Dogs don't have to be a destructive force sometimes. It's nice to just have a cute, furry companion.
A little cringe. But respectable Joe, I'm glad we all have refined taste in RPG Pets Boys. Viewers, let us know how you would like a dog companion in Dragon Age 4, or if you would prefer no dog companion, like an Inquisitor. Our editor saw a ton of refined views last episode, so we are expecting even better taste this time too.
Absolutely, DT. Anyways, viewers, the joining ritual for the Wardens has officially begun. We have to collect Darkspawn blood and collect some treaties deeper into the woods. But first, Donald, since we have Davith now, and we have the Amulet of Dace on him, we should unlock the chests around camp for extra gear. Every little bit helps right.
God damn it, you are probably right, Barack. All right, editor, do your thing, because I don't want to have the viewers watch us bumble around for 5 minutes.
Return quickly and safely.
And that's why WoW Classic will always be superior to the new soulless WoW of today.
All right, Barack, you can shut up with the nerd shit, because it's time for a fight. Viewers, our team is equipped. We are stocked up on potions. I have my gamer supplements, and it's time to lock in.
Donald chugging the McFlurry in 15 seconds was impressive, but I wouldn't call that a damn gamer supplement.
Who let the dogs out right, boys?
Weakest joke of the year, Joe? That must be a record.
Couldn't help myself, Donald. Anyway, what's with all the wolves? I thought the spawn took over the woods.
Well, actually, Joe, we will see later that the wolves and the spawn are having a bit of a turf war here. Even if the Darkspawn are winning, the little guys are still putting up a fight. And unfortunately, we now have to deal with them.
Yeah, just killing them one by one. This is a pretty good warm-up, since it's not like wolves use strategy or abilities. So these guys are getting no diff, Ed.
Good work, Donald. Also, there is a huge amount of side quests in the wilds that we should do. I can walk you through them if you need the help. But some of the gear they offer is too good to pass up.
Damn it, Barack, I said I would be efficient. Let me cook.
I won't backseat your gameplay, Donald, but since we are playing on Nightmare, it will be important to make use of everything we can, and it will help the viewers if they missed a few of them themselves.
Fuck that. And fuck this injured prick, too. If he was weak enough to get beat up by Spawn, we should just ignore him. I'm locked into the mission. And doing side quests doesn't further that.
Well, Donald, if you don't think you can handle the side quests, I understand. Some of those fights are difficult, and I'm sure you don't want to be put on Fraud Watch.
You are the last one to talk about Fraud Watch, Sleepy Joe. You've never even beat this fucking game on Nightmare without playing a mage. I'll show you he'll beat every side quest in my first go, and the viewers can appreciate how efficient I do them.
Told you I could handle him, Barry.
That's why you got paid as my VP for 8 years, Joe. Good shit.
Yeah, whatever. Anyways, Jory is proven to be the biggest pussy in the series. And I already hate him more than the Scout and Ben Stein from last episode. And those guys literally betrayed us and were worthless otherwise.
Good point, Donald. At least those two snakes could fight Darkspawn.
Yeah, the Blight must have made Duncan desperate as hell if these two made the cut to be recruits.
If Jory made the cut in the tourney, imagine his fucking competition. It must have been a bunch of 5-year-olds in Discord mods.
Giving way too much credit to Jory and severely underestimating Discord mods Donald.
All right, Joe, write this down. It's important in this game to always focus down the mages and archers first, since their DPs adds up otherwise. Plus, I'm pulling more aggro on our Lil guy since he will be our tank. going forward.
Love to see it, Donald. You're going crazy right now.
Yeah, I have my own preference with how to play this game. But you have a point. I need to take advantage of how beefy our warden is.
Your own preference better be as ballsy as getting right up in your enemy's face. The viewers want to see us dominate, and dominate is my middle name.
I thought it was John.
Fake news. My father understood the true gamer's grind.
So is there any reason, other than gameplay balance, that all Darkspawn don't drop blood? I mean, realistically, every single one of these dudes should be able to be harvested.
No. There's no reason other than it would be very anticlimactic to go into the forest, and the first fight you finish the objective. Though, realistically, you only have to do 3 fights to finish this segment. There's tons of good experience and loot in this forest if we are thorough.
Yeah, I think I'm going to skip a few things, but I'll do a full circuit of the woods before crossing the bridge to the harder segment. Also, does that infinite XP glitch with Duncan and the blood vials still work?
Probably, but there's little point because enemies scale with you anyway. And it would be less interesting for viewers if we never leveled again after the second episode. More fun to keep our builds a secret throughout the run.
Looks like we are flanking the camp right now.
Every move I make is optimal, Joe?
Really? So 2020 was just an optimal move, huh? Also, I don't know about this one, Donald. I would have pulled more of these guys back. You are taking to much aggro right now.
Yeah, Donald, do you have a fetish for getting triple teamed or something?
Relax, have faith in our little guy. I have plenty of potions and armor. He'll be fine, oh goddammit.
First death of the run. Way to go, Donald. You are an inspiration.
Shut your old ass up. This is not the first death, Joe. It's not a failed run unless everyone is downed. We are not doing a fucking Nuzlocke of Pokemon. Our little guy was simply a noble sacrifice.
Pointless sacrifice, more like, but whatever, Donald.
They are dropping like flies now, Donald. You just have Alistair and the fraud. Jory left, hope they can be successful. Brick wall and taking all those hits. You're letting them take.
See, my boy Alistair took care of things, and I got their moves memorized now. So this isn't happening again, or my name isn't Donald Dominant Trump.
That was so close to being a total wipe, but at least I'm sure it was entertaining to the viewers. At least. Donald, I'll say it once, you're going to need to kite the enemies sometime. Their pathing is shittier, and their attack speed is usually slower than yours. So take advantage of them, having to follow you for free hits.
I got it, Barack. Don't worry. I said I would cook today, and I will.
Also, you should loot this guy's body and start the chasing quest for the loot cache.
What chasing quest? I've literally never heard of that.
Following this circuit while you hold tab will unlock trail markings like the one in front of you. Once you find 7, the quest will actually pop up, and we will unlock a loot cache further in the forest.
Sounds like some Mew truck bullshit from the 1990s, Barry. But knowing your Steam hours and virgin statue...
Literally married with kids, Joe.
We will trust you this time.
Yeah, I have no idea what he is talking about, but if it's not out of the way, sure. Also, time to beat the fraud allegations and make our little dwarf great again.
The Darkspawn really wasted their military budget on bows. Their squad buildup is 90% bows and 10% melee troops.
They have the height advantage and the defensive position, so it makes sense to utilize it.
The Archdemon really must have read Sun Tzu's Art of War.
Or just logs tons of hours in the Total War series.
You know, I only played Empire Total War, and the first Rome Total War couldn't really get into the newer titles, but that game has some of the goofiest enemy AI out. All of strategy games. I've seen armies in that series get demolished by one squad because the AI was not prepared.
Yeah, that game is more about cool moments and units, not a crazy amount of strategy in some of the titles. It's usually very hit or miss. If you want smart AI in a strategy game, play Civilization on Deity or something.
Wow, Donald, a fight no one died, and you're really devoted to fighting the fraud allegation.
I'll take that as a compliment, and you should thank me, Joe. Can't wait to see how your pansy nursing home ass plays this game.
Donald, you should go to the right and finish the missionary quest for some nice loot.
I'm not wasting time fighting a bigger pack of dogs for a two-hander. Two-handers suck in this game, and we are a sword and shield tank, so we don't need it.
Oh, so you don't know about the gems hidden in the chest too, huh, Donald?
Wait, free money, time to grind and make Michael Vick jealous over here.
Didn't know you had Jedi mind tricks, Barry, also. Can we please play Who Let the Dogs Out? The memes will slap.
It was funny the first time. Joe, but not gonna get copyrighted on a B-tier joke anyway. Donald, I think the alpha wolf has overwhelm, which you should be careful of. If we were a mage, this could cook the run. But with 3 warriors, it really won't be anything but an inconvenience.
There's only one alpha wolf here, Barack. And he is going to cook just using pack tactics back at these dogs. It's boring as hell. But anything for the money.
BioWare really could use some help in the animal enemy department. They really only have one tactic, and that's overwhelmed to take down one squishy teammate.
Damn it, you 2 Democrats manifested this shit.
What the dog doing?
Look what they are doing to our boy. At least you can drop the overwhelm early with a stun.
Damn, he really backhanded the dog.
Boom. Get fucked. Also, after fighting these not-so-good boys twice now. Joe, I see what you mean. They definitely need some more variety like the animals in Fallout 4, which is the only positive thing I will say about that game.
Time to get your hard-earned reward, Donald.
Can't wait to see the money. Wait, what the hell? It's just a two-hander. Barack, you lied to me. Screw you, Brobama.
Well, Donald, I said there was a hidden gem, and if you read the letter in there, I'm sure you'll find the lore as a hidden gem, so I never lied to you. Get outplayed, big dog.
You heard it here first, viewers. Barack has become the CEO of fake news. This is why we can't get ahead, you rat.
Okay, Donald, I like the little footwork dodging these rogue ambushes. Good shit.
Yeah, maybe if they didn't gurgle and moan before attacking us, they could actually be good ambushers, but as is, they just drop stealth and get fucked.
See, Joe, I told you, the wolves were putting up a fight. These guys are having a battle royal right now.
Damn, it's crazy to see gang warfare up close, like this in its natural habitat.
As nice a touch as it is by BioWare, I wouldn't compare this to the goddamn Bloods and Crips, Joe.
Something you would know firsthand about, huh, Barack?
What was that? Donald, mind saying it a bit louder? My Twitter, upload camera, didn't quite catch that colorful remark.
It was just a gamer moment. I said nothing, Obama.
Don't worry, Barry. I caught him in 4K with my Oval Office Ring camera. Anyways, Donald looks like the clap of your dwarven cheeks is alerting every Darkspawn in this forest. Good God.
Don't say it like that, you weirdo. Also not my fault. Our guy is an absolute unit, Joe, but don't worry. They can bring 100 of these guys, and this will end all the same for them.
Damn, another level. I'm enjoying the early game, double levels per episode. How long do you think we can keep that pace?
Not much longer. By the time we reach double digits, our leveling will slow to a crawl, as any good RPG does.
Well, that just makes the wait more worth it. Barack, anyways, for now, I'm just gonna keep putting 1 point in strength. Dex and con perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Not bad, Donald. I think we will have to get Dex up to the mid-20s soon, so we have access to all the abilities we need. But I think for tank, it's usually a safe build to just put one in each, since Dex does affect defense too. Also, I know you finished the circuit, Donald, but that dead priest has a quick quest to pick up, and we have to go back there to get the 6th trail marking. Anyway, so may as well pick up more XP.
Fine, I know where that quest is. Might as well grab it. God damn it, Barack. We are finally here, and I'm sure our editor cut ahead anyway. So I'm glad the viewers didn't have to hear your weird rom-com anime rant. No one cares about anyways. You all saw where the trail marker is, and here's the hidden lockbox. What's in this anyway?
I'm sure plenty of cultured viewers care, but anyway, that's a locket for his wife and like a gem or two. You could open it. but it changes the dialogue, and it's not a make or break amount of money.
Well, I'm pissed you stiffed me earlier, but I'll be a man of the people and give the wife her lockbox back intact to keep my karma balanced.
And it was so. They say the orange's heart grew 3 sizes that day.
Don't humor yourself, Joe. I'm just doing this so when I do some badass renegade moves, you'll still look like a hero. It's simple PR for our warden, nothing more.
All right, the last trail marker is on the bridge. But here comes the true fraud test on this bridge. I've seen plenty of aspiring gamers lose hope in this fight. So let's see your moves, Donald.
Jesus, Barry, I think he is gooning out.
Not to worry, boys. It was just a gamer vision. The McFlurries are kicking in. I can see the win condition, boys. He'll have David poke this mage bitch and trick him away from his own trap. Just as foretold, Hell missed the first shot. But see he how runs as soon as he hit. He'll pretend to follow him, dodge the rogue ambush, since I heard they're gooning from all the way back at Ostagar, and lure them further away to trick the mage into coming back.
Barry, what the fuck is going on right now? Did you slip Donald the script when I took that power nap?
I didn't think Donald had it in him, but I think he is manipulating the AI in this game so proficiently that he is making our editors incompetent ass jealous.
Oh, wait, what?
Just a quick stealth before he comes back so I can get a crit hit on him. He'll try to poke him hard with Davith before sending in the squad to finish the mage. Then it will be a easy clear of the ads boys.
Holy shit, a fireball. I think the AI is seeing through your manipulation. DT, it's crazy. He has fireball that early.
If the fraud dies, he dies. He'll still have our boys beat his ass up. He won't leave this bridge alive. I am back, baby.
That mage kill may be the single best marketing tool McDonald's has ever had. Our editor better get on the line for a brand deal after this display.
You're goddamn right about that, Joe. See, the 2 frauds proved how useless they are. But me and my boy Alistair are going to absolutely clear no problem. I'm sorry, Barack. Were you saying something about a challenge? I don't see it.
Not gonna lie, Donald, that manipulation was hot as hell. But good job, Donald, you absolutely cooked off that fight.
Yeah, so let me get that last marker and pick up the ashes too, so I can be a demon slayer in a moment. But since I've literally never completed this quest before, let's see how good the loot really is. Also, I smell a few more goons over here, just a quick dodge, and the treasure will be mine.
Okay. I am positive someone gave Donald a script for this segment now. But I will also say, these rogues do suck at their job. They really have to moan in our ear for free to give away their location.
Wait, what?
The fuck you mean for free? Anyway, we cleared these guys up, so it's time to see the loot. Oh, wow. Okay, not bad. We got a heavy helmet, some robes for later, and fat money with the gems. Good shit, Barack and viewers. Now, you know what to do for this quest. Just do a loop, like we did, and go to the bridge after while holding tab, and you can find some pretty good loot and a sick-ass helmet for warriors. Thanks, Obama.
Anything for the team, Donald. And glad to see I didn't have to ask. You do this side quest either, good shit.
Well, this one is short and efficient like the other 2. And it's the first boss, technically. So figured I would flex for the viewers just a bit more.
Shit wasn't expecting the boss. Health bar also. Even though it's 4-on-1, we finally have an enemy that isn't having his health disappear faster. Then I can blink. It's nice to fight. A guy who can take some hit.
Phrasing could have been better, but yeah, Joe bosses don't mess around in Dragon Age, especially in Nightmare, unlike those animals. BioWare definitely cooked with the bosses. Also looks like the demon is really into David. He is staying on his ass.
The demon clearly can smell the fraud on Daveth from a mile away. I could use a man like him in my squad.
You are not kidding. He is just staying on his ass hard.
Yeah, I could keep kidding here till the demon's dead, but honestly, I am getting a bit bored playing Running in Circles Simulator. I think I might sack David here so we can finish him off with the boys.
Not a bad idea, can't really blame you, but David has some bad injuries on him. We should probably heal a few before the last fight. While not as bad as the bridge, the fight can easily swing left, and we should really have them at full strength for odds or no.
I really don't want to waste resources on these guys, Barack, but to ensure I don't get some rigged shit. And since we didn't use too many resources, I guess I'll give Davith a few. Also, damn, the demon didn't drop a large mana potion. I swear he drops that usually.
It's like a small percentage, Donald. And I guess it didn't pop up this time, but we might as well use what we have since the quartermaster stock will refresh when we get back.
Oh shit, you're right. And we can get a second backpack too. Since everything resets, that's right, I always remember doing that good shit. Barack and viewers, make sure to check the quartermaster after you, join the wardens, and before you leave the wilds. Thank me later.
Yeah, I wonder if BioWare intended that or just simply left that in. It seems like very strong but easy to miss buff so early on. So I wonder if they just didn't think about it at the time. Also, last fight, Donald, don't choke now.
Yeah, so speaking of, what did you boys think of my gameplay today? I think I delivered a Paragon standard that all presidents should aspire to be.
I think you did all right, Donald, but the only Paragon standard you should be held to is the most weight a person can have without dying.
I seriously cannot wait to see how you play the tower segment. You will probably have no clue how to use our warden, and the boss in the tower will beat your ass so hard you will go catatonic and beg one of us to beat it for you.
I've backseated Barry enough to know what to do, plus I'll have a mage by the time I play, so he'll feel right at home.
You really can't touch this game without Barack and training wheels, huh?
All right, enough of this, both of you. But Donald, I think you may want to focus up. Now look where we are at.
Oh God, it's time.
Jesus, Barry, why did you tell him?
Jesus, was that Swedish?
Another out-of-body experience, Donald?
Nope, I'm gooning out, boys. I'm so happy to see my wife.
I'm practicing my deep breathing from earlier, as I'm sad to say I am adjusting to whatever this is from you two. But I will say Morrigan's introduction is probably the best character introduction in this game. Even if it feels off the whole time,
What say you?
there is something captivating about how she talks and enough mystery to hook you in.
Captivating is a criminal understatement, Barack. Time to show off my riz.
Ugh. Well, at least I'm not getting assaulted from both sides today, Joe. I'm surprised you are not creaming either right now.
Well, you see, Barry, I will admit, Morrigan is a total baddie. And while her sniffs are more decadent than a 5-star meal, she just doesn't hit the same as my gorgeous Liliana. And since she told me in game she doesn't like me, two-timing with Morrigan, I will refrain from doing so out of devotion to her, my true love.
How the fuck are you two the front runners for this year's election?
We are just built different, Barry.
You have nothing to fear from any witch. Tell me your name, and I shall tell you mine.
It is a pleasure to meet you, my love. I am the president, and the gift from your dreams.
Even here in the wilds.
Oh, boys, I am so in.
Morrigan, shall I guess your purpose? You sought something in that chest? Something that is here no longer?
Here no longer. You stole them, didn't you? You're some kind of sneaky...
Well, we get the first Alistair and Morrigan interaction, something I swear has captivated more than a few players into endearing these two companions in their hearts.
Oh, absolutely. The companion dialogue is excellent, whether it's revealing hidden stories about these characters or just Morrigan roasting Alistair like he paid her to be his dommy mommy. It can't be beat.
'Twas my mother.
Boom, she's taking me to see her mother. Boys, we are moving quick.
Enjoy it while you can, Donald.
I like you.
We will definitely be picking Liliana by the end of the day.
You're out of your damn mind, Sleepy Joe. I will lose 2024 before I give up Morrigan, and losing 2024 is already impossible. It would be my pleasure to follow you. I will be enjoying the most spectacular views.
Greetings, Mother. I bring before you 4 Grey Wardens who...
I see them, girl. Much as I expected.
I'm praying for our country right now, but what do you boys think of Flemeth? It's really our first meeting with one of the gods of this realm, and we will surprisingly meet a few through this series.
She's pretty based, and even if she acts like a demented rambler, she makes good points. I mean, just look at that Jory line.
Not gonna lie, I get a bit of a headache. Listening to her, usually I don't really know how to feel. But I think BioWare always had the same plan, given what we can see in Origins, and 2. And they took 7 years to finally elaborate. So I can safely say they cooked with her, even if the mystery is well and dead now.
Sounds like you are getting a headache, Sleepy Joe. Are your meds wearing off? But one more thing I will say about Flemeth is I am excited for Morrigan's quest down the line. And I will absolutely be taking the reins when that comes up. I will beat her ass in my first try and speedrun my way to Morrigan's heart. 2.
Spoils aside, Donald, I know you are blowing smoke out your ass. Now, speedrunning to that fight too early will absolutely wipe you on Nightmare. That is, without a doubt, within the top 3 hardest bosses in this game. It makes the final boss look like Glass Joe.
Yeah, Donald. As impressive as the bridge fight was, and as much as I want to see you get eaten, I'd rather not have an episode just be a Donald death compilation. Besides, no need to rush that fight, since we will be rushing to do Liliana's quest instead.
Yeah, both you Democrats can keep doubting me, see where it gets you. The paragon of 2024 will make Flemeth look like a damn Genlock.
You have what you came for.
Time for you to go, then.
Do not be ridiculous, girl. These are your guests.
Here's a map to my tent when you tire of just seeing me in your dreams, Morrigan.
Follow me.
A quick cut ahead, since we are back at camp. Donald took a moment to clean himself off after meeting Morrigan for the first time. Now we just have to turn in the antidote for the dog so we can recruit him after the battle and give him plenty of good boy treats. Also, Donald, don't forget, now that we can now use that key the prisoner gave us, since the Tranquil Mage is off taking a break or grabbing coffee or some shit.
You don't have to backseat me, Barack. I'm not Joe. I know I can get the chest now, and I will stock up with the quartermaster after I do the joining, since I'm ready to be a warden. And I want these frauds finally out of my party. Plus, I'm excited to have our dog either next episode or the episode after. I don't know, I'm not a fucking mathematician.
Probably next episode, Donald. I'm confident I can get through the tower in not too much time. Also, me and Barry have been working on a name for our dog that I hope the viewers and you can appreciate as well.
Well, I don't know why we don't go with Darkspawn. It's literally his canon name from the Darkspawn DLC. But as long as you don't do Joe Jr. or some shit, I guess it will be fine.
Well, you will just have to wait and see, Donald. Also, it's weird that we get the option to warn Duncan here about Flemeth, but we don't actually get to tell anyone about the warning she just told us to give. I mean, even if others would push it to the side, it would be nice to give us the option to warn them. Maybe Duncan would have at least considered it, even if the king didn't.
Welcome to the railroad, Joe Choo Choo. We don't always get our way. Sometimes the writers do have to push some semblance of story on us. Otherwise, we might have a story with literally no stakes.
While that's fair, Donald, it still feels weird, because Flemeth told us to give this warning just a minute ago in gameplay time, so it's probably the freshest things in players' heads, but when we try to warn about it, we don't even get far enough to say the warning. Also, while I respect Duncan's heads up and honesty about how fatal the joining is, it seems like kind of a bad idea in hindsight to warn us before we are at the joining. I mean, wouldn't this cause some recruits to back out now? If they found out, they might die during this.
I think this is like before the point of no return. For recruits, though, granted, those that are conscripted probably can't back out at any point. But either way, only cowards would back out of joining. So why think about what cowards would do anyway? I'm ready to be Top Warden Duncan.
Well, here we have the frauds, still yapping about the same cowardly shit they have all episode. I don't know why the hell did you guys even join if all you do is complain and piss your pants.
Well, right now, it seems like only Jory is being a coward. Seems like Davith is at least ready to step up and do what needs to be done to be a warden.
Grey Wardens were founded during the First Blight, when humanity stood on the verge of annihilation. So it was that the first Grey Wardens drank of Darkspawn blood and mastered their taint.
So Elephant in the room here, boys, who was the first person that killed a Darkspawn, bottled up their blood and was like, yo, I'm about to down this.
It was definitely a dare between the boys, Joe. Proof that taking the shit with your boys can sometimes save the world.
Well, actually, a group of mages and soldiers from Tevinter gathered a bunch of able-bodied soldiers from different regions and formed the Grey Wardens. So it's likely the Grey Warden joining was ancient Tevinter knowledge or knowledge they stole from the ancient elves. Either way, it's the one good thing Tevinter ever did in history, aside from Dorian.
That was good knowledge, Barry, but I like me and Donald's theory better, if I'm being honest.
These words have been said since the first. Alistair, if you would.
Woo, come join me in this, boys.
Join us, brothers and sisters.
Join us in the shadows, where we stand vigilant.
Join us as we carry the duty that cannot be forsworn.
And should you perish, know that your sacrifice will not be forgotten.
And that one day we shall join you.
Very cultured boys, thank you. Also, I will give Davith Abbott a credit. He took that cup of spawn goo. With no hesitation, got to respect it.
Yeah, he definitely had the willingness, and I'll give him his props. But he did not have the willpower to be a Grey Warden. Like Joe said, he probably charmed his way to convince Duncan he was recruit-worthy and should have just taken his chances with being arrested and stayed in the Denerim crime circuit.
When I'm right, boys.
I am sorry, Davith. Step forward, Jory.
Jory talking about how he earned his place? All you did was beat some brain-dead idiots in a tournament and got beat up by Spawn while me and Alistair carried your ass. You haven't earned the right to breath oxygen on this planet, let alone join an elite group of badasses.
Well, now Duncan has placed him on the great fraud watch in the sky. Dumbass should have just taken his chances with the jug like Davith.
But the joining is not yet complete. You are called upon to submit yourself to the taint for the greater good.
Light work, no reaction.
From this moment forth, you are a Grey Warden.
Wait, I took my meds today. Why are the voices and the vision still here? Go away, foul demon. I will not hand this country over to you. Despite you constant whispers in my dreams, I have fought and won this battle many times before.
Donald, should we be concerned that Joe's 3 p.m. voices and visions are of the archdemon that line seemed a little specific?
I mean, probably, but it's just, Joe, what's the worst that could happen? Why don't we focus instead on how I'm a warden now and our little guy passed the joining like a champ?
I will not give in.
Joe, please just play with this fidget spinner under your desk until you feel normal again. Also, whatever, Donald, good job passing the challenge today. Your reward is another level and an extra skill point for joining the Wardens, which is a cool touch they keep in awakening with every companion that joins the Wardens too.
Hell yeah, our little guy's getting stronger and stronger. Also, we get the amulet, which for a warrior Grey Warden is one of the most optimal amulets to run. That con bonus is peak.
True good call, Donald. Also, it's weird that Duncan tells us the king called for us when we were unconscious. So I guess Duncan walked over to the king, told him that we passed the joining, then walked back before we woke up. Kind of weird to think about.
Not that big a deal, Barack, also. Like, last time I will put a point into each stat. Then just take the 2 shield talents. Viewers, we are gonna cut. So I can sell my gear and buy shit BRB.
All right, viewers, I'm back, and more Biden than ever. While Donald was buying all the supplies, we will need me. And Barry did a sensual deep breathing exercise.
Again, please watch your phrasing, Joe, but yes, we are back and have everything we need, and it's important to note everyone involved in this meeting, even if they are not speaking much, as it precludes to certain events down the line. That line right there is the king's most ignorant line, without a doubt. As of right now in game, the Orlesian occupation just ended 30 years ago after about 60 years of occupation. It's enough time to not actively hate them, maybe, but calling it a thing of the past is ridiculous. His own grandmother was assassinated by Orlesians.
Yeah, it goes to show how young and foolish he is. Imagine telling that to Logan after he literally saw his family and village ravaged by Orlesians when he was a kid.
Also, now that we are also Grey Wardens, the king is stroking our ego boys. Good to see some consistency at least.
Speak your strategy. The Grey Wardens and I...
Damn, these guys must be mimicking the AI strategy a bit here. Seems kind of basic to be relying entirely on one flank of the army. I mean, shouldn't we have a contingency or forward retreat plan just in case? What's the point of a strategy meeting if there's only one strategy? This could have been an email.
Then we should send our best. Send Alistair and the new Grey Warden.
Important to note that Kalen insists on taking Alistair, even if we press him on it. As more evidence, Kalen had an idea on who Alistair really is and was trying to protect him by keeping him out of the battle.
Yeah, I know his wife later on alludes to him knowing about Alistair. It's not confirmed, but there's enough evidence to back the claim.
You should consider the possibility of the Archdemon appearing.
Now, the Archdemon is literally still vibing inside the deep roads. No worries there.
Yes, Your Majesty.
So that is Uldred, who we will meet later. And it's important to note that his suggestion aligns with what Loghain wants in not sending any wardens or his soldiers to the tower.
The Grey Wardens will light the beacon.
Thank you, Loghain. I cannot wait for that glorious moment. The Grey Wardens battle beside the King of Ferelden to stem the tide of evil.
Yes, Kalen.
Loghain is definitely singing a damn Disney villain song in his head right now.
Speaking back to the Aldred scene, Barack, yeah, it shows the blossoming of a business relationship that we will see the end result of later. Wonder who approached who, though.
Definitely. Aldred, we learn how much of a snake he is. In the Mage Tower and Mage Origin, I don't think Loghain had the foresight to approach him. Aldred's the one with more to gain.
Good point on that one, Joe. Glad to have you back. So now we have to climb the tower with Alistair and light the beacon to end this battle one way or another.
Gotta tell you, after hearing the frauds whining all episode, it's good to just have Alistair, who at least has some balls when it comes to bravery. Plus, how sick would it have been if we actually got to fight in the battle here?
True, it would have been sick. But this is also still the tutorial. So I don't know how that would have worked from a gameplay perspective.
Me shimmying down the Darkspawn line? Sure. We could kill them while they
Good to see we are already forming a good relationship with Alistair, boys.
As Donald said earlier, he will definitely be our first mate by the end of things.
Yeah, Alistair has been very reliable this entire episode so far, and I'm glad he has our back here too. I don't know how often we will be bringing him after the prologue, since our warden has the same build as him. But for now, he is our second in command of things.
Yeah, probably not too often, Donald, after we get more companions, but he will still be our bro and have our back, and for now, let's enjoy him in our party.
We'll let him cook next episode just as this one, don't worry, boys. He is almost as much a brick wall as we are. And Donald, you even got some better gear on him as well.
From here, you two are on your own. Remember, you are both Grey Wardens.
Godspeed, Duncan. Send those Darkspawn to the gates of hell where they belong.
Give them a fight. They will remember you, handsome devil.
May he watch over us all.
Not gonna lie, seeing Duncan walk off there made me a little sad, guess. He has grown on me a bit, boys.
Sad as it may be, we still have one of the best cutscenes in all of gaming. Coming up next, boys.
Oh, hell yeah!
The plan will work, Your Majesty.
Of course it will. The Blight ends here.
Looks like all the Darkspawn are back from that gender reveal party.
No coward shit, man up.
Archers! Hounds!
Tear them apart, little guys. Come on, you got this.
For Ferelden!
Okay, as fucking cool as that cutscene is, I just want to point out that the king's strategy could have been written on a damn post-it note. Step 1, archers. Step 2, hounds. Step 3 for Ferelden. Step 4, prophet. Also, shit, everything's coming down around us.
Ambushes still have yet to be invented in this series, Donald. Only the Darkspawn have that hidden technology, as we saw last episode.
Props to that one archer who stood back up and kept shooting after all his buddies got wiped.
Help us. They're everywhere. You're Grey Wardens, aren't you? The tower, it's been taken.
What are you talking about, man? Taken how?
The Darkspawn came up through the lower chambers. They're everywhere. Most of our men are dead.
Then we have to get
Real man shit from Alistair here. If you want something done right, do it yourself.
Hello, everyone. I'm Joe Biden's husband. Welcome to the magical world of Narnia. Today, it looks like we will be exploring the Fire Temple to gather the crystals needed to win the world over for the Archdemon and save Hyrule. Let me check my bag for enough Pokeballs real quick.
Donald, did you switch his damn pills again?
No, I promised peace as long as we were doing this playthrough. I'd cut back on it. Don't look at me, you Democrat. I'm sure Joe's mind has finally just fallen.
Oh, my bad. He must have slept through his pill schedule then. Don't worry, I always keep one in my suit pocket. Joe, open up. Here comes the airplane.
Ooh, airplane. Thank you, handsome stranger.
All right, Donald, just take over for this next fight. This pill is several ADHD medicines, concentrated Red Bull, and Chemical X. It should kick in after one Dragon Age fight sequence.
Babe, wake up, new Sleepy Joe Lord just dropped. But fine, I guess I can cook one more time, since I won't get another chance to do it for the viewers for almost a month, given our editor's upload schedule. Also, Jesus. Joe took so long that the soldiers in the tower are all dead. Thanks a lot, Papa Joe.
A bit unfortunate, but those soldiers are just distractions anyway, so no big deal. Donald, these first fights are not too big a deal, so I'm sure Joe will get plenty of content today.
Yeah, and plenty of scenes to add to the death montage.
Donald, we are not doing a death montage.
Screw you, I'm sure our viewers want it. Are you afraid of a fair voting process, Probama?
Oh, hey, guys, when did you get here? You all are early to play today, huh? Wait. Donald, unhand my Hello Kitty laptop at once. It's my turn to play, and I need to secure the tower for the wardens.
Yeah. Don't worry, Joe. Playing with this Barbie plastic toy instead of my setup wasn't my first choice. You forgot your damn meds, and we're about to try and throw pokeballs at Darkspawn or some shit. So here you go. I'm glad I can sit back and wait for my DoorDash now so I get McDonald's and a show tonight.
Oh, that's what Kamala was talking about a few hours ago. I thought she was just interrupting my nap. Do I need to do an opening, or are we good boys?
Technically, you did one, Joe, so I guess it's okay this time, but next time, please stay on brand. Anyway, what's your game plan for the tower today, Joe? You should have the same difficulty of fights that Donald had, plus you have the first real boss today. How do you feel?
Well, I'm not afraid of Darkspawn. I know what to do for this tower, more or less. But not going to lie, the ogre fight was keeping me up at night when I realized what was coming. I only got 18 hours the last few days, instead of my normal 22, since I was trying to come up with a plan. Thankfully, I remembered there's a few benefits to this job. I have. And I called our leading military minds for a conference yesterday to figure out the optimal strategy to take care of this ogre. We dubbed it Operation Running Dwarf, and we will be unveiling it later if all goes well.
Joe, that's a huge misuse of military powers and taxpayer dollars. You realize there's guides on YouTube for everything, right?
Damn it! I was checking my DoorDash order. I didn't have time to record Joe admitting to that to get him impeached. I hate how slow DC DoorDashers are. They are the true enemy of my 2024 campaign.
Editor, please cut that part out about the military meeting. And Donald, if you didn't order 3 of every item on the menu, I'm sure the DoorDash order would get there quicker.
Well, you still cleared him, Joe, now to enter this tower. This first fight is make or break, Joe. You're really going to want to think about how you want to play this.
Yeah, okay, boys. Don't worry, I'm faster and stronger now. I'd say harder too, but like Lincoln, I cannot tell a lie. And these meds hit different. I know there's a grease trap and this spawn mage fantasies every night deeply about lighting bitches up with it. But I'm not giving him the satisfaction. I am going to poke the mage and archers with bows and magic, and then once they're worn down, I'll send in the crew to finish it off.
Jesus, Joe, have some balls for once in your 1,000-year life. You're not even using your whole team, and we have 2 tanks on our team. You only have a few minutes of life left. Anyway, are you going to use a melee weapon before you die?
Donald Joe is cooking right now. It might not be flashy, but since we don't have a rogue, respecting the grease trap is a good call, and it ensures we won't get an easy sack. I mean, even you used the rogue fraud in the wilds last session to poke. Joe is just cranking it up a notch.
The difference is, I know how to make plays. Joe is playing so safe. I could put on a wall-drying compilation and be more entertained. Are you going to remember we have swords, Joe?
All right. I'll move up a bit now that the mage blew his fireball load already. Problem
Phrasing.
is the damn Woodgate makes targeting the mage almost impossible, since the cursor doesn't register clicks through objects, since that technology didn't fucking exist in 2009, I guess. So I gotta take my damn time.
Joe, I know you're in the late stages of decomp and you're super hard pretending this mage is the player character or some shit, but can you please let our sword and shield tank use a damn sword? Please, you're not even using his powers right now.
Oh, my bad. I'm hyper-focused on this hot mage. Totally forgot about our little guy. All right, he's getting in their face now. Does that arouse your attention, Donald?
Why did you say it like that? Also fine, even if that fight was slower than your speeches, at least you didn't wipe good shit, I guess.
Well, since we have a lot of fights left before any story shit happens, what are your opinions on Ostagar as a whole, boys? I'm genuinely curious, since we have been a bit quiet about Ostagar, except for shitting on Davith and Jory. Personally, I think the prologue has been pretty fun, going back to it. But maybe this section was too narrative focused. I think they wanted to introduce so many story elements, like the Wardens, Darkspawn, Morrigan and Flemeth, and the King, that the gameplay and character interactions fell a bit flat. Basically, some hype moments, but a bit flat on the gameplay side.
Honestly, I'd just say mid overall, Barack. Unlike the Origin, which is usually unique since you get 6 options, and even out of those 6 options, the Origins usually have a few moral choices too. That can mix up a playthrough like how our Origin could have been different if we confronted Trian instead. Ostagar doesn't really have many choices. It's a very linear experience with few choices. Sure, there's some highlights and the story's okay, but as a player, I always dread this point till we get to Lothering and finally open the world up from the straight line, that is, Ostagar.
Well, I agree. They could have added more moral choices, Donald, and the gameplay is a bit blander during Ostagar as a result. I would say this section has a few things going for it. The combat becomes a bit challenging if you're playing on harder difficulties, which teaches the player that they have to think before they act and gives a good window as to what is to come and prepares the player well. They introduce how enemies utilize their elite units and mages, like in the bridge fight last episode, and the first tower fight just back there. Plus, some of the campsite interactions are good tutorials too, like when you stole the sword. Donald, it teaches players how useful the coercion skill is in this game. Also, we didn't do it this playthrough, but if you grab the pickpocket skill and steal from people around camp using that skill, a guard will approach Duncan about arresting you. And then Duncan will have a unique conversation with you, warning you about being careful when stealing from others, implying that there will be consequence later. I really like Ostagar personally for that reason, and also the amazing cinematic moments like the joining and the battle scenes.
Okay, Joe, I'm definitely suspicious now as to how the fuck you're able to analyze this game so well.
The meds hit different today, Donald. Anyways, viewers' comment question for the day. What do you think of Ostagar? Do you think it's a good tutorial? Do you think it's too linear? Let us know. Our editor will be sure to respond to each comment as normal.
Wait, Joe, if you're playing today, you had to be the one to ask that question. Unsurprisingly, you are breaking the rules.
No big deal. Donald Joe is a bit camera shy since it's his first run. I'll give my man a pass since he's playing well and had a good opinion.
That's my brother from another mother. Thanks, Barry. Good looking out.
Joe, there's no way you actually remembered the ambush behind those doors. You got lost and wandered into them, didn't you?
Nope, baby. It was all skill.
This guy rolled a 1 in intelligence and a damn 11 out of 10 in luck. He can't keep getting away with this.
Donald, have some faith in Joe. He might not get gamer visions, but he is almost as knowledgeable in this game as I am. And as long as he is on his medication, he is an excellent gamer.
Obama, I could give a frog the amount of ADHD meds you just gave Joe. And if he didn't OD, I'm pretty sure he would speed run the damn archdemon, so you saying that means nothing.
Just watch and learn, little D. I'm about to show you how the best mage player in America gets things done. This guy might not have a name, but he has 10 times the usefulness of the two frauds from last episode who don't have a name. Someone faxed Duncan a note to give this guy the jug and make him a warden. I think Donald had a few extra vials anyway.
You're only hard for him since
I'm
he's
not
a
hard
mage,
for him.
Joe? Also, are you seriously going to be controlling him in battle instead of our actual player character? This feels illegal. This should, in fact, be an impeachable offense right here.
All our guy has to do is run up to the thing that's doing the most damage and tank. Our mage has to DP. And I find that more engaging. So sit back and relax. Little D.
Let him cook, Donald. I trust Joe. He is cautious, but he gets results.
I'm sure that's what he told Jill the first time in bed too, Obama.
I'm sure every one of your ex-wives has even less to say about you, Donald.
Okay, you got your lick in, Joe. Very impressive. Now, if you can do it without being high on adrenochrome, Red Bull and Barracks, Teat, I might actually be hurt.
Loghain better be ready to charge as soon as we light the signal. The king is depending on us.
Man, I can't wait for the big bad Loghain, the hero of River Dane, to 360 no-scope the archdemon, ending the blight. Then me, Alistair, and Duncan all go out for brews.
Then, of course, our little guy returns to Orzammar, reconciles with Belen, and decides to rule jointly as platonic brothers with all the servant tale a dwarf could ask for.
I know you all are taking the piss, but imagine an actual happy ending for a Dragon Age player character. That's the unachievable dream.
Never going to happen. Barry BioWare gets off to tragedy. Also, I know we should probably be talking about the fights more, but there's so little going on. I don't really see a point. Basically, the rest of the tower is the same spawn we fought before in the wilds, and only the first fight requires some tactics.
Can't win them all, Joe. Every game has its filler. I'm sure our editor is cutting through some of these to keep things interesting.
Thank God for that. I was afraid you would start telling the viewers about the lore of this tower and how it was erected after a dwarf and an elf made out and inspired Ishal to make this tower.
Joe, I know you have trouble remembering your wife's name and what your job is, but can you please let the dogs out?
Whoo, woo, whoo, whoo.
Goddamn it, Joe, we talked about this, but Donald is serious. There's a lever to your left.
Oh, okay.
Go get them little guys.
Man, seeing the dogs wreck the spawn is getting me excited to see our own good boy soon. You guys still have the name mapped out?
Yes, we do, Donald. Don't worry. When the time comes later, this episode, I promise it will be good.
Sounds good, Joe. You're doing real good so far, too. Only one major fight to go. And then you can show everyone your boss strats.
Ha, perfect timing, too. My DoorDasher just got apprehended by Secret Service trying to enter the White House, and the food was confiscated. Now I can enjoy my meal for free since he'll mark it undelivered, all while Joe gets bent over by this ogre like his name's Fiona.
You know, guys, I think I've played enough for today. Why don't we call it an episode while I can still call it deathless? I mean, I've been playing for a while. I only got 18 hours of sleep last night. Plus, I stubbed my toe, and my grandma died at some point in my life.
Joe, I think the fuck. Not, it's only been 15 minutes. You got to break an hour like the rest of us and get the editor mandated 50 hours of content.
Yeah, otherwise he might change his DoorDash password. Go get him, Fraud Biden.
All right, fine. I'll equip the right tactics on everybody. Time to show everyone the power of Operation Running Dwarf. Wish me luck, boys.
Netflix adaptation be like, maybe he's friendly.
Be nice to him, Joe. You're about to be real familiar with him.
All right, big boy, thanks for the thumbnail. Now everyone get their range weapons out, but I will send our little guy to face him head on, since I know Donald likes that.
Why not have Alistair switch to a sword too? He does more damage.
Well, Donald, this guy is going to be moving around a lot sooner or later, because that's how the ogre eye works. When moving around, melee units have to follow, and it weakens their DPS, but bows don't have that problem. We still need one melee for the tanking, though, and our guy does it better. Also, I popped a rock salve to give him rock-hard defenses that last 6 hours.
Wait, what the hell? That's cheating.
Donald, they are literal items in the game, even if most people forget about them. For difficult bosses like this one, they can make a big difference. And in Nightmare solo runs, they are essential.
Have you done one of those, Barry?
Well, once to prepare for Inquisition's launch, the AI manipulation I had to put on my rogue was so tiring. I don't think I could do it again without melting my face and brain worse than if I opened the Ark from Indiana Jones.
Speaking of manipulation, I'm manipulating this ogre like he's a freshman and I'm a super senior.
Good one, Joe. Also, you're limiting your potion use. It's absolutely beautiful.
This can't be happening, right? The ogre is definitely about to pull out his second stage and wipe the party here, right? Obama, please tell me you're pranking me.
This is happening, Donald. I told you to let him cook. I think Joe has shown you his game. Knowledge is still sharp, and that you owe him more credit, Donald.
All this has proven his origins is Piss Easy Barack.
Whatever. Hey, Joe, don't forget to let our little guy finish him with a melee hit.
Oh shit, good call, Barry. Damn, our little guy has mad hops. Sign him up, Lakers. We are going pro.
That animation never gets old, Joe. You did amazing today. I could kiss you right now.
Oh, hell yeah, Barry, get over here.
It was rhetorical, Joe.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined. Not even the bucket of sweet and sour can make up for it. I feel so robbed today. Just light the damn beacon, Joe.
With pleasure, Donald.
Sound the retreat.
Fucking pussy.
Damn, tell me how you really feel, I guess. Also, Catherine has a damn two-hander and a shield. What kind of max stat build is she running?
I mean, she literally has equal stats to the archdemon, which is a actual god.
Let's move.
She can do whatever the fuck she wants, being honest.
Oh God, I hope you won't be handling that fight. Donald, we might get too much content for that death compilation that you desperately want to show viewers.
Now hold on, Joe. You beat one boss and suddenly you're a new man or something? Your old medicated ass can't get lucky like this forever. And when that happens, I hope you're ready for the shit flinging.
How the hell did the Grey Wardens get this overwhelmed? I know they were expecting the reinforcements, but I seriously expected Grey Wardens to have a better handle of this fight. It never really made sense to me.
Skill issue. Oh no, the king.
He was one day to retirement.
Duncan's last move was to speedrun the fastest ogre kill in this game. What a legend.
Press F to pay respects, boys.
F.
Well, that's the game, everybody. The Archdemon wins and takes over for Ferelden. Join us next time, where we try to run it back in Dragon Age 2.
God damn it, Donald, you have to stop doing this.
Well, it's not my fault. This scene is ripped straight from my dreams. Maybe if she stops jumping out of nowhere, I can calm my feelings.
Yeah, I mean, Morrigan's nice. But can we appreciate how toned our little guy is? I wish I could eat every meal on those abs.
I seriously don't even know who to respond to anymore, but yeah, viewers, Despite Loghind's best attempt at wiping the Wardens, thankfully Flemeth used her divine plot intervention to save us and heal our Warden and Alistair back to normal.
How long have we been out?
Given the state of the world, after we leave here, I would imagine we have been unconscious for weeks since Loghain is back in Denerim and already has agents sent out to various parts of Ferelden. Weird, they don't call attention to that, though.
So Morrigan's been alone, touching my unconscious body for weeks. God, what a magnificent world we live in.
Most likely Flemeth has been touching you just as much, if not more, given what Morrigan says here.
Still worth it.
Ugh. Well, anyway, there's a lot of random bits of lore here that build into the mystery of Flemeth here. How she somehow has anti-Darkspawn wards, something we will never hear about again after this. To how Flemeth somehow heals our fatal injuries, but the biggest mystery of all is how she rescued us from the top of the tower. Morrigan takes the piss a bit here, but it's genuinely really curious how she did that.
I said it last episode, I'll say it again. Welcome to the railroad, Cho-Cho. There's barely a reason. Flemeth knew to save us, let alone how she did it. She just used her god magic to say, "Fuck you, Darkspawn, we need plot."
Damn Ostagar sounds like a hellhole right now. If only there was some way to go back and check it out. A return to Ostagar, maybe.
Oh, good shit. Joe, yeah, we will definitely be doing that later down the line. All of the DLC deserves our attention. Except maybe Darkspawn Chronicles, that one can suck it.
Well, glad to see Flemeth has taste in saving Alistair, too.
True, it's damn good to see him. R.I.P. to that mage in the tower, though he was a real one, too. Sad to see him go.
We will be getting a better mage shortly, so that mage can burn in the fires of Avernus for all I care.
Speaking of Loghain, boys, I saw you had a very volatile reaction to Loghain's betrayal. So, what are your guys' thoughts about the betrayal?
I think he is a dick, and he can go eat one once I kill him.
Yeah, it's on site. Duncan is dead because of him. He barely loses to Jory in terms of overall cowardice.
I don't know, guys. I mean, strategically, do you guys really think his flank would have won the battle?
Barack, are you seriously defending Loghain? Of all people, he's a coward and a pussy. Do you like him because liars stick together or something?
Look, all I'm saying is I don't think the battle was really winnable here, even with the flank. Everyone really underestimated the Darkspawn's numbers, it's clear, by how easily even the Wardens were overwhelmed. Yes, the king may have been saved, and maybe a few Wardens, but at the cost of how many more soldiers? At least Loghain got all his men alive to fight another day. In my opinion, it's really no different than choosing to let the council die in mass, effect of one, because you don't want to sacrifice Alliance soldiers. Yes, it's not a morally good choice, but it's not outright evil either. I think the situation is more gray than some people give it credit for.
Barack, I can't tell if you're taking the piss or not. The difference in that example is the battle was still won by sacrificing the council. Here Loghain retreated like a pussy and accomplished piss. Oh, we don't even know how much soldiers Loghain spared, and it's not like those soldiers do anything significant to the blight that we know of anyway.
Plus he let every Grey Warden die during a goddamn blight. He nearly doomed everyone just to kill the king and run away like a coward.
Joe, I really don't think we can factor Grey Wardens into that decision. No one outside the Wardens know why Grey Wardens are needed to end the blight. Even our own character doesn't know why we are needed outside the treaties. As far as Loghain knows, he sacrificed elite soldiers who exist to die fighting Darkspawn anyway, to spare his own troops. From his own perspective, he isn't wrong. He's just making an educated decision based on incomplete knowledge.
Nope. He's a coward and a power-hungry idiot. Barry, this is probably your worst take. Maybe you like him since you can relate to his awful war crimes or some shit.
Look, Barack, you can defend your war criminal boyfriend all you like, but if you think we are siding with that douche over our bro Alistair, you're dead wrong.
God damn it, guys. There's like 12 different ways to handle Loghain's fate. All I'm trying to do is create some food for thought. But fuck me, I guess.
Yeah, gross. Do that shit on your own time, Barry.
They're obligated to help us during a blight.
I may be old, but dwarves, elves, mages, this Arl Eamon, and who knows what else. This sounds like an army to me.
Time for the plot, boys. Let's build an army.
Hell yeah, we have been ready to be Grey Wardens since Donald took the jug last episode.
And so our story truly begins in the world of Dragon Age, opens up to us.
There you go with the goated one-liners, Barry. But now that we have the plot before us, where should we go first? We have a lot of options.
That will have to be a discussion we have to have together, boys. We should all agree on what main mission we do first. I have an idea, but we have some time to decide on it.
I have the perfect roadmap, boys, but more importantly, our girl is finally joining the party. She is going to be our staple DPS, believe me.
I don't know if we need her. Maybe she can stay back here with Mommy Flemeth.
Joe, I will fucking eviscerate you, get her sexy ass on this party before you have a DEath Con event on your hand.
Relax, Donald. We literally have to bring her. Also, Morrigan is a bit of a tsundere. She will object to you approving of her, joining you vocally, but you earn more approval by expressing interest in having her join.
She's not a dear tsundere. She has a jello heart. She's not that mean.
Can you weebs shut the hell up and stop ruining this for me also, Joe? Your singing is somehow worse than your gameplay.
Considering how much I have cooked today, that must mean I should sign up for American Idol. Also, Donald, stop acting like you're not the biggest tsundere in this call.
The paragon of tsunderes even? Baka!
I have no idea what the fuck you two are on about. I'm not pretending. I actively hate you two Democrats. I'm only here for the viewers in Morrigan.
Sure thing, Donald. We know you love us. Anyways, just for you, big guy, we got your wife in the party.
Yeah, sure, thanks.
See, there's a smile. Also, let's equip Morrigan. Then we can be on our way. Wait, we should, oh shit, our items.
All right, viewers. So apparently the two tower companions don't give their items back. Thankfully, Joe's dementia came in handy because he saves every 30 seconds because he forgets when he does it. So we went back, stripped them, and did the whole Morrigan scene, which was amazing for me. But if you don't want to do that, make sure you strip them nude before lighting the beacon.
I'll take the compliment, I guess. Also, hey, there's your boyfriend Barry.
Joe, I told you those Tegan images just popped up on my screen. I was looking for tea recipes, and oh, wait, you meant Login. Shut up.
Whoa, Barack, I knew you loved men, but you are a Tegan fan? Honestly, not bad taste.
I am literally married with kids. I have no idea what you two are on about. It was just a wrong Google search.
That proves nothing, Barry. It's okay, you were born this way. Hey.
How many song references are we going to put in this video?
Well, while Barack is simping viewers theirs, Honora, Lochine's daughter, the only thing that coward ever did right, even if her personality is a 1 out of 10. She has 10 out of 10 looks, and she make the male human noble a king. So I love her for that reason.
So you kill her dad, then marry her. Also, you cheat on Morrigan with her.
Hey, it's just the grind, and good thing both of them respect the grind.
Liliana does too, even to the degree that it's an official title as Mistress to the King or Queen of Ferelden in Inquisition.
Good points, gentlemen. Also, speaking of Inquisition, Tegan becomes essentially the Ferelden ambassador for all the later games, which I know there is lore reasons. But it's still weird given how many Ferelden nobles we meet in this game, besides him.
It's probably just BioWare being aware of all the Tegan simps out there.
Risk civil war. If Eamon were here.
Antigon, my father is doing what is best.
Did he also do what was best for your husband, Your Majesty?
Damn Tegan clapped her back so hard she malfunctioned.
Oh wait, is it time? Oh, there he is, good boy.
These Darkspawn really don't realize how fucked they are bullying a Grey Warden's dog.
Yeah, this should really be one of those moments where the Darkspawn freeze. You look to the camera and start running away like an old cartoon.
Yeah, we have the immortal dog on our hands against some basic bitch spawn with the only strong unit being one Vanguard. This is an easy clear. They should be running for their lives right now.
Plus, we have Morrigan now, who, fine, is a pretty strong DPS, Donald. But it's too bad her spell selection is always so scattered. I get the developers want you to experiment with different schools, but I would rather her be a blank slate, except for the specialization, than have spells scattered like this.
Just give my girl some time, Joe. She will be our MVP in a few episodes. So, Joe, now that he is safe, what are we naming our good boy?
All right, well, I wanted to honor a former presidential pet in this playthrough, particularly one that was in office when this game came out. Me and Barry here agreed on Bo, who sadly got taken to the great farm in the sky a few years ago.
Yeah, Bo would often sit with me when I would be working or even playing through the Dragon Age series. I don't want to get into it much right now, but I appreciate the gesture, Joe.
Goddamn, I really can't argue with that. Boy's glad we have a presidential dog on the squad.
Donald, are you crying right now?
No. Goddamn it, I just had something on my eye.
Told you I'd get him, Barry.
Right, again, Joe. Also here, we have the bandit clowns. Lots of fun ways to handle this one. How are you going to proceed, Joe?
Kill him, Joe! How dare they ask us to give them our money for free?
Donald, Jesus, I know I made you cry, but calm down. I thought you would respect their grind set, at least.
Hell no, I don't. They are idiots. And just a step above homeless people. Plus, if they want to shake us down for money, they need to learn presidents don't negotiate with terrorists.
I don't know how these guys are comparable to terrorists. They are just bandits with poor planning, but also, Joe, the Grey Warden name drop, will have consequences later.
Oh, I know what you are talking about. It doesn't really matter, though. If Joe recruits, who I think he will, the Grey Warden name drops will happen regardless.
I'm not sure what you guys mean, but going back to what you said earlier, Barack, there really isn't that many choices, as you're implying. There's just intimidating and extorting them, or fighting them and extorting them. I know technically you can pay the toll, but let's be real. Nobody did that, except in the rare case. You're not paying attention, or you just wanted to see what happens.
Yeah, I am on your side here, Joe. I know sometimes Dragon Age is good about evil choices, but can you imagine an evil playthrough where you just take over this bandit operation and have them extort others and pay you passive money or a lump sum, or even just taking over the town before the blight comes?
Well, that is a cool idea, but I'm not sure how it would work with Luthering just a week away or so from destruction. Also, there is an option if you pay the toll and leave, that you can have the Templars drive them off for you.
That still involves negotiating with terrorists, which I just said we don't do. Plus, that probably means we can't loot all the money they have on him.
Kinda cool, but again, I don't think many players did that, since the obvious choice is to fight these guys also. As much as I love Bo, I can't wait to get the gorgeous Liliana on our team.
Speaking of Barack, check your phone. I sent you something.
Oh, okay, Donald. Also, good shit with this fight. Joe, way to be hard on crime. Are you going to execute them or let them go?
Kill him, Joe, and take the rest of his money. If he can't be useful to us in life, he can at least be a useful corpse.
God damn, that was really dark, Donald. Had a bit too much edge to go with your McDonald's today, did we?
Hey, I just know this asshole is holding out on us renegade for life.
I mean, I don't think he is really worth it. And Donald, you better not go all Dark Urge on us. But I guess I can see why you want to kill him.
I'm seizing their goods for the good of America. Now, good sir, turn yourself into the authorities, or I will bend you over faster than Liliana.
Hey, that was my joke, asshole.
I upgraded it. Donald, just be happy. Also, guess this guy wants to get his cheeks clapped by me after all.
I'm not going down without a fight.
Good shit, Joe. Don't forget to loot everything here. There's a lot of quests here that we can pick up, but no worries. I will finish them all next episode.
Well, there it is. Lothering. Pretty as a painting.
Damn, it feels like after every fight there's another cutscene. The game really doesn't want us going anywhere. Thank God the Wilds didn't do this shit to me.
It is the tutorial of a narrative-focused RPG, Donald. It's bound to happen. This scene brings up a good point, though. Where should we head to first? There are 5 main quests we can tackle. In any order, what are you thinking, boys?
Obviously, Orzammar, it's not only the quest with the most combat and the best boss fights, but also because of our origin. We will have unique interactions and an end to our origin story.
You made some good points, but it's only been an hour or two since we left. Plus, we should build up our team. and equipment first. We will need a lot of supplies to get through the deep roads. Let's give it some time to finish our origin, Donald.
I won't need the supplies, and you're such a pussy gamer, you won't need the equipment either.
This should be good.
Let's head back to the dwarves' barack.
No, let's go to the mages. First, we will get Wynn, our healer, and that quest gives us plenty of supplies and stat boosts.
All right, ladies, you are both beautiful.
No way you just said that after all the receipts we got on you this episode.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not having another character creation debate, so let's compromise. Since you both made good points, Donald, I do agree that Orzammar is probably the strongest story of the 5 and the best gameplay too, but it would be anticlimactic to go finish our origin this early, and we stock up on supplies for the deep roads. So let's do the circle first, then Orzammar second.
How is that a compromise? You're literally just taking Joe's side and telling me to wait. Not surprising, stiffing me of all people, though.
Oh, come on, Donald. You have to admit it's a bit early to finish our origin regardless. If you won't concede due to berries and my hesitation, at least consider that the viewers will enjoy it more to build up suspense.
Guess it's too much to ask for a fair vote with the viewers with you two in the call rigging votes. So fine, as long as we do Orzammar second, I'll concede in the hope the viewers enjoy it.
I'm sure they will. Donald also, it's weird. This conversation suggests going to Loghane is an option at the start, when we can't actually find him until the end of the game.
It's probably just to let us know we will have to confront him later in the game, but it could have been a scrapped idea too.
You would find the moss growing upon a stone interesting.
You know what's more interesting than that? Apostates. Mages outside of the tower. That's illegal, you know.
You did not read that in a book somewhere, did you? I hope the small letters did not strain you overmuch.
That's my girl Morrigan, putting every other NPC in their place.
Damn Alistair ain't getting back up from that one. Usually that kind of treatment costs $50 an hour online.
Hey, look, it's Gideon Emery, boys.
Why the fuck is Fenris cosplaying as a Templar?
Makes sense, honestly. The most sensible cameo in this game. I love hearing him, as every Empire soldier in Skyrim too.
Yeah, I think his role as Fenris was a skyrocket in his career. He does voice a few people in this game, but this one stands out for being an obvious Fenris voice in hindsight.
You know, I'm just now realizing the severe lack of elves in this game. If you don't pick an elven origin, I think this is the second elf we have seen all game.
Yeah, if you don't pick one of the 2 elven origins, there's not many. And we picked a dwarf origin, which means all we would see are dwarves. It also doesn't help. It's easy to miss some elves as elven because they look no different from humans if they cover their ears in this game.
Yeah, but it's better than the goddamn demons that exist in Dragon Age 2, unless you're Fenris or Merrill. They had them looking like demonic meth addicts.
Kind of weird how we can mention we drove off the bandits, but not offer to give them something they may have lost. They mentioned going to get their stuff, but we looted everything off those guys, not sure anything was left.
You can give them money at the start, but it's probably just an oversight.
Vengeance should be all the money they need.
Bro just casually pushing a priest.
Maybe the priest shouldn't be harassing a hard-working businessman.
Donald, he is price gouging people, not only during a crisis, but a crisis where they will all most likely be dead within a week.
Well, maybe they should have planned better. Why interrupt a young man on his grind set? You afraid of stimulating the economy or some shit?
People can't even afford what he is charging. How is that stimulating the economy?
Well, if they got their money up, they would be screwing over others like this guy too. See, my beautiful Morrigan understands the art of the deal.
Donald, we're not helping this douche. These people deserve something going their way before they die.
Not surprised you are afraid of money and allergic to stimulating the economy, Sleepy Joe. Fine. But next time I take over, you'll be sure to get our money up, since it will be up to me anyway, you cucks.
Yeah, sure thing, Donald. It's not like I'm the one that insisted on you doing more side quests that naturally give us all the money we need. You're right, being a dick is the only way to earn money.
It's the most efficient way, you damn virgin.
Not saying the line again, but moving on. Did you guys know if you pickpocket this merchant, he has a unique tier 7 T-Vinner crossbow that deals bonus damage to demons? I don't think our pickpocket skill will be high enough. but it's a crazy mystery why this random guy has it.
Bro is not Yorichi.
It's truly not worth operating this far south.
Well, given that line he just said, and the fact he has a T-Vinter crossbow, I think it's safe to say he is from Tevinter, which also explains why he is such a dick. He probably just got the bow from a magister or a soldier. I imagine they deal with demons a lot over there.
May the Maker watch over your path.
Hey, look, Donald, it's a straggler from January 6th.
Oh, you poor patriot. I'm so proud of you, but you need to go home now. Live to fight another day and... Hey, wait a minute. Shut the fuck up, Joe. I thought we finally met a true patriot in this game. Instead, we have this dude who is higher on his supply than you are.
Good one, Joe, but also, this guy is suffering from some major PTSD and appears to be a Chasian too. We can't learn too much about the Chasin in any game, but they are nomadic tribes, like the Dalish, who have a different pantheon and originated a lot of current noble families when they were more commonplace. There's some around here, but we can't learn too much about them.
Yeah, Morgan says there's a huge tie-in with Flemeth and a debate as to whether she's a Chasin herself, but the lore is so scattered on these guys, we're better off trying to understand this loud prick here.
All I know about the Chasin is they have some crazy herbalism techniques and even invented a way to get high.
Of fucking course, that's all you know.
Not getting into it. Donald, also, what we do here doesn't appear to matter at all. It would be nice if the speech check here adds a new shop in Denerim or something. Either way, I guess we're being nice to be nice.
Yeah, it looks like just how the evil options could use more rewards and variety. The good options could use some upgrades too. Long as things are balanced, I guess I can't really complain. I've noticed in a lot of other RPGs, the good options are always more rewarded than the evil ones.
No game really balances out evil and good options perfectly. This game, Fallout 3, and Baldur's Gate are probably the closest to a rewarding evil playthrough, along with a rewarding good playthrough.
Ever notice how much personality the Chantry lost between 2 and Inquisition? The Chantry used to be full of chanters and rambling old women, and now it's more or less like every other monotheistic church with the same kind of bureaucracy and corruption. Why can't we go back to nerdy dudes who have to speak in chants?
Not wrong, albeit I don't think Inquisition fully changed the Chantry, just added aspects, since the Chantry was more essential to the story, while in Origins and 2, it was there mostly for flavor. While I do agree the initial idea had more personality, the Chantry's presentation in Inquisition helps set up the tone perfectly for the political drama. In Inquisition. Also, Joe, just go ahead and pick up the quest. I will tackle that next episode.
Well, hopefully one day the writers figure out what direction they want their pseudo-Christian organization to take. Do they want it as a big business with multiple political hooks in countries? Or do they...
Oh, hold, I'm about to 200 IQ this guy.
Ha! Good one, Joe!
What hath man's sin wrought?
Oh, he cheated.
Oh, Jesus, Joe, don't do anything weird now.
Donald, calm down. I may be a degenerate, but I'm not a damn criminal.
I beg to differ, Sleepy.
Oh, yeah, Donald. Tell me again about your daughter.
Okay, seriously, guys, shut the fuck up. Joe, go ahead and give this kid a silver, and we will try to help him out with one of the Chantry quests next episode.
Oh, right, I forget this whole scene is a setup for a side quest, damn poor kid.
And thus the only wholesome thing you have ever done and ever will do to a child, Joe? How do you feel?
I feel like you probably do after you disappoint another woman in the bedroom. Content with doing the bare minimum.
Shit.
Barack, can you teach me some of that deep breathing?
Oh, wait a minute, I just realized.
Hey, Barack, did you get my text message a few minutes ago?
Oh yeah, I did, Donald. Completely unrelated to that, though. Joe, I'm feeling mighty thirsty. Do you think you could pause the game and grab me some water from the White House kitchen?
Of course, Barry, my oldest friend, I will happily get you anything you need just as soon as I enter this tavern here. Kill the 5 Loghain soldiers and recruit the red-headed goddess that is Liliana.
Oh shit, Baraki is onto us.
Joe, how in the hell do you remember how many soldiers there are in the tavern? Even I don't remember that.
Well, you see, Barry, when you first showed me this game and I met the most beautiful creature in all of Thetis, I would make a hard save right before meeting her, because whenever she would say the line, "I'm coming with you," I absolutely went insane and would replay the fight over and over until I...
That's it, I don't need a shot of bleach. Give me a whole gallon.
Look, Joe, we have had enough of this with Donald. I just want meeting Liliana to be a bit more controlled. Why don't you cut it here and I will pick it up next time?
Well, I don't think you understand the situation here, Barry. We are in my house right now on my laptop. At any moment, I can kick you two out and do a solo run. So why don't we all sit down and enjoy Papa Joe, meet our romance path for this game.
We aren't doing a romance, but Barack, just sit back and do some breathing with me while Joe loses his shit more than normal.
Look what we have here, men. I think we've just been blessed.
Uh-oh. Logain's men.
Bro was just waiting at a bar for a dwarf to show up randomly. Wait a minute. Why does that make perfect sense now that I said it out loud?
It seems we were lied to.
Uba. Bark, 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 bark. We are you.
Joe, when you are done, please lock in and kill these guys.
Oh God, but of course I will defend you, my love.
I can't really clown him for his reaction. I'm actually just impressed. His heart hasn't failed from getting aroused.
The meds giveth and the meds taketh away, Donald.
My love gives me strength, boys. I'm killing them one by one, all for you, my dear.
Well, while we have some time with this last fight, viewers, I think it's important to note a little disclaimer. There should be a video every 2 weeks. We don't have a specific day that we plan to upload, but 2 weeks is still our target. Maybe in the future we might experiment with shorter episodes weekly, but for now we will keep it as is. Also, if there is a delay, it's usually just because 11 Labs has a monthly character limit. So sometimes the editor writes out paces that character limit, and his broke ass doesn't want to buy a more expensive sub.
Good shit, Joe. Way to finish strong. Now, what's your decision on how to handle the leader? Do you spare him, or...
I will drag him to the lake and drown him slowly for his disrespect of my queen.
Yes, Joe, let the hate flow through you.
Joe, you don't have to do this.
Barry, it is my duty to give him the slowest, most painful death possible for threatening Liliana. I'm going to enjoy this.
Joe, Liliana is asking you to spare him.
Oh, why, of course, my dear. Whatever you say, have a pleasant day. Good sir, please inform Logain that we will be killing him shortly.
Biggest simp switch up.
At least I don't have to pay for it.
Well, with the disclaimer made and the pests dealt with, why don't we talk about Liliana? What do you boys think about her? More so. Donald, Joe, you have made your feelings well established.
Well, have you ever seen that meme of every girl is bi? You just have to figure out if it's bisexual or bipolar. Liliana is both.
Fair enough. Well, like Morrigan, I like that. They built some intrigue with her off the bat with her mysterious combat skills and her maker vision. But I have to say, when compared with Morrigan's intrigue in her intro, Liliana does fall somewhat flat. But that may be, because Morrigan had help from Plymouth.
Hear that Joe Barack is on the side of romancing Morrigan.
Shut up, little D. That is not what he meant. Liliana is the perfect romance, and her visions are real. Goddammit, I will square up.
Come on, guys, at least be nice. It's the end of the video.
You're right, Barack. Joe, what do you think is the best way to kill Logain?
I'd say trap him in a cave with hungry bears, right as spring arrives.
Now that lets him off too easy. Why don't we dip him in molten gold and leave him as a statue in Viscount Keep?
All right, let's settle this in the comments too. Viewers, in addition to your opinion on Ostagar, let us know what you think of Logain's betrayal. Was it a tough call or was he a coward? Let us know in the comments. Our editor will even feature his favorite opinion in the next video for us to talk about.
Yeah, make sure you post it so we can clown on Barack more.
Thank you all for watching. The likes, comments, and subscriptions the editor has seen makes the days he puts into these videos. And the subscription he pays for 11 labs all worth. Thank you all very much for watching, and we hope to see you next time where Barack picks up the cycle all over again. Ooh, boys, she is so beautiful. I can't take it. Bark, 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 bark.
Joe is gooning out, so we will cut it here. Peace. Hey, we're back. Back again. Welcome back, boys and viewers.
Get settled in because Barack is back in the wheel, which means every NPC will be talked to as well as spiritually and sexually satisfied. So grab your preferred relaxing drink, whether it be tea, hot chalky, or lean.
Yeah, and looks like Barack's getting right into it by talking to Joe's daughter here. Barack, are you really going to give this old lady free health care? We don't need Obamacare, 2 electric boogaloo in Thetis.
Oh, come on, it's just a few small poultices that we already have a surplus of and we get paid as well as XP. Weren't you complaining about getting our money up?
It just sucks. We have to give our stuff up to do it. It feels like bartering, the true enemy of capitalism.
Whatever, Donald, stay broke, I guess. Anyway, viewers, like the boy said earlier, I'm back in the commander seat, and while this episode may have a good amount of filler, we have some important moments today. We are going to recruit my man, Stan, over here. Get a sick, unique sword for our Lyle guy, see our party camp for the first time. And most excitingly, we will unlock our first specialization for our Lyle guy.
Oh shit, we will? Hell yeah, we definitely have to decide on that. But first, I guess we should talk to this big lug over here.
Steen, the hornless goat of the Barasud. Honestly, a pretty underrated companion. He has some of the best lines and interactions in this game.
Just watch him on YouTube. He's a 2-hander companion in Origins. No point in bringing him. He screams of mid.
That's a bit harsh. Donald, sure. Optimally, he might be lacking, but he makes a good tank, and he's not exactly useless damage-wise either. I can definitely see him finding a role on our team.
Maybe yours, Obama. I'm not dealing with the dead weight, especially when said dead weight is 6'8".
Not surprised you are afraid of exercise, Donald, but as much as I like Stan, I think I need to play devil's advocate for a moment. Does it really make sense from a roleplay perspective to recruit Stan? He is an admitted killer of a whole family, even kids. Sounds like he is a definite liability from a logical standpoint.
Fair point there, Joe, but I think the game does make a pretty good case that the warden needs any able body available. We are tasked with ending the blight by gathering an army with who knows what opposing us because we are now wanted criminals, in addition to the blight encroaching on us. Having a giant dude with combat experience who is willing to fight with us seems idle no matter what crimes he has done. It feels like the benefits of having him outweigh the moral negatives.
Come on, boys, let's be real. The only reason people overlook that is because he is a companion and maybe because he has funny interactions. No one really did a damn moral analysis of recruiting Sten, except maybe our editor, since he and Barack are competing over biggest loser in BioWare lore.
Donald, why the hell are you so hostile to Sten? He is a strong companion narratively and gameplay-wise.
It's because Sten is taller than him and he feels threatened.
Shut the hell up, that's fake news.
Okay, sounds like pure cope to me. Anyways, we could have Liliana pick the lock and free him, but I think it makes sense narratively to get the key from the mother in the chantry.
Yeah, picking the lock feels like it should have more consequences, like the Templars attacking us or something. I mean, it is literally freeing a killer in broad daylight.
If this was Skyrim, every villager in a 10-mile radius and their chickens would be ready to square up for simply caressing the lock. But in Dragon Age, stealing is only a problem if you steal from their pockets.
Thank God for that, since we don't have to quick save as much for looking at a lock too hard.
I just realized how many Hawk voices we hear in Loithering. It's pretty ironic. Hawk is not only the head Templar of this chantry, but he was also the rumor guy outside the tavern too.
Well, of course, he is the future champion. He has to know how to wear several hats. All hail Champion Hawk.
I'm surprised to hear you say that, Donald, don't you hate Dragon Age 2? You skipped our watch party of our editor's Dragon Age 2 analysis and only watched the scene where he was talking about Isabella.
I may hate Dragon Age 2, but I love Hawk and Isabella. If that game was a cool pirate adventure like Assassin's Creed 4 with just Hawk and Isabella, it would have been game of the decade, not just game of the year. Unfortunately, BioWare didn't know what to focus on.
Oh, so they do pay us for the bandits. I always forget that.
See how important it is to talk to everyone in town? If we had high enough cunning, we could even get extra supplies. But we are on a warrior class, unfortunately.
Who needs cunning when you can just intimidate?
Well, let's hear about how Redcliffe is doing, boys.
Wait, who the hell is this guy?
Oh, he's Donald, a knight from Redcliffe, looking for the urn. Like all the others. Though not surprising, you don't remember him since he never comes back after this scene. Which is weird, because he mentions returning to Redcliffe here, too.
Bro probably got lost, like Zorro.
Yeah, I think he's probably written here as set dressing for Redcliffe. It's weird. Alistair recognizes him. But not the other knights we meet later. There's probably a story there that was cut content, but we will never know it.
Yeah, if he only appears here, I understand why I don't recognize him. Kind of cool. He mentions the ashes this early. He even gives us a tip on where to start looking that the player can follow up on, though the game doesn't tell us that.
Thank you again, good sir.
Don't forget the Liliana gift in the far corner.
Of course you don't remember any quest reward in this game, but you know the latitude and longitude of every Liliana gift.
Since we are here, might as well drop off the first draft letter for the Blackstone Irregulars.
Right, this is without a doubt the longest quest in the game to complete. It dwells in your quest log longer than an unemployed roommate, because you can't finish it until you reach the elven alienage at the end of the game.
Plus, you have to pick it up and start it here for this guy. It's just annoying. Anyways, Barry, are we going to bully the priest for Sten's key?
Knowing Barack, he is probably just going to have her retell her story about how she was a young girl during the Elven Tevener War or some shit, and have her explain the origin of blood magic.
If she knew all that, I'd elevate her to AS tier NPC alongside Gorham. But don't worry, she's pretty concise. She just expresses the same concerns that we already mentioned with Steen, and we can either persuade her for the key or have Liliana convince her. I'm going to let your girl handle this one, Joe. But did you guys know that the tithe she asks in the beginning determines how easy it is to convince her? If you donate nothing, it's hard, but if you donate the highest amount, the difficulty is easy. It's essentially bribing a priest.
Glad they included an old-fashioned American pastime in this game, boys.
Victims might count you and me as their murderers.
God, if Liliana looked at me that way,
You know your friend.
I would happily give her the key to the cage or nuclear launch codes. Whatever she wanted, really.
Okay, can't lie. If Morgan stared at me and started insulting me, you'd happily give her my tax documents for the last 20 years.
Good to see y'all's horny levels haven't dropped, but on to more important things, boys, since we have a bit of side questing to go now. I figure I should get both of your opinions on something. Warrior specializations are broken down pretty evenly into 2 DP specializations and 2 tank specializations. So we have our 2 specializations mapped out already. My question is, which should we grab first, Templar or Champion?
Templar.
Oh boy, here we go.
Now, Joe, my good sir, it appears we are at an impasse. Would you like to discuss your thoughts?
Wait, what?
Oh, wow. Of course. Donald, well, I think Champion provides our team with much needed utility as well as buffs that can stack with Liliana's buffs. Plus, our little guy being a champion makes sense. From a narrative standpoint, we won the proving earlier, and we will win it again. Also, the description mentions that a champion is a veteran leader in battle, which our little guy is going to do throughout this game.
Wow. Joe, very nice points. They really did help show that you are a complete idiot. Joe, Templar is clearly the better option. It pairs perfectly with the fact we are dwarves and resistant to magic. And did your dumb ass forget we are fighting mages first in the Mage Tower? Also, talking about utility, we will be able to dispel any negative effect on our party, which can save party members in tight situations.
Donald, that is one utility option for sparse situations, you goddamn clown.
Okay, boys, we will get both eventually, but I do like the narrative point that we get champion first as the leader of the group. And then over time, we learn how to fight mages and gain Templar training by traveling with Alistair.
Once again, you side with Joe. Are you guys going to book a room yet?
Donald, given some of the comments we have gotten, a lot of our viewers, like narrative reasons for decisions when playing. So I think the narrative reason for champion makes sense seeing how we won the proving in episode 1.
All right, Obama, so it sounds like you enjoy reading viewer comments. So how about we take a look at the viewers' thoughts on your boyfriend, Logain?
Oh boy, here we go.
So here we have 2 commenters who, on the same day we posted the video, came in to immediately side with me and Joe about how cowardly and idiotic Logain was. Even pulling up his own receipts in Inquisition about how much he regrets betraying the king and wardens that day. They are also quick to point out that the nobles of Ferelden are so split soleil due to Logain's actions and the chaos caused by that, in addition to his own admission of regret, is proof that he's a coward and he made a terrible choice in Ostagar. The viewers are overwhelmingly in our favor. Barack democracy wins again.
Well, now hold on, Donald. You might be acting a bit fast. Here we have a comment that's on my side. And it should be noted, they watched that episode 3 times, which is absolutely incredible, by the way. They mentioned that tactically saving his men at the cost of the king was the right call, because the Spawn's overwhelming numbers were so much in their favor. Logain's soldiers would probably have not made much of a difference. They then go on to point out Logain's crimes after Ostagar show. He was still power hungry, which I will clarify. I'm not going to make excuses for his actions later in this game. They were stupid and terrible. But his betrayal of the king at Ostagar, I will maintain, is gray and shouldn't be the main reason someone judges Logain. He made a tactical call and did save his men because of it. And I will go as far to say Logain knew tactics more than anyone else at Ostagar, including Duncan, and certainly more so than the king.
All right, fine. I will concede that the battle was more gray than Logain just being a power-hungry coward out of respect for our viewers' opinion, but I am not about to ever give him anything less than death for his cowardice and crimes.
And with that acknowledgement, I think I can happily agree to whatever fate you cook up with Joe for Logain when we get to the Landsmeet.
It will be exactly what that douche deserves.
I will stay true to my word here, Donald. Glad we can agree?
Oh, it's cute when we can come together, boys. Well, on that happy note, to wrap things up, good job finishing the first side quest, Barry. We even got some new armor and a hat for Stian.
Righteousness is full of hardship.
Yeah, just going to drop back and turn in the bandit quest as well as the toxic extract quest for the tavern owner. We don't have too much to say about the gameplay so far since these quests don't have any lore, but it's always good to stock up with extra potions since some of these bandits can press you. Now, to handle the only quest with any lore to it.
Oh, right. This is that kid's mom I helped last episode. We're trying to recover her pendant as a keepsake for him.
Yeah, and we have to fight a pack of wolves to recover it. Which if we had a nickel every time we had to fight a pack of dogs for a side quest, we would have 2 nickels, which I know it isn't a lot, but it's weird. It happened twice.
Good reference, Donald. Also, good shit getting the pendant back. Barry, too bad. We can't give it to the kid ourselves.
Yeah, that's the problem with quest boards and games. It takes a lot of the personal stake out of side quests that RPGs like Dragon Age offer.
That's true, but on to bigger and better things, we can get our specialization now, boys. And in the interest of roleplay, we will pick up champion first.
Oh, rigged, I say.
Calm down, Donald. While we take care of the last few things we need here, why don't we handle our comment? Question of the day. Out of all the specializations in the Dragon Age series, which one is your favorite, either roleplay-wise or gameplay-wise? For me, I would have to give it to the Legionnaire Scout in the Awakening expansion. It completely changes how the rogue plays and makes the rogue a viable tank in your party. as well as gives spell immunity. It takes the powerful class of rogue and makes it nigh unstoppable.
Not bad, Barak. But as for me, I already mentioned my favorite. It's the Templar. It's one of only 2 specializations that stays in all 3 games. It makes you feel like a specialized hunter for those cowardly mages, and it lets you dispel their powers. And it has the coolest RPG ability ever made, Holy Smite, which lets you call down a divine attack to obliterate mages and demons alike. Templars are based, and I am a base player.
Why are you here?
What do you mean?
Women are priests, or merchants, or artisans, or farmers. None of those have any place fighting.
Fully based Sten, I can see the value in bringing him around now.
Well, on the entire opposite end of that, you all know, by now I'm a mage player at heart. And while all the mage specializations are cool, I think my favorite is Force Mage from Dragon Age 2. It's the only entirely original specialization in 2, and it allows you to control gravity, giving you unlimited crowd control options. Also, I just find it really cool that you can influence gravity like that. Shout out to Blood Mage, though. The unique dialogue options for that are pretty cool.
I would clown you for picking Mage, Joe, but you actually picked a unique option, so you passed this time.
Thank God. But anyways, viewers, you already know what to do. Let us know your favorite specialization in the Dragon Age series in the comments below. Our editor can't wait to discuss with you.
Well, with the side quests finished and the Game of Thrones reference, Sword Oath, Keeper obtained for our warden, all we have left to do is kill these peasants who want the bounty Loghain put out on us. They clearly thought this through, since they are rushing our heavily armed and armored party with butter knives. Also, Barak, I know you're edging to tell the gameplay mechanic here, so go off, buddy.
Phrasing, Donald, but thank you. So viewers, fun fact, this ambush is technically optional if you pick very careful dialogue options, and never reveal yourself as a warden to anyone. This is tricky because from the first persuade option with the bandits last episode, the game makes it very easy to reveal you are a warden. Also, recruiting Liliana in the tavern also reveals you are a warden, but if you are very careful, you can technically skip this ambush, which I'm sure not many players realized.
Damn, I never knew this was optional, though honestly not recruiting Liliana as soon as possible is unfathomable to me, so I guess I will never see it personally.
Jesus Christ, of course you can't sleepy. Also, why are these peasants giving us more trouble than the bandits?
I don't think trouble is the right word, Donald. It's mostly just simple party management. So Liliana and Morrigan don't get overwhelmed.
Holy shit, Brock, you have to save him immediately.
Don't worry, Donald Bowden will live to be our camp merchant. These spawn are totally free.
I don't give a fuck about Bodan, our true Lord and Savior. Sandal is in danger. The power of enchantment compels you to Barak.
So you doubt the Maker, Solace, Flemeth, and the old gods are actually divine, but a quirky dwarf who speaks like a Pokemon is a god?
Yeah, pretty much.
Fair enough, I guess. Also, these Darkspawn here feel so out of place. It feels like the game just wanted to remind you about Darkspawn, in case you forgot about them after the last 2 hours of fighting. Only spawn in Ostagar.
Barry, you said these spawn are free, but our little guy is about to go down here.
It's Tactical Joe. I had to clear all the ads first. Have some faith in our warden. He will see this through.
Tactical, my ass, Obama. You're getting old and sloppy. I mean, you spend so much time with Joe. How could you not?
Donald, so far, you are the only person who has had a party member drop this run. I wouldn't get too confident.
Yeah, you hold on to that fact, you rat, because by the end of this run, I will be the carry that the presidents need. Also, damn, just when I lost hope that you Democrats knew how to get your money up, you get us 2 gold for free. I'm actually amazed. Barak.
Follow my lead, boys, and I will get our party all the gold and items we need. And it won't cost our little guy his morals or soul in the process, like how you play Donald.
Sounds like loser talk to me, Obama. Stick with me, and you'll earn money the cool way by crushing others.
Well, stick with me, and you'll play this game by banging the hottest bard this south of Thetis and get all the sniffs a man could ask for.
Shut up, Joe!
Yeah, whatever. Anyway, Bowden clearly is more undecided. Then, a wife is when it's time to decide what's for dinner. He says he doesn't want to travel with a warden, but then 10 seconds later joins our camp.
It's because our Lord Enchanter Sandal decided we are worthy of his presence.
No, stop. I will not deliver launch codes underground or give emissaries congressional vetoes. I don't care how much ice cream you whisper to me. I know your intention, Damon. Aha.
Obama, he's gooning out again. Get the fidget spinner.
Donald, aren't you starting to notice a trend whenever Joe does this? I'm starting to suspect there is some kind of larger force going on here.
It's just Joe being Joe Obama. I promise I stopped switching his meds. He's just being more unhinged because he's sleepy or something. Anyway, why don't you explain the lore going on here to put your mind at ease?
Fine. But we are double backing to this. So viewers, Darkspawn communicate kind of through a hive mind with the archdemon leading them. And when we drank the jug 2 episodes ago, we were added to that hive mind so we can sense them and they can sense us. The joining also gives us the taint, which increases our strength, which we see in the new ability we get, and other powers, which we will find out later.
You're going to talk to everyone at camp now, including the birds and crickets now, aren't you, Obama?
Well, since we are at camp, we should talk to a few people, but I don't plan on covering everybody.
Hey guys, I'm back. Wait. When did we get in camp? Weren't we still in Lothering talking to Bowden?
Joe, do you seriously not remember the last 2 minutes?
Not getting into it. Why don't we see what Sten has going on?
Literally nothing. He gives more one-worded answers than Donald does on trial.
You just gained sentience a second ago and you're already beefing against Sleepy. But you're not wrong. Just stick to his party banter, Obama. We aren't getting anything out of him.
No.
Well, we need to talk to him to get his approval up for later. Also, there are a few things we can learn from him here. He is a soldier of the Kunari, which is why he isn't talkative, given the training and conditioning their soldiers receive. We can also learn about the Antam, who are the military branch, the Kunari, who are interested in what the Blight is. Also, we can see here, he liked to take the piss a bit too, in his own stoic way.
Too bad his jokes are worse than Joe's.
Eat my ass, Lil D. Anyways, I feel like it's easy to not interact with Sten much, since your first interaction will go like this. I wonder how many players were turned off and never talked to him again, missing out on a great character overall.
I mean, he is definitely not everyone's cup of tea, but I think they made his dialogue extra comedic, so players would have some kind of hook to pursue him further. I can definitely say Sten is a very good window into the Kunari, albeit maybe not as good as Iron Bull is, but they had 6 years to redefine the Kunari between Bull and Sten.
Yeah, it's understandable, but if he is going to be difficult, like this fuck it anyway, you know?
I know you didn't know him as long as I did.
Let's check in how our boy Alistair's doing with everything going on.
First things first, we got to see how he feels about Duncan. He was like a father to him after all.
Yeah, bro, keeps losing father figures. It's a hard life for a bastard. He really is pretty lonely, honestly. No homo, though.
He probably knew most of the wardens too, so from his perspective, he really lost everyone close to him besides us, who we just met a few days ago. Also, we will rebuild the wardens, but sadly, Alistair won't be there for all that.
Bro needs a hard drink, honestly. Where's Uncle Ogren? Also, do all humans burn their dead? I thought it was a nobility thing. Are they Vikings or some shit?
So all humans are Andrastian, except for the Avar. So cremation is used to be closer to the Maker and cleanse their souls. Neverons also do something different from other humans by using elaborate tombs rather than cremation.
Big Virgin Barry strikes again, thanks, man.
Yeah, whatever.
I mean, burning is weird and all, but I guess it's better than the dwarfs stuffing their grandpa in their houses' walls like Edgar Allan Poe, or the elves being stereotypical and planting a tree per dead elf.
Valid, though, I think out of those, I'll pick the tree. At least him in the ground.
Well, we are getting more out of Alistair than Sten gave us, So let's delve a bit further here. It will be relevant later.
Yeah, let's pull up the receipts on Alistair about how Eamon raised him. Bro's yapping to Flemeth is going to dig him a big hole here.
Did I say that? I meant the dogs.
That would explain the smell. Goddamn, our little guy here is definitely in his sassy man era with these dialogue options.
At least that gives us something else to relate to Alistair with boys.
I think you'd have gotten past that already. I ended up in the Chantry, sure, but I didn't start there. Let's see, how do I explain this? I'm a bastard. And before you make any smart comments, I mean the fatherless kind.
So if Eamon met his wife shortly after the Orlesian War, how did he even meet her? It's not likely they would let a Ferelden Arl just enter Orlais after that huge uprising. Was she someone who fled Orlais?
I'm sure Alistair is exaggerating how long ago it was. He most likely met her in Orlais, since unless you're Logain or how diplomatic missions are to be expected with a neighboring superpower like Orlais.
So it's important to note how gray the situation with Alistair and the Arlessa is. On one hand, it's cruel that an orphan was kicked out of the only home he knew. But on the other hand, the Arlessa probably didn't know that Alistair was Marik's son, so to her, Eamon probably never gave her a good reason as to why he was raising him. And the rumors were the most likely outcome, which would be hard for anyone to deal with.
Yeah, they don't mention it here, but the last straw was likely when the Arlessa was pregnant with Connor. Since we are all married, we know that a pregnant wife has to have as little annoyances as possible. And a random orphan rumored to be your kid is at the top of the annoyance list, no matter how honorable you are.
Damn good call there. Donald can't argue with that theory. Also, the Arlessa is a very gray character morally. Overall, it will be interesting to take a look at her thought process when we get to Redcliffe. I think a lot of people overlook her for the memes, not that they don't slap, though.
Yeah, even if Alistair here doesn't have much to say about her when we meet her, you know, all three of us will viewers.
Young bastards act like that. I don't know. All I know is that the Arl is a good man and well loved by the people. He also was King Kaelin's uncle, so he has a personal motivation to see Logain pay for what he did. Anyway, that's really all there is to the story.
It's good to see the young lord has blessed us with his presence.
I'm glad to see both of them. I have a lot to sell, from loithering, and we can enchant the new sword we just got as well.
Plus they have plenty of gifts for Liliana, and the rest of the group too, I guess.
As much as the jokes slap about Sandal, it is important to note that Sandal is one of the few dwarves that can enchant. This may be because he is some divine entity, like Donald says, or it could be because he is a possible half-dwarf, so the magic simply mixed in naturally, and he is just above-average mage in strength. Someone even hints that Sandal is part Aducan, so he could be our long-lost cousin, but that's just a rumor. Before we go anywhere else, let's check on our good boy.
Wait, go anywhere? You're not done yet. You haven't talked to my beloved Morrigan yet.
Yeah, or our romance option, Liliana.
I've already been here 10 minutes, and I know you two are dying to talk to them, so I'll save them for your episodes. All I ask is if you have camp conversations, talk to two companions, not just your simp goddesses, so we get plenty of viewer content.
Fine, sure I can do that, even if everyone besides Morrigan is subpar.
Yeah, sounds fair, Barry. Also, the Mabari lore goes pretty hard. They were magically created, which is why our good boy is so smart. But then they knew how evil the T-Vinters are, and sided with us during the Ferelden uprising.
Yeah, anything that hates T-Vinter is based, especially when he is such a good boy, like Bo is.
Oh, like you can tell the difference. For all you know, maybe you've already been fed something. Someone.
The magical intelligence explains why he is an Emmy Award-winning actor here, too.
Always happy when I don't have to explain the lore boy's good shit anyways. Since we still have some recording time, I'm going to go to the main hub, Danerum, to pick up a lot of side quests that we can do in our leisure throughout future episodes. Also, we will be able to meet an old friend again soon.
Oh, shit.
I almost forgot, could it be?
Well, hold that thought, boys. I have to pick up the side quests first. Some of these we can complete while we just travel, while other we will have to dedicate some episode time down the line in Danerum.
That's fine, I think, if we all just handle it in pieces together. it won't be too draining on any one of us or the viewers.
Good call on that, Joe. Thankfully, some of these quests just appear as random encounters, so it shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah. Denerim is best taken in shifts as well to avoid crashing the game. The developers somehow made so much going on in Denerim that modern PC rigs can't handle it, because this game was developed 2 decades ago.
Yeah, we are in our filler arc, it seems, boys, not a big deal. Also, why are we helping the damn mages? We out to just turn this bitch into the Templars?
Your bigoted anti-mage ass has finally lost it. You're really going to deny extra XP and money for our team because we have to help a mage?
Yes, curb stomp. All circle mages. Only Morrigan should stand above all.
Jesus, I ain't touching that one.
See, my beloved Morrigan, I did it for you. Anyways, you cucks don't hate me, because I know what needs to be done with those mages.
Oh shit, big bro, he is back.
Let's go get the finest dwarven crafts. Wait! Who the hell is this douche? How dare his bitch ass interrupt our bro union? Honey, get me my flail.
With pleasure, sweetie.
Wait, hold on, what? Also, how does he even recognize us? We have never even met before or saw this guy anywhere at camp.
He is clearly a low-gain simp, Barack. Didn't you meet him at the last convention or some shit?
Eat a dick, Donald. Anyways, we can convince him to back off, but at this rate, I think we are all set on killing him.
Yeah, I think you need to fight the low-gain simp allegations after last episode, Barry Plus. It will be good for the content to take this guy down.
Well, I guess it doesn't matter. I will give this asshole what he deserves in no time. But first, let's talk to Big Bro.
Dwarven crafts. Fine dwarven crafts. Direct from Orzammar. You won't find better. Dwarven crafts. Fine dwarven...
My lord Hydukin? Is that really you? I knew you survived. I never stopped believing it. Neither did your father.
So him being in Denerim already established with a family means that it's been a month or more since we have seen him in game.
Or bro just moves fast like I taught him how to. Also too bad we can't bring him along with us. Him and Alistair would get along great.
Oh shit. And he gives us the shield too that we recovered before we got arrested. What an insane throwback to the first episode.
Also a letter from our father, the king. But Joe, the shield is crazy good overall, but our warden will have to hit the gym more before he is strong enough to use it. Anyway, let's check this note out.
Entire length of the deep roads. Find my son.
So the note and what Gorham says here confirms that our father, the king, is dying. It's possible Donald's boyfriend, Belen, poisoned our father since he died within a month or two of our exile in the prologue. But there's not much evidence to prove that.
Really, the only evidence is that Balin would be willing to do something like that to become king, but Occam's razor would suggest he died from grief and a broken heart, since he was rather old, and he lost 2 children at once because his 3rd child was a heartless snake.
I don't think he had to poison him, and while it sucks our dad died, both me and Helen can be our own men now that he has moved on to the Great Wall in the sky.
Jesus, Donald, you're edging more than normal today.
Joe, phrasing, please. Anyways, it's good we got some closure on Gorham and our prologue story for when we visit Orzammar in a couple episodes.
It's amazing how he throws his goods in our face after he catches up with us. Gorham is on that money grind. I'm so proud of him, honestly.
I will leave the letter up for people to read since it is relevant to our origin story. It's also important to note there are 2 versions of this letter, this one that Gorham has and another in Harrowmont's estate, if we pick a different origin. They both give the same information, but this one has a finale goodbye from our father saying, "We are now the sole carrier of the Hydukin name," implying our father understood the underhanded actions of Balin and disowned him personally for them. Anyways, let's go. Clap some night cheeks.
We could just jump these simps now, wipe out the population.
That would be fucking hilarious, honestly.
If I was a mage or rogue, I might just jump them. But since we are a warrior on equal terms with him, we might as well go the honorable route. Plus, we are a dwarf isn't honor what we're all about.
I must have missed that memo because I was under the impression getting money and women was what our little guy was all about. Honor and Grey Warden business was more of a side hustle.
Yeah, same. I don't know where you got all that from, Barry.
Did either of you pay attention at all during the first episode to what was going on?
I smelled some red-headed girl's hair. Then we got the three-way. Then you fought in some tournament, and after that it's all a blur till we got the shield and got arrested. Honestly.
Shit, you're better than me, Sleepy. I just remember hyping up my man Bellin and the three-way.
Remind me next time to pick better co-hosts, you goddamn degenerates.
Wait, hold on to that thought, Obama. You might be getting clapped up here. That dude's health bar hasn't moved at all. Meanwhile, yours is trickling down. Like your last names, Reagan.
Yeah, careful, Barry. You might be encroaching on the first death of the run.
Of course now, is when you two actually focus on the gameplay. Just let me breathe, it will be fine. I am absolutely not getting wiped first. It looks like I was supposed to level a bit before fighting him, or he may be a higher level than us, which is why he's dodging a lot of hits. But we have plenty of potions, we are good. Not to rant too hard, but this is sort of the problem with solo fights in Dragon Age Origins. They are not balanced at all. And you wind up in situations like this that are tedious or game enders, depending on your class.
Can't fault you on that opinion. I know the next main quest area we go to is going to give us migraines and new gray hairs, or just hairs in Joe's case.
Again, very original, Donald, but you're not wrong. This is sort of a warm-up of things to come, but it looks like he finally decided to take some damage. Maybe Barry can do this.
Yeah, the rune we put on our new sword is coming in super handy already. But the main reason we are picking back up is all the dex points we have put into our character. Early dex for any melee character is critical for defense and melee damage. It's only a matter of time now.
The idea of this being an honorable battle is pretty funny if you're a mage, since you can stun lock this guy, mind control him, or have him cower in fear as you burn him.
It's just as hilarious on a rogue who can stun lock them and backstab their kidneys until he dies. This is really a quest they made with warriors in mind, which makes sense, since warriors are usually the intended class in most RPGs anyways. I think there is one more quest we can undertake while we are here. Let's follow up on what Sir Donald mentioned back in Loithering.
Always forget you can start the Ashes quest at any time. Hell, it can even be the first main quest you do, though. I don't know why you would do that one first.
Yeah, doing the Ashes first from a roleplay perspective makes no sense unless you're playing an Andraste enjoyer, I guess.
I would appreciate it if you left.
Though I have done a run where I did the Ashes earlier, and when I finished Redcliffe, I already had the Ashes on hand. It only changes one line where Tegan thinks you're divine intervention from the Maker himself.
Yeah, which at least they thought of dialogue for that scenario, but you're right from a roleplay perspective. Our warden should be focusing on building his army first before chasing some random miracle ashes. Though I guess you could make the case your warden goes here first if one of our party members gets deathly ill or something during the journey.
Actually, that makes sense. If Liliana had a cough, I would gladly lead a crusade for the Holy Grail to cure it.
Some knights came from Redcliffe looking for him not long ago. I sent them after Genitivi and they too have disappeared.
So fun fact, if you have high cunning, you can call out the hole in his story here. You can point out how it makes no sense. He knows the knights went missing, since why would they report back to him if he's just some random assistant? They ask questions too. This leads to Waylon breaking character out of frustration.
Damn, that's actually a good point. I never thought of that. Is high cunning a really important stat? I usually always play warrior.
High cunning allows a few special dialogues, but nothing major I can think of. It does allow you to substitute high coercion skills for cunning, so you can put skill points in other abilities. However, also important to loot. Some of the books here they give a lot of chantry lore.
At this rate, I will have to try out a rogue run sometime too, boys. Also, hang on, I can smell a Liliana gift at latitude 60 degrees and longitude 21 degrees, aka the back room of his house.
Oh well, we better check that out, then let's go.
Is this bitch trying to prevent my girl from getting a gift? Jump him, Barry.
This is America. We can go wherever we want. Time to add another unarmed peasant to our kill list.
Donald, this is absolutely not America, but our little guy absolutely goes wherever the hell he wants. So let's do this. compared to the night earlier, this will be satisfying.
Damn, I blinked and he died, bro. Should have just let us in.
And with that, viewers, once we go and we discover the body of the real assistant, proving that this guy here was a plant meant to keep people away from the ashes. Also, we loot the journal too, so we can go to Haven for the Ashes quest whenever we want. Probably won't be for a while, but may as well get it now, so we have it when we're ready.
What's the next move, Barry?
Well, I hope the viewers don't mind the slightly shorter episode, but I think I will call it here. I may pick up a few more quests that we can do down the line, but that's really it today. I think I will leave the Circle Tower to Donald next episode.
Gee, thanks you, Democrat.
Chin up, Donald. It's plenty of combat for you.
We return to the origin grind again. Welcome back, viewers. We are in our filler arc right now. And first things first, let's pursue our romance.
You son of a bitch, don't you dare.
You can't stop me, Sleepy. Hey, let go of the mouse.
Viewers, welcome back. And there is two grown-ass men in the White House, real life, fighting over virtual BioWare women.
You're damn right. We are. And Joe, sit your old ass down anyways. My beloved Morrigan is going to share how lonely she is. Sounds like she could use some Papa Trump in her life.
While I don't need that image in my brain, Donald, you have a point with her loneliness. Her entire perspective can easily be explained by her lack of human interactions at all. As we know, even right now, Flemeth is far from human. Sure, she made Morrigan an intelligent and capable person, but Flemeth hardly made Morrigan a person herself, other than a Darwinist perspective on survival.
Darwin and Freud were right on everything, so that's all you need. Barack ever heard the phrase, keep it simple, stupid?
That phrase wasn't made for a life perspective, Donald. More so, a day-to-day mantra. Morrigan's rather cold view on the world and people was clearly intended to be a flaw based on her lack of human interaction and not something to adhere to because you want her to step on you.
That's your opinion, and I will say a stupid one at that, Barack. It is a physiological need to want Morrigan to step on you. And as a successful businessman, it is survival of the fittest in the world. You can be a loser or a winner, and me and Morrigan understand that.
Damn okay, while I don't want Morrigan to step on me, I will say I feel kind of bad for her. Flemeth reminds me of my dad a bit. I always wanted to be an artist and create beauty, and my dad used to break my supplies and drawings in front of me. Take it from me, it sucks to have your dreams shattered literally in front of you.
Shit, Joe, I'm sorry. Did that really happen?
Did what really happen?
Goddamn you, Joe. Anyways, unlike whatever the hell Joe was saying here, thankfully in Dragon Age, we can make Morrigan's dreams of a jeweled mirror become reality, as the jeweled mirror is in the Orzammar markets when we return there. We could have had the gift this episode even, but the Democrats ruined that for us viewers.
We will have it soon. Donald, don't worry. Again, it would be a bit anticlimactic to get the mirror. The same episode she talked about it. Doesn't it seem more genuine to give it to her weeks after she talked about it? Women love a good memory.
Well, sometimes they do. Jill often says she is thankful I don't remember some things.
That's hilarious, but fine, I guess you have a point. I just hate waiting around as all Obama.
Your patience will be rewarded, Donald. Anyways, we can explore a few other topics about Morrigan. Why don't we start with Flemeth? We talked about her a little earlier on, but this chain right here is probably the most detailed. We will learn about Flemeth until Inquisition.
Yeah, but there's so many versions of Flemeth's origin, it's really hard to keep track of them all.
Morrigan's version is clearly the best, and I'm not just saying that because she is mommy.
As hard as it is to admit, Donald is probably right. Morrigan's here story is a bit more human painting everyone as flawed, while the legend paints Flemeth way more grandiose. However, the true chain of events isn't as relevant as the outcome of the events was. Flemeth was betrayed by a powerful lord of Ferelden, and in order to save herself, she made a deal with a sprite who, spoil warning viewers, turned out to be the last fragment of Mythal, the elven goddess who was betrayed by her kin.
She wasn't really a goddess, though she was just a really powerful mage.
Donald, you don't believe in any wonder in this series, do you?
Oh, I have plenty of wonder, but you gotta be a realist, too.
Since we don't have a clear picture of what the elven pantheon really is, I think calling them gods is still a fair term. Whatever Mythal was, She used Flemeth as a vessel since they both desired vengeance to an extent, though of course Flemeth simply referred to her power as sprits and demons as a more simple understanding for Morrigan.
Conobar kept his end of the bargain. But he was a foul man who bargained with coin he did not possess. Osen was led off.
God, I could listen to Morrigan talk all day.
Just ignore him, Barry. Go on.
Well, Flemeth's plan gets a bit more convoluted after that. She is partly responsible for the dragons returning. It seems because of Mythal's connection with dragons, but it's unknown why she had multiple daughters, two of which are off doing their own world-changing things.
Wait, hold on. Did you say 2 daughters? Morrigan has a sister.
Yes, there's at least one confirmed sister. That is the anti-Van Witch of the Wild. Zevran even makes a reference to her in this game through dialogue.
Oh God, oh my God. Och Gud sa det, var det ljus, och det vart ljus. Och Gud såg att ljuset var gott, och Gud skilde ljuset från mörkret, och Gud kallade ljuset.
Barry, I think you may have broken Donald.
Shit, I probably should have seen that coming.
Well, interestingly, all this lore leads to Morrigan asking about our own mother. But since we are a Dragon Age protagonist, our mother is always dead, so there's not much to say.
Well, there is one mother of a Dragon Age protagonist who is canonically alive, and that is the Dwarven commoner mother, who is an abusive alcoholic. In fact, when Morrigan meets her later on in the story, she says we are more alike than she thought, which is definitive proof that Flemeth was incredibly abusive to Morrigan.
Either way, viewers, we know that was a bit of a yap session, but it will be relevant later since Morrigan and Flemeth's quest will be right after the Circle Tower, so just keep some of Morrigan's context in mind. Anyway, we will pop back once Donald is back to normal.
A blade in her heart would kill her like any other.
All right, everyone, I'm back after having the most amazing dream about 2 Morrigans, but it appears I got ganked by some demon on the road. Barack, what is this shit?
Oh, right, that's one of the Mage's collective quests. It just has us killing this abomination and going back to the quest giver. It's why I picked up everything earlier.
Oh, so the reason I'm getting ganked, unsurprising, Obama.
It's easy money. Donald just pick up his journal too, and the quest is over.
I would say this is a good warm-up to the Circle Tower, but abominations are some of the lamest enemies in this game. And don't need warm-ups. They don't have weapons or powers. They just stand there clawing at you, and they fucking explode when they die, which is just annoying.
Wait, hold on. Superman is in Thetis?
No shit, you got this. Lucky Donald, I'm actually stunned.
Easy money. Finally, the luck falls on the other side.
I'm actually amazed right now. So viewers, this encounter here is probably the most beneficial one you can get in your playthrough. And Donald has gotten it as our second encounter. So his luck is soaring right now.
Easy money. So anyways, viewers, I'm knocking out some of the side quests Barack picked up last episode. I just did the caravan quest, which we will cut out probably since it wasn't too interesting. And now we are showing one of the few side quests with some lore to it to add to Loghain's receipts. Tell me again how gray Loghain is, Barry?
Eat a dick.
That's your job, Barry. Tell me again how Loghain is a complex character when he is using the men he saved to take over another band's land.
I already said I wouldn't defend his future actions. And this is one of the actions. I have nothing positive to say about this. There's a clear sign Loghain is fumbling to deal with unrest.
I thought it was crazy there are still comments discussing the morality of Loghain. Last episode, you two did amazing stirring the pot. And the viewers are amazing as hell for their good points. Glad we are finding our people in this series.
We do have an amazing community and we want to celebrate that. So we will be trying to feature more comments in future videos, maybe the comment with our editors. Favorite take.
Or maybe just the funniest.
So Donald, I appreciate the side quests, but when do you think you'll start the Circle quest today?
Damn, he finally noticed. All right, listen up, boys. I've decided that since it is my episode, I will not be doing the Circle quest.
You son of a bitch. You better not go to Orzammar. I will post the ring camera footage. I have Twitter now.
Shut up, Joe. I have your search history, too. And anyways, I'm not going to do Orzammar. I'm going to get a vital companion that we will need to recruit before we do Orzammar. Anyway.
That's quite impressive.
Then, depending on how much time we have, I will go to Denirim to do some side quests. I figured since you two were so hard to do the Circle Tower, that you two can complete it during your episodes.
Not surprising you can't honor a deal.
Honestly, Joe, I think this is fair. We were the ones who wanted to do the tower anyway. Plus, knowing Donald's opinions on mages, we probably want him on the sideline for that choice, Joe. Plus, this DLC has some really good early game gear, if we have high coercion especially.
Exactly, let Daddy Trump cook.
Let me just pour another glass of lean from last episode.
Now, boys, let me show you the greatest trade deal ever. This is why I'm the greatest businessman and grind setter in gaming history. I'm going to finesse this guy by getting Shale's control rod for free.
Yeah, never mind that you get the rod for free regardless of your choices, Donald.
You know, while there is never a great in-game reason for getting Quest DLC items in your inventory to start the DLC, at least this one gives a plausible reason that he doesn't want to be ganked by bandits for carrying something that looks valuable. I mean, he could just hide it or sell it for cheap to Somone, but I guess this is a fair enough reason.
Nah, this chump is just a terrible businessman. I hope he goes bankrupt, honestly.
Takes one to know one, right, Donald? How's your tower?
Yet we don't talk about the tower, Joe. I made sure to destroy all evidence of Trump Tower existing, and we are keeping it that way.
Your ass can't hide from the truth, Donald. We all still remember you're losing your tower. Also looks like we will be fighting Darkspawn again for the 5th episode in a row. I know they are the main enemy of the game, but I'm really wanting some kind of variety just for my sanity.
Yeah, people clown on Dragon Age 2 for repeating enemies, but here Origins is doing the same damn thing.
That's because Origins at least gives us hour-long reprieves from the same enemy, where Dragon Age 2, that's the only enemy you're going to see all game. They at least give some reprieve here.
All right, boys, you're 100% goddamn right about that game, but let's keep the Dragon Age 2 talk to a minimum, since we do still have all of Dragon Age 2 to talk about that game. Donald, while you travel to Han Leaf and do what Grey Wardens do best, do you have a comment question prepped for us?
You goddamn know I do, Barack. So viewers, since we are tackling our first DLC today, let's stay on brand, shall we? What is your favorite DLC in the Dragon Age series? Hell, you know what? It'll make it even more difficult. What is your favorite DLC in any BioWare game period? For me, I will give it to the Descent DLC in Inquisition. It has some of the most challenging fights in the game of Inquisition, as well as the hardest boss, if you don't glitch it and fight it legit. It takes us back into exploring the deep roads, which is one of the best parts of Origins, and brings back the Legion of the Dead from Origins as well. Descent covers lore that completely turns the history of dwarves on its head and set up one of the few mysteries left in the world of Dragon Age that better have a amazing turnout in Dreadwolf, or I am staging a coup on BioWare Studios, boys. Also, the music in Descent is absolute peak. Trevor Morris is a goddamn genius.
Goddamn very elaborate. Donald, as for me, mine is pretty similar. I would have to give it to the Legacy DLC in Dragon Age 2. It's a tough call between Legacy and Trespasser for me, but I think Legacy wins it for me for having a more enjoyable gameplay side with the boss, secret boss, and loot. I agree with Donald. Some of the strongest lore in Dragon Age takes place in the Deep Roads. Since the Deep Roads is such an unexplored mystery and treasure trove of lore, since only a player character can venture into its depths and come out alive. Plus, Legacy sets up Inquisition perfectly and is a true bittersweet end to Dragon Age 2 and ties in the themes it was going for perfectly, as well as finally giving us an answer as to what the architect from Awakening was.
My favorite DLC is Liliana's song, because Liliana...
Joe, you can't just pick a DLC that has Liliana in it. You have to elaborate fully.
Well, it's because listening to her talk for 2 hours long gets me bricked up. And when Marjolaine and Liliana embrace, I unbuckle and...
For the love of God, Joe, please pick a different option before we get banned.
Fine. Well, I also really like the Citadel DLC from Mass Effect 3. Even if Mass Effect 3 itself was kind of mid, the Citadel DLC gives an actual satisfying ending to the series and gives character closure to every squad mate in the trilogy, which is not something Mass Effect does nearly as well as Dragon Age, except in the case of the Citadel DLC. Also, the sheer amount of content the Armax arena gives. And the surrounding stores is crazy. You can spend literal hours just chilling there, which is something no other BioWare DLC does nearly as well.
All right, thank God that was more basic, but at least way better than your first take. All right, viewers, I realize this is a far more loaded question than our previous ones, but I know we are bound to see more cultured takes in the comment below. Our editor will respond to every single one like normal, and his favorite response will be featured in the next episode for us to talk about as long as there's no objections from the poster of the comment. We understand that some people don't like being put in the spotlight, so if you don't want that, just give a heads up in your comment, and we will not feature it and pick another one. Also, if we see a lot of comments against featuring comments, we won't do it. But we wanted to have our lovely viewers be included more in this series.
Good shit, Donald, and good shit clearing out the Darkspawn so far.
Of course, could this really go any differently? Even if we are complaining about the repeating enemies, it at least makes us aware of what to look out for. I can read these chumps like a book. Also looks like that shitty businessman conned us out of the right passphrase. Time to shake the villagers down for info.
Well, while we are exploring the cellar to try to find the passcode to activate Shale, there is some interesting lore on the original owner of Shale that is relevant to the next section. Wilhelm Shale's original owner was a Circle mage who fought in the Ferelden Rebellion of Orlais, using Shale as his ace in the hole, something Loghain points out in party banter if the two are in your squad. Wilhelm is an interesting case, as despite being a Circle mage, he was free to experiment and live outside of the Circle for the rest of his life because of his political influence and contribution during the war. This turned out to be a mixed bag, since Wilhelm went on to do some outrageous and dangerous experiments on Shale and demons, which probably should have been stopped or investigated by the Circle, but never was.
More proof that we need to lock all them up, see what happens when you leave one alone. They torture an innocent golem.
Well, that's too far, Donald. It does show magic needs some regulation, even if the Circle is disbanded, since these experiments were pretty out there.
True, but on the positive side, it's likely Wilhelm formed the town of Hanleaf here after the war, and the family ran it for a good 30 years rather peacefully. Hanleaf is also Cullen's hometown, interestingly enough, though I don't think Hanleaf survived the Fifth Blight, given the state of things.
Well, now we have to help Wilhelm's son rescue his daughter from Wilhelm's lab, since he's the only one that knows the phrase to activate Shale.
How should I know? It must be. My father was its master, and it still killed him. Surely that's not normal behavior. My father's name...
Did you boys know this entire quest was supposed to take place in Redcliffe instead? Yeah, that's because Wilhelm was a court mage in Redcliffe, so it would make sense for him to live there. The quest originally involved talking to the citizens of Redcliffe, like the mayor and the bar owner, to get the control rod and pass phrase. No mage lab, darkspawn, or demons involved. Just a quick investigation in town to find the control rod.
Sounds pretty boring compared to what we got.
You're not wrong, Joe. They definitely went the more interesting route and the more player-friendly route with what we have here. Although because Shale was originally from Redcliffe, there was plenty of unique interactions with the villagers who would freak out seeing their statue walking around normally. Also, the villagers gave more insight into Wilhelm himself, so we could learn about Shale's former master from dialogue rather than codex entries. There's a video by Dana Duchy that shows Shale's cut content.
Damn, Obama, you're just yapping today, aren't you?
Some of our viewers care about it, Donald.
The rest of it, well, we never came down here. Ever.
That scream did not sound good, boys.
Yeah, I have a feeling she got boys.
Guess we will find out. But not going to lie, they ripped that scream right from an old-fashioned horror movie.
Oh shit, some fucking enemy variety.
Not just variety, but rare as well. This Ash Wraith actually only appears here, and the Urn of Sacred Ash's Temple.
Thanks, Big Virgin Berry. Also looks like these lanky boys hate our little guy, since they are all swarming him.
I mean, to be fair, he's our tank. We do want that to happen.
Yeah, if they are going to hate on us, that's fine by us, Joe. Also, that journal codex on the table is insanely relevant to Shale later, so we will cover it later.
More important then that the Ash Wraith has a powerful ring for warriors, which will probably stay equipped to our little guy this entire run.
Some good loot in the chest. To this mission is definitely free money, boys.
Yeah, it was a good call to come here. Donald, I'm sure a lot of efficient players come here early too.
Aye, we found her boys a successful rescue.
Were it so easy, Donald, I'm getting some bad vibes from that cat.
That's because you and Joe are dog people, Obama. You naturally have beef with cats. Amalia, I find cats distracting too.
It's not about being a dog or cat person, Donald. It's about basic survival instinct, and if yours doesn't go off immediately seeing that cat, then there's no hope for you.
Now, there is plenty of hope. I am just built different, Obama.
Back to my father, but I'm not going. She would be lonely.
You are so kind, Amalia.
You know, what the fuck this perp is hitting? Why the cat talking?
Not a cat, Joe, it's a demon.
Oh, thank Christ, I thought I had to call 911 there for a moment.
You're like 5 centuries old. You should pre-call 911. Anyway, Sleepy.
Oh, very original, Donald, but it looks like the demon has charmed the girl we have to rescue. So what's the move, boys?
Well, Joe, we actually have 3 ways to handle it, but it's always more ideal to kill Kitty one way or the other, because of the helm she drops, which I think Donald is aware of, as the helm is really the main reason to do this quest. So early other. Then Shale, of course. If you side with Kitty, you can get a decent mage staff, but not looking at the moral argument of siding with a demon and looking at the pure item benefit. The helmet blows the staff completely out of the water.
The better item over a moral choice. No gamer would do that.
Fair, but the ironic part here is that the objectively best choice is killing the demon. And it's also the choice with the best item. So it's always the decision I take unless I am role-playing an evil warden.
I already said I was doing this to get Shale early, but I can't lie. The helmet will be a buff to our warden until we get a full armor set later. Anyways, boys, watch the persuasive powers of a business master.
Oh shit, you actually had enough persuasion. Good shit, Donald. I remember that being a higher difficulty speech check.
Truth be told, I snuck the Dace amulet on him just in case that's the gamer moves, baby.
Thank God you won't have that shit on the debate stand, Donald.
Anyways, viewers, this puzzle is pretty simple, and honestly, one of the more fun puzzles to do. You have to carry the flame from one end to the other. And the arrows show what path the flame will take. There is one way that is the most efficient, but you can really do any combination to finish the puzzle. So just have fun with it. It's trial and error. Also, important to note, Donald's route gives the most experience as completing. The puzzle gives 500 EXP, and then fighting her after completing the puzzle gives the additional 200 EXP.
Thanks, Math Wizard Barry. So while Donald takes care of things, why is there a cat demon locked up here?
So Wilhelm's experiment was how to understand and defend against possession, which is a respectable goal, I suppose, but his method was to summon and trap a demon in his basement and interrogate it. No backups or anything, just release a demon into the mortal realm and lock it up. Before Wilhelm could send the demon back to the Fade, he was killed by Shale while continuing his experiments on him. Now, ironically, his granddaughter is in danger because of his own carelessness during his experiments, almost like karma, some would say.
Kitty? What's happening?
A wonderful thing, my dear, for both of us.
Well, it's time to show this cat demon that we got that dog in us, right, boys?
Kind of a midline there, Joe, but I like the enthusiasm.
You're scaring me. I won't let you inside me. I won't.
Io, why did she have to say it like that?
Oh, wait now, hear me out, boys.
Now what?
Believe me, I'm all ears. Joe, I didn't know she got it like that.
Y'all, it's a literal demon that uses your desires as power. You two would be the easiest thralls in the world.
Still hit, though.
Obama Dorian confirms they can be hot men, too. All this thing would have to do is turn into Tegan, and you're folding.
Come on, Barry. We have been friends nearly 20 years. I know the desire demon could fold you. I mean, they are the embodiment of lust. We all got that, no matter how much deep breathing you got.
Shut up. And it can't thrall you if you're not willing. I would be fine, unlike you are right now. Donald, she just killed Liliana, and looks like the boys are out next.
Not even close, watch me.
Damn, this must be what our enemies go through with the constant cold spell spam. I guess this is our karma.
Karma desire demons sound right up both of your alleys. I always found it ironic pride. Demons are considered the strongest in lore, but desire demons tend to be way harder to fight gameplay-wise.
Karma hasn't held me down yet, and it won't today. Boom, easy money. Now we got our new helmet, and we can give our old Chase-On helmet to Alistair, I guess. It's too cool to just toss.
Damn, that helmet makes our little guy aerodynamic with those wings on his head.
You did it! You freed her! Thank you so much!
I'm sorry I
So fun fact, if you let Kitty possess Amelia, the dialogue changes a bit as Amelia begins talking way too elaborately for a 10-year-old. However, the father doesn't really notice a difference, which is pretty weird. Either way, we have the code, so we can free Shale. Let's go get our new companion.
POV, the Dragon Age community waking up from deep slumber after BioWare released their annual Dreadwolf update.
Alternative POV. You're Camila, waking up Joe for the hour of work he has to do today.
It's 2 hours, get it right, sometimes 3 if there's a war going on or something.
Everyone welcome Shale to the party, probably one of the most enjoyable companions we will get this playthrough. As you can see, she can sense magic in people and has just been awakened again after 26 years of being deactivated, though she was conscious this whole time.
Jesus, 26 years? That's basically worse than prison. It's no wonder she hasn't lost her mind or had her mind scrambled worse than Joe. And also, yes, viewers, we mean her because this thick beauty is actually a woman.
Yeah, she's a total Gilfa Golem, I'd like to.
Yeah, you're not allowed to finish that sentence, Joe. Anyways, viewers, Shale's been watching this village all this time from the town center, which is about as dull as a punishment as it sounds.
If I was in her shoes, I'd be catching up on as much sleep as possible.
Joe, believe it or not, there are beings who don't sleep, and Shale is one of them.
Holy shit, truly a fate worse than death being a golem is inhumane sleep is the only joy life provides, honestly.
Do you boys think Shale had any good drama to keep herself entertained? Like, maybe she witnessed some affairs or some stealing or other petty vices that people get up to in their own homes when they think they're alone?
If she was in front of Donald's house, she would have about 5 dozen affairs happening and at least 2 dozen FBI raids on his house. If I could watch Trainwreck firsthand, I guess it wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, thanks for admitting my life is interesting compared to your boring ass. I'm sure Shale would have died from boredom if all she had to watch was your boring ass marriage and life with you sleeping all day.
Sure, Donald, that's the takeaway.
So interestingly, with this dialogue here, Ogren, Zevran, and Alistair have unique interactions with the command prompt. But not everyone does, which is kind of a missed opportunity.
Yeah, but every dialogue option has Shale give the same reaction since this damn control rod is broken?
Well, it's not completely broken. It was able to turn Shale on.
Phrasing Joe, but you're right. I imagine it's kind of like a tech support issue. Something broke inside the rod, so it can't be used, but it still can turn on and off again. This is actually more of a benefit, because since Shale's control rod doesn't work, we are able to actually get her animated personality, unlike every other golem who doesn't speak or do anything other than attack. It's confirmed by Loghain that when Shale was under the control rod's influence, she didn't speak or have any emotion, just blankly followed Wilhelm's orders.
So if we just find the tagged back rooms with all the control rods and break them, we can free all the golems and get a bunch of golem friends?
I mean, possibly.
My fellow Americans, vote for me in 2024, and I will find the tagged back rooms and make golems great again.
You son of a bitch.
Probably your most popular stance, Donald.
Beyond watching this village for so long, I have no purpose. I find myself at a bit of a loss.
So, it's weird how the first prompt, when Shale asked that question, isn't, I want to use you to fight Darkspawn. Because I am a Grey Warden, and this is a blight, but if you pick the middle option, it can carry into the idea of her fighting Darkspawn for that reason. Feels like most people are going to grab Shale from a role-play perspective because of how strong she would be fighting Spawn, especially a Grey Warden dwarf.
Not to mention the third option saying, I don't intend to do anything with you, nets way more approval.
My memories of anything before are...
Shale also has the whole amnesia thing going on for her. She has very little memory of her time with Wilhelm, which is kind of a cope-out from the writers, because I would have liked to hear a story or two about the Orlesian War or Orlesian occupation, even if that time is unpleasant for her, since her former master was, for lack of a better word, a total asshole. Her long-term amnesia, though, is something we can help solve in her companion quest down the line when we get to Orzammar. But for now, welcome to the team, Big Girl.
Yeah, she's probably the best DLC companion overall. A lot of unique build options to give her, though. Most of them do involve being a tank, which we already have in our Warden.
It could be dangerous and large.
Dangerous and large describes me too, Alistair, if you know what I mean. So what's one more to the party? Anyways, boys, I'm going to add Shale to our party and do a test drive of her in Denerim for some side quests to see how she fits into the party, plus get our money up finally too. But as for builds, Joe, I have the perfect build in mind for Shale while I'm using her. Before any of that, we have a vital cutscene to watch with Shale.
True major cutscene ahead.
Damn free KFC and Bone Boys.
Just a quick cut, we handed in some quests that I finished earlier, viewers, but here we are in Denerim handling more business. Damn, I wasn't even trying to attack you guys yet, but we are getting paid to deal with you anyway. So how nice of you to come to us. Just going to no-diff these bandits. Then we will get to the real fun part.
It was kind of the bandits to wait for you to finish sorting through your bag first before jumping you there, Donald.
Fun fact, their dialogue here changes somewhat depending on how many groups our warden has killed already. But overall, this side quest and most of Denerim's quests are not that interesting or lore heavy. So what's the plan here, Donald?
Well, my plan was to grab that Dead Templar's journal to start the Blood Mage hideout quest. Today also, since I'm here, ill-killed the deserter for the Blackstone Irregulars as well. Just totally on that grind today, boys. Also, holy shit, Shale, why the fuck did you quake next to the entire party? You nearly killed my girl and that useless redhead.
You back the fuck off, my girl, you Big Mac muncher.
Donald, you need to actually adjust the tactics of certain party members. It will be really important if you are going to use Shale going forward. Having Shale use default tactics is going to be your downfall here.
Yap, yap, yap. I'm not doing that boring shit, Barack. I have my gamer visions and pure skills to see me through. See, I'm clearing these chumps, no problem.
And you called my ass Lucky Donald. I don't remember anyone dropping when I was playing, but here you have most of the squad getting injuries up in here.
You're just jealous, Joe. Now where's that journal? I'm looking to curb stomp some mages today.
Donald, you might want to be careful. Going to that hideout, the mages, they are pretty strong, and we might not be equipped enough yet, too.
Stop yapping, Obama. I got this. I'm not going to lose to some pissant mages now again. Watch me cook. But first, let's deal with this bum.
All right, big guy, you got this? It's sort of interesting that they hint at the poor leadership of the Blackstone Irregulars here, since there is 3 groups that just left and stole supplies from Blackstone. It sort of shows they are not exactly inspiring leadership and hints at the leadership struggle that we will see later.
true, but they don't really elaborate on that until we are at the quest to make a decision. It would have been interesting if the Blackstones were a fleshed out faction in Origins. They had the bare bones idea,
Factions and Origins? Great jokes today, Joe. You're on a roll. Next, you'll tell me they are bringing back player choices and story-rich environments in Dreadwolf.
Hey, I still throw quarters in wells wishing for it. Keep hope alive.
Well, anyway, time to assault this base with a damn security system designed by Scooby-Doo villains.
Yeah, the bookshelf plan never works. Trust me. Also, damn, these guys got Kunari mercenaries here, a.k.a. the Tal Vashat. So Barry, lay some lore on this place for us.
Okay, boys. I got to level with you. There isn't any concrete lore on this place. It's just a base for some blood mages.
What do you mean you don't have any lore, Barack? That's your whole thing. What are you even doing here, then?
I mean, I try to be lore knowledgeable and behind. The scenes, I even checked the wiki before we record the episode, but if there's no lore, there's no lore, I mean, I could give the most obvious theories, and I'm sure a viewer or two may have a more educated take than me on this, but my top two theories is that this Blood Mage hideout is a splinter group of the Libertarians, like what we see with the Revolutionists in Dragon Age 2.
Libertarians. So Kennedy is aligning with Blood Mages. I better tell CNN.
No. Joe, the Libertarians are the Circle group who want to break free from Circle and rule themselves. They often create extreme fringe groups that break away from the Circle violently when the main representatives of the party are not acting in their interests. So this Blood Mage hideout could be a part of that faction. The other theory is that this group is aligned with Uldred's and maybe Uldred's outside contact to extend his reach, which possibly would make them libertarians as well.
The fact that mages have libertarians redoubles my beliefs that we need to collar these evil mages and throw away the key. They summon demons and have disparaging political views. I mean, look how much they are injuring our little guy. This is proof enough that we need a cleansing.
Okay, well, you're still on your Meredith bullshit.
Meredith did nothing wrong.
Well, even if he's rambling, I guess it's important to note what's going on here, since we are going to be heading to the Circle next episode and clearing up that mess. I guess this mission helps paint a more pro-Circle image to players, since if mages were free, I imagine a lot more crime organizations would look like this. I still want them free, but I can see the other coin more. Good shit, giving us a prequel to dip our toes into Donald.
Oh yeah, that's totally why I did this mission. It has nothing to do with the fact I wanted to paint the walls red with mage blood.
Good point there, Joe. I think the viewers will want to marinate on those mage issues. I think we are going to have plenty to say in Broken Circle the next episode. A lot of good lore points on the Circle there. So we will have tons to say about it. I think it's important to note that not only does this show mages can be dangerous, but they are also incredibly strong and useful too. So the role play points are stacking up.
Incredibly strong? Where's that? I'm not seeing it. These guys are easy mode, if I'm being honest. I haven't even had to unlock my McDonald's advanced observation mechanics.
I don't know, Donald. I feel a chill in the air, and it feels like you have been getting closer and closer to deaths. Cold embrace this episode.
Your powers are simply revealing your own downfall, Joe. I am cruising here.
Donald, despite the party member going down a lot, you're doing well so far. But you have to be careful with shales. Pulverizing blows that AoE damage is absolutely tearing apart our DPS members.
Well, I don't see my beloved Morrigan going down. It's mostly the B-list bard with her mid-damage and tissue paper health bar. Sounds like a total skill issue to me, Barack.
Keep talking about my girl in your prison cell this year. We'll never be lonely again, Donald.
Unlike your old ass who is lonely every night, Sleepy Joe.
Yeah, it looks like you're not lonely often with how much you are getting ganked in this dungeon.
All right, boys. You can make out later. This is getting old. I just noticed the amount of Tevener artifacts and assets they placed around this warehouse, I guess. A third theory is this might be a Tevener Magister ring in Ferelden, or even an early Venatori concept. or they just really like Tevinter artifacts because they are related to powerful mages. I'm not sure. There's not enough to go on.
You know, I said a Scooby-Doo villain designed the security, but it's more like Scooby-Doo mixed with Looney Tunes, with all these elaborate traps in this area.
Liliana is even missing a good amount of the traps, even though she has the Dace amulet equipped. I guess we were probably supposed to come back at a higher level.
That is a good point, Joe. Enemies may scale with our level, but traps and locks are preset levels. I suppose missing traps is a sign you should be a higher level before doing this quest, or a higher level before tackling a certain main mission. It's an interesting gameplay mechanic. I wonder if that was their intention.
You might have a good point, Joe, but personally, I think Liliana is missing those traps because she's mid and she is not pulling her weight in this party since she keeps getting downed.
She keeps getting down, Donald, because you have a skill issue. But I'm not even going to cover that anymore. Donald, your take is so terrible. I'd rather hear about your going to make others pay for your wall again. But I just want to point out that you were waiting in the back for like 10 minutes before going back in their butt when I was doing the same damn thing. I'm a pussy. You don't have a leg to stand on here, Donald.
Shut up, Joe. I was trying to lure all the melee units away from the traps so I could solo the mage on his own. But the damn AI just stayed in place the entire time, like he was wearing a tall hat and protecting the Queen of England. Editor just skipped through that, since Joe doesn't know what he's saying.
Donald, I might have to take back my praise on your AI manipulation. If this keeps up, units that are mages or ranged are far less likely to move up to you and are more prone to staying where they are. Plus, they had a damn barricade, so they couldn't move up even if they wanted to. You are not playing bad. That's why you are hanging in there well, but you have to learn the AI packets in this game better. If you are going to be the carry that you have been yapping about since episode 1.
Hey, Barry, that taste and chill of death in the air has gotten real close. Am I imagining things? Also, when did it get cloudy outside the White House?
Huh, I just noticed that weird. Hey, Donald, are you hesitating to go in that room?
Absolutely not. I was just doing some gamer math in my head as to what door to pick. I'm locked in, boys. Watch me cook.
Oh, Lord, he is going for it. Donald, you just walked into the mage locker room.
Oh, what the fuck is this, a damn mage orgy going on here? Where the fuck did Shale's health and our warden's health go? They are tanks.
Donald, you really need to make sure every party member has a potion in their item slots.
I'm not doing that boring shit. Barack, get off my back. Who needs inventory management when you've got this much skill?
Unpause, Donald. You have a lot to handle right now. Shale is down.
What the fuck? I just healed her. Shit, I got to get Morrigan and our warden out of there. This is the damn beaches of Normandy.
Our little guy is getting clapped to. You are absolutely cooked right now. I thought mages were easy mode, Donald.
Morrigan, no! Shut up, I still have the useless bard. All I need is one anyway. Time to go Super Saiyan and lock in. Boys, watch me.
Donald, this run is cooked. As soon as a mage even looks at her,
Shut up,
this
virgins.
is over.
Big D Trump has this. Come on, stay on target, stay on target. God fucking damn it. No!
Welcome back, viewers. We got our first few deaths on the board, and I do mean deaths plural because this is Donald's 4th shot at this room. During the 3rd run, Joe said to Donald he will just do it for him, and words were said, and a fight broke out that we don't have to expose you guys to. So we picked up the shattered keyboard. Pieces agreed to record again when Donald was calm, and Donald thinks this might be the run. Right here.
Yeah, I take some responsibility for the fight breaking out, but I think we can all admit, Donald, you having 3 deaths over both of us is pretty funny.
Yeah, fuck you, Joe. Sure, we had a great laugh at my expense, but now I realize I might be too lax in this playthrough. This game has some hard moments, and sometimes you have to blow every resource you have, sometimes at tough battles. My gamer visions and calculations have shown the only way I'm making it out of this is to use the fire and acid grenades.
Well, you killed the first mage. No problem, Donald. I mean, they are still whittling you down, but at least it's more balanced this time. Your potion usage is improving too. That's what I like to see. but looks like the cold stun karma this episode is still biting our ass. These stuns are insane.
God damn it, we used both of our ice spells at the same time to freeze each other, and our health is still hanging on a damn thread. This is bullshit. Shale is so weak right now, she can't even take a regular merc on her own.
Donald, the last mage, just took out our warden and Morrigan in one fucking shot. I don't think this is the run yet, my dude.
Don't doubt my girl, she can handle this.
Hang on. I know I said this bard is useless, but she still has a grenade left. And now that those disgusting subhuman mages are dead, I think she can handle this.
Bro's real life mad at mages right now.
Holy shit, that's my goddamn girl right there. I mean, she is missing all her shots, but she is actually handling them. Liliana.
Liliana. Oh, hell yeah, I sent them all to hell where they belong. Now come on, say it with me, boys.
Boom! Easy money! All right, Donald, Liliana did it on her own and carried us that entire fight. I don't want you ever bad-mouthing our girl ever again. She is MVP.
Look, she's still mid, but I will say she pulled her weight and got us out of a tight spot. But it was mostly the grenades, not Liliana herself. So fine, thanks Liliana. Barrick, are we almost done with this dungeon? Please tell me that was the second to last fight.
You are almost there, Donald. 2 more fights left.
I hate everything about this place.
Well, while Donald seeps closer into despair, I think there's an elephant in the room to address. Joe, mind explaining that tweet you made about the Super Bowl? Did you really have something to do with the Chiefs winning?
What? Of course not. It was just a meme.
Okay, but you forgot I still have access to the presidential cash app. Mind telling me why Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce each sent you 6 figures on the Saturday before the Super Bowl?
Wait, what the hell did you do, Sleepy?
All right, fine. I admit it. I thought California was getting too complacent, so I needed to show them I can control the Super Bowl wins to guarantee everyone's support in this year's election.
You son of a bitch, I lost my lawyers, retainers, money. On the 49ers losing, I literally smashed my 72-inch TV into my 100-inch TV at that rigged shit.
That's hilarious now. I wish we invited you to our watch party last Sunday with Barry. I would have loved to see that.
Joe, how the hell did you even rig the game?
Well, remember that defense meeting I had about the ogre fight? I had Travis and Andy Reid join in, and just like we manipulate AIs in our Dragon Age series, I taught them how to manipulate the 49ers in the overtime, simple and easy.
Joe, are you being serious? That's some Sunday cartoon supervillain shit.
Am I being serious about what?
Jesus Christ, twice in one episode, I'd be more upset right now if I wasn't dealing with this whole mage hideout catching a blaze. Seriously, what the hell are these idiot mages thinking? I'm surprised their whole hideout hasn't fallen apart in the inferno by now.
Well, you took care of it, Donald, and it looks like Liliana has enough to pick the lock in the door before defeating the boss. Final boss of the day, Donald, it's redemption round time.
Imagine, we just loot the boss's room and just leave after killing all his men. That seems like a bigger troll than just killing him. Anyways, I'm locked in now. Let's do this.
Don't choke now, Donald. It's boss time. I'll lend you my power.
Jesus. Nice of you to join us, Joe. Anyway, this bald-headed fuck is going to get bashed in by my shield.
Okay, I know this boss fight is important, but I'm just now noticing this dude has 2 Illuvians just sitting in his room, and they look intact. How the hell does he even have 2? Even the Inquisition and Morrigan only get access to 1, but this no-name blood mage has 2.
I mean, they look like they don't work. So it's not like he has 2 working Illuvians. That would be flat out crazy.
Oh, wait, you guys mean the Morrigan mirror from Witch Hunt and Inquisition? I just noticed that too, but I had no idea what you nerds were speaking in Elvish. Just call them Morrigan mirrors from now on.
They are literally Elvish inventions. Why would we call them Morrigan mirrors? Did you not do Meryl's side quest in 2?
Why would I help that blood mage terrorist? I left her in the slums. I wasn't about to let her anime girl charms convert me into helping blood mages.
Jesus, Donald, you have a lot to experience in this series with us with your mage avoidant ass, because we are absolutely exploring everything this series has to offer. but we will talk about it when we get there. It's definitely too early to discuss Illuvians right now.
Morrigan mirrors.
Shut up, Donald. Why don't you focus on not getting a fourth death here? Shale is already down.
Ooh, I finally got Obama to snap back. God damn it. Shale is so useless. This is the second time she's been downed in a 1v1 against a normal mercenary. Our warden is here double teaming both these guys, and he's hanging in there.
Shale isn't useless. It's just she needs a full build first. Also, yeah, just keep pounding our potions. It's not like I needed them next episode or anything.
Shut up, Joe, and let me focus. Second mage down and the boss is on his last legs. I think this is the run, boys. My visions foretold it. The girls have this in the bag.
Whoever gets the last hit in here is our romance choice.
Shut up, Joe.
Well, looks like it's down to a 2v2 now, except we have potions still. So as long as we use those, this is free. Honestly, it's kind of poetic that the two romance rivals of this series are the carries in this dungeon. It's rather inspiring narratively.
Yeah, and my girl has been carrying us this whole dungeon. Even if most of it was because of the grenades, it was still her skill that won us the day.
All I know is that if I brought my big bro Alistair here instead of Shale, I would have no diff to all of these mages without issue. Also, boom, Morrigan got the last hit in. So guess what that means, Joe? You gonna honor your deal?
We had a deal, pardon me. I can't remember it. My old age is getting the best of me. I don't know what you're saying.
You bastard!
Well, jokes aside, you played well today. Donald got us plenty of good gear and money and cleared a hard dungeon. You gonna cut it off here?
Definitely, Barack. This dungeon has drained me. I have to go make a McDonald's run to restore my lost humanity.
Viewers, next time I'll be saving the mages in Broken Circle for sure. We are so. Barack boys, welcome back to Big Biden blowing the backs of bodacious bards. Oh, also, he plays some Dragon Age Origins too, I guess.
Joe, stop flirting with the bard, you bitch. Give me the damn mouse.
Welcome back, viewers. We are indeed Barack, and yes, we are doing this twice in a row, since neither of the man-children can help themselves.
You can't stop me from rizzing her up, Donald. It's my game time today, and I have been sniff-deprived for 2 episodes.
This is going to be a long one. Viewers, strap in.
So, viewers, Liliana's companion quest, like many others, is hidden behind high approval, but also you have to go through 2 specific dialogue points. The first is this one here, where we ask her what a lovely angel like her was doing in the chantry. And the other, we will get later on asking about minstrels in Orlais.
My beautiful Morrigan's companion quest is far easier to start than the bards, as we will see later.
I performed, and they rewarded me with applause and coin. And my skill in battle? Well, you pick up different skills when you travel.
Liliana being secretive here comes up later, but given she may have the most dialogue out of any companion in this game, it may be a while before it comes up, but still keep the context in mind, viewers.
Yeah, and unlike Donald, I like to take my time with the ladies. Donald is legit speed-running Morrigan's romance. Though, compared to Liliana, Morrigan is pretty easy to jump in the bed.
That's because you can't even get it up anymore, whereas I am a man in his prime virility.
Prime obesity. Donald, I know words can be hard, but don't mix it up.
Stray shots coming across the Oval Office today.
Do you guys believe Liliana's vision was real, or do you think it was just a coincidence she had it?
There's not much to go on with the vision. This here is really the only conversation we can have about it in a world with the fate and spirits. It's very possible a more benevolent spirit visited her to encourage her to help us and therefore help Thetis. This might also explain why she comes back as a spirit of faith in Inquisition if she dies in Origins. Perhaps Liliana is spirit sensitive to a degree.
Why would anyone kill her?
Hey, I'm trying to see what a dragon blood smoothie tastes like if her and Wynn get in my way. That's on them.
I'm recording that, Donald, I will be sure to let everyone in the political ads know you killed a beautiful, red-headed bard in a fictional fantasy RPG. That will show you.
Whatever, I'm gonna browse memes on my phone or some shit while you goon out to your midwife who wake me up when the action starts.
You're the last person to be talking about gooning out Donald when you started reciting fucking hymns in Swedish for 20 minutes.
Look, I'm sure all the viewers have done the same to Morrigan, but no one has ever even glanced at this yapping redhead and her boring-ass stories.
I know it's my thing to stay impartial, but Donald, last episode, you literally broke. So, nah, you don't get to clown Joe here. Also, some of her stories are pretty interesting, even if they are long-winded, since it's one of the few times we can learn about the cultural legends in Thedas, such as Ser Aveline, which is relevant in Dragon Age 2 when we have a companion named after her. Plus, she's not a terrible storyteller. I can appreciate her and what she offers as a companion.
6 out of 10, too much yap. Anyways, Barak, is there any lore on this Alindra story she is telling about?
No, this is one of the stories, which is just a Thedas myth, rather. Then a concrete story. So there's no precise lore or codex entries about Alindra. I will say stories like this are a testament to how much detail BioWare put into the world of Dragon Age, and it's something to always admire and take note of when you're creating your own fantasy worlds in D&D or for fiction writing.
I could listen to her all day, even if some of these stories are a bit dry. Her accent and storytelling skills help a lot, plus those big, beautiful blue eyes get me lost for hours, not going to lie.
You get lost going up and down stairs, so that's not saying much, Sleepy.
Bite me, Donald, if we can. Sit here and listen to Morrigan's thesis on Flemeth's origins. We can hear a few tales from a trained bard.
Joe, there is so much difference between Flemeth's origin importance and Liliana telling us about romance. Bedtime stories in Thedas. Flemeth is one of the most influential characters in the series, whereas this story here has no importance other than that Liliana is a romantic. She probably reads smut books in her pastime too.
You know, I can see it probably would have one of those bohemian tapestries and Christmas lights hanging in her dorm room if she was a real-life college girl.
Screw you both anyways, Liliana. I'm a very deep romantic too. You should watch me paint in the moonlight sometime with a bottle of wine.
It will be lean and adrenochrome, don't be fooled, Bard.
Well, I'll give you credit, Joe. You rizzed up Liliana pretty hard this episode. I think you've actually edged ahead of Donald with Morrigan's approval now.
Oh, I'm edging, all right.
I'm not going to say it.
Just you wait. Once it's my episode, we will know who's on top.
We will see who's on top of who soon you are. Right about that, Donald. Anyways, check out my master planning here, boys. We have been talking about the Ferelden-Orlais War for several episodes, and here Liliana has mentioned it again as to why she was born in Orlais, but considers herself a Fereldener at heart.
That's true. Good timing there, Joe. Honestly, Liliana paints herself as a Ferelden, but truthfully, she is Orlesian in every way, except genetically. I hate to quote Logain after all the flack I got last episode, but Logain even points out how similar Liliana is to Orlesian. So I always found it weird she considers herself Ferelden when she was raised her whole life in Orlais and didn't live here until her 20s.
Hey, Barry.
Yes, Joe.
Use my girl and that snake in the same sentence again, and I will make sure your life ends on a bloody footnote.
Holy shit, Joe. Since when do you have a spine?
I can get serious if I want to.
I'm sorry, I guess, old buddy.
No problem, Barry. Just don't let it happen again. Anyways, viewers, just like the mirror with Morrigan, we can give Liliana the flower gift Andraste's grace when we find it later on in our playthrough, so we will keep an eye out for that.
Jesus, that shit was more stressful than my first term.
Well done. So, what does it think? They don't make me look any wider, do they? I find them.
Well, let's see what Shale's got going on, since I'm actually following Barry's rule about 2 companions per camp interaction.
Okay, fine. That was my bad, I admit it. But in my defense, after Barry told me Morrigan had a sister, I literally don't remember anything else. I just woke up and we started doing side quests.
You get a pass. We did talk to Morrigan for a while that last episode. Just stay on target next time.
Thanks, Barak, and thank you, Sleepy, for talking to a actually interesting companion. Shale is one of the few companions who feels like you have to earn their affection, just like Morrigan, and aren't friendly off the bat.
It's under his stick together, it looks like, but I will admit, Shale is a real treat to talk to. Though unlike Morrigan, I don't think Shale has the same emotional payoff to warming her up.
Good points, gentlemen, and Shale probably has the most realistic view on our quest here. If you don't consider our little guy the main character, our mission does seem impossible on the surface.
Good thing we are just built different.
Still can't blame her for her outlook. You're right, Barry.
It would be better to throw oneself off.
True, her outlook is very unique among our companions only. Her and Stin are completely pessimistic about life and our chances of success at the start.
Oh yeah, don't they have some kind of romance subplot in this game?
I would pay to see how that looks.
Kind of Donald Shale has sort of a one-sided crush on Sten. In dialogue, a leftover emotion from her time before being a golem, I imagine Sten on the other side has a immense care and respect for Shale as a fellow warrior, something that he shows by calling her Kadan, similar to how he calls our warden, Kadan if we become friends.
That's pretty dope, but I wish I could see them bang.
Same.
Y'all always have to bring it back to banging anyway. So, it's important to note here about Shale's master that it may not have been Wilhelm's or Shale's fault that Shale killed her. If you look at Wilhelm's journal in the basement from last episode, you see that Wilhelm suspected the demon kitty that Wilhelm summoned may have been influencing Shale, while we learn later Shale possibly had a PTSD flashback from Wilhelm's experiments. That explanation never felt like it had much weight to it. I think it's just as likely Kitty influenced Shale to kill Wilhelm in hopes that Wilhelm's death would free her from his lab.
I like that explanation a bit more since it's more poetic that his two experiments played a part in killing him. Gives him more of that karma we mentioned earlier.
Bro could not catch a break. Not that he deserves it with his cruel experiments and harsh treatment of Shale.
Joe being critical of a mage, I must be dreaming.
Well, you're going to be dreaming plenty more this episode because we are really going to see the other side of the mage coin this episode. Also, does Shale really have a kill me button? Donald, I'll pay you $5 to test that.
I wouldn't wipe my ass with $5 sleepy. Knowing your brain, I'm sure you will press it by accident.
It's possible Shale has a PTSD button, according to the maker of golems at least, but I still hold that the demon influenced Shale to kill Wilhelm because, like Donald said, it's poetic and also feels like the most likely outcome. But viewers, let us know what you think. Anyways, let's leave some of Shale's intrigue for future episodes. We have a lot more to say about her.
True enough, Barack, just a quick cut incoming viewers.
Leave me there paralyzed. An acceptable trade-off. After years passed, I simply stopped caring.
All right, we are at the Mage Tower after a quick cut. Viewers, we brought Sten along too for a vital interaction we will see in a minute. But first, we might as well take care of the Blackstone business here. We got another deserter to deal with.
We are putting in a good grind of the side quests so far, boys. At the rate we are going, by the time we reach the halfway point in the game, we won't have many side quests left to finish.
Well, we did devote the last 2 episodes to side quests, so it makes sense. Plus, I'm sure Big B Barry will backseat me during the tower segment.
Only when I need to. Joe there is also the boat worker off to the side. There that we can talk to, and he has unique dialogue if we were a circle mage. But as he just mentions, the Templars took his boat and have locked down the tower.
So I'm guessing mages can't swim, since the tower's in the middle of the lake. But couldn't we just swim to reach the tower and ignore the boat guy?
Well, no one in Dragon Age can swim, Donald, that has been well established in Inquisition. But even if we could, how are we going to swim across the lake while carrying our armor and all our gear?
I could do it. I am built different.
I believe it. After all, Snorlaxes can learn surf.
Well, you're welcome to try floating, Donald, but me and Joe will be taking the boat and staying dry.
You both are haters, but anyway, what the hell is this guy's problem? It's like trying to have a lengthy conversation with Joe.
So this is Carol, and he is actually lyrium-addled. So a lot of his mind is just straight gone. The Templars use lyrium to fight the mages. However, prolonged exposure can leave your mind too addled to function. Carol's right on the border of this. So Gregor stuck him on boat duty since his mind is too far gone to help with the crisis in the tower.
Well, the side effects are worth it to get access to Holy Smite and fight the mages on equal terms.
Well, lyrium addled or no, not to worry. Sten has us under control.
Here, Munch on these if you like.
Ho, cookies!
I am content to part with them if it saves us from this fool.
Incredibly base to stand to take cookies from a kid. Also, straight up, the coolest part of this B-tier quest is the camera pan to the tower. It's a gorgeous shot.
That's Fair Donald BioWare doesn't miss with the backdrop shots. Important to note that several companions can handle Carol besides Sten, Liliana, Morrigan, and Shale will resolve Carol for the player if they are present instead. Carol also becomes a Red Templar in Inquisition, and somehow attains the rank of Knight Captain in the Red Templar Order, and becomes a boss the Inquisitor fights in the Emerald Graves.
Finally, we have a real man taking charge of things.
Is that clear? Yes, sir.
Damn, where the Fireboys calm down the President Squad is here. We have a 100% crisis success rate.
I don't know about those numbers, Joe, but Gregor will lay it out for us now. He's voiced by Brian George, probably one of my favorite voice actors in this game, outside of Simon Templeman and Tim Curry. Brian George voices Larius in the Legacy DLC, as well as General Oleg in the Omega DLC, so he offers a very wide range of voice talent in this series.
Gregor, spoiler warning viewers, was a bit of a player in his day, and most likely was banging wind back in their younger days.
Not confirmed, Joe, but very likely yes.
This is why we cut the tongues from mages in Parvolan.
I will admit.
Damn, Stin, I never realized how much I sided with the Qunari. Maybe the Horn guys aren't so bad.
Steen probably has the most revelations about the Qunari people here during this main quest, as opposed to every other main area. It provides a lot of interesting setup to Dragon Age 2, from his opinion on mages to the Fade interactions I always bring him on my personal playthroughs, but that's not my call.
Stay in your lane, Barry. I have my party setup already made in my head. Time to save the circle.
So even when the mages are burning their own tower down because of their own choices, you two Democrats still want to save them?
Not every mage wanted or did anything to ask for this. Donald, you are clumping one radical group of the circle with every single mage, just like every other pro-Templar supporter.
They are all dangerous, and once they give us a reason, we should act with lethal force.
Yeah, okay, Donald, stay in your lane too. Also, can I just say that the Dragon Age games have a weird issue as far as abominations go. Templars make abominations seem like this big world-ending threat, but when we fight them, they are much weaker than regular mages since they can't cast spells and just claw at us.
So it can be made safe again.
Well, Redcliffe does a better job at showing how strong abominations can be. But I agree, normal abominations are pushovers. I don't know how the Templars got so clapped up here.
Total skill issue, but don't worry, boys, I'm about to no-diff all these demons.
Oh boy, this should be good. Anyways, just like I said last episode, it's time for a cleansing in this circle, and we're here to deliver it. We won't leave one wizard beard unbloodied.
Yeah, Donald, I am not doing that. Me and Barry are going to try to save all that can be saved, but first a quick cut to buy some supplies from the quartermaster.
Damn it, these soft-hearted Democrats are why mages go around lighting everything on fire.
The enchanter stands before me and tells me it is so.
So viewers, just a heads up out of character, our editor made a post about this, but 11 Labs made a poor business decision and disabled several AI voices, including my own and Donald's, so both our voices may sound different going forward, but we hope you still enjoy the Dragon Age content. Now back to the gameplay.
Anyways, good shit. Exploring the side rooms, Joe theirs. A lot of side quests we can take care of while we climb the tower, and we can show the viewers a guide of what to do.
That's the plan, Barry. Even if my memory slips sometimes, I can still remember a few things. Damn good shit when she one-shot that demon.
How the hell did this fossil even survive Ostagar?
Well, logically she's a healer, so she probably wasn't in the front lines and was supporting from the rear. So when shit hit the fan, she was able to react and retreat easily.
Well, looks like the fossil wants to fight, so let's square up Grandma.
Donald, she's our party healer. We aren't fighting her, plus she's a baddie.
Maybe 30 years ago she was a baddie, but not anymore, Joe. She's barely hanging on. Why not mercy kill her and bless the world by thinning the mage youth behind her, too?
Donald, we know you got no diffid by mages last episode, but you are going to have to soothe your bloodlust here. These guys are just survivors, barely hanging in there. And we aren't about to do some unnecessary war crimes on these kids.
I thought you'd be down for some war crimes, Barack. Maybe if I throw in a drone strike, we would be singing the same tune.
She just mentioned Eel Dread, who is the bald-headed fuck we met at the war table meeting in Ostagar. Looks like Logan's pocket mage is trying to tear the circle from the inside out.
Looks like Obama has some competition for the boyfriend title.
You got a lot of jokes for being in third place right now in deaths, Donald.
Oh, he's getting fresh now.
Well, looks like we got our party healer boys.
Very true, Joe. Wynn is a very useful party member and about as useful of a support as she can be. Granted, she might be the least interesting of the companions when it comes to character story, but she still has enough lore going for her between this game and the novel Asunder R.
I am not reading a whole-ass novel to recontextualize a companion. She's mid, and she shall stay that way.
The novels are pretty good if you give them a chance, Donald. The world building in this series is insane, and the books really complement that. They give new character growth to Wynn, Alistair, and even that snake Logan.
Cool, but I ain't reading all that.
Donald, you are incredulous.
It's no use, Barry. We established in episode 1 Donald can't read if it's not a McDonald's menu.
Then our path is laid out before us.
Now hold on, Joe. My beloved Morrigan has a point here. We should slaughter them all, including the younglings. They wouldn't even know what hit them.
Donald, do I look like my name is Hayden Christensen and I have a aversion to sand? I ain't doing all that.
The time has come. Execute Order 66, Editor. Play March on the Jedi Temple.
We aren't doing that, Donald. It's copyrighted to all hell.
Cowards all around me. Also, hey, watch how you are talking to my girl, you old fuck.
I will speak to her how I want this as my house.
Get fucked, Donald Biden 2024.
I don't need it from both sides, Barack.
Respect for themselves and their own power. Why should I respect them?
Anyways, this is sort of the downside of Morrigan here. If you choose the dialogue option that agrees with her, we will have to fight, win, and loose out on a companion in this playthrough. There's not even a benefit to doing so. And even though Morrigan loses approval if you side against her, she doesn't gain approval if we kill Wynn.
Wait, she doesn't? Damn, okay, that's kind of messed up. I want her love in exchange for my bloodshed.
Yeah, Morrigan's weird in the aspect. She disapproves of a lot of good decisions, but doesn't necessarily give approval for evil decisions. It's why she has the most gifts available to her.
Score 1 for Liliana.
This isn't over.
Before we set off with Wynn, we should talk with Petra, one of Wynn's apprentices, which gives us a prelude to Wynn's companion quest. And what happened to Wynn prior to our arrival?
All right, the old grandma got no diffed by a single demon. Why are we bringing her along again?
I mean, yeah, it looks bad. To be fair, though, Wynn was focused in saving Petra and got in between her to protect her. So she was more concerned with protecting someone she cared about than actually fighting the demon. When you're panicked like that, you're not going to have your battle IQ running the same way.
Sounds like pure coke to me.
Yeah, and you have pure copium from last episode, Donald. Anyways, viewers, Wynn was technically dead for a few minutes after saving Petra, but it appears she just got better.
I hate when that happens.
Well, we have spent enough time on the in-game corpse and the corpse sitting next to me, so let's move on, shall we?
Fair enough, and credit where credit is due. Wynn has kept that barrier up for days without much rest. That is pretty impressive.
Yeah, especially when you consider most Mass Effect biotics can only keep a barrier up for a few minutes.
Careful, Joe. We are not going to power scale the Dragon Age squad mates with Mass Effect squad mates. Though you're right, biotics need to step up their barrier game.
And mages need to step up their mental health game.
To be fair, I think everyone with magic or space magic in Mass Effect's case has a mental defect.
Finally, after over 20 minutes of yapping, we have some combat in front of us. This may have been our most dialogue-heavy episode since episode 1.
It's a role-playing game, Donald. We are bound to have episodes like this.
Well, while we have some free time while we climb the tower, I figure it's as good a time as any to let you guys in on something behind the scenes. So we want to showcase a good amount of the companions in this game, as we think every companion in Origins is top tier. We ourselves as players have different preferences to our party build-up. So every episode or so, if possible, we will be switching up the companions. We use at least a little. I think if I tried to remove Liliana or Morrigan from our party makeup both. These two would riot worse than January 6th, but we will try to showcase every companion at least a little in this series.
Yeah, I for one have a perfect build makeup by adding shale whenever it's my episode, and I know Joe here likes to have as many fucking mages as possible, so I imagine he's going to have Morrigan and win whenever it's his episode.
You're damn right. I will Donald mages are overpowered, and since y'all wanted to play on Nightmare, I'm having a support mage and a DPS mage on our squad, since that's the most free eats build.
I, on the other hand, can make do with most party builds, not trying to stroke my ego much here, but I will probably just pick the party makeup that offers the best lore or approval points in my episodes.
Damn, Brobama, I thought I was the overconfident one.
I just know my worth, Donald.
Well, that takes care of the demons. Barry, wasn't there like a puzzle in this library, if I remember right?
You're right, it's the Summoning Sciences quest. The reward is an additional quest that gives some of the best mage boots in the game, as well as an additional lore codex entry that foreshadows some interesting future events. However, I don't know the steps by heart, and we have shit to do, so we may or may not come back to this later. The quest with the mage boots appears in Redcliffe, so we won't have access to that Shanter's board till several episodes later. Viewers, let us know if you'd like us to do Summoning Sciences on screen or not.
And here we have a perfectly safe and productive mage. I would love to shake the hand at the creator of this heavy-handed method to cowling these mages.
Jesus, Donald, it's a literal lobotomized human.
Well, if he didn't underperform or show signs of being dangerous, this wouldn't happen. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time.
Holy shit, Donald, a lobotomy is never the answer. People who have undergone tranquility beg for death. If they are awakened from it, it's way more humane to just kill them than this.
Liberal cowards, it has all the usefulness of mages. Without the risk, there's nothing wrong with it.
All right, we are changing the subject. Viewers, this is Owain, a tranquil mage, and really the only tranquil mage we can talk to in Origins. Unlike most tranquil, he actually volunteered for the rite because he was afraid of dying during the harrowing.
Damn, that was a terrible call. Anyways, we will see more Tranquil in Dragon Age 2. When we get to that game, they are all over the place in Kirkwall.
He's also talking about some litany. I know Niall has it, but why the hell is it important, Barack?
Wait, did Win just ask if blood magic is at work when there's fucking demons everywhere in the tower?
Yeah, that line is probably an error or just for the player's benefit. There's no way Win wouldn't realize blood magic was at work here. Either way, the litany was invented by a pious mage that lived in Tevinter. The mage was able to repel all forms of blood magic and was even able to stop the summon of demons. After her attempted assassination by 3 Tevinter magisters, she relocated to the Ferelden Circle with the litany until she died.
Thank you, Big Yapper Obama.
Well, the litany will be really useful to us shortly, so I thought I would let the viewers know.
Joe, talk to Morrigan, it's important.
Donald, it's my episode. You can talk to your midwaifu on your own time.
Joe, this is actually important. Morrigan's quest only starts after you enter the tower, and you have to talk to her to start it. Since we are on the 2nd floor already, we might as well grab it.
Fine, fine, don't bite my head off or nothing.
Of course, we will get it for you, my love. I'm sure you can think of a mutually beneficial reward for us, too.
No, she won't. We are saving ourselves for Liliana.
Joe Morrigan is a much better choice for the Warden narratively. I don't know why you keep pushing this.
Both of you have to decide soon, because we are going to reach the point soon where things get complicated.
If this was Baldur's Gate 3, this wouldn't be a problem. It's like the 60s in that game. Everyone just bangs everyone.
The 60s to be in my teenage years again.
Holy shit, I forgot how old you two fossils are.
You're getting old too, Barry. Don't act like you aren't getting that beer gut.
It's been a harsh winter, leave me be.
It's okay, Obama. We're just checking to see if our boys are still looking good. Anyways, I will take care of Morrigan's quest when it's my episode, but for now, Joe, make sure to grab the grimoire in Irving's desk at the end of this level.
Good shit, boys.
Is there a significance to the tree on the grimoire, Barack?
I don't think so. It may have been a slight hint at Flemeth's elvish connections, though.
The grimoire is leather-bound and adorned with the symbol of a leafless tree, should you come across it. If not,
Good points. I think they were hinting at something there. Anyways, enough about the book. Donald will take care of this in his episode.
Anyways, let's take care of these blood mages here.
Ah, yes, looks like the cartoon villains are having a damn Legion of Doom meeting. How original.
Well timed to crash their party. Watch me cook.
Finally, some real mage blood being spilled today. Holy shit, though these mages are easy mode compared to the ones in the hideout. You got so lucky, Joe.
Well, to be fair, these are mages on their own, rather than mages with a whole mercenary army behind them.
I saw people mentioning that we should have done the hideout later in our run, too, whereas this quest is designed with the idea it should be tackled first.
This chick is really begging for mercy after attacking us.
Yeah, this is one of my least liked tropes in gaming. This girl was willing to attack and kill us on sight. But now that she figured out we are stronger than her, she wants mercy. I don't know why anyone would spare her. She's clearly evil.
Bruh, she thinks bringing Logain into this will help her.
The even bigger hole in her plan is how she plans on escaping. There's no windows or anything in this tower. The only way to escape is through the great big doors that are sealed by the Templars. I suppose she could try to blend in with the other survivors, but that would be a stretch.
Either way, I agree with Wind here, and I know if the roles were heated and reversed, she would kill me, no hesitation. Let's make this quick die with some dignity.
Don't quote your fake religion, make her bleed, Joe.
Someone better check on bro, but go ahead and loot all around this room. Joe, there's a supply cache, a band scroll for the chantry board, and another apprentice note.
Why are we collecting these notes again, Barry?
It's a easy side quests, Joe, that we can finish at the end of the circle quest. This one is for Watch Guard of the Reaching, where we will do a small ritual on the 3rd floor to fight a demon for some good loot. The other is up ahead in the mage's quarters and will trigger a random encounter with a scam artist for money and a unique cowl. Both are nice and easy and offer combat that Donald will probably take care of when it's his turn.
Damn, maybe I underestimated you, Joe. You cut that mage coward down in cold blood.
Only when it's absolutely deserved, Donald. In this case, she was just as responsible for this attack as the other blood mages, and she attacked us unprovoked. If she surrendered off the bat, I probably would have let her go.
Nah, I prefer they fight back. It makes it more satisfying.
What's the payoff to all these side quests?
I hope it's a hidden Morrigan twerking session.
No, but it is a fat stack and a few top-tier items.
What's in this closet over here?
Just your local drug dealer.
Oh shit, does he have some MOM running low?
What the fuck is MO Joe?
I'm surprised you don't know what MO is, Barry.
Ooh, shit, good one, Sleepy.
Pause what?
What, I'm just surprised you don't know MO.
Joe, no one knows what the fuck you're saying. So, I'm gonna move on. This is Godwin, and he is going to help us get our money up down the line when we reach the Orzammar slums.
Yeah, probably the best money hack in Origins. We will be sure to cover it later, but this mage here is responsible for supplying that good blue dust to Templars so they can do their holy smites. So he gets spared from the imminent cleansing for literally being a method to get over 100 gold.
That will be huge to get the Life Giver ring on our warden. After that, we will be unstoppable with the huge con buff.
It's also important to get a nest egg going for Awakening. Not only do certain quests benefit from having a lot of gold, but all the decent items cost 80 to 100 gold to purchase.
Damn, we really have to think about Awakening soon already.
You would be surprised, Donald. Honestly, I have a feeling this run will go by faster than we realize, especially once our team is fully built and we just stomp.
Good shit, boys. And while Joe fights this mini boss here, do we have a comment question prepped, Joe? I remember you telling me you had one prepped that was going to spark controversy among our viewers.
Oh, you bet I do, Barry. So viewers, since this is the main mission that deals with mages and Templars, I think it's time we settle a nearly 2-decade debate in the Dragon Age community. What are your opinions on the Circle overall? And most importantly, do you side with mages or do you side with the Templars? Personally, I think the Circle should be abolished. Mages are people like everyone else and they deserve the same rights as everyone else. No matter what you may think about the Circle, there's no doubt, as is the consistent theme of the Circle, is that it doesn't work. Sure, mages need to still learn and be educated about responsible magic use and Templars should still exist when a mage becomes a blood mage or demons are summoned, but that doesn't mean we need to rip them from their families and lock them up for being who they are. I can't wait to see how Lyanna's College of Enchanters functions in Thetis when we reach Dreadwolf.
Very good points, Joe. I am more or less with you, but I still see the necessity of the circle to a degree based on what we see in Redcliffe. It seems that a small amount of magical knowledge can still cause great harm. So while it may be cruel, I think it is necessary to take kids to the circle growing up so they can learn the fundamentals. Though I think they should stay in contact with their parents, not lose all contact forever. I also think the harrowing while dangerous is a good test to prove a mage can be trusted. Once they pass the harrowing, they should be considered, graduated and allowed to come and go as they please. They could take on a senior enchanter role, or serve as a court mage, or even just have a regular job, like farming or soldier. As long as they don't break any laws like summoning demons or mind control, they should be allowed to live their lives freely. Templars shouldn't be governing the circle and acting as prison guards, but simply soldiers of the chantry that step in when a mage breaks the law or becomes the abomination. As the Stanford prison experiment showed, having people in such a high position of authority over a group only creates abuse and inhumane treatment, which in turn causes mages to feel like they need to rebel against their captures. What about you, Donald?
Kill mages, behead mages, roundhouse kick mages into the concrete, slam dunk a mage baby into the trash can, crucify filthy mages, defecate into mages' food, launch mages into the sun, stir-fry mages in a woke, toss mages into active volcanoes, urinate into mages' gas tank, judo throw mages into a wood chipper, twist mages' heads off, report mages to the IRS.
Jesus Christ, we get it, Donald. How about you just explain why you side with the Templars?
It's simple, boys. Mages have caused nothing but trouble in the history of Dragon Age. They created Darkspawn. They bring demons into this beautiful country who kill innocent citizens and don't pay taxes.
Donald, you don't pay taxes.
They are the singular greatest danger in this setting because you never know when one might snap. A single mage can topple a city if they go off the deep end enough. Mages are often given propaganda that they are only victims, but at the end of the day, a mage's poor choice is far deadlier than a normal person's. It's also important to note the game is very biased towards mages than Templars. How many companions are mages in the 3 games vs Templars? The only Templar companion is really Cullen. As Alistair was never a Templar, only received the training, the game leans very hard on humanizing mages and dehumanizing hard-working Templars, so he'll be a man of the people on this one.
Donald, mages are people too.
Name one good thing mages have done for society.
The litany of Adralla in this very mission that repels demons and possessions.
Name 5 more.
Grey Wardens, Illuvians, Arcane Warriors, Morrigan, Desire Demons.
Name 20 more.
Donald, I'm not doing this all day.
Anyway, viewers, let us know your opinion. We know this is one of the most heated debates in the franchise, so we plan to see many cultured takes in the comments, and we will feature our favorite comment in the next episode.
Speaking of, we have our favorite comment from last episode by Rebel Nuts, someone who our editor recognizes as a OG commenter since the first episode. He says his favorite DLC is Awakening, which is a top contender in all our minds since he has a point with the amount of lore given with the Architect, as well as the Dalish, dwarves, and humans. I also appreciate his analysis on the flaws of Trespasser and the Citadel DLC. You made some good points, and I can't wait to see your points on today's comment question. Remember, viewers, we will always feature one comment to shout out in each episode responding to the comment question, and we will do our best to rotate who we feature too, so you always have a good chance at getting featured unless you disclaim you don't want to feature.
Well, we had a very cultured yap session, boys, but I think we should get back to the gameplay. Now there's a puzzle up ahead for that Watchguard quest, right, Barry? You'll need your divine autistic knowledge of Dragon Age to come in clutch here.
I don't know why everyone thinks I'm autistic. I just enjoy talking about Dragon Age and try to wiggle lore knowledge into every single conversation and have a man cave filled with fantasy decorations. But whatever. No worries, Joe. I got you.
Ever thought of being tested, Barack? Just saying you are among friends here.
Eat a dick, Donald. Anyways, Joe, the notes we have been picking up give the answers. That's why we had to pick up that last page before we could interact with the statues. But the order is the bull, then the sword up, the sword down. Then in the final room, up ahead the shield. Then we go back to the room. We met Wynn in, but he'll finish that after we finish the circle quest.
Good shit, Barry. Thanks for looking out. That puzzle answer isn't even obvious. You have to read the whole damn story to get the answers.
Damn, Joe, I bet you failed hard during reading time in school if you're that averse to it.
Says the guy who last episode said, I'm not doing all that boring shit with tactics and properly equipping my potions.
I'm not afraid of throwing stones in a glass house since I always stay strapped with a gun, Joe, and he who throws stones in glass houses with a fucking gun can basically do whatever he wants.
Good reference, Donald.
Thanks.
Holy shit, I walked into a damn simp convention. How did the entire Ferelden Templar Order get possessed by one OnlyFans demon?
I mean, she just got it like that, Joe. I thought we established this.
I'm getting more cold spam karma, two boys.
Unfortunately, Joe, this isn't the only time you'll have to deal with this in the tower.
Wait, what?
Don't worry about it, Joe. Just focus up on the fight. Our little guy is in danger here.
Well, Morrigan and Wynn are keeping him alive, so it doesn't matter. I swear this guy is just never punished.
All according to plan, boys. Also wait the Desire Demon that spams Cone of Cold drops an amulet after you fight her that gives cold resistance. That's such a troll move.
Yeah, she always drops that amulet, so it sounds like the game designers were having a bit of fun here. Can't blame them. Anyways, Joe, go ahead and grab both the torn pages in this room and one in the last room so we can pick up the 5 pages quest. It's easy XP and loot that Donald can pick up next episode.
I got it, Barry. I appreciate the tip, but I actually remember most of this.
All right, good job, Big Dog. I know you boys may have your own opinions, but I appreciate this segment of the circle giving us plenty of side content to explore. In just the last 10 minutes, we have worked on 4 different side quests and still have a 5th to do on the floor above. And we even skipped the Summoning Sciences quest. There's something to be said about the amount of content here.
Fair, but it's mostly just busy work like in the Wilds section.
It's still good money, though. I feel like it's a matter of personal preference in RPGs whether you prefer fewer side quests, but all of them being in depth and multi-dimensional, or you just want a good amount that you can pick and choose what you like.
It's kind of suspicious, Joe. You're always so damn coherent when it's time for your episode. Sounds like a damn plot hole to me.
Wait, what do you mean by that, Donald? Also, holy shit, is that a boss?
Yes, the most dreaded boss in the series Abomination, number 6406.
He is not wrong, Joe. This is probably the most underwhelming boss in this game. It's a regular abomination with boss health, and its only gimmick is it can create shades from the captured Tranquil. Saving the Tranquil doesn't give any bonuses either, so it's just a personal achievement to save them by bursting the demon down quickly enough. I'm not even sure why they made this a boss, since there is 2 better bosses further into this quest.
Yeah, I can already see why I don't remember this. The boss health startled me, but this guy is easier than the damn covetous demon from Dark Souls.
Wait, since when the hell have you played Dark Souls, Sleepy? Wouldn't your wrist shatter when you try to parry?
Barry made me play the series so I could understand the lore articles he would send me. 2 is the best of the 3, that's all I will say.
Unsurprising, what exactly is your obsession with the low-tier second games of RPGs?
You just don't have proper taste, Donald.
And just like that, the boss is dead.
Well, at least they had a fat stack and a gift for Alistair on them. Makes them not completely useless.
You know, that's a good point. Alistair's gifts are more odd than everyone else. He likes statues and runes. How are you supposed to figure that out?
I always took it as Alistair has a childlike mind more than others, so he likes shiny things and figures.
I guess it's still lame, though.
You want to talk about lame? We should talk about how underwhelming that fight was. The damn Desire Demon was harder than that, and then these Tranquil don't even give us a reward for saving them.
To be fair, even if they could feel gratitude, which they can't, I doubt Tranquil are given personal belongings to reward us.
Nah, screw that these nerds should give us their lunch money.
Wait a minute. I just realized something with that. What do the mages eat? They can't leave the tower, and they're in the middle of the water. There's no farm or livestock in the tower, so they must ferry food across somehow, and that probably means the chantry funds that it must be a damn nightmare to ferry food to that tower every 2 weeks.
I mean, if they had livestock in the tower, I'm sure it would smell absolutely terrible.
Magical crops could be a thing, though.
What we got going on over here?
Bro got too engrossed in the new Apple Vision Pro porn.
So now we have a bit of a moral choice. This man is charmed and believes the demon is his wife and kids. We can't free him any other way besides killing the demon and her. We could let them go, and they will teleport away from here. After we talk to them, it's ultimately right just to kill the demon and the man. However, since eventually the demon will move on to a different host if we just let them go. Interestingly, Sten is the only companion that will suggest leaving the Templar to his fate, since he believes we shouldn't save the man unless he chooses to be saved.
Damn, that's pretty cold. Unfortunately, that doesn't really make any sense, since the man is incapable of making a choice for himself on account of being controlled by the demon. This might have been more of a difficult choice if the demon offered us a little something.
Donald Gross.
What I meant, like money or a skill point, what you got going on in your head there, you sick freak.
God damn it, I don't want to hear that after what y'all said last episode. Can't believe I fell for the bait there.
The first time I encountered this, I let them go since I actually believed all she wanted to do was see the world through his eyes. I didn't realize she was just using him for substance, and that once she was done with him, she would move on to someone else. So yeah, no, while I respect the game of getting that desired demonacy, it's time to end this.
This is unholy.
If you had listened to my lore dump while you played your first playthrough, it would have gone better, and Zevran wouldn't have betrayed you either.
Damn, Joe, what an incredible fumble.
Shut up, I didn't trust Zevran my first time playing. I thought he was trying to seduce me so he could kill me, and I was half right, it turns out. Plus, Barry, your lore dump was over 3 hours long, and you were in office at the time. Nobody had time for that.
Besides, Donald, I'm sure you had a few slip-ups in your first playthrough, too.
Not at all. I restarted the anvil to keep Bellin and Power killed and locked up every mage and the elves and drank the dragon blood smoothie.
Jesus Christ, Donald. You really did the Dark Urge playthrough of Dragon Age? What the hell is wrong with you?
Don't hate me because I'm a total badass, Barack.
Time for our third Desire demon fight. I wonder if she will use Winter's Grasp or Cone of Cold, since those are the only two spells she knows.
Well, in general Desire, demons only have 4 spells, and they tend to focus on the cold spells more. Interestingly, Desire demons have a unique ability that is unlike any other ability in this game. Curse Dance lowers the resistances of women that it affects, and for men it's actually a lot more deadly. They take sprit damage, become unable to regenerate health, and it causes them to fall asleep. I believe it's the only spell that differs with gender, which is likely a reference to the succubus, like nature of Desire demons.
Is that why I feel all tingly when a Desire demon pops up?
No, that's your default setting, Joe.
This fight makes me want to have more AoE spells in our arsenal, like Chain Lightning and the Storm spells, because the amount of undead gang banging us is too high.
True Chain Lightning is one of the most deadly spells in this game because it ignores the friendly fire risks that other spells like Cone of Cold have that can wipe your party as hard as it wipes enemies.
Damn, this demon fight feels like a Congress hearing with all the damn undead everywhere. Also, Joe, you're getting clapped up again by the cold spells.
Joe, for the love of God, heal our warden. The whole team is one-shottable without him.
And he's already down. This is cooked.
It was a strategic sacrifice. Trust me, I really wasn't expecting the fully nude demon to tank just as well as our heavily armored thick dwarf. Also, I just want to point out again that this demon is tankier than the damn boss we just fought.
Skill issue, I just want to point out that if we had selected Templar, we could have ignored all the harmful spells with Cleanse. Score 1 for future sight trump.
My friend's dying just gives me the power to focus up and unleash my limit breaker, boys.
The fuck are you on about? You are not Goku Morrigan, and your warden getting decapitated isn't saving you.
Don't worry about it, Donald, my boy. I am cooking right now.
Goddamn wind is getting torn apart, Joe, for the love of God. You have a revive, get our warden up to finish this.
Oh shit, I forgot about revive.
Don't you main mages, what the hell is wrong with you?
Well, on the plus side, she drops some really good loot once we kill her. She has a silver bar, which we can give to Zevran after we recruit him. We can also find a note in the room that his behavior in the Templars was not appropriate, and he was being censured for possible reassignment, or straight up possibly being fired by the Templars entirely.
The simps down only have the OnlyFans girl left. Our little guy has this.
Bro is a sorry excuse for a Templar. These guys need way better training. I would shape them up right and teach them how to be mage hunting holy badasses.
Donald, the most you could do for them is teach them to cheat on their wives and not file taxes.
Hey, a true paladin main keeps his options open and would never pay taxes to any authority that wasn't his divine patron.
You said the same thing in Dungeons & Dragons when you killed that barkeep.
Yeah, you give George heart palpitations with your murder hobo rage.
You're just jealous I am a better role player than both of you.
Not even in your cope-induced fever dreams after snorting McDonald's fries are you a better role player than me.
Cap.
Thank God that fight is over. That may have been one of our longest fights so far.
Let's see what's behind door number 2.
God damn it, is every Templar in this tower possessed? How are the Templars supposed to be an army option when every single one is a $30 tier sub to the Desire Demons?
That fireball did more damage to our own troops than us.
Well, to be fair, Gregor said he was waiting for reinforcements from Denerim, as well as the rite of conscription from the Grand Cleric in Denerim. So I think the Templars that fight for you in the final battle are mostly from Denerim, not the tower itself.
Whoever fights for us, these Templars should be ashamed of themselves for all falling to the demons. They should be divine avengers, not a demon simp. As a Templar and Paladin main, I shake my head in shame.
You call yourself a Templar main, but given how you react to Morrigan, you're not that much better than the simps here.
Joe, you don't get to say that after you literally barked for an hour after meeting Liana. Barack can clown me since he hasn't had a volatile reaction yet, since we haven't met Tegan, but you need to stay in your lane, Sleepy.
Fine, let's concede that we could both be folded by the Desire Demon and call it a day.
Deal.
The hell is wrong with the both of you?
Hey Joe, we're about to run into that infamous moment. Did you get my text earlier?
No, I never have my phone on. I have Kamala screen all my calls. And tell me if there is a important president communication.
God damn it, you're so unreliable. Please tell me you downloaded that essential mod at least.
I thought we weren't doing that. What the hell do you mean?
Oh shit.
What the hell are you planning, Donald?
It's too late now. Looks like we are locked in.
Resist. You must resist.
What's this guy talking about, and why do you feel so weird?
Is it not totally ironic that it's Joe that got us trapped in the dream world?
Better suit up, boys. I'm sure it will take mine and Joe's episode to get out of here. Might as well enjoy it. Anyways, go talk to Duncan Joe.
Joe?
No way.
God damn it, the sloth demon actually affected Joe through the damn screen.
Not to worry, I got this. Donald, hand me those headphones inside the desk.
What, Liliana? I'm here, my dear.
How the hell did you do that?
I simply blasted Liliana's song in his ear. Works every time.
Oh shit, am I playing right now? Oh, there's Duncan. Guess I got to complete Ostagar, my bad boys.
Joe, can you elaborate, please?
Well, Duncan is right in front of me, and he only appears in Ostagar, so that must be where we left off last episode, right, Barry?
Joe the demon cannot be seriously working this hard on you.
What demon? There's no demons till we reach the circle later. We are in Ostagar right now.
I'm not sure if I should be laughing or concerned right now.
Wait, the Darkspawn are gone? Did I get some kind of secret ending or something, Barry?
Holy shit, Joe, go one episode without having a dementia attack challenge impossible.
Hey, Joe, what's your favorite origin in this game?
Circle Mage, why?
And what does the circle look like in this game?
It's a big tower. Are you feeling all right, Barry?
And when was the last time you saw the tower?
It was, oh shit, this is the fate. None of this is real. Damn, this demon is crafty.
Well, at least he didn't have to be medicated this time, Joe. Are you feeling all right enough to finish the fight here?
Yeah, I got this. I'm not going to let some Suus imposter take me down. I am feeling very tired looking at this weird fade tint, though.
I can at least agree on that, Joe. This goddamn fade tint is terrible, plus it makes all the enemies look shittier, too. Anyways, viewers, get used to looking at it, since we are going to be here a while, since Joe didn't download the skip fade mod like I told him to.
Y'all were really about to cheat like that. I admit the fade is annoying, and the tint is an eyesore. But this is still worth playing through, for the buffs and the companion interactions.
Hey, I didn't cheat. I followed the rules.
Shut up, Joe, you didn't cheat because you've forgotten. Barack, I know you like to deliver hot takes and do tricks on BioWare's slong, but defending the Fade sequence is not it. Everyone hates this segment.
Look, I'm not saying it doesn't have its problems. I'm just saying it's worth doing. I guess I'll guide us through this next episode.
Thank God the dude who optimizes everything is doing the Fade. If I had to do it, I would throw my laptop through the White House windows the second they told me to turn into a mouse the 5th time.
Yeah, Barry, please take care of this segment. I'm starting to play with one eye open here.
No problem, I got you, buddy. At least these fights are a good sign of what to expect. The fights here aren't going to be a challenge, but there will be a lot of them.
I have no doubt you will be singing a different tune by the end, Obama. Also, God, that map with all those dungeons fills me with despair.
Don't worry, Donald. I am sure that big speedrunner Barry has this.
Congratulations on getting out of that trap.
Well, here we have Niall, who will give us a rundown of how the Fade section works. He's pretty deep in a depressive episode right now, but he can still explain to us that each Fade Island has a demon that works under the sloth demon that put us here. Once we defeat them all, we can reach sloth to potentially get free. There's also dreamers here that can give us transformations. If we find them so, there's a lot to cover, but Joe's struggling, so I will carry us through there next time.
For once, I'm not going to clown you for passing the torch, Joe. This segment is straight repetitive cheeks.
Hey all, we're back in the Fade, and I don't mean to throw shade, but some demons will taste my blade and then we will get paid.
Sheesh, good bars, Barry.
Well, that was straight heat, Barack. It doesn't cure the pure, unadulterated age that is the Fade sequence of origins.
Fear not, Donald. By the end of the day, our warden will free his waifus from the dream world and curb stomp a sloth demon as well as a pride demon so that we can add our first faction to our army.
You made it sound so epic, but we are recruiting the pissant mages and not the badass paladins, so it's really not a win in my book.
Hey, Donald, your voice sounds different again. What happened?
Oh, right, I have a theory on that, Joe. You see, poor business decisions like what 11 Labs has done activated my anger and Conker's hockey, which caused my mic to short circuit last episode. But I have since found good coping mechanics, such as deep breathing.
My God, is this character growth?
That's cool, Donald, but what are you looking at on your phone there? Rule 34/Morgans.
Shut up, Joe. Don't break the magic.
Well, here we have our first transformation and our first objective in the Fade sequence. We have to find 3 more dreamers to unlock their forms so we can pass through the obstacles that the Fade puts in our way, such as firewalls, spirit doors, and locked steel doors. So, while solo combat may be annoying, the forms at least give us some variety in combat. Also, peep the Black City in the background, good thumbnail and lore consistency from BioWare.
Wow, Obama, that was such a beautiful description. It almost makes up for how tedious and terrible this combat in front of us is. You can pretty up a stinking pile of shit as much as you like. The point still remains, this is one of the most hated sections in this game. Skip the Fade is one of the top 10 most downloaded mods because the Fade tint burns the eyes. The single combat is tedious. There's barely any lore. Side quests or cutscenes here, and the bosses here are all just higher health versions of the demons we already fought. This area is just terrible, and even you are trying to rush through this as quickly as possible, Barack.
I think Barry was just trying to be positive, Donald. I appreciate the lore consistency in the Fade, the creativity of the transformations, and the buffs offered here to show the game designers put some thought into the dream world. Though I will say, despite that it still takes me several hours to get out of here, and I fall asleep looking at the damn Fade tint more than once.
I think that might be your default setting, Joe. Also, I get it. You too, the Fade sequence is very tedious and tiring, but I have to give credit where credit is due. They really tried to give an experience that is different from every other section in this game, from the classic dungeon diving experience, by offering new forms and puzzles. I think the biggest issue with the Fade is that it is a single combat experience. Even with the forms giving the warden new ways to fight, this game was not meant for a single character experience. And this sequence forces you to play by yourself for over 2 hours.
2 hours for us, you guys on the other side get the abridged version.
True enough, Joe. But as I was saying, I think if we were able to add our companions back into our party earlier, when we free them from the nightmares and get access to those nightmares earlier, say after 1 or 2 demon bosses, I think a lot of complaints about this segment would disappear. I know it's just wishful thinking, but if they ever want to Legendary Edition, the Dragon Age series, I think just altering the fade sequence a little could go a long way. Or even just expanding on the fade forms more, balancing solo combat to make it flow easier could help this section.
Nah, nothing's improving this, just download the mod viewers. Also, damn, even in the fade we can't avoid the Darkspawn. We have a whole dungeon filled with nothing but them.
Well, to be fair, the fade is the origin of the taint, so that makes some sense. But I agree, just when we were getting some variety with the demons, the Darkspawn have to pop back up to remind us who the main villain is. Anyways, we got our spirit form, so we can go back to the first area and fight our first mini-boss to be one step closer in getting out of here. Before that, we should unlock our third form since we needed the spirit form to progress.
We can also unlock a lot of the stat buffs now that we have the spirit form. I'm not sure how many our editor will show since we are strapped for time, but Barry will unlock them all, and I'm sure bring them up when he can. It's just in his nature.
Bro sounds more skittish and blank-headed than Joe does.
I told you I just had too much coffee. It's not because I had several Red Bull suppositories and Viagra in my system.
I guess while we are just complaining, I will throw something else out there that has always bothered me. That whole scene with the imposter Duncan never really sat right with me. This is a game that thrives so hard on the 2-hour origin we play. Our origins involve several other scenes with our warden. And yet the sloth demon thinks that Duncan, someone we only knew a few weeks at most, is the most ideal world to put us in. I feel like that was a missed opportunity to not have a unique scene depending on origin. Like maybe in our case, Belen, Trayan, Garim, and our father are all here to welcome our coronation as the new king.
If that was the case, I think everyone would love the fade. The unique companion scenes are probably the only part of the fade that everyone can agree they enjoy. If they combine those with the unique origin scene, this mission might have been S tier.
I agree, boys, but in defense, the main mission of our warden is to end the blight. So I imagine it is something our character finds personally important. However, y'all are right. Unique origins would have been way more memorable and fit the overall theme of Dragon Age. It was probably a lack of design time on the part of BioWare.
Also, in the interest of time, I convinced Barack to not talk to Neil more than he has too, so you're welcome for that, viewers.
It didn't take much convincing, Donald. Like I said, we have a lot to get through while still keeping the content engaging for all our viewers. A few things to note is that he is voiced by Liam O'Brien, who you may know as Vax from Critical Role. He is a very talented voice actor overall. He also has unique lines after accomplishing almost anything in the fade sequence, like defeating a boss or freeing our companions. And he offers a little more insight into Uldred's plot and how he had hoped to stop him with the litany before being trapped by the sloth demon. But again, I figured I would just give a summary in the interest of time.
You know, I didn't notice the Vax thing until you said it, but they did pick an excellent voice actor for someone to convey that they are sucked dry and depressed.
Phrasing Donald. But yeah, Liam did a good job conveying the hopeless situation Neil is in. His body and soul are slowly being consumed. Internally and externally, his home is being overtaken by demons and his friends are getting killed one by one.
Damn, bro is in worse shape than I thought. No wonder he sounds so defeated and depressed.
Yeah, we were clowning him for his depressive episode, but given that he knows the situation he is in is fatal, he doesn't have any reason to be hopeful.
Well, we can make it up to the poor guy by saving all his friends.
Whoa!
And just like that, we got the burning form, only one more to go, but I think we should hit the first map now and take care of the first boss.
Sounds good, and good shit picking up the extra buffs too, Barry.
Thank God he has the map of every Origins dungeon scanned in his mind.
I've just racked up a lot of hours since the end of my term. And speaking of viewers, don't forget to redo the loop of the raw fade. Again, after you get the spirit form, there is a few stat buffs to grab if you backtrack. Don't forget to go back to the Duncan Dream for a free stat buff, too.
Oh shit, it's another Desire Demon. How many of these OnlyFans demons do you have to fight?
Not to worry, Joe. Watch me cook here.
Obama, your cooking is lighting the White House on fire. You've got our cold spell, spam weight still weighing on us, and she's spit roasting you with the shades. Oh, and look, now she's throwing out that cursed dance shit you were talking about last episode.
God damn it, and now she inflicted me with horror. A damn Morgana Q in League would last only slightly longer than this shit, and I could at least spam funny emotes while I wait.
Yeah, let me just finish filing my taxes while we wait for these stuns to end.
I did mine last episode when you were fighting them, Joe.
Donald, don't lie on camera, it's rude.
Yeah, you're right, but I did rewatch the entire Wano arc of One Piece during your Desire Demon fights, so it took almost as much time as taxes. Another problem with this fade sequence is how easy you can get stuck on higher difficulties depending on your class. In our case, we are tanky enough to survive these fights, but we don't necessarily have enough damage to take care of these fights quickly. Also, since we are a dwarf, we can't take advantage of the lyrium veins for free healing and stamina regen. I know it's good for lore reasons, but it's annoying for us as players.
Honestly, with how this fight is going, I can believe that Donald, anyways, looks like she's clapped up now. So time to collect the essence and the codex entry and be on our way.
To be fair, Donald, that is kind of why the transformations exist in this game. The forms have several damaging spells in them that can take care of enemies, and the golem form that we will get in a moment gives good tanking opportunities for the more squishy wardens. It still makes solo combat terrible, but the versatility the designers gave still helps out at least.
Yeah, not to worry. It'll try to show off how to effectively use the forms, boys. But fun fact about the Mage Asunder map. Most of the mages in this mode start fighting each other if you start sneaking around in stealth. So sneaking around and waiting for the last mage standing is ideal since it doesn't affect your XP grind, but it does mean you only have to fight one mage instead of 4 or 5.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to miss if you are just running in or you just don't know the spawn locations.
You mean playing the correct way like a man, Joe?
You know, Donald, I can respect the balls to the walls way in which you play, but sometimes you have to respect the enemies up ahead of you. I know we are close to the mid to late game where our build will be complete and we will be nigh unkillable, but respecting your enemies. So you don't get clapped up is still important overall.
Now, I am all about high risk, high reward. Burn through your resources, use your 5th level spell slot on Holy Smite turn 1 in D&D, solo fight the dragon, biotic charge into the heavy mech.
Eat that 5th Big Mac, don't report your actual income in taxes. Go off Queen.
Fuck you, Sleepy.
This section here is why we got the last 3 forms first. You need the burning form to get the golem form. And to get the burning man form, you need the sprit form. Then once you have all 4, you can do the Templar's Nightmare, which is like the final test in the Fade. I know it's easy to get lost in this section, but once you learn the optimal path in the Fade, it feels rather short, honestly.
The problem is, Barack, that only you and our editor are big enough virgins to actually know the most optimal path in this damn dream sequence legit. Whether you're Joe or a pro gamer, it doesn't matter. This place is so repetitive and tedious. Anyone can get lost. Still good shit optimizing, Barack.
I will try not to take that the wrong way, Donald, I guess.
Take it however you want, Sleepy. I'm just being real.
Well, love you too, big fella. Anyways, what's the deal with all these mages? Not only are they insane and killing each other, but I just realized this is the only place that has more than 1 or 2 humans in it, and not monsters.
Well, given this map is more similar to the Circle Tower than the others combined with the dialogue of mages talking with each other, and even taking some manic version of a class, I'm thinking this might be souls that were consumed by sloth in the Circle Tower and have been completely broke, similar to how Nile is slowly breaking currently. Hell, these people may have even been Nile's comrades who tried to help get him the litany.
If that's the case, though, why don't we see their bodies next to Sloth?
Maybe he eats them?
Jesus, that's dark.
I can see it. I like my mage liver served raw with extra chili sauce. Fun fact.
I can't tell if you're making an edgy reference to Rex or you're being genuine?
Why not both? This yelling asshole over here would make a good contender.
We are changing the subject. With that, we have our fourth and final transformation, the Golem form. So we can go back and open a lot of the locked doors in the Burning Tower, Mage Tower, and Darkspawn Tower from earlier.
I like how the solution to locked doors is just chucking a big-ass rock. But yeah, viewers, this form is probably the strongest form overall. It's vulnerable to magic, but that's not common in this dungeon, and it has strong area of effect and single target damage. So it's pretty much the go-to form now that we have it.
The Golem is basically a copy and paste of Shale's Pulverizing Blows skill tree. But if I clown this too, Barack might castrate me, so I'll just say the form is way more useful than the others, which are mostly situational.
Oh, thank you for that. Donald, now let's do a quick cut ahead. Since all these fights are going to be the same boring fights with golems and chantry dudes.
We are going to be cutting a lot more now, since really all we have to do is fight the 4 remaining mini-bosses and free our girls. Barry, of course, is going to get all the stat buffs to level our little guy up, but we are going to do most of that off-screen, since it's just going to be backtracking now.
I would usually cringe at the thought of backtracking, but all these stat buffs will make the remainder of the game way easier.
Good shit, boys. And yeah, Donald, you are correct. As tedious as it may be, if you are truly dead set on fighting, who I think you are going to fight next episode, then we are going to need every advantage we can get. And these stat buffs are going to soar us into mid-game.
Oh boy, Donald's going to tackle that quest next. Editor, get our death compilation fired up and ready to go.
Screw you, Sleepy, just watch my redemption next episode. But since we are getting stat upgrades and we are nearing the end of the first main quest, I can show a tiny bit of humility and say the Circle Tower was a good first stop, mostly since we get Morrigan's Grimoire, but the stat buffs help too. So even though Orzammar would have been more fun, good shit, boys.
How sweet, thanks, Donald.
Honestly, Donald, I feel like you're just saying that since you didn't have to play any part of the Circle Tower. But I will accept the humility either way. I'm glad we can stop bitching at each other for a few minutes.
You know, when you put it that way, I think the Fade Energies is doing something to me that I don't like. Let's get back into bickering. Brock, do you have a comment question prepped for us?
So I do, in fact, have one, and it's relevant to Morrigan's quest that we were just talking about. It's not exactly relevant to the Fade section, but I couldn't think of a good Fade comment question other than what Fade demon could you take in a fight? So since Donald is going to give the Grimoire to Morrigan next episode and start a chain of events to finish her quest, I think we have to come to terms with the fact that a romance is going to be locked in very soon. And if you two don't decide soon, things are going to get very dramatic in camp. So for you two, it's time to decide before we leave the Fade. We will make the choice. Look deep in your soul or your horny levels and choose between Morrigan or Liliana.
What is this, the goddamn Bachelorette? Yeah, anyways, you already know Morrigan is my one true wife. She is not only a 10 out of 10 goth mommy who could spit in my mouth and I would thank her, but she is also a lore essential companion in this game, as well as Inquisition, and our relationship with her can span both games. Morrigan is just as an essential to the party as our Warden and Alistair are, which is why she is the third companion we recruit. She is a pivotal and intelligent character in game, and therefore we can consider her a equal in our relationship rather than a crush. We also will get a more satisfying ending during the last DLC in this series, Witch Hunt, where we can get a happy ending where we raise the god baby together, as well as a scene where we kiss and enter the mirror together, which would be a perfect ending to our series. I think Morrigan just fits our Warden better too. The Dwarven noble is framed as someone who grew up in an environment where he had to be the best and stay on his toes, a real survival of the fittest mentality, which fits Morrigan's survival of the fittest mentality. And our little guy grew up in Orzammar and would have no reason to believe in the Maker, which is Liliana's strongest personality trait right now.
Okay, that's going to be tough to beat. What are your opinions, Joe?
Liliana is a total baddie. She has red hair and a beautiful accent. She is in all 3 games. She also has her own DLC. Our relationship with the Warden would also extend into Inquisition as well. She also, in my opinion, has the most interesting and tragic backstory out of every other Origins companion, and she deserves a happy ending here. Plus, she got legs for days.
Morrigan is just as tragic and also deserves a happy ending, Joe. Almost every reason you are listing is relevant to Morrigan as well. And Morrigan's DLC is the true ending of Origins and the Warden story, which means it's better than Liliana's song.
Donald, if you don't let me romance Liana, I will white out Congress's TikTok bill ban and replace it with the banned YouTube bill I'm going nuclear.
Joe, you dementia-ridden ass eater, I'm not even going to argue with your dumbass. I can't believe it's come to this, but Obama, step out of the neutral seat and settle this, Liliana or Morrigan.
First off, Joe, you are not abusing your executive power to ban YouTube. Don't make me come over there. Secondly, boys, I have already said I have no stake in this. And truth be told, I don't really like either of the female romance options in this game.
Explain.
All right, well, I just feel like both Morrigan and Liliana are not mentally mature enough or stable enough to really be in a relationship right now. Morrigan clearly has no idea what she wants in a relationship. She says on the surface she just wants casual sex, but will disapprove and confront you if you try to date someone else. She also will refuse continuing the romance. If you reach the love affection level because she is outright scared to be in a serious relationship, the relationship then stays in limbo until the end of the game and witch hunt, which just feels like a more poorly executed version of Jack's romance from Mass Effect 2, and I'm just not enthused with all those red flags. Liliana, on the other hand, at least knows what she wants in a relationship, but I feel like she is not over her ex at all. Her damn companion quest is taking care of her ex, and my name is not Scott Pilgrim. Then even after you take care of her, she mentions a few times how important she was to her and how she loved her before jumping into bed with the Warden. I just don't want to feel like I am being compared to someone else, especially a toxic and manipulative ex. Truthfully, I feel like Alistair and Zevran are much better options in terms of a healthy romance.
Barack, you could have married a man, shoved your tongue down his throat and had a blended family with him, and that would somehow be less gay. Then everything you just said.
All right, I was just trying to have a discussion, but fuck me, I guess.
Do you even like women, Barry?
Well, I love my wife.
That doesn't count.
Well, I also like Cassandra. She stays on business and feels like an equal to the Inquisitor, but is also a deep romantic.
Well, that's a little better, but it doesn't solve our damn problem in this game.
All right, well, if we can't have a peaceful debate about our romance options, then it's time for step 2, compromise. So we both know you guys are immovable about Origins. But what about Dragon Age 2? Are you boys as die-hard in that game for your waifus?
Well, personally, I am a Isabella main. What about you, Joe?
Meryl, all the way, she is the cutest elf in the lands.
Of course you are, you fucking creep.
Okay. Donald, are you as die-hard for Isabella as Morrigan?
Not even close. Isabella's hot in all the right places, but Morrigan has the dommy goth. Mommy attitude, you can't beat that.
So if Joe concedes on Morrigan here, would you be willing to concede on Isabella in 2?
I guess long as we still get to bang her.
Deal.
All right, thank God I think the bickering has finally stopped after almost 6 hours of filming. Well, with the debate ended, I'm sure you have noticed we have been sort of clearing through the bosses in the Fade. Not really too much to say on these fights. So figured we would talk about something else, and now it's time to come to arguably the peak of the Fade sequence, the companion nightmares, which all give a unique insight into our companions that we otherwise wouldn't know if we don't see it here, since these sequences are the companion's innermost fears or desires. First up, we have Wynne, who is probably the least interesting of the bunch. It's simply a nightmare where she sees her apprentices dead before her. It does give insight into how important her being a teacher and guide for the next generation is, however, and shows that she can only lose hope if the next generation is gone, not if she's gone, which is admirable.
Yeah, nothing negative to say here. The companion nightmares and the boss fight are the only two positives I will say about the Fade.
So I hate to be that guy since I feel like Barry is normally the one who calls stuff like this out, but it makes no sense that Wynn wouldn't know this is the Fade or a trick by demons. Not only is she a skilled senior enchanter who has at least been in the Fade a few times before, but as we learn in her companion quest in the novel Asunder, Wynn is spirit sensitive and should definitely be able to tell when demons are at work. This feels like a definite plot hole.
Huh, you have a point, Joe, that doesn't really make sense. I think Asunder, since it was written years later, sort of added in how spirit-sensitive mages work, and the writers didn't really have a good idea of how spirit sensitivity worked in the world of Dragon Age yet. But even if I don't count the changes Asunder added, you still have a point. A senior enchanter should definitely have some safety measures in place. To identify the Fade, this really doesn't make much sense.
Sounds like a total Wynn skill issue if you ask me, boys. She probably fell for it since she's getting up there. I mean, the sloth demon worked on Joe, and that was without all the Fade hijinks and energies actually physically affecting him.
Hey, the Fade does things to people if almost every companion in Origins and 2 falls prey to its influence. I won't fault myself for being slightly confused last episode. It was my longest one by a mile, too.
Slightly confused is your default goddamn setting, Joe.
Yeah, Joe, I am not going to defend the fraud allegations. After that one, you fell asleep during your own playthrough and put our content at risk.
Oh, please, the internet loves the Biden slip-ups. It's part of my charm.
Yeah, sure. Keep telling yourself that. I'm sure the nursing home attendants will listen to you.
Well, thankfully, Wynn helps us fight here since we are still a persuasive son of a bitch. Not that we really needed it since it's 3 easy mages, but still always nice to be rewarded by leveling up the most overpowered skill in the game.
Yeah, it's a huge toss-up as to whether BioWare or Bethesda makes persuasion skills more overpowered in their games. I mean, both designers make speech the ultimate solution to most conflicts.
Well, BioWare doesn't give us the option to use speech to defeat the Archdemon or Corypheus. So I think Bethesda and Obsidian wins there. I mean, seriously, New Vegas hypes up this badass legate who can cut a Brahmin in half with 1 swipe, and then a 100 speech skill just auto wins against him.
Careful, Barry. New Vegas fans are extra combative. I wouldn't trash their game. It's dangerous for your health.
Fair enough. Well, we will find Wynn later since BioWare did not include my suggested changes of adding party members after saving them, but we are almost done with the Fade.
Yeah, the Fade sucks. Can you go and rescue the waifus now, Barack?
Sadly, before I can rescue them, we have 1 more dungeon to complete, and it is the longest one.
Oh, God, well, can you go ahead and ask your comment question? You never asked it in our debate.
Oh, shit, I forgot.
That confirms Joe's dementia is contagious.
So my comment question, viewers, related to the debate earlier is, who is your favorite romance in the Dragon Age series? Mine is Cassandra, because, as I said, not only is she someone who is equal to your player, but she also has a deep romantic side to her, which was surprising and made me soften up to her. And I find her romance very sweet overall. It's endearing to have this gruff and blunt character be a huge romantic at heart. The cutscene where you catch her reading a romance novel immediately made her one of my favorite characters in Inquisition.
Barry likes the muscle mommies. Well, personally, I can't decide between Meryl and Liliana as my favorite. They are both just as adorable. I think Liliana wins just out of the fact that it carries over in Inquisition and even Dragon Age 2 partially. However, Meryl is one of the sweetest romances in the game, and she is one of the most intelligent and interesting characters in the series. Her romance also goes really well with Hawk's story, since both of them may have lost their old family, but they can come together and start a new family together. It's really hard to choose just one in this series, and I'm sure some of our viewers will have multiple answers as well.
I think you just have a thing for elves, Joe.
Yeah, you're right.
Anyways, I know this may be cheating, but as everyone could already guess, Morrigan is my favorite romance for all the reasons I've already said before, but also additionally because we can have a child with her and start an actual family together. Canonically, for years before we have to go our separate ways. That is just peak fiction, boys.
Excellent take, boys. All right, viewers, let us know who your favorite romance option is in the Dragon Age series and why. Our editor will respond to every single comment as always, and he will pick his favorite one to feature in his video. And with that, Joe Mind showing our featured comment of last episode.
Our featured comment from our Mages versus Templars question comes from the Reaper, who gave a very detailed and intelligent response, siding with a more moderate view on the Circle, which is very similar to how Barry answered last episode too. He goes into how if mages have too much power and freedom like in Tevener, that power would likely corrupt many mages into the dark side, which is a good point. Magic still does likely need restrictions. He also says the right of tranquility is needlessly cruel, which everyone except Donald can agree with that one. Also, this wasn't about the comment question, but a few vigilant viewers commented on Liliana's vision about the rose is the same rose that Alistair picks up in Lothering if you romance him, which is admittedly really funny, and got a chuckle out of our editors, so thanks for the catch there. Can't wait to see everyone's thoughts on the question this episode.
Thank you for that, Joe. Can't wait to see what everyone says. Anyways, viewers, this dungeon I think is the most interesting as it acts as sort of a final test of the gameplay you've learned for the last hour or so. You need all 4 forms just to get through it, and it offers the most variety of enemies out of all the dungeons.
Oh God, does that mean you are going to showcase the entire dungeon and put us all to sleep, Barack?
Absolutely not. It's still a damn fade dungeon, and I'm getting close to a cutoff point, but I thought I'd give some praise here at least.
Well, as boring as this dungeon is, I will give you your flowers, Barry. You really did play optimally today, switching out between the forms and our warden perfectly. Don't think I didn't notice that.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it, big guy.
Oh boy, we got our 75th Desire Demon fight in this quest. I wonder what combination of Cone of Cold and Horror she will use today.
I would clown you for the repeating joke, but if BioWare can do it, then so can we.
Well, we have all 4 forms now, so we might be able to burst her down, although I don't want to risk the Golem form since it is weak to magic, so let's just see what we can do without for now.
Yep, and there's the Cone of Cold she is cooking right now. Time to hit up TurboTax.
Man, this would be a great pivot into a sponsor if the algorithm wasn't a coward in showing our true form.
God damn it, this is total bullshit.
Holy shit, it's a never-ending cycle at this point. I actually feel bad for you, Barry.
Yeah, if this was me, all the keys would be flying across the White House right now.
Oh hell no, we are not doing that again. That took like 30 minutes to pop all of them back in place.
I think I've figured out the real problem with this quest. It's the stupid, sexy desire demons. If they didn't stun lock our characters for 2 hours during their fights, this quest's time length would be cut in half.
Well, all I will say is that this is the last one and I didn't get folded by her. So let's pick up the last stat buff and go save the waifus.
Thank God I have been sniff deprived from you for too long, my love. Let's never separate again.
Hey, Joe, that wasn't the agreement.
We can still romance Morrigan, but that doesn't mean I am giving up my devotion to Liliana. Nothing could stop that.
Close one door, but the flooding is still coming from the back.
Wait, Liliana, you don't remember me? Oh God, after all we have shared and been through, how could this happen?
Total skill issue on the bard's part. I don't think anyone else gets amnesia in the Fade except her.
Yeah, I think this could be a sign as to how influential the Warden and their mission is to Liliana that the Sloth Demon had to give her amnesia to be trapped in blissful ignorance.
Where the fuck are today's nuclear launch codes? I am going full scorched earth on this demon fuck. You take away my girl's memories, I take away your whole useless existence, Sloth.
Joe, please, for the love of God, do not launch missiles randomly trying to find the Fade. Look. See, we still have high persuasion, so we can snap her right out of it.
Damn, I almost wanted to see Demon Joe. That would be a real treat to brighten this damp day.
Thank God my girl catches on quick to this bullshit.
You are going nowhere, girl. I will not permit it.
Huh, weird. I thought Liliana would fight with us since we passed the speech check.
Damn, she really is proving her total skill issue right now.
She just needs her prep time first, like Batman. Give her a minute.
Prep time is not getting her off Fraud Watch. I mean, just look at her. She's cowering right now.
Well, Fraud Watch or no, that was probably the easiest fight of the episode. I didn't even have to break out the forms for that one.
Well, now that we got the B-tier waifu, we can move on to our actual waifu this playthrough and what the viewers were waiting for, freeing Morrigan.
I can't wait for the comments in this episode to start siding with Liliana just so I can get the final laugh, Lil D.
Never going to happen. Our viewers have taste anyways. She's showing her peak performance right away by being the only one besides our warden who realizes this is the Fade and that this Flemeth is obviously a demon.
Well, Sten can realize it too, which offers interesting facet into Qunari soldier training, that they somehow prepare their troops for being sent into the Fade and recognizing the Fade likely, because they fight a lot of Tevinter blood mages and demons who employ that strategy. Morrigan being able to recognize the trick is likely due to either the fact she is a uniquely powerful mage because she is the daughter of Flemeth and therefore Mythal, or because Flemeth simply trained her to avoid the tricks of the Fade.
Either way, she is just built different, and she has this demon stumbling, trying to figure out how to handle her, and it's worse than Joe trying to make a speech.
All right, I will give you that one, Donald, but on to the point. If all these dreams are our companions' worst fears or ideal worlds, then does that mean deep down Morrigan's ideal world is just having a mother who loves and cares for her? That's really sad when you look at it.
Aw, poor girl, come to Daddy, Trump.
Gross, but you have a point, Joe. This dream does show that Morrigan likely is searching for a family to call her own, despite her on-the-surface cold attitude, and it branches nicely with her story arc in Inquisition. Her perception of the Fade is also a hint at her special lineage, thanks to Flemeth.
I just realized, Barry, that this sloth bitch is your first actual boss of the run. Now, we each have at least one boss health enemy under our belt since Donald fought the mage boss 2 episodes ago.
Well, given the time left in the episode, I have a feeling I will be taking 2 bosses down in this episode with Uldred. So that means you and me, Joe, are tied up at 2, and Donald has to play catch-up to us.
We are really going to count Abomination 6406 from last episode.
Yes.
You made a dangerous enemy, demon, by toying with my mind.
You will not hold us, demon. We found each other in this place, and you cannot stand against us.
Damn Wind casually dropping a shonen-level friendship speech here. Someone get Naruto on the line so my boy can get new material.
Seriously, it feels like all 4 of us are about to do some kind of Bond art attack, like in One Piece Odyssey.
Oh shit, editor, do your thing, but we should play that game for the viewers. Sometime we could give some cultured takes on that game.
I wouldn't be opposed to branching out with a few one-shots, Joe, but we should be careful since our editor runs a Dragon Age channel, and we have found plenty of fans in this run. So we want to focus on giving the viewers what they want.
We should definitely do some unique games. If we do, there is so many talented alternative versions of us that do Pokemon and Call of Duty. So we don't want to step on anyone's toes with that.
Excellent point, boys. Well, while we are just fighting the boss, I think it's time for a new segment I will call Obama's Obscure Observations, which is basically just me rambling about game mechanics like normal, but now it has a cool title. So even on Nightmare, you don't have to use the forms here with the right build and AI manipulation, but each of his forms, except for the last one, actually has a weakness to the 4 forms we have gained during the Fade. The first form is weak to the Sprit form spell, so you should get those off immediately. And then if you're not a tank like we are, you should switch to the Golem form to resist his attacks. Then when he switches into his Rage form, use the Sprit form's Winter Grasp, then switch to the Burning Man to tank all his damage. The 3rd and 4th forms are not anything threatening, but Sprit form does really good damage against them and resists their attacks. The final form is his strongest since he has top-level elemental spells, but he is also the weakest in terms of physical resistance. So I recommend tossing him around with Golem form and then shield abilities if you have them. A very nice touch by the game designers to give each of these forms a weakness to the forms we have gathered in this section. It really does tie into the unique gameplay here, even if this section is a swing and a miss because of the length and tedium.
Once again, Big Yapper Obama comes in clutch.
Still a bottom tier mission, but at least we are at the fun shit now with the double bosses coming up. Still, though Barack, you do more tricks on BioWare with glazing this mission up, than I've ever seen anyone do before. It's like they paid you $20 or something, the way you're going on it.
Shut up. I just feel like the stigma of the Fade is that everyone hates it, so I'm trying to give BioWare their flowers here. Just how I gave Loghain some grace and Ostagar for retreating.
I think you just like going against the grain, Barry, maybe just for the content and engagement.
Joe Donald is right. You have to stop breaking the magic of our series.
You'll never silence the truth, Barry.
Wait, seeing that shade, boss, just made me remember I fought the damn demon in the wilds in episode 2, and he had boss health.
I mean, does that really count, though?
Joe, shut your old ass up. If the abomination from last episode counts, then so does that shade, which means we are all tied up at 2 now once Barak beats Uldred.
Yeah, I will give him that. Joe, the abomination last episode was super easy too, so it's not about the difficulty of the boss. If they have a boss health bar, we count it.
Fine, fair enough. It looks like he has entered his final form time to lock in.
Well, first boss down, so I will give you some props on defeating your first boss, Barak.
You know, technically this boss has 5 forms, so I could, in theory, count 6 bosses defeated this episode.
Oh, hell no, the boss isn't defeated until it dies. This is one boss with multiple forms, not multiple bosses.
I would have given that to you, Barry. Guess we are outvoted.
You defeated the demon. I never thought I never expected you to free yourself. To free us both. When you return.
Well, here we have Liam O'Brien having one more depressive episode in front of us before we return to the real world. Honestly, I don't know what it is about his speech here, but it actually does make me feel something for the mages here. And his plea almost makes me want to save the mages here. That is until I remember they are filthy mages, and they did this to themselves.
Damn, Donald, it's almost like you have sympathy for a fellow human being who did everything he could to save the only home he knows, and now his only hope is a friendly stranger.
Yeah, it's super weird.
Well, here Niall tells us to grab the litany, which is required if you want to recruit the mages. It's important to note, using it in the Uldred fight doesn't lock you out of the Templars, but not using it does lock you out of the mages.
So there is still a chance you guys can make the right choice.
No, there isn't. Me and Barry are united on this front.
I still have a few more moments to poke that hive, but one thing I will say is I respect Neil for trying to go down fighting. Even if he didn't win, he still came up with a plan and tried to do what he can to be a hero.
That line about not disappointing his mother actually does make me genuinely care for this guy, even though I've only known him an hour. His last thoughts were of his mother, that he never really knew, and he hoped he made her proud. A moment of silence for Niall. He definitely is a great guy and character.
Acts of heroism, eh? You may be right. Before I was taken to the circle, my mother said I was meant for greatness. I would be more than my ancestors could have ever dreamed. I hope I haven't disappointed her.
So we did a big cut, viewers, after leaving the Fade and grabbing the litany, since the fights on the rest of the 4th floor were demons and undead that we have already fought numerous times. The only unique thing was some escaped baby dragons, which I imagine is the Dragon Age equivalent of test hamsters escaping from a college biology lab.
I will stay strong.
Time to meet one of the top 5 Husbando Dragon Age characters, Cullen.
Yeah, Cullen's going through a lot right now. He's been in this purple cage for weeks being tortured by abominations and blood mages. I suppose we can talk about him more since this is the only interaction we will get with him, in Origins at least. Cullen features in several of the endings. In Origins, because of his torture in the tower. Cullen becomes very paranoid after the events here. If we side with the Templars, eventually after the circle is rebuilt, Gregor steps down as Knight Commander, and Cullen takes his place, ruling through fear. If we side with the mages and give the circle independence at the end of the game, Cullen's ending is far more dark, as he snaps, killing 3 apprentices before escaping and becoming a mage serial killer.
However, all that shit is irrelevant, since instead of Cullen becoming a Chad Dexter, like mage serial killer, he just goes to therapy and transfers to Kirkwall, where he simps for the ultimate Knight Commander in Dragon Age, Meredith.
Yeah, the whole mage serial killer thing had a lot of potential in the series. It's a shame they didn't work with that.
I'm the only one left.
They turned some into monsters, and there was nothing I could do.
On a lighter note, if you play a female mage, you can flirt with Cullen during the origin, and when we meet him trapped here later, he lets it slip that he was in love with you as sort of a forbidden fruit type deal.
Again, husbando material for all the lady and gay fans.
Fair, gotta love that inclusion.
You know, Cullen is speaking facts right now. The only good mage is a dead mage, better safe than sorry.
Ironically, even your beloved Morrigan points out how stupid it is to believe what Cullen says here, since he is very clearly traumatized and he is clearly delirious. Also, agreeing with Cullen here in executing the mages, because they might all be blood mages and dangerous causes win to turn against you here, and you have to fight and kill her, which also means you will be down a party member for the final boss, since you can add to your party.
Damn so agreeing with either Morrigan's correct opinion or Cullen's correct opinion causes the grandma's death. Sounds like she's hard to keep alive.
Something tells me she's just hard to keep alive in your playthroughs, Donald.
Well, let me just say I never knew about Wynn's second death point when meeting Cullen, and leave it at that.
Goddamn you, Donald. Well, speaking of vital companion points, there's a interaction here that always bugs me. Zevran, who is normally one of the less moral characters, actually sides against killing the mages here, simply because there is no sport in butchering them when they can't fight back, which is a weird stance for an assassin to take. I swear Zevran is probably the hardest companion to nail down morality-wise.
Common Zevran L. I swear I don't know which rogue is more annoying.
Normally I would be pissed at that shot at Liana, but I can't lie. Zevran can get on my nerves a lot, despite how charming he is supposed to come across.
Jesus, well, let's leave it there and say goodbye to Cullen for now, until we meet him in Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition, where we will have far more to say about him. Let's go fight the final boss of Broken Circle.
Doing, or one of his mages. Once they're dead, I will be free.
What kind of sick sexual blood mage BDSM is going on here?
And how do I sign up?
Heavy pause.
What, it's like a really intense car battery to the teats? And a larger audience, of course?
Joe, what in the hell are you talking about? I think he has finally lost it.
We may have lost him. We have reached the 50-minute point of this video.
Oh, damn, they are going in for the finishing blow, boys. Here comes the money shot.
Either Joe's lost in horny jail or our editor is...
Lillian, my love, I'm here.
That's it, get my bat. Joe, we are stopping this.
Never mind, this is too kinky even for me.
Let's kill every single one of these sexual mage deviants, starting with this Dr. Evil-looking bitch over here.
So this is Uldred, who we met in Ostagar, and explained that he was working with Loghain to free the Circle in exchange for Circle's help in Loghain's army. Unfortunately, during the meeting, when Wynn came back and ruined the deal by spilling the tea on Loghain's betrayal, Uldred summoned a horde of demons, and one pride demon overpowered him and took control. So Uldred really isn't here anymore. There's a lot of interesting points of lore about him. But I think Joe would be a better explainer than me, since this is his bread and butter.
All right, viewers, so Uldred's main role in the Circle is ironically a blood mage consultant, as we find a note in Irving's desk that praises Uldred on his skills in rooting out and identifying blood mages, but obviously he was keeping many blood mages under wraps in secret and only rooting out a few, which Uldred didn't need so he could keep his senior enchanter status. We can dive deeper into this with the mage origin, as our mage warden's close friend Jowan was a blood mage who ends up being discovered by the Templars, even if we don't rat him out ourselves. It's very likely Uldred taught Jowan blood magic, but when he didn't prove as strong as Uldred needed, he sold him out to Irving. We can dive further into this in Redcliffe, where we find out Jowan is working for Loghain, and guess who is suckling at Loghain's teat in the Circle as well? Besides Barry, I mean.
Okay, unnecessary strays there, Joe, but good shit. Otherwise, also obviously, if we are a mage, Uldred has some special dialogue here, but it's underwhelming since Uldred never meets the Warden in the origin. It really was a missed opportunity. If you ask me, I think if Uldred was set up as the antagonist directly in the mage origin, it would be far more rewarding, like when the human noble fights Hal.
Now that sacrilegious nothing tops the human noble killing Hal.
Done to him.
Yeah, I realized what I said after I said it, Donald.
Damn Uldred is trying to set some kind of record for longest monologue in this game. Pride demons are apparently known for just yapping.
Glad it's not just me noticing.
Well, moving past the yap and getting into the fight, viewers, this boss is far easier than the sloth demon, and even easier if you are siding with the mages, since siding with them involves using the litany and stopping his reinforcements. Uldred himself is more of just a anti-mage rather than an actual threat. His spells don't do nearly as much damage as Sloth, with the only threat being crushing prison. The reason I say he is anti-mage is he can use Mana Wave, which dispels all active effects, and Mana Clash, which drains all mana.
Oh damn, and guess who gave us 2 damn mages to work with?
Eat a dick, Donald. You should be thankful I didn't kick Morrigan for Sten or something. I did that for you.
Cap.
Demon behind it would be unstoppable.
Yeah, I ain't trying to have a +1 inside me. I already have 2 man-children in my left and right ear.
Damn Uldred straight up said, I don't care about consent.
Damn Win, I know I'm forgetful, but does she really have to drive in using the litany this much? Even I couldn't forget it at this point.
Yeah, the game designers really wanted to drive home using the litany.
This is what I mean by the sheer amount of mage propaganda in the Dragon Age series. I swear they have a damn agenda.
Who'll put down that tinfoil hat big guy?
Just you wait and see Sleepy anyways, Barack, since we have another boss fight ahead of us. Got any more divine knowledge to lay down on us?
Honestly, the best thing to do on Uldred is just have a tank, like our Warden, stay on him the whole fight. The Pride Demon's AI doesn't handle casting spells really well if there is someone in melee range hitting them. They will cast spells far less often if that's the case. This is, again, more so, a strategy if you choose to not use the litany, because using it makes this boss pretty free.
You know, it's funny, we mentioned something about desire demons being stat-wise stronger than pride demons, but now we even have sloth demons that are stronger than pride demons. Pride is really gonna have to step up their game.
Yes, Sloth being stronger than Uldred is just not a good look. Also, damn Barry, you are blitzing him so fast the cooldown for the litany can't keep up. This is free.
Yeah, you would really think Uldred would have more health than this.
Uldred is really scrambling to do something here. You really have the AI manipulation back in the palm of your hand.
Thank God I still got it, because honestly, we used more potions in the tower than I would have liked. We are really down to the wire here on supplies.
Thankfully, we have the goat wind to supplement our potions.
True enough time for Big B Obama to end this bald bitch.
Hang on, Barack. Why was Morrigan the first and only one who went down? You trying to start something here?
It wasn't on purpose at all. Like I said, Uldred is anti-mage. Most of his attacks are made to interfere with mages.
However, if I do it, it is intentional.
Damn it, all we got from the final boss was an emerald and some gauntlets of fire. That's the definition of mid.
Yeah, if we were a pyromage, they would be decent. But as is, we want the polar gauntlets, not this. Well, just like that, we saved the circle now. All that's left is to guide old man down some stairs.
I have literally never seen what happens here. I always just go down the stairs and teleport to Gregor.
Fun fact, if I remember right, there was some cut content here during this final cutscene reporting back to Gregor. If you were a blood mage and still had win, and the party win will press you on your use of blood magic, and if you don't pass a speech check win, and the entire Templar Order and Irving would turn on you here, locking you out of both army choices.
That's literally insane. It would make the entire last 3 hours we have done pointless.
I think that was why it was chopped. It was way too punishing. For something as simple as a specialization also, there used to be dialogue to turn Morrigan into the Templars here.
Why the hell would anyone do that?
Well, if you're doing a true Templar playthrough, it makes sense. Morrigan would just escape capture, though, so all it does is make you lose a companion.
You know what they did?
My poor Morrigan, that option should be illegal. I'm glad they cut it.
We also have one final option to side with the Templars here. Even after saving the mages, we can convince Gregor that the mages may still be possessed, which leads to everyone but Wynne being locked up for observation. While still cruel, it's probably the most rational way to side with the Templars, since instead of going full scorched earth and killing everyone, it's simply being cautious of the dangers you have seen in the circle.
Go ahead and select that option, Barack. It's not as good as killing them, but it gets the job done.
Nope, now kiss all your Templar dreams goodbye, Donald.
Just you wait till Dragon Age 2?
Getting some red flag vibes over here.
I don't know what you mean, Joe. All I'm saying is I hope you enjoy all the magical friends you will meet in 2.
And Irving.
Because I have a very specific plan in mind, especially for our 2 mage companions. I'm sure the viewers will love the content.
Donald, we had a deal with Meryl, don't you dare.
Your deal extended to romancing her, which I'm honoring. If you had something more in mind, you should have been specific. That's the art of the deal, Sleepy.
Donald, I feel like I'm going to have to get the Court of YouTube polls during our second playthrough, because something tells me you're going to unlock the Hidden Dark Urge ending of Dragon Age 2.
I wouldn't just leave it to the viewers. They live for the drama.
From what Gregor said, it seems that you came here seeking allies. The least we can do is help you against the Darkspawn. I would hate to survive this, only to be overcome by the Blight.
Just like that, boys, we have our first army ready and willing to stop the Blight.
Hell yeah! We also got the baddest grandma in the land's wind as our support.
It will be weird to do a playthrough where she doesn't die, but I guess first time for everything. You cutting it off here, Barack?
Yeah, I think that will do it for now. We had a highly productive session, Donald. I will just ask you, fight the demon where we met Wynne at the start of your episode.
Well, you were productive this episode, but get ready for the most productive episode you have seen next time. I'm hitting my redemption arc.
Good job today, Barry. Thanks for getting us through the fade. Also, viewers, don't forget to like the video, to stick a thumb up my ass or something for asking for likes like every other YouTuber.
Welcome back, viewers. After we have defeated the physical and psychological torture of Darkspawn Chronicles, it feels amazing to be back in the commander's seat for the base game. I have a ton of content planned today for you all, but first I better take care of this last demon that Joe unleashed during his episode. Now, Barack, I see you over there salivating to tell the viewers some lore, so why don't you go ahead and lay it on us, brother, while I demon slay?
Thank you, Donald. So, viewers, this rage demon here reveals a bit as to how spirits and demons are created, as this rage demon was created by the powerful thoughts and distractions of ancient mages, either in the Fade or before the Fade was created. That, however, isn't the most interesting lore fact in this quest. This boss drops Usaris, an ancient blade from the time of Danes and Ferelden before Andraste. Usaris is not only a unique-looking blade, but it is also one of the 2 blades featured in the main menu screen, right in front of Asala, which is Sten's sword.
It's weird they keep such a prominent weapon behind a fairly unnoticeable side quest. Anyways, Donald, it's time to show off your Riz good luck, big guy.
I am surprised how agreeable you are being with this, Joe. I was expecting you to go into Morrigan's romance kicking and screaming.
Come here, girl. I found your book, and I know you've been needing a little love. Just a quick reward for Papa Trump.
Given the fact she is much taller than us, she must be on her knees right now to reach eye level with us.
Papa Trump wants uppies, Mommy.
Dog, what the actual hell?
I think Donald is going to be completely lost in the sauce, Barry. Just keep in mind that this is all thanks to your compromise. Remember that next time.
Oh, please, if we went with Liliana, you would be wearing a dog collar and doing the same damn thing, Joe. I just wanted the SmackDown Fridays in the Oval Office to end at least over the fictional women.
Damn, baby, you just can't get enough of the Trump Tower, can you? We just kissed and you are already coming back.
You know, I would normally have some questions over how she has already read the entire grimoire in 2 minutes of game time. But I think it's worth noting that between the cuts and loading screens, we had the boat ride off the tower, then the walk all the way back to camp from the boat. And I imagine an hour or 2 to settle into camp, so I guess it's not too unrealistic.
Well, now Morrigan's going to give us not only a big reveal on Flemeth, but also her actual quest and lay out why her companion quest is actually one of the most difficult quests in the game to handle.
Many daughters over her long lifetime. There are stories of these many witches of the wilds throughout chastened legend, yet I have never seen a one, and always wondered why not. And now I know. They are all Flemeth. When her body becomes old and wizened, she raises a daughter, and when the time is right, she takes her daughter's body for her own.
So it's important to note here that Morrigan is correct and incorrect about Flemeth's intentions at the same time. As we know, Flemeth is mythal, so it's highly unlikely that Flemeth's line in the grimoire about needing to possess daughters to stay alive is accurate, as Mythal is very likely keeping her body alive. However, Morrigan does have a right to still be afraid, because I believe Flemeth's intention here was for Morrigan to grow independent and powerful so that Mythal could transfer to a new host while the body of Flemeth dies. We learn from Dragon Age 2 that Flemeth intended for Morrigan to kill her during the Blight. So it's likely she let the Templars take the book, since it really didn't have information that would be harmful to Flemeth herself, so that Morrigan could one day retrieve, read it, and defeat Flemeth.
But why do all that instead of just possessing her after training her?
Well, because Morrigan could not only become more magically powerful, but also more worldly, traveling the country with us, since that would be a far more useful body to inhabit. It's also likely traveling around would bring Morrigan to willingly seek Flemeth out, rather than forcing her, since I don't think it was ever Mythal's intention to possess as someone who was unwilling. Flemeth herself was willing, and I imagine only if Morrigan was willing would this have gone down, the way Morrigan is saying here.
Well, thanks for the yap, but from a roleplay perspective, our girlfriend is telling us her life is in danger and we have to kill the witch god to protect her. So this is a no-brainer here.
True enough, and if you refuse to help her here, she will leave the party?
If that is even possible. The thing I must have is her true grimoire. With it, I can defend against her.
True enough, but thankfully there is no time limit to finish this quest. It is just the act of outright refusing to confront Flemeth that sets off Morrigan's crisis point and causes her to leave. You can also simply spare Flemeth and trick Morrigan into believing she's dead. But I don't think even the writers think many players chose that option. Also, given who is playing today, I know we are about to fight a major boss in our Dragon Age run.
Yeah, I brought a few spare keyboards just in case today, Barry.
But before that, I think we need a little motivation for fighting Flemeth. The time that everyone has been waiting for is finally coming.
Oh God, Joe, take cover and grab my earmuffs.
Oh God, boys, get me my Dune popcorn bucket. I'm about to erupt.
Extra salt or extra butter, good buddy?
Both.
Good. Then let us waste no more time with foolish talk.
Enligt alla kända lagar av flyg, det finns inget sätt ett bi ska kunna flyga. Dess vingar är för små för att få dess feta lilla kropp från marken. Biet flyger förstås ändå, för bin bryr sig inte vad människor tror är omöjligt. Gul, svart, gul, svart, gul, svart, gul, svart och svart och gult. Låt oss skaka om det lite. Barry, frukosten är klar. Oming, vänta en sekund. Hallå? Barry?
Congrats on your first time, Donald. You're a true inspiration to gamers that it is never too late.
First time the fuck you mean? I'm not a damn virgin. I am a billionaire with multiple wives and affairs.
Congrats on your cherry pop, Donald. Let's bring out a good Oval Office scotch to celebrate the big day slugger.
I hate you both.
Because the Grey Wardens are by nature so very healthy. I enjoy the thought that 'tis a little...
You know, maybe it's the context we just saw, but I am just now noticing that we are at perfect eye level of Morrigan's assets.
That's my man Joe. Now you know why the Morrigan robes stay on.
That is entirely up to you. Simply know that I have no designs on your independence.
All right, that was some top-tier motivation. Donald can't lie. But Donald, I really think we should train a bit more first before fighting Flemeth. She is one of the top 3 bosses in Dragon Age by a mile.
Oh, please. Remember who you're talking to? I never back down and I never surrender.
Damn well, get ready for round 2 of the Mage Hideout, boys.
Oh, you've been watching us Shale how recently? Because we might need to have a conversation.
Given the fact Shale doesn't sleep, I think it's fair to say she saw the whole tango.
Possible foreshadowing incoming with that one, Joe.
That's top tier, Shale. How would you rate my performance? Any tips or tricks?
Well, looks like we have raised Shale's opinion of us too. Everyone's approval has been evening out nicely here. Granted, it's mostly through gifts, but still, I think we will soon get the best ending out of everyone if we keep this up.
Funnily enough, when Shale asked about our special lineage, it relates to our origin, and while some warden's lineage is very special, like nobility, Dalish or mage, the two commoner origins, can have the warden relay that there is nothing special about them.
Well, I am glad that we can relay to Shale that we are simply built different and simply a cut above the average dude.
Well, glad to see you're following the rule finally of two-party interactions, Donald.
Yeah, it's easy now that I'm not gooning out and finally got lucky anyway. Since our approval with Shale is going, well, let's check in on our bro Alistair since we haven't really talked to him since episode 4.
Good call, Donald. We can get some more lore on the Grey Wardens while we are at it, and it is very relevant before we enter the deep roads. I see you cooking.
I'm that easy to read, huh, Barack?
I remember someone in the comments criticizing Duncan for not revealing all the details about becoming a Grey Warden, but truthfully, from what Alistair says here, it sounds like it's common practice in the Wardens to not talk about the effects until they come up naturally, kind of like a don't ask. Don't tell policy.
Yeah, I always just took becoming a Grey Warden from Duncan's perspective, where he says it will be a commitment where we will have to say goodbye to our former life. He doesn't elaborate why that is, but that right there is enough for me to understand what I'm getting into.
The whole joining of Grey Wardens is ironically very morally grey itself. On one hand, it involves blood magic and is a death sentence, ultimately neither of which is fully revealed until after the point of no return. But on the other hand, Grey Wardens really only conscript during a blight or when the circumstances deem that it's either Grey Wardens or death. Anyway, plus Grey Wardens are ultimately needed for blights and to overall contain the Darkspawn situation.
Good points, boys. Also, weird plot hole, our warden here could ask why Grey Wardens go to Orzammar during their calling, which our warden would 100% know why they are sent there, given that we lived there all our life.
Yeah, the developers are allowed to miss something every now and then. That is definitely just an oversight.
I know we have said it earlier, but Alistair really can't catch a break with the father figures. His own dad couldn't raise him. Eamon got whipped into giving him up, and now Duncan is dead. Honestly, instead of putting Duncan in our Fade dream, I am surprised he didn't put Duncan's in his, since his death really does stick with him all through this game.
Very true, Joe. I'm actually surprised his ideal world didn't have Duncan. But maybe that's because in Alistair's ideal world, he doesn't have to be a warden, and he can have a normal life and loving family. So Duncan would just remind him of the unpleasant aspect of being a warden.
Well, it's time to finally hit the road, Jack.
And you call me old.
Oh, right, I almost forgot about these little cutscenes here. They really double the animation cost, just to show a highly detailed Logain scowl.
This is our first introduction to How in this playthrough, since we didn't pick Human Noble, but I imagine for players like you, Donald, who picked Human Noble for their first playthrough, your blood rage shot up, revealing that these two work together. An excellent setup by BioWare here, and it helps make Human Noble a top-tier origin.
I literally broke my desk in half when I saw that smug little bitch suckling Logain's ass cheeks and being buddy-buddy with him. Logain shot up to the top of my shit list after that.
That explains a lot.
All right, I know we hate Logain, but come on, he is being relatable here. How often has a advisor come into our office yapping about something we couldn't care less about, and we just nod like that, half listening?
Valid. Damn, look at that handsome devil.
Wait, hold on, Barack, you're a Tegan simp and a Zevran simp? You definitely have a pretty boy preference.
Eat a dick?
Don't worry, Barry. We will see both your husbandos very soon.
Once again, thanks to you two Democrats, I get a scripted gank during my playtime from something you did.
I think you would appreciate Bayhaz's grind set, Donald. He scammed the Circle Enchanters about a book that was written by the maker himself, that was rumored to provide immortality.
Yeah, so?
He sold them the book for 479 gold sovereigns plus favors. And given the fact he has a mage in his party, it's possible the enchanters gave them a mage as a manservant to help pay for the book.
Holy shit, that's more like it. Can we be business partners instead of fighting him?
Unfortunately, Bro doesn't think that far ahead. It would have been nice to have a speech check to just shake him down for money, but instead we have to fight him here. At least he drops a cool cowl.
Well, time to unveil my strategy going forward. I bought Shale a physical tomb that gave him a skill point, so I could put a point in Stone Aura. Stone Aura gives all party members in it increased attack and defense, as well as HP and mana regeneration, and the aura size increases with Shale's con score. At later levels, it increases almost every attribute like crit chance and spell power, as well as decreasing the enemy's armor, damage, and movement speed, making your party literal gods in the aura.
The only downside is Shale can't move during the aura, so you are down a party member, but he does generate threat in the aura, so it further protects your party. With a fully maxed out Stone Aura, you can actually substitute any support magic needed with this, since most fights you will take so little damage you can forego healing. You do need to know when to use it though too, as there are some battlefields so big it's not ideal to drop it, since you'll have to move it 2 or 3 times in a fight.
Now to go deal with the mage CEO herself. Flemeth, every mage outside of the circle, besides my waifu, is not safe from my blade of vengeance.
Donald, someone pointed out how you're entirely pro-Templar but still a Morgan simp, and I too am a bit confused at your stance now.
I may hate all mages, but I am just a man, Barack. If I see a goth mommy with a Darwinist mentality, all of a sudden I'm blind because I can't see nothing else.
You know, given what we know, there's no reason to kill Flemeth here, we know from Inquisition. Even if we spare her, she is no threat to Morrigan.
Joe, that's metagaming. From what our warden knows, and his relationship with Morrigan, I don't see why he would spare her.
I would never pussy out on an elite boss or lie to my beloved Morrigan. This was only going to end one way.
So this is the one relationship you won't lie to? Got it well fired up, editor. This should be good.
All right, boys, so I'm gonna prop Shale's Stone Aura right on top of Flemeth so our boy can take all her dragon bullshit.
Honestly, Donald, you picked a good team for this. Wynn and Shale are going to be needed to keep our warden alive at the level we are at. Also, it's kind of crazy. We are almost 10 hours into a game called Dragon Age. And this is our first dragon, though. Granted, we could have picked a different mission to fight a dragon earlier.
Just wait until you play Tactics Ogre, and the only tactical ogre is the final boss. Also, Donald, did you use a greater warmth bomb on our warden? I thought those were cheating.
Joe, as I said an episode or so ago, I am not afraid of throwing stones in a glass house since I stay strapped. I am man enough to admit that.
As long as you are aware of it, big fella, I will take my award for the Ostagar Ogre fight now.
Well, while I take care of this old witch dragon here, you have any more divine knowledge to bestow on us, Barack?
Well, the main thing I can share is there is a few ways to cheese this fight. If you run a far enough distance away, the only thing Flemeth can do is throw fire at you, which if you have enough fire resistance makes it negligible. Going a bit further to where Wynn is currently placed, in our game around the back of the hut, is the ideal safe zone. Spamming the storm spells and ice arrows can cheese your way, even on Nightmare. It's perfectly possible as well to beat Flemeth one-on-one with Arcane Warrior on Nightmare, assuming you are fully decked out in Wade's superior dragon plate armor, since Arcane Warrior is just that busted of a spec. Personally, viewers, just like the Mage Hideout, I recommend taking out Flemeth in the mid to late game, once you have your end game, armor and storm spells.
Thanks for that, Obama, but Mama Trump didn't raise a bitch, so our warden is just going to hard tank her bullshit.
Yeah, you say that, Donald, but given Flemeth's health bar and the amount of potions you have gone through, I have my doubts. You can make it through, big guy. It looks like, just like the Mage Hideout, you are about to get clapped up by magic again.
Oh, hell no. Does this bitch know what I have been through? I have been burned from my beard to my toes with fire spells and still came out alive to kill you robe-wearing fucks. There is no sanctuary that you can hide in that will save you from the vengeance I am about to smack into you. The Democrats can't save you now, bitch. Prepare to die.
He's going full McDemon time now, Barry.
Yeah, something tells me he has been holding that one in for a while.
Honestly, Donald, I don't want to hear you call me lucky or never punished ever again, because you are getting insanely lucky with Flemeth AI right now.
The fuck you mean lucky? I am literally using all my resources just to keep our little guy alive. He is getting mauled by Flemeth here.
No, Donald Joe is right in this case. It's our warden's job to tank hits. If Flemeth decides at any point to turn around and attack Wynn, or Liliana, you are cooked because she will two-shot them. You made a good call splitting them up far apart, but even so, you are being blessed by the threat generation. This fight.
Oh, I'm blessed by luck, huh? Okay then, well, you two Democrats can leisurely lick my lightly salted nuts, because this witch went down faster than her daughter did a few minutes ago.
All damn okay?
I got to pull Wynn and Liliana back so they don't steal the kill animation from our warden. Now everyone say it with me.
Boom, easy
money. God, the dragon killing animation is peak gameplay, and I don't think anything in gaming tops it. Dragon killing in 2 and Inquisition just never had the heart or the same feel as Origins did.
Well, Donald, regardless of the luck around it, you definitely made the best case against the fraud allegations with that fight. You picked a perfect team for the job and utilized a perfect strategy to kill her.
Thank you, boys. Now we can go and pick up the possession robes from the hut, which keep Morrigan's classic look but greatly increase her magic score, defense, and cold damage. So basically, her late game robes are taken care of.
The Blight.
Looks like Sten has some beef with us.
What the hell is this dude's deal? Has he not been paying attention? We get our army, then I walk up to the Archdemon and kill it the same way we just killed the Witch of the Wilds.
To be fair, Sten's hesitancy here is understandable, just like Shale. If you take the fact we are the main character out of the picture, our goal seems pretty impossible.
Look, you gigantic bitch, I am not Barack or Joe. I'm not here to coddle or impress you, so you can kindly get with the program or eat a dick, I don't care which. But don't you ever doubt that I'm not him.
Ironically, Sten seems to approve of Donald having his head up his own ass.
Let's go give our waifu the real grimoire. It will be a surprise tool that helps us later.
Very true. Surprisingly, it is relevant to the main quest to get the real grimoire, despite this being a side quest.
Mother's real grimoire, is it? I am glad you were able to find it after all. My thanks for retrieving it. I shall begin studying it immediately and unlock the power that it holds.
I'm surprised to see you talking to Wynn Donald.
Well, if we are going to have her around, she might as well be useful. Plus, if I remember right, we have to talk to her a few times first to start her side quest. I am just doing my part for the team, boys.
Yeah, Wynn's quest, like almost every other companion, has us talking about a few dialogue points to learn about her past first. Wynn's is probably the most convoluted because it requires us to talk to her about specific points, then get a random encounter with Wynn, talk to her again, get another random encounter with Wynn, then finally talking to her again will give us the details of her side quest.
Jesus Christ, that is convoluted as hell, and the side quest she has isn't even that beneficial or interesting. Morrigan's had us fighting a fucking witch dragon and getting late game armor made for her. Wynn's is all talking and we just get an amulet and a small skill buff specific to Wynn.
I mean, yeah, I won't defend it's definitely a low-tier quest, but it's not as bad as it sounds if we just take it in shifts. Well, time to get our second to last companion, boys.
Oh, is that what we are doing? I'm sorry, I thought I was playing right now, Barack.
Donald, you can't seriously not want to recruit Zevran. He is probably in the top 3 companions in this game.
Wait, who are the other 2, Barry?
Well,
that's your opinion, Obama, but honestly, I don't even know why our warden is stopping to help this chick. We have more important things going on.
I mean, it is a damsel in distress. I think our guy would actually fall for that, given how y'all have played him so far.
Okay, fair.
Wait, what is that texture glitch under our little guy?
Oh, right. The random birds and maps have a package that will cause them to follow Shale around if he is in our party, since birds like to poop on him. That package extends even to cutscenes, so the bird is running in place trying to reach Shale. Props to the anti-van crows. They are probably the only faction of humanoids in this series that actually plans an ambush of any sort. I mean, outside of the trap here, the only things that ambush us is animals and Darkspawn.
Well, there's that one random encounter in Denerim too.
All right, so only 2 groups know the forbidden secret.
So like, is everyone here a anti-van crow, or did Zevran outsource the hit like that Chinese hitman did in 2019? Viewers, look it up.
That would be hilarious. Imagine if Zevran got paid 50 gold, then he gave some other dude 10 gold to help him. Then imagine they just kept subcontracting the hit. And there's one guy here trying to kill a Grey Warden for like 5 silver.
Well, they are all assassins, and it's likely they are all crows. But the lady called the Traveler is likely a member of the Friends of Red Jenny, given the note she has on her. So it's mysterious how Red Jenny is involved in the hit.
Well, Red Jenny or no, she got clapped up pretty quick. We are definitely becoming a true anti-mage badass.
Yeah, the 2 main targets are already dead. This is free. I don't think our Warden can even make it to the archers with all the traps. So I guess Morgan and Liliana got this?
The traps they set are doing more damage to Shale and our Warden than the trained assassins actually are. I hope Howe has some money back guarantee on these guys, because they are not getting nothing out of us.
Something tells me anti-van crows don't give refunds. They probably at most give the same offer home repair companies give, where they won't give your money back, but they will give a lifetime guarantee that the job will get done and just keep sending people till it's done. Business-wise, that makes sense.
Please, what you would know about business would fit into my left nut, Barack.
Well, after wading through 50 traps, looks like the fight is finally over.
How funny would it be if I just killed him right now?
Not at all. I think the Dragon Age community overwhelmingly loves Zevran.
He can eat a dick.
Unless you're like Joe and you fucked up getting his approval up the first time around.
Fine, but I'm only doing this because killing the only elf in the group wouldn't look great in the election year. This is PR, nothing more.
Zevran really said, let's get right to brass tacks with the details.
Right to the point. My name is Zevran. Zev to my friends. I am a member of the Antivan Crows, brought here for the sole purpose of slaying any surviving Grey Wardens, which I have failed at, sadly.
Looks like we had some stuttering with Liliana back there. So sorry about the missed dialogue, viewers.
It's too bad, because she gave a rather good lore drop about the Anti-Van Crows being very influential and effective in their home country of Antiva.
Sadly, all the way down south, they are kind of mid, to be honest.
Well, to be fair, there is sort of a reason for all that we can find out far later.
Hold on, besides Puss in Boots, why does his voice sound kind of familiar?
Well, he is not Antonio Banderas, but his voice actor John Curry also voices Sir Landry, who we met earlier.
Who?
He was the knight in Daenerys who challenged us to a duel right before we reunited with Gorham.
Oh yeah, that's the dude that almost clapped you up.
He did not almost clap me up. I won't end a story.
What a random NPC for this goated voice actor to play.
I thought you didn't like him.
I don't like Zevran, but his voice acting is literal peak. It's as good as the other big 3, Morgan, Alistair, and Liliana.
One of those things is not like the other Joe. But anyway, goddamn, this dude is being so damn charismatic and agreeable. My urge to kill is fading. This guy is a professional charmer.
Pause.
Shut it, Sleepy, you know what I mean?
I wasn't paid for silence. Not that I offered it for sale, precisely.
Isn't there some way that you can threaten him into following you, and it changes the dynamic here?
There is, in fact, one way to change how this is initially set up by choosing very specific dialogue to let Zevran live by sparing his life. This does change the initial dialogue, but for the most part, it's just a way to recruit Zevran while sparing a massive disapproval rating from some companions. Probably a smart move, because most people will not pass up a companion regardless of morality.
Yeah, speaking of morality, we mentioned how Sten is a bit morally dubious to recruit. But this is a downright dumb decision from a roleplay perspective. If we didn't meta game to know Zevran won't betray us. I mean, we literally just got attacked a few seconds ago.
Yeah, it's always questionable, but again, I think most people don't skip companions because of how much story moments and lore companions offer. And also, as a lot of our commenters point out with Sten, it's very reasonable to offer someone a chance to work and redeem themselves, especially in the situation our Warden is in, where he will need plenty of allies to stop the Blight.
Someone should probably tell Zevran that the mission we are going on is for all intents and purposes very fatal. I know that's not what he means here, but our life expectancy isn't exactly in the positives.
Okay, I ain't going to kill him for failing, but I do expect you to be put in life-threatening situations and either get good or die. That's the name of the game for everyone in the squad. That's why Jory and Davith failed the cut. They fumbled during dire conditions and were cowards.
Okay, I don't like him, but Bro said he would be only marginally more useful being kept alive. That's accurate and a top line right there.
I'm telling you, his charm is lowering my blood rage by the second.
All right, I know we are hyping up this charming SOB, But it's worth mentioning, he is 100% lying about the traps and picking locks. Bro has no skill points in either, and is a pure dex rogue, not a cunning rogue. You have to teach him to do those things after you recruit him.
Always hard sell yourself. That's the art of the deal.
Well, I barely understand the difference between a dex and cunning rogue, which is why I just default to you on building both of them, Barry. You are the rogue main after all.
I am surprised you don't just give Barack the keyboard when you play Joe.
Donald, have you even played Origins as any other class besides Warrior?
No, why should I play as anything else when a male human noble warrior is already the peak of this game?
You are another companion to be, then? I wasn't aware such loveliness existed amongst adventurers, surely.
You'll back the fuck off my girl, you knife ear.
Whoa, Joe, it's 2024. You can't say that shit.
It's okay, I got the K-word pass.
Joe is your main beef against Zevran? The fact he flirts with Liliana a lot?
No, shut up.
All right then. Donald, make sure you loot the Traveler before you go. She has a small, lore-relevant side quest that I can do further down the line.
Yeah, sure. Also, I am not swapping him for the Bard, since at least the Bard can pick locks, and that's her main use.
So not 15 seconds after the Zevran ambush, we have another Logan ambush at the Mountain. Logan is fiending for our death at this point.
Well, as we just learned from the cutscene, Hal handles all the assassination attempts. So I think it's safe to say the mercenaries and the Logain ambassadors are actually Hal's doing, not Logain's. And Logain, half interestingly, approved it.
Half interestingly approving someone's death, man. That takes me back to our early days in 2008, Barry.
Joe, for the love of God, shut up, please.
Nah, please, Sleepy, my dear friend, continue. I'm intrigued. Hey, Siri, please record.
Yeah, instead of trying to get back by catching us in 4K, Donald, why don't you focus instead on this fight over here? It has one of your mortal enemies, a mage, so better focus up.
Oh yeah, I have to be real scared about a mage who did more damage to her squad than our based warden. Calm your liberal tits, Obama, and watch me cook.
Hal and Logain definitely got to step up their game. They really heard we killed a whole tower of demons at minimum, and then thought that 2 groups of 5 dudes would kill us.
Well, I will take care of the rest of the Simp Squad in a moment, but first let's finish up the Blackstone Irregulars deserter quest. The last coward is just chilling in the mountains here.
Good shit, Donald. Once we are done in Orzammar, we can head back to the main city to turn it in for some easy money.
Oh?
Yeah, thanks for picking up all the side quests early, Barack. You may be a boring rambler who spiritually and sexually satisfies every NPC in this game, but at least you have made solid moves in getting our money up.
Thanks, I guess.
Yo, Barry, he just did your favorite thing, drop lore.
Yeah, I think we mentioned it earlier, but this quest here is the only one, besides the last quest, that hinted at an actual faction storyline. Tauren, who we will meet later, is the son Ralnor, who is the current guild master of Blackstone. Apparently this whole quest isn't as black and white as it first seems, since the 3 deserters likely left because they morally objected to Tauren's rise in the guild leadership and his morally gray stance on the Blackstones taking any job regardless of ethics.
Damn, so we are kind of like the bad guys here.
Yeah, I think it's sort of a nod at how just accepting contracts like this and feeding into the adventuring quest loop can lead you to do some morally bad things if you don't try to investigate what it is you're doing.
Or you can just chalk up the actions to the grind and be proud of the fact you got your money up, nerds.
Donald is demonstrating the type of victim that falls into the questing loop.
Says the broke boy.
Oh, good shit. Talking to this guy, Donald. He gives us a bit of a wider window into how the surface cast works.
Oh, God damn it. I thought he might have been a merchant. I could sell shit too.
Well, he is a merchant, but I guess he just doesn't have any money or goods on him.
It's an interesting point he brings up about surface dwarfs, as even though he is viewed with disdain in dwarven society, he is still allowed to trade a few times a year. And the nobles still use the goods that he offers, since the surface trade is vital to the dwarf economy. The surface trade has a lot of crazy minor details to it.
We already said it before, but surface cast is genuinely really crazy. This dude didn't even get to choose for himself. He was just born on the surface, and his people treat him like an outcast for that.
Anyways, that was disappointing. Let's go deal with Logain's fan club.
So what's the deal with this dude calling Logain king? He is only the self-proclaimed regent. He doesn't really have an official title or stake in the throne.
All right, I know you guys are about to give me shit here, but I'm still going to go for it because I have a theory here. Logain doesn't have an interest in the throne. He says that himself. If we recruit him, that he just wants to unite the land under Anora and keep Ferelden secure from foreign powers. Hal, however, is Loghain's advisor who absolutely wants as much titles and power as possible, and as we will see later, has no problems disposing of Anora, since Anora doesn't trust Hal. I think these guys are likely Hal's soldiers that are propping up Loghain as king, because Hal told them to do that. I think Hal's game in this is to string Loghain along enough, using his paranoia, so that he can either prop Loghain up as king so that Hal is now second to the throne, or betray Loghain so Hal can take the throne himself. Loghain may be paranoid and corrupt, but Hal is a whole different level of evil that is on his shoulder.
Nah, that's valid. Barry Hal can suck it.
Yeah, no, for real, Barak, that is your most valid defense of Loghain ever. Literally, Hal is just worse. That makes sense to me. Anyways, this dude just hit both of my trigger points. Being a Loghain simp and calling our guy a kin slayer when he doesn't have a single fucking thought as to what happened in episode 1. So it's time to bend this dude over harder than I did both the Witch of the Wilds today.
That's just like your catchphrase now, huh, Donald?
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, Donald, while we have some free time, do you have a comment, question, prep for today?
You bet I do, boys, and I'm going to ask ourselves and the viewers to go all the way back to our debate in episode 1 with this one, because we are going to have our viewers settle the second biggest election of the year. Who do you guys believe should rule Orzammar? Our brother Prince Balin or the loser Harrowmont? You can either give what narratively makes sense in this playthrough to do, or the option that you think is the best option for Orzammar. If you all have been long-time viewers, you already know who I am picking. Prince Balin offers true change for Orzammar, and he is not afraid to step over the Assembly to do it. The Assembly is an inefficient government body, and Balin knows exactly how to play the game to avoid their BS. He also knows where the money is and promises increased surface trade to strengthen the dwarven economy. He will improve the lives of the casteless, allowing them to enter the military further, increasing the dwarven military power as well. On a personal note, we will be allowed to join the Edgekin House as a noble again in Orzammar, becoming the brother to the king of Orzammar, and bury the hatchet with our brother for respecting his grind set.
Viewers, don't be fooled by that Donald only likes Balin because he has a harem. He could care less about his policies or the good of Orzammar overall. I personally have doubts about how far Balin's benevolence will extend with no one or nothing else to check him. Harrowmont may not be the choice that will on the surface benefit Orzammar, but he is still a morally good man and the person that the former king chose to be in power. He will keep the Assembly in place so he doesn't become a tyrant himself, and he will honor his word to us and to the people. Harrowmont is an honest ruler and the person who gave us a chance at life in the Wardens, and I think we owe it to him, if not for our own life, but the life of our brother and father.
Joe Screw Trayan, that dude isn't even likable in death.
You know what I mean? He also drove our father to death and exiled our big bro Gorm.
All right, good points, boys. Also, Donald, grab the note by the gate. It starts the important quest for later to get a key item.
Nice pun, Barry.
Thank you, Joe. Now on to my choice. Well, personally, I usually pick whichever ruler makes the most narrative choice for my warden to play. If I am doing a more selfish or evil playthrough, I will pick Balin, because I can see that Balin gets results at the end of the day, even if he lies and betrays others. If I am doing a more benevolent warden, I will pick Harrowmont, because I can see he is an honest and fair ruler, and I can see he was the legitimate choice in Orzammar, whereas Balin believed he was owed the throne. If I'm playing a dwarven noble, I find it hard not to side with Harrowmont. I mean, Balin did kill our brother and exile us for it. But Donald has a point that it is appealing to be allowed back into House Edgekin if we do help him. However, counterpoint Donald, what if we help Balin at first gain his trust and build his hopes up? Then at the final moment, we betray him the same way he betrayed us. I think there is even some special dialogue if we do things that way.
That sounds amazing. What the hell? Don't say that, Barak. You're going to make me want to side with Harrowmont, too. Either way, viewers, comment down below who you think the best choice for King or Orzammar is. But don't just do it for this episode. We will ask the question again every episode. until it's time for our decision, and we will tally every comment for the next couple of episodes, since it will take a few episodes to end the Orzammar questline anyway. And the final tally, when the final Orzammar episode is published, will decide who is king. We will also not feature this comment question next episode and wait until the king decision is made to feature it, so it isn't obvious what ruler we are deciding yet. Now, Barack, go ahead and get to our featured comment.
Our featured comment from last episode comes from George Gale, another longtime commenter in our series, who says their favorite romance is Josephine from Inquisition, which is a very cultured take. He says he enjoys her dialogue and romance interactions in the Trespasser DLC, as well as the happy ending she provides the Inquisitor. We also had a small speculation in the comments below on her roles in Dreadwolf, as well as Lord on Ontrato, whenever Dreadwolf finally gets released. Thank you to everyone, as always, for your comments, and don't forget to like the video too if you breathed today.
Shameless plug, but good shit, Barry. Well, let's go help our future Inquisition enchanter, Dagna.
True, this is one of like the 5 side quests that is canon, whether we do it or not, so we might as well, right?
She literally wants us to travel back to the Circle after we just left there this same damn episode. Hell no, we aren't doing that. Besides, why would you want to leave the base city of Orzammar for the Circle Tower? You're just gonna wind up getting eaten by demons.
Some of us care about higher education instead of building a fake school Donald.
Shut It Sleepy, Grind Setting 101, Crypto 205, and Infidelity 303 are all valid college curriculums. You Democrats just can't handle innovation.
It's fine, Donald. I will take care of it during my episode, as long as you never bring up any of that bullshit ever again.
She's so enthusiastic and adorable. I'm glad we're helping her.
Oh, I'll go pack my bags right now. I'll be waiting by my father's shop.
Oh God, what the hell is this robe-wearing freak doing down here?
The Maker's holy light will be spread across every corner of the world, Brother Donald.
Joe, what the hell are you on about?
How was that, Liliana? Did I say it right?
Oh, never mind. He's just trying to impress his B-list bard again. So why the hell did this dude think it was a good idea to open a chantry in Orzammar? Have you seen how engrossed in the ancestors these people are? Also, I am role-playing our guy as if we believe in the ancestors ourselves. Because why the hell wouldn't we? So this dude is condescending us right now.
Wow, holy shit. This dude comes off as an ass to dwarves. Somebody should have given him a crash course in missionary work. Something tells me it's the first lesson to respect the traditions and religion of others before trying to spread your own. I mean, just look at how my girl Cassandra handles it.
Great work, Donald. You failed the quest.
Why the hell would we help this douche after he called our warden ignorant?
Besides, we technically just saved his life. If we open the chantry in the epilogue, there is a revolt, and he is killed. He probably called the people revolting savages or something like he just did here.
Damn, so it's between killing his dreams or killing him. Tough choice.
Time to weep what you two sowed.
Wait, who is this chick? Why she look kind of familiar?
I don't know. Maybe she's a mini-boss or something. She does look familiar.
For the love of God, neither of you two remember her?
This is exactly the kind of professional transaction I look for, boys.
Hell yeah, Donald.
Ladies. The Trump Tower can see to all your needs. Oh, right, that was the servant girl we had a three-way with, which caused Bellin to get jealous and start this whole plot. Almost forgot.
Wait, did she say, son, we made a kid in this game?
Yeah, surprise, surprise, dumbass, a three-way can make a kid.
Wait, now, hold on. I'm a rich, badass Grey Warden. How do I know she isn't trying to pin a kid on me?
We were all there and did the deed. Donald, what do you mean?
I'm just saying, how do I know it's mine?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my special guests, the Presidents of the United States.
Oh, damn. Maury, how have you been? Wasn't expecting you until Sunday, you lovable bastard.
Hey, Donnie, how have you been?
Doing good, trying to outgame these liberals. You know how it is.
Joey, you old bastard, good to see you're still alive.
Oh, damn. Hey, Maury, pull up a chair. Let's catch up a bit.
I'm high? Wait, Joe, you know Maury Povich, too?
Yeah, he's in my 80 and Up celebrity book club. We are currently reading Gone Girl.
Hello to you too, former President Barack Obama.
Huh, I feel a bit excluded for some reason, but Maury, what are you doing here?
Well, you see, boys, I was having brunch with my wife in our favorite DC restaurant when my paternity question senses tingled, and I immediately sprinted out of the restaurant and headed straight for the White House. And now here I am.
Well, that just doesn't sound plausible. And also, how did you even get in the Oval Office?
Barack, he is legendary TV show host Maury Povich. Bush gave him his own personal back entrance during his term.
Wait, that's what the door with the M is for?
Obviously.
Thanks for looking out on an old friend Maury, so you think you can DNA test this servant dwarf's baby to see if it's ours?
Of course, Donnie, that's easy money for a guy like me. I've got the DNA test right here.
Oh boy, he is going to say the thing.
In the case of, it just says dwarf baby here. What kind of name is that?
Oh, yeah, she doesn't name him till way later.
That's weird as hell, but I will roll with it in the case of 1-month-old dwarf baby, Donald Obama Joe. You are the father.
Damn, is this where I do the runoff stage, Maury?
Your fat ass ain't running 2 feet.
Believe it now, boys.
Shit. Well, now we have an even deeper layer to the choice boys because we need our future dwarf king to raise our child too.
Well, that's definitely a point towards Harrowmont. He formally adopts the child as his own, whereas Bellin sort of just lets the child stay in the Aegican manor, sort of pushed to the side.
All right, boys, I got to level with you. I don't know what the hell any of that means, but I should probably get out of here before my wife gets impatient. She will not be happy. I went to the White House without her.
Sure thing. Maury, thanks again for giving us your expertise. I will see you next Sunday on the golf field, right?
I wouldn't miss it, Donnie. Outstroking
Pause.
you is the easiest money I've made since retiring from TV. Give Melania and Jill my best boys.
Later, MP.
Well, I can't lie, boys. I have never been more out of the loop. How come all of you are friends with Maury, and I'm not?
Because Maury doesn't have an interest in Dragon Age, Mass Effect, or your wife's books, and that's all you talk about, Barack.
Now, that's not fair. I have other interests.
Name 2 of them.
Exercise and going out with friends.
What the hell kind of basic bitch answer is that? Life isn't a damn dating app questionnaire, Obama. This is why we are your only friends.
I definitely have other groups besides you.
Your wife's friends don't count as your friends Barry.
Joe, you don't even remember your friends. You call me a handsome White House aide for the first 30 minutes when you see me after waking up from a nap.
Fake news.
Hold on, Joe. Just because we are vibing doesn't mean you can take my lines. I have got a brand to protect, and lawyers on speed dial sleepy. Don't push it.
Oh, so that's how it is then. Well, why are we helping Bellin's henchmen when we haven't decided on a king choice?
It's my playtime, so I'm going to side with Pelin. His quest is more interesting anyway, and it gives more lore that Barry's hard about.
Well, both quests give pretty good lore, but Bellin's quest is way more beneficial to do, because it allows us to go to the Aegican Thaig earlier and pick up the first part of a quest essential item, as well as giving us good loot from the dungeon, including a gift for Alistair. Harrowmont's quest is shorter, but doesn't have any loot or reward, and we can challenge the proving again, even without siding with Harrowmont. So, Donald, whether intentional or no, is doing the optimal play.
8 episodes in, and you still don't get that every move I make is optimal, Barack.
I mean, your plays are optimal as long as you're not huffing 20 cc's of copium, Donald. But even though we will do both of the king's tasks this playthrough, I think it's more interesting to work with Bellin for now, since it will allow us to confront him and get his side of the story.
Oh boy, time to get the popcorn boys.
Well, I have a few more things to take care of here, so it looks like you will get the honor of confronting Balin next episode, Joe.
Prove your loyalty. Perhaps you'll get the reunion you desire.
Crazy how Harrowmont's bro just pops up after talking with Vardak.
Now here's a real second to a king dueling Harrowmont's main man.
Never wanted to hit the skip dialogue button faster in my life. What a total snooze fest.
Too bad we didn't bring Zevran here. He makes a really funny jab at Harrowmont not being able to keep his men in line.
Hey, now we are guilty of falling prey to Balin too. Can't blame the average Joe for doing the same.
So fun little lore fact here, boys. In Inquisition, we can learn that either Dulin or Vartag, if we make their perspective, Lord the King are still working as their second, even 11 years later through notes we can find in Inquisition. So it seems like the seconds of Lords in Orzammar really do form lifelong bonds.
And that is why Gorim will always be our biggest bro, even if he can't join us in wreaking havoc in our stomping grounds again.
Intimidate House Harrowmont's best fighters into stepping down.
Now why don't we take a gander at Barry's stomping grounds?
I know you're taking the piss, but I honestly think the Shaperette is a fascinating lore point of Orzammar. Shapers are a cool mix of political advisors, lore keepers, and religious officials, all wrapped into one. They physically record birth records, assembly decisions, and other historical events on stone using lyrium, and are chosen for their work due to their high intelligence, not just born into it like everyone else. Shapers are supposed to be apolitical, devoted solely to their work, maintaining the memories, and because they have such a deep understanding of Dwarven ancestry. Their work is religious in nature because of the Dwarven pantheon. Also, as a nice lore touch, this room has some of the most codex entries packed into one location.
This is what we are talking about, Obama. Your monotone, rambling ass would fit in great here. We should stick you with the other old men and have you grow a beard out.
Well, excuse me for appreciating an interesting lore keeper faction in Dragon Age. Anyway, Donald, go ahead and ask this dude about the documents Vartag gave us. He has some interesting things to say.
See, Bellin is a snake. He is tricking people with fake documents.
Oh no, a politician using altered or deleted documents to get his way, that could never happen, right? Jesus, Joe, you have been in this game for twice as long as either of us. You're telling me you never fudged the numbers a little to get your way?
Donald, I'm like you myself, and my business was never fined for tax fraud.
Just because you got away with it doesn't mean it's not true, Sleepy. I was in the game too. I know how you rats operate. At least Bellin knows how to win the game.
Donald, your stance changes more than our wives' dinner choices. I don't think any viewer can pinpoint exactly what you're on about.
Exactly, I'm mysterious and therefore I'm the favorite.
Well, I'm actually surprised you are showing the darker side of Bellin here, Donald. It goes against your plea to get the viewers to vote for Bellin.
Well, first of all, I am a man of the people and would never deceive my viewers. Balin is a corrupt backstabber. There is no getting around that, I will be fair. Secondly, if I didn't show this, Obama would just yap about it anyway. And third, our viewers are cultured and most of them already know the documents are fake anyway. So I will give them all the facts, and I'm sure you two will give them all the facts on Harrowmont, so that we can all make an informed decision when it comes up.
That surprisingly was a fair argument, Donald. I am proud of you.
Yeah, good shit, Lil D. Maybe this year won't be an easy sweep after all.
I was about to say the same thing, but since we are being nice, I won't lie to you, Sleepy.
Well, speaking of easy sweeps, since you gave me props for it this episode, I will give it back to you, Donald. Picking up all these side quests will really help speed things along for the next couple of episodes.
Yes, if you can find the Tig in any records, that could do it. That could prove I'm a noble.
Got to give the quest designers points here. It's cool that you can not only confirm the documents are forged, but also confront Vartag too. It's such a classic BioWare move that has been missing from a lot of recent games.
Well, thankfully, Larian is starting to come back with that kind of detail, so there is hope for the future. This dude is really our brothers. Second, though, he easily admits his deceptive grind and then stands on business saying, do it anyway.
Finding out the documents are fake is one of the many ways a Grey Warden that isn't a Dwarven noble can discern what each candidate is all about. Doing just a small amount of digging shows Belin is corrupt and willing to cheat his way to the top, while Harrowmont is honest but not exactly willing to break any dwarf tradition, good or bad.
Good points, boys. Also, damn, the robust character interactions we get in Orzammar right off the bat is crazy. Almost everyone has something to say off the bat.
Very true. The Dwarven noble is absolutely a top-tier world-building origin. I'm glad we could compromise on it.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and suck yourselves off harder. Sure, the lore and interactions here are cool and more robust than other origins, but nothing will defeat my goated human noble.
Origin debates? What is this, episode 1?
Facts.
Oh shit, looks like I get to go back to our first dungeon next episode. It's pretty cool how things come together like that.
Very true. And this dungeon should be even more packed than when I fought it at the start of the playthrough, so it should be a fun challenge.
Maybe you will finally join the Death Squad with me, Joe?
Not a chance in hell. I said in episode 1 I am not getting clapped up by dwarves.
Actually, it's the same place you had all that distasteful business with your brother Trian.
Well, here we have our next and last companion in Origins, boys, voiced by the legendary Steve Blum.
The based Uncle Ogren is a sight for sore eyes. Now, I may hate two-hander companions in this game, but Ogren is so goddamn funny as well as a tough old bastard that I can't help but want to bring him along.
Ogren has a great storyline too. The developers definitely love Ogren with not only his comedy, but the complexity when you reach under his mask is peak too. Most of that we won't really see until Awakening though.
It's too bad we can't recruit him earlier in the storyline.
Well, to be fair, as this guard says here, Ogren can't wield weapons in Orzammar, which would be a big lore break if he tried to fight with us early on, since we still have plenty to do in the city.
Also, this dude's name is Loli Nar. That sounds like a website that would get this channel banned.
Illegal name aside, this guy is a member of the IVO house, which means he is related to the Benstein-sounding dude who betrayed us during our origin in the first episode. We will also encounter another Ivo we can meet in the proving later if we want some additional revenge.
That's a good point. We never meet Ben Stein. Or that scout again in Orzammar dude is probably hiding in his room with the lights off when he heard we are back from the grave. Missed opportunity for some satisfying revenge, honestly.
Looks like your time is almost up, Donald. Why don't we call it here and I can handle the rest of the city storyline next episode?
That's going to be way too much combat for you, Joe. Are you sure you can handle it? Wait, why the hell do I care? That just gives you more chances to stumble. Sure, go right ahead.
Oh, please, I have cooked during both of my episodes. I am going to prove that I am him next time, viewers.
Good work today with Flemeth Donald. You definitely hit your content quota, and then some, you earned the rest. Also, don't forget to get the writ in the stairs above you.
Bonjour, boys. It's your badass bard-loving Biden, ready to beat some baddies.
Sheesh, bringing some Bardic bars early, Biden.
Impressive display of mid-sleepy. When is the SoundCloud dropping that will get 50 views? 49 of which will be you.
You're just mad that I am about to outcook you.
Sure thing, Joe. I started my episode by killing the last god of the Elven Pantheon. And now, during your episode, you're going to bully some short dudes who smell like rocks and are like a third your size. So get on my level, Sleepy.
Sure, Donald. I will go install a slide to lower to your level. Let me just go find a mage to die 3 times 2. Anyways, there is crime happening. Time to put a stop to it.
Knowing Joe's track record, he is probably going to pay them off or befriend the criminals instead of being a badass renegade president.
This is all I have right now.
It's going to be a spicy episode today. Viewers, hope you brought popcorn. Remember, Joe, it's important
to intimidate them, not kill them. So I have access to this guy as a merchant for the supplies and shale gift. I know Barry.
Oh, shit. Never mind. Big Dog didn't know you got it like that.
Once a month, this dude actually takes his meds and becomes Barack's apprentice on game knowledge.
So despite this dude's kind of bad voice acting, this is really good set dressing for one of the 3 main quests in Orzammar dealing with the Carta. The game designers added several encounters that a player is bound to run into while handling the main quest. The first was Ogren's introduction from last episode, and now this Carta shakedown, which players will encounter on their path to do either of favors for our chosen king. And it's not a forced cutscene, so if someone wants to skip it, they can, but it's more rewarding to do it for lore.
This dude is surprisingly verbose for a Dusttown thug.
Whoa.
Just like that, I saved the store using my color of the Supreme King. Remember, viewers, if you vote for me in 2024, I will defend your small business from being invaded by 3-foot-tall dudes with face tattoos.
Vote for me in 2024, and I will give every American citizen a Morrigan or Alistair body pillow dealer's choice on that one.
God, the election cycle really took a dive since I stopped running.
It's just a different battlefield, Barry. Anyways, let's give the giant rock a smaller, shinier rock. Heading straight for the tavern now, since that's where Belen's other noble is.
I don't care if you're
Also, apparently this girl actually liked Trian. I didn't know that dude actually had people who liked him.
I don't think there's any evidence. He was a good person, but she's saying he just tipped good. If that's all it took, we would be giving you twice what he paid. But I guess refuse our heavy pockets and stay broke.
Yeah, this is the one and only person that comes to Trian's defense here. I guess besides our dad, this was the only person who cared he died. Also, it's weird, she says she expected more from us, but we don't meet her in the origin at all, so why should we really care about that?
Just another random NPC whose opinion doesn't matter. I'm sure we have a few of them in here that you want us to talk to.
Just 3, actually, and one of them is Ogren. And another one we have to do for Belen's quest, so it's essential anyway. Let's get the main quest done first. This here is Lord Helmi, and I find him one of the more interesting dwarfs in this game. He has very liberal views compared to the average dwarf, as he believes that many of the lower castes should be treated more as equals, and that many could be just as skilled as fighters or politicians as the nobles, which makes him more of a black sheep among the other members of the assembly. In addition, he is the son of Lady Helmi, who we met at the dinner in our origin, who warned us about Lord Dace, and the brother of another Helmi, who I fought in the Proving, in our origin as well.
So if he has such non-traditional views, Why doesn't he just support Balin, who promises to break traditions?
Well, it seems like he is heavily influenced by his family still, as I imagine most dwarf nobles are. And given his mother was family friends with our family, I imagine his family would want to side with Endrin's choice, which was Harrowmont. Given what he says here, it seems he believed Harrowmont to be the more honest choice as well.
Damn, I actually feel kind of bad for deceiving this guy. This quest takes a different vibe when you find out the documents are fake.
I would have thought you would be used to deception, Joe. You have been a politician for twice as long as either of us.
Just not used to it, Donald. I guess 3 marriages makes you an expert in deception, huh?
Oh, low blow, Joe. I think it's important to note that both main quests will direct you to Tapsters at one point, and it's excellent quest design that they do. In addition to having Helmy placed here to give us insight into dwarven politics, we also have the Nervous Adventure, which starts the Unbound quest that will span the entire game, having us find notes in 2 other main quest dungeons in order to fight a powerful demon boss. Most importantly, though, is of course the fact our future companion Oghren is here, and we not only can learn more about him, but we will also get special dialogue later if we talk to him here, since we can vow to help find Branka even before we are sent out to do so.
Knowing our trend of things, I'm going to be the one to have to kill the demon boss at the end of Unbound.
Hey, now you're breaking the magic, Donald. Also, it's crazy even Oghren recognizes us from our origin. This origin really put its best foot forward in making everyone recognize you.
Huh, it's weird. He thinks we are working for Harrowmont already. We only talked to Dulin. We haven't actually done either quest to side with a king choice yet. I think the game just defaults to Harrowmont and Oghren's dialogue. If you haven't made a choice yet, since the game does lean slightly more towards siding with Harrowmont on the surface.
Did we cover Paragons already, Barack? It's been like 8 episodes since the first episode.
We did remember you had that whole plan on being Paragon of America, Donald.
Oh, right, thanks for the reminder. That's still in motion. I just have the election to win first.
Well, I definitely don't think we have talked about Branka yet, if you want to start the Yapberry.
Fair, I guess we can give a refresher for the viewers. Branka is the first Paragon in over 4 generations. She became a Paragon by developing a coal that was smokeless when burned, which meant smiths could use it in their windowless caves without getting lung cancer. When she rose to Paragon, she was still married to Oghren, but it was an arranged marriage, back when the two were just a smith and a proving fighter. Now that Branka was a walking god in Orzammar, she began to resent Oghren, and Oghren couldn't really cope with being thrusted into noble life and the responsibilities that entailed. So he began drinking. Eventually, Branka, being a highly intelligent smith, began obsessing over the lost anvil of the void and took her whole house on expedition to find it, except Oghren, because Branka hated him by this point. That was 2 years ago, and now no one has seen them since. There is more to the story, but we will cover that later.
If Branka hated our goat Oghren so much, why not just get a divorce?
I know this might sound crazy to you since you have had 10 of them, Donald, but this is a traditional society. I'm pretty sure divorce only exists when your spouse is dead.
Man, you're really testing it today, Sleepy.
It's all the bleeding same to me. Barkeep.
Crazy to be back right where we began, boys. It was only a couple months ago Barry paid off some dudes in approving to win, and then had a 3-way, which all launched us into becoming the hero of Ferelden.
Jesus Christ. For the last time, we were set up by Belin because we were a popular son of the king, not because Trian and Belin were jealous of us banging 2 girls at once.
Man, Barack, I thought you were our lore master. How did you fumble that knowledge this hard?
Oh, right, boys. I remember a couple months ago when we were in this tunnel you guys mentioned an anime. Goblin Slayer. Well, I had Hunter load up an episode for me.
Oh, God. And what did you think, Joe?
It was kind of boring. I don't know what you two were on about. This plucky gang of adventurers go and kill some goblins in a cave. Honestly, they were walking in a dark cave for like 3 minutes, just yapping. I felt like I was watching Barry play this game, so I fell asleep, and next thing I knew, some armored dude was killing goblins to heavy metal. It was kind of cool, but I don't know why they were hyping up killing those little guys so much. I'd give it a 6 out of 10.
Joe, you slept through literally more than half the damn episode, and you're rating it. My God, you are such
Okay, Donald. Honestly, that is the best case scenario for everyone. Joe sounds like it's not your speed. And you don't have to watch any more episodes or read the light novels or manga either.
Oh, yeah, good call, Barack.
You both are still acting sis as hell, but whatever. You boys were right about Shale's stone aura. I was kind of bummed I couldn't switch to win instead, but this aura makes these Darkspawn easy mode. I didn't even have to play it safe in that fight.
Well, Joe, I am glad you like the stone aura strat, but I guess you didn't notice you can actually change your party members in the city of Orzammar itself. So actually it's pretty easy to swap out companions here as opposed to the circle tower where we are locked in.
Oh wait, we can change our party? Damn it, I wish I knew that I got to be at my best and have healing grandma on my side.
Joe, you just said you are enjoying using stone aura. Is your medication already wearing off?
I know what I said, but the baddie win is just always better. She can heal us and still output some damage. Also, like I said, she is a 10 out of 10.
That's fair, Joe. I did say Shale was an option to replace support magic, but that doesn't mean it is always the best idea. Shale still can't heal or stun enemies. So while Shale is an option to replace regular support magic, it really depends on the Warden's playstyle.
Going hard while pounding gamer sups is exactly how BioWare intended to use the big girl's aura. It's big dick energy stone aura only.
Overcompensation energy more like.
Yeah, I guess you need some of that extra DPS since you are pulling the entire Darkspawn army on our little guy right now.
Jesus, they really pulled an entire second encounter in the same fight. What kind of bullshit is this?
If you were more careful, positioning our Warden, you wouldn't have pulled additional Darkspawn to us, Joe. That is your skill issue right now. I know we have better equipment, but you still have to be optimal. There's some fights that can clap you if you are not careful.
Well, this still ended up the same way despite the hiccups. Like I said, last episode, I am him.
Never ever punished. This dude has the luck stat maxed out since 2020.
Well, either way, Joe, go ahead and loot around this area specifically. This area has the rune stone for Alistair and that bloody sack there to start a quest in the deep roads later. The rune stone is right in the locked chest in the center, and the bloody sack is obvious.
Well, that doesn't sound ominous as hell.
It's just another demon boss. I'm starting to notice a trend with BioWare's side quest. Anything that involves gathering notes or books or body parts is automatically a damn demon boss waiting to happen.
I think Varric makes a joke about that in 2, but you are absolutely goddamn right on that one, Donald. I never said everything in this game was wholly unique.
Oh hey, it's the cave dinosaurs again. These guys would be kind of cute if they didn't grind stone with their teeth.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about these enemies. On one hand, they don't do that annoying overwhelm bullshit, but on the other hand, they don't really do anything that has any threat to them. I mean, has anyone struggled with a damn deep stalker even on Nightmare?
That's fair. They really don't stand out or have any difficulty to them. They are a little better in Inquisition just because the engine could spawn an actual horde of them instead of just like 10 or so. But even in that game, they aren't a challenge, but they just feel more thematically appropriate because of the increased numbers.
I mean, the lore you gave on them is pretty dope though, Barry. It's just I wish their gameplay reflected that.
Yeah, given the lore Deep Stalkers have, they could have been a very memorable enemy if the budget for Origins was higher. The Codex says these guys not only burrow under stone with their teeth, but also can curl up into balls small enough to resemble rocks, both of which set them up as ambush predators that could have offered memorable gameplay moments in the deep roads.
God, I would have thrown them a couple bans if they could do that anything to break away from the tedium of killing 1,000 Darkspawn in a row. Plus, if they made them as memorable as Fallout 4 enemies, it would have been well worth it.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Billionaire. Maybe you can help out those struggling developers working on Dreadwolf or Mass Effect 4 so that it can come out in the next decade or so.
Maybe if it was the golden age of BioWare with Guider and the OG crew of Origins and Mass Effect 1, but there is barely any remaining crew, so they are going to need to prove themselves before I dive into my McDonald's or golfing funds. That's my self-care after all.
Yeah, most people just get a massage or a nice steak, but I guess heart failure and millions of dollars in golf fields work too.
My Obama in Christ,
My
when you're
what?
a true top dog, you need the true peak of self-care. I wouldn't expect your nerdy ass to understand that.
Jesus Christ, I don't even know what that sentence even means. Anyway, Joe, go ahead and skip past Dace here. We should explore the rest of the cave. I'm sure there is some interesting loot and battles further in.
Sounds good, Barry. Let's get it. Okay, breaking news. Obama couldn't have been more wrong. The last 20 minutes has been nothing but more of these deep stalkers and a few low-tier loot drops.
There was one fight with some Darkspawn that almost looked dicey, but really all of it was so tedious, we decided to skip it and just show this one fight to get the point across what we went through also. At least shale levels up here, so that's exciting. Joe, go ahead and just dump it all in Khan to make his aura and tankiness better.
Yeah, okay, unlike these two, I can humble myself a bit and admit I messed up. I thought there would be an interesting fight or something, but I was wrong. But we did get some money, and that is going to be important for the lyrium smuggling quest coming up this episode or next. We do need about 20 more gold or so before we have enough to buy it.
Skill issue.
Donald, this is a team effort. That means it is overall all of our skill issues, not just berries.
Hey, I've been on the side quest grind during my episodes. Last I checked, Joe. You mostly do main quest stuff, which doesn't make us nearly enough money, so get on my level, Sleepy.
All right, ladies, we are all pretty and broke, so let's just make up and get back on the grind.
I think this is one of the first dwarves that does not recognize us. You think he would because there was a dace at our coronation dinner as well.
You have a point there, Joe, but you can't expect every single dialogue line to change, I suppose. Dace is going to give us a quick teleport back to Orzammar, so why don't we go and confront our brother?
Hell yeah, this is like the culmination of everything we went through in our origin. You are getting a real treat today, Joe.
Believe me, if there was a renegade interrupt, I would take it.
Who would have imagined my big brother returned from the grave, and with the might of the Grey Wardens behind him? I could hardly believe it when Vartag said you wished to help me regain the throne.
I'm sure most of our companions are confused as hell right now, but the main thing I think every player can think to ask first is why Bellin did this.
To be fair, our guy didn't even try to turn the assembly on Trianne. I think he did that mostly himself by having his head up his own ass and acting like he was already king.
You know it's bad when even Donald identifies someone else with a head up his ass.
So, how truthful do you think that story Bellin tells here about our father poisoning his older brother is? It doesn't feel like something Endrin would do, but granted, maybe his old age tempered him.
I mean, Bellin won a gold medal in gaslighting. I highly doubt what he says is the truth, or at least the whole story. Our father's older brother could have somehow been worse than Trine, or maybe even evil.
Sounds like our dad may have had a grind set of his own. I mean, Bellin certainly got it from somewhere. But yeah, as much as I love him, I doubt he is giving us the full story here. Also, hell yes, Bellin, speak that truth, brother. Fuck the inefficient assembly and Congress.
Some intrusive thoughts won over there, Donald, but I guess I will stroke his ego some to gain his trust. It will be a surprise tool that will help us later.
No, it won't, Joe. We are staying true to our brother in Grind Balin. Think of the connections.
I could legit care less about political connections that a snake is offering he can catch these hands.
Don't be a rat, Sleepy. This vote will be the second most important vote of the year. You can't bribe YouTube comments like in 2020.
I have no power to send the troops you need. You've seen for yourself, the city is a slaughterhouse. Criminals run lawless. I could never hold the throne if I allowed such chaos.
It's still up in the air? Donald, remember to keep commenting, viewers. We will even count repeat comments in new episodes.
Well, guess it's time to show the viewers that Joe Biden is tough on crime.
You know, as long as it isn't any crime committed by dudes named Hunter.
Hey man, leave the kids out of this. I don't clown your dozen children.
Yeah, come on, Donald. We had some ground rules.
Fine, sorry. I just want to defend my bro Bellin here.
Balin, the guards treat casteless like a disease rather than human beings. Why would they cooperate with you?
Bro was like, well, I am banging one, so why don't y'all snitch on the crime boss that pays you a living wage and can kill you anytime they want?
Oh yeah, we can't meet Rika unless we are a dwarven commoner, can we?
Yeah, for some reason she just doesn't exist otherwise.
Maybe without her sibling being alive, things didn't work out for her the same way like maybe she lost the baby due to grief and Balin kicked her to the curb.
That's a fair point, Joe. Don't forget to go back to ask Balin to help take in our son if we elect him. We can ask him after we elect him king, but roleplay-wise, it makes sense to ask now.
So obviously no one believed Marty's son was ours. How do dwarfs normally establish paternity if it's so ingrained in their importance in society?
Well, most houses are pretty open to accepting children if there is even a chance it is theirs, since obviously dwarfs have a birth rate problem. More able bodies willing to fight the spawn is a good thing. So I think it's common to be a don't ask, don't tell policy.
Anyways, let's explore around our old home a little.
I wouldn't dawdle. The longer you take, the more both Jarvia and the Darkspawn build their power.
Damn, imagine breaking into a home trying to make a quick buck, and you immediately run into a badass tainted warrior who has killed a god and is armed with a 7-foot-tall golem to boot.
Yeah, compared to what we normally fight, I almost feel bad for these guys.
Now they can suck it, they could have surrendered or ran away, but they were prepared to spin the block on us just because we are a witness. Plus, I don't know how stealthy they were trying to be. Here they dug a damn hole to the palace and had like 10 guys. At best, a few of them were not going to make it out of here alive.
This guard has to be either minding his own business or deaf, dumb, and blind, because how did he not hear swords cutting armor and dudes dying like 10 feet from him?
Bro said I am on break. They can sort their shit out.
I do have to give some credit here, though. Orzammar really does have quests around every corner, speaking of time, to fight another one of these Revenant boys.
Come on, Obama, do lore.
Donald, stop poking me with a stick, and I will tell you. So these Revenants are corpses that are possessed by demons. Technically, any demon or sprit can possess a body, but when a desire or pride demon possess a dead body, instead of them becoming an abomination like Uldred, they will become a Revenant. These glass vials contain away demons, and there are 6 of them in Origins. For us to find one of them, Joe already fought in the Circle Tower. One of them appears only in a Denerim random encounter and has a unique and really good shield on him. So we will be on the lookout for that later. Also, they are counted as undead. So once we get our anti-undead sword for the second half of the game, they are getting clapped.
Good shit, Barack. So yeah, viewers, like the video or we will turn your grandma into a Revenant.
Honestly, that might be an upside to some people. Donald, these guys are pretty edgy looking.
Just focus on beating him, Joe. I've noticed in both fights, you keep using cold spells on him despite being immune to cold damage. Sounds like a skill issue to me.
I'm mostly doing that, trying to freeze him, Donald. It's a valid strat. Also, it doesn't really matter. Shiel's aura makes us so immune to his damage, so we are good to go.
Oh boy, drama alert, incoming time to break the news to Liliana, Joe.
Wait, no baby, it's not what you think. It wasn't me. You're the only one I need.
Joe, what the hell are you doing? We had a deal.
Sweet pea, please me and Morrigan. We're just having a conversation. I never slept with her.
Joe, buddy, seriously, why are you stalling here? Think of Meryl.
All right, boys, I admit it. I can't do it. I know we agreed on Morrigan's romance, and I have made my peace with losing Liliana, but I can't break up with her myself. I'm only a man. I can't hurt the feelings of this 2D goddess.
Pathetic. She is really just ones and zeros, and you can't just man up and stand your ground.
Oh, come on, Donald. Imagine if we had to break up with Morrigan if we chose Liliana instead.
Well, glad I'm not alone in my feelings. Barry, just break it to her next episode, okay? I can't stand to do this right now.
Sure thing, old buddy.
I will salvage what I can.
Anyways, boys, the reason I'm talking to her here is I wanted to ask her about Orzammar, because that can start a small side quest to look for nugs and eventually get a pet nug for her in Dusttown, which I am about to head to anyway. So the order is you either have to have 80 plus approval, which is friendship level, or be in a romance with her, which we still are, thankfully.
Total bullshit.
Shush, Donald, I am telling the viewers about Liliana. So once you meet either of those 2 requirements, talk to her in the city of Orzammar, and she will bring up her opinions on Orzammar and add that she would like the nugs as a pet.
Just ignore me.
Then you can talk to the idle dwarf in Dusttown and pay him some silver for a pet nug. You'll see me do it here in a bit.
Bro only has yap material for mages, and Liliana gets some new material. We are almost 10 goddamn episodes in.
Says the dude who is still gooning for Morrigan and doing tricks on the human noble origin 10 episodes in.
Yeah, both of you need to realize that y'all don't have any leg to stand on here. We are in Act 2 of this playthrough. Let's start fresh.
Donald, did you hear something?
I think it's some dude yapping about how the Ferelden's banner color signifies elven oppression or some shit, I don't know. I have been tuned out since he started yapping about Belen's betrayal in episode 1.
Well, both of you can eat a dick then, and here I was about to praise both your waifus. But instead, why don't we hear some of Liliana's lore instead? Joe is about to trigger the next chain to start her quest.
It's crazy. We have the president of the Liliana fan club, and we are just now getting ready to start her quest.
Some of them are.
I take my time with the ladies, Donald, unlike your ass speed running to get to Witchessy.
Many use the 2 words minstrel and bard interchangeably, but to do so in Orlais would cause misunderstanding. Bards are minstrels and more. Spies, as you say. Some say there is a bard order, but I don't think this is true. Many bards work alone or in small groups, doing the bidding of a patron who pays for their services. If there is an organization behind it all, no one knows who
Bards
they are.
being handled as spies, focusing on charm, seduction, and charisma, has been the biggest breath of fresh air for the bardic class of D&D this century. Seriously, most D&D players treat bards like they are just horny pop stars with magic. Giving them a role like this in the world of Dragon Age is top tier. I have been trying to get George to implement that for the bard class in his homebrew world for a few years now.
This doesn't sound like a Dragon Age rant anymore, Barack. This sounds personal.
Look, I talk about Dragon Age since it's relevant for the content, but I am a multifaceted nerd. I could fill volumes on obscure fantasy lore. Dragon Age is just my favorite.
Look, that was a nice yap, Barry, but bards rolling to seduce the dragon is still a classic meme that will never leave the tabletop community. I'm surprised Baldur's Gate 3 didn't have it.
The fact they didn't gives me hope for the future.
Well, I'm just doing this quick side quest here. It's probably the shortest in the game. I just run over here and grab a nug and boom, easy money and XP.
This quest can't have good returns. Why do it, Joe?
I wasn't sure if this also helped trigger getting the Liana Pet Nug quest, so I figured I would take the 30 seconds to do it.
Did you boys know that the first dwarf to eat nug was a stranded soldier in the deep roads who ate it out pure desperation and found out they were delicious? When his house found him in the deep roads, finally he had actually gained weight from all the nugs he ate. The Assembly made him a paragon for this, for simply finding a new food source, which is probably the fastest speed run of paragon status in the history of Orzammar.
Damn, some people have to be a brilliant smith and researcher or stop a blight to become paragon. And then there's some dudes who discover nug nuggets and become a living god on the spot.
Bro was the original built different dwarf.
Man, there is so much going on in Orzammar. Look here, we got some Harrowmont simps ready to jump us for siding with Balin.
People not happy with election results and attacking others in the street. Sounds like they are taking a page out of your January 6th playbook, Donald.
And just when we were getting along too, Joe.
Honestly, I am kind of indifferent about all these encounters. On one hand, they show how chaotic the city of Orzammar is without a king and how passionate they are about elections. But on the other hand, these January 6ers literally guard every important place in the city. I haven't gone 2 minutes without fighting something now.
I guess we are just rolling with that title. It might be a little annoying, Joe, but it does really help the world building.
Maybe they should focus less on world building and more on housing building so there's less eyesores and angry people attacking us in the streets.
Even once we reach Dusttown, we are still getting ganked in the streets.
Looks like the average town in Oklahoma. I bet the rent is $20 a month and a shuck of corn.
I assume this is just how you two poor people live your lives since leaving the White House.
Donald, none of us are poor. Do you just think anyone who's not a billionaire is poor?
Yeah, pretty much.
Good God. Okay, Joe, do you have a comment question prepped? We could use a distraction here.
I got you, Big B Barry. So boys questing in Orzammar and enjoying its banger musical theme and the amazing attention of detail to this city's culture by making 3 visually distinct districts in this city has really got me to appreciate BioWare's cities in this game. So viewers, comment question of the day, what is your favorite Dragon Age city, either in game or just in lore? I won't restrict to just in game ones. Mine would definitely be Kirkwall.
Ooh, the switch up.
Joe, why did you hype up Orzammar just to pick Kirkwall?
Because shut up anyway, Kirkwall is such a endearing city in the Dragon Age series. It is the city that we spend the most time in out of every other city in all 3 games. We become engrossed in the political and social structure of the city, and the city has a nice melting pot of cultures, being Tevinter in origin, but having a leadership structure like Orlais, and finally having influence from other Free Marcher inhabitants, but also a large Ferelden influence caused by Hawk and the Fifth Blight. Kirkwall's districts are also very visually distinct, just like Orzammar. The city felt more like a home than I have seen most other video game cities do, and while most of that is because of the top-tier companion writing, the atmosphere of Kirkwall still adds to that. Also, the fact that we can see the city change over 10 years makes it more memorable to players.
Good points, Joe. That is probably the best case for Kirkwall I have seen someone make. As for me, it's really tough to pick one, but I would have to give it to Antiva. Obviously not for any in-game reasons, as we haven't visited Antiva yet, but lore-wise, I find the city very fascinating. Being a city that is functionally run by wealthy merchants, assassins, and pirates, rather than any formal government or monarchy like most nations. They do have a king and a royal family, but that family holds very little actual power and are mostly just figureheads for foreign relations. The true power of Antiva is their mercantile strength and their deadly assassins, making them a wealthy city run by assassins almost, and assassination is as common as rain. Also, the city, the way Zevran describes it, at least always gave me early Assassin's Creed vibes, where a Renaissance-era city features assassins jumping from roof to roof. I really hope more of the northern cities are explorable in Dreadwolf and not just a market district and a palace like Orlais.
Got to love the dig at Orlais there, but good shit, boys. Anyways, even if your starting argument was deceptive as hell, Joe, I still appreciate the fact you didn't pick Orzammar so that I can pick a different answer to you. Orzammar is a based and amazing city, and I think the whole district themes from Kirkwall that you like so much, Joe, can be traced back to Orzammar's districts, plus Orzammar has more shops in it than even Denerim, which is supposed to be our hub city. So for the first and only time, the dwarves did better than the humans. Plus, the lore of the dwarves goes crazy with the caste system, paragons, and deep roads, all of which are on full display here. And while I'm not gooning out to lore the way Barry is, I can still appreciate how hard the world building of the dwarves really is. Plus, those glorious, bodacious, expertly crafted walls with not a mage in sight is simply peak.
And of course, you had to take an unnecessary shot at Mage's Donald, but it was still a goated argument. Good shit.
For real boys, good work. All right, viewers, let us know your favorite city in the Dragon Age world, either in game or in lore. Our editor will respond to every comment as normal, and we will feature our favorite comment next episode. This would normally be the part where we show the featured comment from last episode, but as we said, last time we are hosting a vote in our community as to who should be the king of Orzammar Bellin or Harrowmont, so we will feature the comment that swayed us the most once we reach that point in the game. You can comment on your choice this episode too. Our editor will count votes from each and every episode. If you want to see who's winning so far, guess you better check back to the previous episode.
Devious engagement boosting, Joe. I love it, but let's get back to the gameplay, shall we?
Not too much to say. We have been clapping some castless cheeks, and not the fun way like we did in episode 1. This is pretty underwhelming. I can't wait to get to the good shit in the deep roads where shit gets challenging.
Just got a horrible premonition in my future sight. Donald, you better lock in the deep roads is going to be dire for you.
First off, Joe, you're not me. You don't get anime power-ups or gamer visions. And secondly, after Flemeth's fight, I have reached my peak performance. Nothing is stopping me. So why don't you focus on your boring NPCs instead, Sleepy?
Just picking up some more quests to get our money up, Donald. Well, looks like we have a small gang going on in this house. I don't think these guys know who they are dealing with either. Also, viewers off screen, I swapped Shale out for Win, so I got the patented Biden squad back. You know I'm cooking serious now.
Unlike the dudes in the store, these guys can't be intimidated right away, but this isn't going to be anything but light work. Joe, fun fact, this is the Dwarven commoner's home. If we pick that origin without Duncan recruiting him, he unfortunately dies in prison at the Carta hideout, again despite killing the former leader Berat. His home turns into a small Carta outpost, regardless of origin, however.
Don't you have a huge amount of opinions on the dwarf commoner origin, Barak?
I do. A commenter from last episode kind of inspired my train of thought, as well as just being here now for the main quest, but I will wait till we get deeper in the Carta hideout to talk about them. We still have a few other story beats I don't want to talk over.
Joe, did you just let our wife die? You better skin each of these short guys alive, starting from their toes.
I'm proving a point to them by taking them out one by one, but since they surrendered and apologized, I guess I will leave them off with a warning. They gave us the key too, so we good.
If this was me, they wouldn't get 2 sentences out for what they did to Morrigan.
Good thing I'm not you then, Donald.
You couldn't be as based as me if you tried.
Well, thank God for that, Donald. If I was as based as you, I would be facing prison time. On my 3rd marriage, be banned from the ballot in certain states, and most dire of all, I would have 3 deaths in our Dragon Age playthrough already.
Damn, okay, the old man still has some hands.
Well, thank God for that anyways. Joe, before we assault the base, I think the dwarf has the nug ready for us now. I think we just have to run in and out of a building for the timer to finish.
Oh, so it goes off Pokemon logic. Got it. Let's get this nug boy.
I got him. He's all squirmy,
but he's a big...
Damn, that is a tasty-looking chicken nugget. Let me get the sweet and sour.
For the last time, fat ass, we are not eating it. It is going to be Liliana's pet.
What a waste of a perfectly good meal. What's next? You going to put a leash on some apples?
Well, time for a long dungeon. Boys, better lock in, Joe.
What's the password?
Francis is a genius puppeteer. No, wait, that's Maple Story. Courage. No, that's Final Fantasy. 6. Ice cream?
3 games referenced in one line. Very cultured, Joe.
Thanks, Lil D.
Well, anyways, boys, we have a lot of combat in front of us now, so I think it's safe to start my rant now. So this mission here is obviously meant to be the climactic moment for the Commoner origin, since this is the one area the Dwarven Commoner knows well. There is, however, 2 problems with this origin that make it far more anticlimactic when compared to others.
Oh boy, here comes another Obama hot take viewer. Discretion is advised, boys. We know there is a lot of fans of this origin among you.
So the first issue is during this mission, we are trying to kill Jarvia. Jarvia is the new Carta leader after she takes over the old boss Berat's contacts, utilizing the romantic relationship she had with him. The thing is, Jarvia is just a side character in the Commoner origin. Sure, she is mean to us, but she is not an actual antagonist to our warden, the same way Berat is. This dungeon here feels like it is supposed to be our big origin confrontation, like how Bellin or Hal feel from their respective origins, but Jarvia just isn't as compelling to kill. It feels like this whole mission may have been thrown in last minute just to give the Dwarven Commoner some unique interactions, since the importance of this mission feels off too.
I mean, yeah, the Jarvia confrontation is underwhelming, but not every origin needs a sick revenge hook to be good. The story and characters in the Commoner origin are still top tier. Plus, Dwarven Commoner gives an unparalleled feeling of a rags to richest story. You start from the bottom of society and become one of the greatest heroes of all time.
That's fair. I'm not saying the origin story is bad or that it doesn't offer a good roleplay scenarios, however. I'm more so criticizing the main story moment this origin provides, as well as unique interactions, when compared to other origins, is significantly less impressive. Speaking of the characters, though, that brings me to my second and larger complaint. In the Commoner origin, we have a temporary companion Lesky throughout the story, similar to how we had Gorham in the Noble origin. Lesky was a childhood friend of us, and it was established throughout the origin that you were as close of friends as 2 people can be. He even promises to look after our sister when we are taken into the Grey Wardens. When we enter Dusttown as a commoner, the scene plays out differently. Instead of paying one of the Castellus for information, like we did in our game, we instead would meet Lesky again, who gives us the tip to investigate our old house for the Carta. There we have the same ambush where we get the key, but the Carta grunts reveal that Lesky is actually Jarvius, right-hand man, and set up the ambush to take us down. From there, this whole dungeon plays out the same way we see it here until the final confrontation. Lesky will be with Jarvia and give a whole plea about how he had no choice but to rejoin the Carta since he was casteless and was living in constant fear of Jarvius' retribution. There Jarvia orders him to kill us, and he does, and we are forced to kill him.
I mean, to be fair, Barry Lesky does say he didn't have a choice. He was casteless, he can't get a job, and with our warden on the surface, the Carta would be breathing down his neck. That does make sense.
See, I'm with you there, Joe. It does make sense he would join the Carta again. However, there is no character interactions that affect this outcome. No speech check to convince him to not fight you. No character decision in the origin that convince him to not betray you. There is literally nothing you can do, and it paints him as a truly weak person or a truly evil person, as well as just being frustrating for the player since there is nothing they can do to stop it.
I just think it's one of those events that has to happen for some drama. Sometimes this game does artificial drama, like that whole situation with Flemeth during Ostagar. It doesn't feel good when it happens, but it is something every game is guilty of, even a game as amazing as Origins.
The fact it is a moment that feels like the conclusion of the character's arc, though, is what makes it so unsatisfying. But maybe I am just being too critical. I know Joe and the viewers like this origin, so viewers, let me know what you think in the comments below.
Well, I doubt this will be as controversial as your low-gain rant, Barry. But who knows, maybe we can start a new civil war in the comments. I could use the extra entertainment.
Donald, stop sounding like a supervillain.
Screw you, Joe. I do what I want. Anyways, I agree with you on this. Barry, some of the Origins interactions are kind of lacking. I haven't personally done the Dalish Origin myself, but I know that besides the Tamlin encounter, which is only like 3 minutes of gameplay, there is not many unique interactions that the Dalish elf gets. The clan we visit in this game isn't his own. And so while they have a few things to say, it pales in comparison to the dwarf, or human noble, or even the circle mage in terms of quantity or quality interactions. It's the same with the city elf too, if I remember right.
Yeah, not all Origins are made the same. I always assumed they tried to improve the Dalish elf unique interactions in Awakening and Witch Hunt, since they get a bit of extra love in those DLCs, but City Elf and Dwarf Commoner were still left out to dry, more or less.
So basically, our compromise gave us one of the best Origins to play this game, and unintentionally.
Well, sort of, I would say, if you want an Origin that ties very well into the story of this game and changes how your game plays narratively or mechanically, Human Noble and Dwarf Noble are the top two.
Hell yeah, brother, that's my boy right there.
All right, well, enough of the Stroke Fest. I am kind of clearing through these little thugs, no problem. I'm glad I kept my word about not being clapped by dwarves. These little guys are easy money for our team.
Yeah, the main trick behind the Carta dungeon is the traps. And large number of enemies, the enemies themselves really are not any big threat to our party, especially since we are in mid-game with our items, and builds starting to outpace what the game can throw our way.
So just as foretold, we are just built different. I'm glad we can finally show this world of scrubs how powerful we really are.
A bit dramatic, but not untrue, Donald. I have to say I think that Orzammar is probably the best designed quest, overall gameplay-wise. The deep roads we explore later is the longest dungeon in this game, which is why most recommend you do Orzammar last. However, the quest designers made a good buffer, unlike the other main quests in this game, to naturally warn players. You start off with an easy first quest that even a Warden Rideout Ostagar can do, because it only involves killing deep stalkers, or fighting one-on-one, in the Proving. The next quest is a dungeon, but a smaller dungeon, then a lot of other main dungeons in this game, which is a little more difficult than the first, which acts as a natural buffer to players that, hey, if this is difficult, you may want to level up somewhere else first. No other quest in Origins gives steady progression as well, in my opinion.
Design-wise, I know a lot of players don't like Orzammar because it's too long or all of the dungeons, but personally, I never found them to give that many issues. I think the dungeons are all well designed with side quests, lore, and challenging fights. Maybe I am biased because I am enjoying playing with you two losers, but Orzammar just feels absolutely peak to me.
I love you too, Donald. I'm so glad we can be honest about our feelings now.
Joe, get your hand off my leg. I am enjoying the game time, not your old creepy ass.
You can only run from the truth for so long.
Barack, change the subject again. I am uncomfortable.
Sure thing, Donald. Well, remember how I said I feel like this quest was sort of thrown in last minute to accommodate the Dwarven Commoner getting an end to their arc? Well, I just feel like everything we are doing here is not important to the main goal of Orzammar, which is crowning a king, so they can provide us a unified army to stop the Blight.
I mean, the Carta is sowing chaos in the streets of Orzammar. Both Harrowmont and Bellin say that I know they hint at it helping their election, but really the main reason was just to calm things down so that the Carta doesn't go crazy when more than half the soldiers leave for the surface during the Blight. Plus, it's the right thing to do for all the business owners in Orzammar to not have to live in fear.
That's a good point, Joe. I didn't consider the chaos around the city if all the guards left to fight the Blight. That would be weeks with nothing to check them. However, straight up killing the Carta is not exactly beneficial to Orzammar either. Now, this is written in one of Varric's books, so take it with a grain of salt. But according to the book, Darktown Deal, the Carta control a large amount of the surface trade in Orzammar and act as a connection between Orzammar and the surface as far as lyrium smuggling and surface trade goes. These functions not only allow the nobles to get surface goods they otherwise couldn't have through the black market, but the Carta helps to keep Orzammar out of the red economically.
So the Carta is good for the economy, cool. But if they're still acting like assholes and shaking people down, that doesn't mean we shouldn't kill them. We are heroes and they are criminals. End of story.
Donald, we absolutely should not be wiping them out. They keep Orzammar's economy flowing and the nobles happy. which could only hurt the new kings, popularity among the assembly, not help it, which again is counteractive to our main goal. This mission should absolutely have an option to negotiate with the Carta, or weaken them, not outright kill them. But instead, it goes to straight up obliterating the Carta.
Well, at least we help out the business owners and lower castes of Orzammar.
In the short term, maybe, but at the cost of a weakened economy and pissed off assembly members.
What would you know about good economy, Barak? Our bro Bellin has that covered with the improved surface trade and casteless joining the militia. Just sit back and relax.
I guess since a lot of this information was introduced in 2, maybe the Carta's importance of the smuggling and surface trade was underdeveloped initially, so we really are just curb stomping some criminals that are a threat to Orzammar. It still bugs me when a quest is mandatory but doesn't directly benefit our main goal in any way. We end this quest with Belin or Harrowmont, no closer to the throne, and finally get sent on a quest that will stick someone on the throne, guaranteed.
I may love dungeon diving, but that's a fair point. The first quest earns the trust of our king candidate, which makes sense. Both of them are cautious, and we would need to prove we are useful and on their side before they gave us bigger work. But realistically, after we earn their trust, they should have us look for Branka, since that is all they need to become king. Still, we take out a whole criminal organization in a casual afternoon. That's a W in our warden's books.
Good points, Donald. Unfortunately, this middle quest for the Carta, while good for pacing, just comes off as mid overall.
Yeah, but at least it's good for our pockets, boys.
Should we bring up the one and only side quest in this dungeon, boys?
You mean the one you've been looking to Barak to answer since you failed economics, Sleepy?
At least I didn't fail not going to prison, Lil D.
Yeah, good break, Joe, to talk about it. There is a small quest called Jammer's Stash. It just entails finding 3 stash boxes and choosing the correct item, which is the silver ring iron letter opener and garnet trinket. Once you have all 3, you can go down to a passage right before Jarvis where you can find his stash to get 7 gold and the long runner's cap.
It's easy gold, and with that combined with all the loot we are going to sell, at the end of this quest, we should have more than the 40 gold needed to buy the lyrium to start our true grind set next episode.
That was the plan, Donald. I want to get enough money to get the Life Giver ring before the Deep Roads, and also just finish up all the side content in Orzammar before we head out as well. So we might be in a mini filler arc next episode.
Oh boy, can't wait for the return of paint drying.
Oh, I remember this alcove here 1 second, boys.
Well, Donald, I'm sure you will change your tune when we have all the gold we need to not only have the squad at full build, but also have all the extra money we need for the Awakening expansion.
You might be right, but you could also just have a skill issue and need to fully build out our team since you're afraid of Challenge Obama.
Well, why don't we let the Deep Roads decide who has the skill issue?
Fun fact, these spiders are even in this spot when we come here during the Commoner Origin. I have a feeling this is set dressing to imply the Carta have a spider farm here to supply the Carta with spider venom. That is my headcanon, at least.
That is a fun headcanon, Joe. All these Carta thugs are rogues, so that would make logistical sense, especially when you consider that this door is locked as well. Anyways, looks like you are in the final boss of the dungeon, Joe. Good luck.
Just like the Ogre, the 2 Revenants, and Abomination 6406, I'm about to bend her over and maybe even defeat this boss, boys.
Damn, Joe, I didn't know you were into that.
I mean, she's a solid 7. I can see how she slept her way to the top.
What a girl boss.
You know, there was a time I thought settling a romance would end this degenerate shit between you two. I miss the innocent man I was before this.
Just wait for Tegan Drama Queen.
She may be a baddie, but her villain lines need a lot of work, can't lie. That threat was underwhelming as hell. You know, I wonder if they made Les betray us here so the Commoner has some reason to feel some emotion during this confrontation, because Jarvia is underwhelming even in the unique confrontation.
That makes sense. This girl really has to step up the antagonist game. I'm not feeling threatened at all.
All right, deep breathing engaged. I've returned, boys. So Joe, just like the rest of this hideout, the actual enemies are not a threat here. They are all rogues, no mages or anything. So all you have to worry about is damage, not powerful spells or stuns. The actual threat is that Jarvia has traps placed around every inch of her back line, so you can only approach her by disarming the traps first. Even more annoying is because of how trap detection works. The traps are so close together, it is impossible to detect all of them during the fight. If traps are placed too close together, the game won't pick up more than one. so there is some tripwires we will have to avoid because we can't disarm them.
That's good information, Barack, but it doesn't really matter because Joe is afraid of melee combat anyway, since he has 3 goddamn ranged units. So he can just pussy his way out this fight like the others.
I think you mean lock into this fight, Donald. I'm straight up clapping dwarf cheeks right now. I do like the feel of this fight thematically. It really feels like these thugs are no way near as strong as our party, so they have to use traps, stealth in numbers to try to win. The other Carta boss fight in Dragon Age 2's Legacy DLC has a similar feel to it.
Never played it, so I will have to figure out what the hell you are talking about when we get to it.
You are in for a treat. That DLC is absolute gas.
Yeah, sure thing, you hawk simp, but Joe, can you stop having Jarvia be in melee range of Morrigan and Liliana? I feel like she should be two-shotting them if she gets close.
Yeah, I guess I'm getting complacent, but these Carta boys are seriously doing negative damage to us. This is free.
Holy shit, Joe. Where the hell did Jarvia's health go? You're blitzing her so damn fast I blinked, and she already dropped to last stage.
Yeah, she called in more friends, but it is already too late. Jarvia is decapitated, and the Carta in Orzammar is now officially destroyed, and the remnants will retreat to the Free Marches, where we will see them in certain quests in Dragon Age 2. Nice small bit of connectivity there between the games.
Oh, so that's why the Carta is there. I just always thought it was a reused asset type deal.
Wouldn't blame you for thinking that, Joe, it's the reason for everything else in Dragon Age 2.
We will cover our feelings on 2 when we get there, boys. I just wanted to keep that connectivity in the back of the viewers' minds. Also looks like Morrigan has something to tell us.
Damn it, the Phantom Clicks betrayed me. Morrigan, I know you have childhood trauma, but is post-exterminating a crime hideout really the best time to have the so what do we talk?
It is always the best time to talk to our wife, Joe. Oh, baby, I have been with actresses, starlets, and 3 marriages. But I never knew what love even was till I met you, Mommy.
Bro is absolutely down horrendous.
Could never be me.
That's Cap.
It is a weakness I abhor. If this is love, I wish to ascertain that you do not feel the same.
So this is where our relationship with Morrigan is going to be altered semi-permanently. This can go a lot of dramatic ways, but the goal we want is to tell her we love her back, and that love is not a weakness. This comes at the cost that she won't have a sexual relationship with us until near the end of the game, because she is trying to avoid catching more feelings.
You are not listening to me. Do not be such a fool.
She is worth our distraction and also all of my net worth.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe we should just break it off and get with someone who is willing to love.
Try it and no one will ever find you in time for the election, Sleepy.
Both of you are goddamn psychopaths, you know that, right?
Fine, fine. I cannot tell a lie. You get your goth waifu and I get my nerdy elf waifu, whatever, twist my arm, why don't you?
Morrigan, you are worth it. I would happily lose this election for you, my love.
Bro is completely lost in the sauce.
So this is a little inside joke that's only funny if you played the Commoner Origin. After killing Birat, we come barreling through his store through a tunnel, and now as a warden we are barreling through again. This dude can't catch a break.
My dude is gonna lose his daughter Dagna to the surface too.
You did good today, Joe. Both of Balin's favors down, and we can finally enter the deep roads and get our last companion.
Can't believe you still haven't gotten a death yet. We are definitely living in the wrong damn timeline.
In this and every timeline Joe Biden cooks, you can't deny Lil D. Anyways, I'm going to grab our next quest from Bellin and call it here. The next time we see our brother, he will either be king or he will be a stain on our boot, but that's for the viewers to decide.
This is probably the first and only quest line in this game, besides the lands meet that all 3 of us will get to play. That's special, boys.
Killing Jarvia brought me greater favor. But to truly displace Harrowmont, we'll need something dramatic enough to end the debate forever. What do you know of the Paragon Bronco?
One last lore drop here. Bellin will suggest that if we can't convince Branka to support him, that we should take her out so she can't hurt his bid for the throne, which is about as sacrilegious of a stance as you can take. Harrowmont, of course, doesn't suggest anything like this, and just suggests to find her and convince her to help.
That's my man, Bellin. Never let tradition get in the way of your grind. Anyways, viewers, get ready to watch me cook and make the deep roads my bitch. Soon we have the real test coming up next.
Well, put Donald viewers next time. I will pick it back up and take care of all the side quests in Orzammar, including the Proving, before we finally enter the unexplored deep roads. Looking at the dungeon map's length, The next 3 episodes will definitely be our longest yet, so we may have some slight delays as the content becomes longer. But as always, we will do our best to get content out to you every 2 weeks.
However, if the deep roads have addled her wits, it might be best she not return before the kingship is decided.
This is the story of 3 presidents who traveled below to help Orzammar residents. With a sword and a shield they bravely did wield to bring glory to the Grey Warden remnants.
Base proclaimed Lord Master Barak, but now it is time to get down to dirty deeds.
Cracking open this new Jack Daniels flavor, sorrowful, lean early boys, I can't stand this.
It had to be done, Joe. It was for the good of the playthrough.
I'm going to be as gentle as possible with this out of respect for you, Joe. But is Leliana not reaching with the jealousy here? We haven't professed feelings for her, proclaimed to be in a committed relationship, or done the Orlesian tango below the skirt. So what is there to be really mad about here? All we did was flirt with her.
It's the fact we lied and now she feels led on. Not surprised you don't understand given your history, Donald.
Who the hell is we, Joe? You mean you lied and Barak is just cleaning up your mess?
Well, it's done now, don't worry. We will give her the pet nug this episode to help smooth the breakup over.
I feel the demons coming over me.
What?
A heat of retribution will bathe over this world by the time I am done.
They are all gonna pay.
Heavy pause.
Joe, please keep your edgy thoughts in a journal. We are not about to have a Joe revenge arc. Prime already did that in the alternate reality where we played Mass Effect. So let's take a different path in this universe.
He probably needs a minute. Donald? Anyways, boys, I'm going to be speed running through a lot of side content today, starting with this hidden dragon fight in the throne room. It's important to do this before crowning a Orzammar king, as once someone is on the throne, it becomes impossible to do this fight. Basically, just place 2 people on the plates in the left-hand corner of the throne room and 1 person on the plate right outside of the throne room, and then have your last guy click on the empty throne of Orzammar, and it summons a dragon that was bound by the dwarves, I suppose. He drops one of the best 2-handers in the game, Ageless, which weakens Darkspawn and does bonus damage to them, so it's great to keep on Ogren for the upcoming Deep Road section.
Yeah, good yap, Barry, but my beloved Morrigan has a gift for us.
It should have been Leliana, not her.
Cry about it, bitch.
So just like the love scene from earlier, this is the other story. Relevant conversation with Morrigan that we can have. She is giving us a ring, which allows her to always track our warden's location. This comes up several times throughout the story, especially in the Witch Hunt DLC, which we will handle last in this series. Interestingly, it allows us to possibly track her as well. The ring being as plot relevant as it is, means it is not limited to her romance. But of course, being in a romance with her changes the dialogue slightly.
I bet it smells just like her. We will never get rid of this ring or wash the hand we wear it on ever again.
Okay, we are absolutely not doing all that, but we are going to get the hidden dialogue for always keeping the ring on us till the end of the game. Viewers, let us know if you kept it in your inventory during your first playthrough and unlock the dialogue at the end of Witch Hunt, same as us.
If y'all need me, I will be in Lincoln's room listening to some evanescence I got to decompress after the loss we have experienced today.
Oh, hell no, Joe, do that shit on your own time. We have a lot to get through today, and I am not about to be a man down. If it helps, Morrigan's arc is mostly closed now, so you won't have to be reminded as much anyway.
Wait, what? No, I need like 50 more hours of her voice. This game is rigged.
What can I say, Donald Joe? Had a point. You really did blaze through Morrigan's romance. Now we're going to have to fill the void with other companions.
Okay, I'm willing to continue, but only because Leliana and Wynn both have arcs left for us to explore. It's a brand new world. Start me up.
This isn't over either, Sleepy.
Well, Joe, you missed this shop in Dust Town last episode that had another shale gift, as well as some alchemy recipes. But it's fine, because I got to sell off your haul from last episode anyway. While we are here, we might as well deal with the Jarvia supporters. This is the encounter that does give the Carta mission some lore significance, with the Carta dismantled. The castless don't have even a window into Dwarven society, so it makes sense a lot of them are willing to try to kill us for revenge, since they don't feel like they have any future hope with Jarvia gone. It shows that even killing a crime boss is more morally gray than we would first realize.
I guess, but if these guys want to defend a crime boss, then they better prepare to be as clapped up as Jarvia herself. Also, I see you are living up to the rogue main Barak. You're rocking both Zevran and Liliana now. While I prefer Shale, that team is straight up high risk, high reward. I got to respect it.
I guess if anyone was going to give Zevran content, it would be you, Barry.
Thanks for noticing, boys. I will try to bring him a few times down the line. I think he has some amazing lines, but he is going to be replaced with Ogren later this episode, but that's future Obama's problem.
Speaking of, I know you mentioned this is going to be more of a filler episode last time. Barak, what's the game plan today?
Well, my biggest goal is to finish the lyrium smuggling quest. This episode, we have been yapping about it since back in the Circle Tower, and I plan on finally getting our party decked out in late game items before we set off for the deep roads. On that topic, I'm going to do a few more side quests to get our XP up. I'm going to do the Proving Arena, just as if we were siding with Harrowmont, to show the viewers the other side of things. And while we are at the Circle, I'm going to finish Dagnus' quest, start Sten's quest, and show the viewers how to do summoning sciences.
Strap in, boys, open a bottle of Jack and close the hub browser, or your girlfriend's and or boyfriend's legs. Obama is about to reach peak levels of filler content today.
My hairs are graying already, Obama. I'll go tell my wife and lawyers to expect me a few days late, because I can tell you are going to hold us hostage today. I feel like you have some ulterior motives, if I'm being honest.
I have no idea what you mean, Donald, just getting into the lore like normal. Anyways, I got the lyrium for 40 gold, so we are already going to make a 20 gold profit. But here is where we cash in on our coercion skill benefits, viewers. This will be good.
Oh, damn this quest. I always feel bad for this mom, no matter what choice I pick.
It's putting down a mentally insane murderer and then lying to the mom so she doesn't Karen out. I don't see what's so hard.
Maybe you don't feel anything for this quest because you have mommy issues yourself, Donald?
What do you mean I am a perfectly mentally sound individual?
You romance Morgan, you are absolutely not mentally sound, my guy.
Facts.
All right, as a rational man, maybe you're onto something. But as a love-struck nerd, I kindly ask that you keep my wife's name out your mouth.
Damn okay, Donald Smith.
Viewers, I know this is a shameless plug, but our editor made a Mother's Day special episode on the morality of this quest and all the interactions here. If you want to do a deep dive before we get to it, or just see interactions that we will not have in our playthrough.
Is this what we have become?
I just know our editor tipped Barak an extra $2 in his paycheck or something to promote that video. I got to respect the grind set, cringe or no.
I don't know what you mean. There is certainly no favoritism in our payments based on word count Donald.
Wait, y'all get paid? I thought this was just a group meet that some pasty white dude edits.
Sounds like a total skill issue to me, Joe. I made an excellent trade deal to be here.
Your hopes up. We could search the deep roads for decades with no sight of the boy.
Damn, Zevran, maybe don't say that to her face. Let's give her at least a spark of hope here.
Dude is a realist. I respect it. That's why he referenced the whole being slightly more useful than a corpse.
So why did these dudes think selling a priceless book from the Shaperette in the middle of a crowded stadium was a good idea that's like stealing the Declaration of Independence, then selling it at Yankee Stadium or some shit?
Nicolas Cage would probably still be crazy enough to do it. Seems pretty realistic to me.
Does anyone have a kill count as to how many little guys we have killed so far since coming down here? I know the dwarves have a population issue, but we definitely aren't helping that.
We are the heroes, damn it, not our fault. We are delivering vengeance while also saving the world.
So interestingly enough, this quest here is in Dragon Age Keep, but we don't know the impacts of this quest, as of yet. Maybe we will see some effect in Dreadwolf.
You gonna take the 2 gold for the book, Barak?
No, I'm gonna just return it to the Shaper normally. I would take the deal. But roleplay-wise, I think our warden would see the value of the Shaperette information and duties. 2 gold isn't exactly make or break anymore either. I do wish there was a monetary reward or something for returning it, though.
Probably one of the few selfish decisions that is rewarding to do in this game. I know you're allergic to being optimal, Barak, so I'm not surprised.
I agree. I probably would have liked to have the extra gold, but it really isn't a make or break amount. Plus, if it's in Keep, who knows, maybe it will have some kind of consequence down the line.
I don't know about that one, Joe. It's certainly not impossible, but most Dragon Age Keep options just change the dialogue or a single advisor map quest. I know Dragon Age isn't Mass Effect, but their import service needs some work, especially to justify a whole damn website that records the details of all your decisions.
That's fair, but every once in a while you get surprised. I mean, maybe with all the time they are putting in Dreadwolf, we could have some crazy game-changing decision like if you keep Loghain or Alistair in the Wardens. Got to keep hope alive, you know?
So why are we helping these Harrowmont simps? It's not like we are getting anything extra. And we have decided on Bellin anyway, so why even give him a chance?
Quit the bull, you Big Mac muncher. We have not decided on our choice yet. Viewers, keep commenting on your choice so we can get a good debate going.
Yeah, okay, ladies, keep it up. But to answer your first question, Donald, I think there is good lore to be had by showcasing to the viewers all sides of this election. I think both quests help highlight Bellin's corruption, but also Harrowmont's good nature, but also inefficiency. I mean, two of his most loyal fighters drop out, one of which is his own cousin, and another is a warrior of his house here that drops out simply because of a rumor. Sure, it makes Bellin look bad and underhanded, but Zevran points out it doesn't really look good on Harrowmont that he can't keep his men in line either.
I guess I can at least respect Harrowmont a little. He never does stoop to Bellin's level of blackmail and forgery. I can respect someone who does stick to his guns, even if his guns are defective as hell.
Well, since you complimented Harrowmont, I guess I will do the same. He bagged a red-headed baddie.
That's it?
Yeah, pretty much not much more to say. I really don't trust the ending slides or any of this dude's policy's end of story. I would rather have someone that keeps their word.
Okay, that was more elaborate than I thought, Joe. Anyways, while we are finishing this quest, I wanted to get your opinion on something. I know we all had our watch party of the Fallout TV show last week. What were your guys' thoughts on it?
Barack, this is not even close to Dragon Age. What about staying on brand?
Our editor's name and profile picture is literally Fox from Fallout. This is about as on brand as we can get Donald.
Well, personally, I thought it was sick as hell. The Brotherhood's Pridwin returned, and the militaristic Brotherhood is back to bring democracy to their roots in California. They also showed how badass ghouls can be having pre-war training and centuries of experience. The story was just all right, and I'm willing to give the writers another chance.
I thought it had some really good effects. You can tell they took their time on the power armor and monsters, but I thought it was such a waste that they had a Yao guy and a Gulper in the show, but not a super mutant or Deathclaw, which are the more classic enemies. I also thought Bethesda played on their strengths with emphasizing the Vault 33 mystery. All the fans knew there must be some experiment in the Vault from the first episode, but slowly deducing what it was made me invested in the season as a whole, especially since I could throw ideas back. And fourth with the boys, definitely a unique experience.
Good points, gentlemen. I really enjoyed the season as a whole. The characters were great, and the effects were cool. I think the lore of California and Shady Sands is a bit convoluted at the current moment, but I'm sure as the series continues, we will get a more concrete understanding as to what is happening since the fate of the NCR is up in the air at the moment. The reason I ask is because the internet rants from New Vegas fans especially is some of the biggest seething I have seen in all my years. People are attacking on Bethesda for their lore, inaccuracies bigger than when Fallout 3 came out. And while some of it might be valid concerns, a lot of it just seems like blind Bethesda hate, as if most of them didn't start with Fallout 3 anyway. I won't get too much into it since we are not a Fallout channel, but good God, some fans just can't enjoy shit. Everyone put in great work in the show, and I hope most Fallout fans can enjoy the fan service and cool moments on their own.
Good points, Barry, I think, for anyone who is complaining about how much Bethesda hates New Vegas or how they ruined their lore theories. They should take a moment to think about the fact that Tim Kaine, the damn creator of Fallout and Shady Sands, loved the show and criticized how mad some fans were about the whole NCR issue. If some random dude with 1,000 hours in New Vegas is more mad at the lore than the damn creator who put his blood, sweat, and tears into the idea, town, and faction that the fan is whining about, I think someone has their wires crossed, but enough of that, boys. Let's get back into the game.
Yeah, viewers, check out the show. If you haven't already, you won't regret it. Bethesda focused on their strong suits in the show, and the effects and fan service are top tier.
First up is Swearn of the Warrior Cast. Many of you remember when Swearn made history as a lad of 12 by defeating his own father in this very ring. Today he fights as champion for the Royal Prince Balin against a member of the famed Grey Wardens.
Anyways, we are going to cut a fight or two out of the proving since they really aren't giving us much of a challenge, and we have a lot more content to get through today.
All right, so I have to correct myself a little here, boys. I said a few episodes ago that we can fight another IVO in the Proving to get some revenge on the IVO who betrayed us. Well, it turns out Ivo only appears if we are siding with Harrowmont, since we did Balin's quest. Already the fight changes for some reason to us fighting someone from House Volney. So that's my bad. I forgot about that.
Man, Obama, that is 2 slip-ups in a row. Your lore knowledge is waning. You want to pass the title over to me?
It's just a few cracks, Donald. I got this under control. I'll swipe through the wiki a extra few times before our next episodes, just in case. I like the lore the announcer gives on seconds, though. It shows how ingrained the title of second is in Dwarven society, and why our bro Gorham was so loyal to us.
We didn't need the based announcer to tell us that Barack, we experienced it firsthand with how based our big bro is.
True, we learned about the loyalty of seconds during our origin and even got a small hint of it when interacting with Doolin and Vartag as well. Seconds definitely are ride or die, considering even in exile Gorham is our bro, and whatever second is the future king is still their second 10 years later.
True, they are ride or die, and that also means it emphasizes the die part as well. Whoever we make as king, the second we don't pick is likely going to get exiled or killed with their lord.
Looks like Doolin's going to take a long trip soon.
That is not confirmed yet. Please keep voting, viewers.
I see you're using our new boyfriend Zevran as your second in this fight, Barack.
Yeah, I think he synergizes well with our tank stats and aggro pulling. Plus, I felt like if I used Liliana or Morrigan, someone would whine, complain, or cream, most likely all 3.
Okay, I'll give you that one berry. Also, these proving fights are only slightly more difficult than the ones we fought in the first episode. Shame we didn't have more of a challenge.
Well, even if they are easier, it still feels thematic as hell, returning to the Proving and becoming champion a second time. Now it's time for the final fight, and he has boss health, so let's see how this goes.
Fought under the eyes of the paragons of Orzammar to honor the memory of King Hendrik. Only 2 warriors remain. Fighting for his royal cousin Balin, the Jotun Idukan has led his team to triumph over every unit so far.
It's crazy that 10 episodes later, we are right back in the rigged Proving with the low poly switch graphics. What a long way our little guy has come.
True, it's crazy how we planned that out. It wasn't our intention or anything either.
Wait, this dude is our cousin? Well, that's ironic. Time to prove who's top dog in the Ayadukan family.
He is pushing our exile buttons here too, so we may even have a emotional amp this fight.
I don't need anime power-ups, Joe. This guy is going down, I believe, in our squad and our build.
Oh shit, these guys have the max champion skill tree to knock people down with Warcry that shouldn't even be possible at our level. Also, damn, I hadn't seen our warden take that much damage since the early game.
Wait, hold on. What kind of hacking min-max build are these guys running? They should only be 1 level above us at most. Don't worry, I got this. Zevran will take care of the ads while we duke this out, cousin to cousin.
Not a bad strat berry, but these guys are doing some next level damage on us, but don't panic,
Wait, where the hell did our health go? Did that chunky bitch really clear half of our tank's health in 1 hit? Oh shit.
Was Obama getting a death before Joe on anyone's bingo card? If so, can you let Barack borrow your future sight? He clearly needs it.
Corpheus cock. Stuff it, Donald. I am still in this bitch. I'm going to have Zevran take care of the last archer, while the 2 waifus take care of our hacking cousin here.
That sounds good, but if this dude breathes on either of them, they are dead, so how exactly are you going to pull this off?
We still have a mage, and it's time to invest in our entropy skill tree stocks. These dudes may be min-maxed, but they don't have the resistance against horror or sleep. If I can stun lock them, this will still be free. It's time to remind the viewers why mages are overpowered in this game.
Hell yeah, hand the keys to Morrigan. That's what I call cooking Barack.
What a way we have come, Donald. You used to chew me out for using mages, and now you're rooting for our mage to carry us in this fight.
Don't get too excited, Joe. There's only 1 mage I root for. Plus, even if we do lose, I would still be excited because it brings our resident nerd Barack stocks way down.
Not even close. I have soloed this game before. And just like Batman, I have backup plans and prep time. So you can keep dreaming, Donald.
I like how Zevran has just been Looney Tunes chasing the last dude all over the Proving arena. It kind of turns this intense fight into a joke.
Yeah, that's the downside of ranged AI. Their coding probably tells them to keep running no matter what to get a ranged hit in.
So if this dude is Tryon's top soldier, It's crazy that he didn't bring this dude with him. In our origin expedition of the Aegican dungeon, he might have actually lived.
That would have been bad, like really bad. This dude would have killed whatever ambush Bellin set up and then could have easily killed us because this dude would be way stronger. Then the Warden, if he didn't get the joining amp or all the experience from traveling around Thadas Moor. In some alternate timeline, maybe he did bring this guy, and Trian is now running for king instead.
Hey Barry, did the backup plan you mentioned include killing Zevran?
Shut up, Joe. He wasn't in the cone, and I wasn't expecting him to run directly into it at that moment either.
Skill issue.
Did you and Donald fuse when I wasn't looking, Barry?
Just feeling good about winning the championship for a second time, Joe.
Damn, Obama, that was a cold line. I am proud of you for that one.
I'm getting into character boys anyways. The other reason I did this quest is to unlock the Proving After Dark quest. We earn a small amount of money every fight, and after 4 fights, we get a unique ring that improves blood magic.
And he goes right back to robot mode after. Are we really going to spend all day in this arena?
Absolutely not. We can finish this quest another time or just skip it since we aren't a mage ourselves. I just think one more shot at the Proving with a twist would be fun. Anyways, let's hit the road. We have to drop by the Circle Tower and may as well pick up Sten's quest too, while we are at it.
God damn you liberals. We have gone exactly 1 episode away from the Circle Tower, and that was apparently too long for you two.
I mean, the Circle Tower is a huge epicenter for quests, Donald. It's just how the game works. Both Orzammar and Redcliffe have quests that tie into the Circle, so we are going to have to go back eventually anyway.
Sounds rigged to me.
Well, I'm glad things are good with Liliana. I suppose maybe you can stop brooding and holding that framed fan art image. Now, Joe?
It's a step in the right direction. That's all I'll say.
I mean, again, she really didn't have a reason to be upset. We weren't in any kind of committed relationship. She kind of just worked herself up, being honest.
She is a passionate girl. You just don't understand romance, Donald.
You are not quite as callow as I thought.
Wait, what did this big bitch call us? How dare he call us callow? Also, what the hell does callow mean? Is it a slur? Should I be offended?
Callow simply means inexperienced or immature. It originates its meaning from a featherless bird, which, to be fair, he knows we are a new Grey Warden, and genuinely most origins put the Warden at around 20. Based on outside lore, Sten is in his mid-30s, so naturally he would view us as immature at first.
Add on to that the fact Kunar have a very strict society that views outsiders as unenlightened, and it's actually a big deal for him to admit we are more wise than he first thought.
I swear, even when he's trying to be nice, he comes off as a damn tsundere.
That describes half our party, honestly. Either way, Sten is finally going to reveal why he was caged and why he doesn't have a desire to return home.
It's weird how he says they came from the sky too, like, is he just embellishing for dramatic effect, or is he talking about some kind of flying Darkspawn?
Flying Darkspawn sounds like a cool enemy in this game. Too bad this game's engine is older than the invention of fire and makes the Switch graphics look next gen.
He is probably embellishing a bit to describe how surrounded his squad was and how he couldn't tell where they came from. Still, it's curious how Sten survived the Darkspawn attack. The Darkspawn don't normally leave people alive. Wait, no, now that I think about it. We had 2 examples in Ostagar of the Darkspawn leaving a survivor. And honestly, throughout Awakening, we see them leaving survivors. I was full of shit on that one.
I was about to correct you. Too glad you caught yourself.
Yeah, it was one of those moments where I wrote it in the script. And as soon as I typed it up, I realized how wrong I was.
Wait, what?
Well, Sten winning the Darkspawn's weekly survivor lottery aside, I guess we timed raising his approval perfectly since we are going to the Circle Tower now anyway. Obama's nerdy optimization strikes again.
Again, I'll choose to take that as a compliment, DT, but yeah, this is a quest we won't finish now since it eventually locks us into Redcliffe. Since we haven't done Redcliffe yet, we won't finish it since that would lock us into finishing the first part of Redcliffe. Well, let's go help out Sten and meet one of the dumbest NPCs in this game.
Oh yeah, this dude, he paid money for looting rights from another scavenger as if looting rights meant a single goddamn thing.
What's worse is nothing but bodies were even here. He sold him nothing.
Selling him nothing sounds like the Dragon Age equivalent of NFTs.
Of course, your old ass doesn't see the economic superiority of $1 million ape profile pictures.
Too bad your rich ass couldn't use them since you were banned on Twitter for a decade.
Yeah, and whose fault is that?
Bruh. Well, fun fact. It's important to bring Sten in every dialogue option for his quest, since having Sten not only unlocks unique dialogue, but also can get information out of people without bribing or speech checks.
It's crazy you can do this side quest without bringing him, who would be crazy enough to do a companion quest without bringing the companion it's for. Except for Morrigan, who has a good in-lore reason for not bringing her.
Always have the one blind spot, huh, Donald?
You're goddamn right, Sleepy. Also, holy shit, they added more Mage Collective side quests. How many of these goddamn things are we gonna do, Barack?
Well, a lot of them, just like a lot of the other side quests, we will naturally run into while doing the main quest. So we might as well show the viewers where they are during our playthrough, and it's free money and XP for us too. I don't think I am going to do them all, but we will see how much we get done just casually going through the game for now. I want to be thorough with everything, but I also want to keep the content at an entertaining pace.
That's fair, plus it helps save our editor from having to edit a side quest montage episode, or somehow writing a script full of quests that have no lore or any interesting gameplay to them.
Hold on, boys. This is one of my favorite hidden Easter eggs here.
And for whose amusement? Some being of cosmic power. Sublime, enlightened beings. Cosmic power? What, you're serious? They thought of all this grit, all the war. They bloody thought of boils. I got a boil the size of your nose on my big toe, and some beings are enjoying this. Disturbed, sick bastards, if you ask me. Ahem. Still maintain they're more enlightened than that. If I ever come across one of them, I'll give them a what for.
I do not like the fact the AI is becoming aware of the fourth wall.
You just know the voice actors were grinning ear to ear recording the dialogue. I legit never heard that before now.
It is tucked away at the corner of Lake Calenhad only after finishing the tower, which technically you can skip since only side content will take you here after, and you also have to look in the corner, which is easy to miss. This game is filled with fun fourth wall breaks, so I will try to point them out when they come. Anyway, after a guided deep breathing session, I have recalled exactly how to do all 4 stages of summoning sciences.
Hey Barack, why do you have the wiki pulled up on your phone?
Shush, don't break the magic, Donald. It's the theater of the mind.
Yeah, whatever.
It is a bit long-winded for us to yap about all the steps, so I'm going to put our editor to work on this one. I'm going to do all 4 summons in order, and I will have our editor put on screen which one I'm currently doing and all the steps. I figure that is easier for the viewers, for like the 5 or so people following along.
Yeah, we could do all the steps, but that would be long-winded and probably harder to comprehend, so if you want the guide, just pause at each summon and read it. Plus, if it doesn't make sense reading it, you can still follow along with our own steps.
What is the payoff for doing all this, Barry?
Well, besides giving the viewers a true 100% playthrough, there is 2 big reasons to do this quest. The second summon unleashes a trickster spirit who can appear as a chanter's board quest in Redcliffe down the line to track him down and kill him. It's a cool boss fight and also gives us some really good XP and boots. The 4th summon, and the more important reason, is we can pickpocket the ARL of Foreshadow by doing the last summon. He is not only a reference to a similar character in the original Baldur's Gate, but his notes also foreshadow the main story of Inquisition, referencing tension between Ferelden and Orlais, and more importantly, that there are survivors, or Arlethan, which is clearly a reference to Flemeth and Solas.
That's actually insane that BioWare had a genuine plan for Inquisition almost 6 years before it came out.
Not to be that guy, but that may have been retroactive after the fact.
I mean, they never confirmed or denied it, so I'm going to take the Elven Pantheon as the writers playing the long game here. Even if it's not intentional, it's a great writing move to keep notes on things like this and work them in seamlessly in the retroactive sense.
Well, speaking of retroactive writing, this sequence is taking way longer than I think even your future site predicted, Barack. So do you have a comment question prepped for us?
You know, I got you my Big Mac munching brother. So since we are heading into the longest string of dungeons this episode, I think it's appropriate to talk about some of our favorite dungeon maps in the Dragon Age series. There is a lot of good options. BioWare does a pretty good job of making unique dungeons. I would have to give my favorite to the Temple of Mythal from Inquisition. From the approach of the temple feeling like a culmination of previous quests to the lore on the Arlathan elves, the fun puzzles, and the fact that we can take our time to go in peacefully and award ourselves with the ancient elves aiding us, or we can simply ignore all that and go in through the brute force method. Plus, the soundtrack through the temple is straight gas.
You forgot to add that it includes my beloved goth mommy Morrigan in full, glorious HD. That's the best part of that dungeon.
Her lore dumps are great, don't get me wrong, but last I checked, I'm not a full gooner like you, Donald, so why don't you answer the question?
All right, don't twist my nips now, Barack. My favorite dungeon is also from Inquisition. While I really do like the Deep Roads thematically, and challenge-wise it's still using Origins gameplay, which I am just not a fan of. My favorite would have to be the Frozen in Time Temple from Inquisition, where we see Fade Beasts and Tevinter Mages, all frozen in place. The aesthetic is really cool, and seeing all the enemies that you will have to fight after, unfreezing them builds a little bit of tension. I remember first discovering it and being able to admire how cool it was that everyone was frozen in place, but also being stressed that as soon as I unfreeze them, I'm going to have to fight my way out. Say what you will about Inquisition, but their map design is literal peak.
All right, decent picks, but both of y'all are sounding like some damn Zoomers with the picks from the next-gen game. So why don't we take it back to the classics, shall we? My favorite dungeon would have to be the Urn of Sacred Ashes Temple in this game. Quest itself is just kind of mid. I love the dungeon design, from the split pathways to the optional tunnels with unique enemies, and even the winter design of the mountain has a great feel. Plus, it all culminates into one of the most memorable bosses in this game, the optional high dragon fight. That shit went so hard they slapped it on the cinematic trailer.
Damn, Joe, that's one of your best takes so far.
Good shit, gentlemen. All right, viewers, let us know your favorite dungeon in Dragon Age below. It can be from any of the games. Just have fun with it. As always, our editor reads and responds to every single one, and now Donald care to read our featured comment from last episode.
So our featured comment comes from Lude2851, who says his favorite city is Minrath House because of the amazing screenshots we have seen of the city so far. Editor put one of those up for us. I agree, it definitely has a good mix of fantasy and fanciness. Thank you for the comment, as well as the honorable mention of Orzammar, which is my personal choice. Don't forget to comment on your king choice we have this episode, and next before the decision will be made.
Well, with the long-winded side quest done, let's move on to the money. Do we have enough persuasion to get the max amount of gold out of Godwin here?
We don't have high cunning or max coercion, so I don't think we can, so I will just do the easier one and ask for 60. We can blackmail Godwin for additional 8, though, if you investigate why he needs the lyrium. So if you're keeping track at home, we are already up 28 gold, and we can still get 20 more gold from the dealer in Dust Town, doubling our 40 gold investment.
The moral of the story is drugs are cool, kids. The badass Templars use drugs to kill the pissant mages, and we are using drugs to make bank. So remember, when the strange man in the dark alley offers you $100 to deliver his package, always take it.
Donald, please don't corrupt our viewers. Drugs are bad, kids.
Joe, I don't think it is appropriate for you, of all people, to talk about not doing drugs.
Hey man, I have a prescription for this Jack Daniels lean blend. It's legit.
Biggest hypocrite in the damn business, Joe. Your nice guy aura is crumbling around you.
Says the dude who would commit a genocide for some Morgan tale.
Well, I just wanted to know if I should expect.
So Godwin has been slinging lyrium for the Templars on the side to make money. Apparently the Chantry gets the Templars so hooked on the stuff that they can't provide enough of it on their own. Alistair mentions a little more about it if we talk to him about his time in the Templars. Additionally, while we can only threaten Godwin in the base game, to turn him into the Templars, there was some cut content to tell Gregor about the smuggling operation to put a stop to it.
Sounds kind of lame. Lyrium is just a performance enhancer, and it's good money for us.
If you think that is all it is, you should rewatch Cullen's story in Inquisition.
Just because Cullen had that post-lyrium clarity doesn't mean it's a problem for the rest of us. There is nothing wrong with being addicted to lyrium as long as you're using your drug addiction to kill the pissant mages with Holy Smite.
I think Carol would have to disagree with you there, Donald.
Bro is smoking that deep dank pack of mage hate.
You two could never make it in the Paladin grind.
I'll ask you again when the lyrium starts giving you worse dementia than members of Congress have.
One last thing, we got to get our future enchanter into college.
Just don't promise her student loan forgiveness. Sleepy, your liberal ass just straight up forgot about that these last 4 years, huh?
Hey, if you scroll through TikTok, you will occasionally see a video of me forgiving someone's loans. The system works.
Shit, is that why you're banning it? So Gen Z can't hold your ass accountable?
I can neither confirm nor deny these allegations. Anyways, good job getting our girl in Barry. Now we can get all the upgrades we could ever want in Inquisition.
Good sidestep, Joe. I don't want to get demonetized for political shit 5 minutes into actually receiving it. I like how this is the one positive thing we can give the Circle Tower. Half the student body may be dead, but hey, at least we can give them a plucky dwarf to help clean things up and give them new dwarf lore.
It's kind of ironic a dwarf made the biggest mess of demon bodies in Circle history, and now we are sending another dwarf to clean up our mess.
The path will not be easy, but if she chooses it, then she is welcome here at the Circle. She will live and study with the Tranquil, and perhaps the apprentices, when it is appropriate.
It is pretty admirable that Dagna is willing to risk being surface cast to study at the Circle. Not only is she pissing off her family, but she is going against every tradition she was likely taught at birth. Unreal respect to Dagna. She definitely becomes a top-tier NPC by the time of Inquisition.
Shout out to Dagna, she is certainly one of the dwarfs of all time.
The Circle Tower better make a damn dwarven shrine after all the freebies the little guys are giving them.
Well, now we made Dagna's dreams come true. I actually love her enthusiasm.
So a few quirks about this quest. First off, there is a lot of ways to fail this quest. If we sided with the Templars, we automatically fail, as Gregor doesn't want some random dwarf running around unchecked, also talking to her father, the blacksmith, whose shop is underneath the Carta hideout. We can talk to him, then convince Dagna to stay in Orzammar instead. Also, this quest is one of two that can trigger a exalted march in Orzammar, the other obviously being Brother Burkle's quest to open a chantry. I don't know why this one can trigger it though. Either way, because we didn't do Burkle's quest, I don't think it will trigger, but we will have to see.
Yeah, Orzammar is the most quest-heavy area overall, and because of all the content here, there is a lot of ways to make Orzammar's future either flourish or collapse.
Speaking of side quests, are we done with them now, Barry? It feels like we have spent half this episode on filler.
I just have 2 more quick errands to do. I'm going to grab the key to the city in the Dwarven Assembly, which is a ring that gives us a 2 to all attributes, probably one of the top 2 rings in this game. Also, now that we have the money, I can get the Life Giver ring from the market shop.
Okay, before that, give Liana her nug. I've been waiting all episode since we broke her heart.
All right, I guess you waited long enough.
It's one of those subterranean bunny pits.
Well, now we have the resident party camp chicken nugget. Let this bury the hatchet between horny nerds who simp for Liliana everywhere.
Thank you so much. You've made my day.
This dude really tries to cheat us out of our gold after all this, but thankfully our dude is max strength and can shake him down.
Good God, we are already almost at the 40-minute mark. How much longer do you expect to play, Barack?
Well, we now have the 2 best rings for our Warden Life Giver and key to the city, and we can get our ideal amulet in the Deep Roads too. We now are essentially fully built, so nothing in the Deep Roads should challenge our Warden at least. I plan on doing all of Caradin's Cross, then I will pass it to you, Donald, to finish up the dungeon next episode.
Jesus Christ, well, at least we finally have our last companion, the goated Uncle Ogren.
So, this scene with Ogren has a lot of different ways it can play out. There's the way we are seeing now, because we did talk to him and make him a promise. But if we didn't talk to him at Tapster's, he will be looking for a Grey Warden, and just stop us asking if we have seen one in a cliche moment like in the movies. I don't know which one is funnier, but this scene feels more lore appropriate.
He also has different dialogue. If we are a woman, Ogren will mention the Warden having a bountiful bosom.
It's crazy, we have seen him every episode since reaching Orzammar, and now he is finally in our party. I'm guessing we are going to have him in our party the whole time. That's why you got ageless earlier, right, Barry?
Correct. It narratively makes sense, especially if we are not a dwarven noble to bring Ogren everywhere in the Deep Roads. Not only does he have a million unique interactions and we get his full character arc if we bring him, but realistically most wardens shouldn't be able to find Branka and navigate the Deep Roads without him.
I might hate two-handers, but I'll allow Ogren on the squad since he at least has Berserker and has an absolutely goated character arc. If Alistair and Morrigan didn't exist, Ogren would be my favorite.
Bold choice, Donald, but I can respect it. Ogren definitely has one of the best character arcs if you max out his approval, though granted, just like Morrigan, a big part of his character arc comes from later expansions. The fact Ogren is the one returning companion from Awakening really does push him to a higher tier.
Even without Awakening, Ogren is funny as hell and has the best farewell speech out of every companion in the final battle if you maxed out his approval.
Ogren is awesome, don't get me wrong, but his placement in the game is kind of unfortunate. Unless you are an experienced player, it's advised you save Orzhammer for last or second to last because of the length of the deep roads. You can't even talk to him normally until you finish the deep road segment either. This combined with the fact that there is a lot of cut content with Ogren already, and his personality being crude makes people write him off as just a shallow joke character, which is unfortunate, because me and the boys are all in agreement Ogren is just a peak companion overall.
Yeah, a lot of people write him off as a joke character, and I get he is not for everyone, but Ogren does have layers. Even if most of those layers are made of alcohol, it still gives him depth.
Good one, Donald. Also, you have a point about cut content, Joe. There are a lot of Ogren lines during the Deep Road segment that didn't make it into the final product. And while some of them are fluff, others are pivotal to his character arc. I think I may look into a dialogue restoration mod during the next few episodes to give our viewers more context and content.
I know a lot of people are iffy about mods, so let's be clear, it would be dialogue restoration only to give you a more cinematic experience. We are still going to keep the gameplay, enemies and textures the way the designers intended for the Puritans out there.
Good call on that, Joe. We don't really want to give the viewers a different game. Overall, just restore dialogue that they may not have seen before.
Ogren, I know you miss Branka, and this lore is important, but shouldn't we be more concerned about those ominous JoJo-ass villains just staring at us waiting for our dialogue to end?
At least they have some manners and let us finish our conversation first before they spin the block. Well, let's go deal with these hired thugs, who we appreciate their patience. Is always important to note these guys were sent by Harrowmont, so he isn't exactly honorable enough to not send mercenaries to ambush us. An interesting quirk is that you can technically officially support Harrowmont by doing his quest before Balin's, but then act as a double agent for Balin by planting evidence in the Carta hideout that implement Harrowmont's cousin as a lyrium smuggler. This means you are technically playing both sides, and this ambush here won't trigger. You still can only pick one as a king choice at the end of the day, though. But it's an interesting alternative we could have done and shows just how underhanded Belin is prepared to be.
I'm guessing we just didn't do it because you wanted to do Belin's quest first and meet him earlier, Barack?
Pretty much that, and also just time management, since that would have been way longer and all we would have gotten out of it was Harrowmont's dialogue, which we don't really need.
Yeah, I may side with Harrowmont, but he doesn't really offer the same drama that confronting Belin does. He just kind of talks about our dad.
The man offers little value to Orzammar and little value to the story. What a surprise.
3 episodes later and you're still beefing Donald.
Okay, ladies, calm down. You can go either right or left in this crossroad, and they both offer different battles. However, I'm going to start on the right and work my way. All around there is also a lot of side content to get through in the deep roads, and I'm going to 100% this map.
There's a lot of side quests and even more Darkspawn to kill. The next 4 dungeons are almost fully Darkspawn, so get ready to see every spawn variant imaginable.
Our boss fight counter is also going to soar now, too.
Oh, is it? Man, I had no idea.
Wait, hold on. Why did that sound so sus?
I don't know what you mean, Donald. I'm just cooking against these spawn here.
Nah, hold up your plotting something, you filthy rat, Joe. What is he planning?
What am I, the Barack Whisperer?
You might as well be with the way you have this dom and sub tension going on.
We have what now? Donald, I know you're down bad, but can't 2 dudes just be bros without it being sexual? Just calm your feelings, little D.
All right, deflect my questions. I will still find out the truth at the end of the day.
Okay, well, good luck with that head scratcher, Donald, because I don't know what you mean, but goddamn, the Darkspawn emissaries have Curse of Mortality now. That little red circle of shit means that the party member takes constant spirit damage while also being unable to heal. If they put it on our rogue or mage, we are screwed because it lasts like over a minute. Our warden might be durable enough to outlast it, though, if we get lucky.
This is why you run 2 Templars at all times. Dispel magic gets rid of this stupid bullshit immediately. But no, you Democrats got hard over the champion spec first.
Well, champion has still been useful for debuff and tanking Donald. Also, I know math is hard for you, but if you haven't noticed, we are close to level 14, which means we can finally take our 2nd specialization and put this bullshit to rest.
Oh God. Mummy.
Damn bro has been holding in that shit since loithering. But yeah, not going to lie, Donald Cleanse Aura here would have been more useful, but not useful enough that it is make or break. I think Oberyn dying here is more because he is less equipped and built than our other 3 party members rather than a sign we need to reapply his skills.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, Obama. I'm just glad I am finally seeing you struggle a bit with these fights. I feel like you blazed through the Fade and Circle Tower way too easily.
Yeah, the Spawn haven't done tactics like this since Ostagar. They are flanking and bringing out ogres again for the first time. Still, even if they are finally trying again, this is still free eats we are well built to be stopped. It's a good sign of all our efforts we have put into this playthrough.
Gotta love that positivity, boys, when's the group stroke fest happening. But yeah, the deep roads really help show how tactical the Darkspawn can be. Whoever designed Honleaf really didn't do the Darkspawn justice in terms of encounters.
To be fair to the Darkspawn, they had just arrived at Shale's village. I don't think they had the prep time for traps. It's still lame from a gameplay perspective, but I think they had a narrative reason for the fights being boring.
Either that, or they just didn't put much effort into the DLC's enemy placement. This dungeon, however, has Darkspawn coming from 6 different angles and has wide open areas too, so we can't just abuse a single AoE spell or Shale Stone Aura.
Part of the reason we shouldn't bring Shale until we reach the Anvil of the Void, and even then we should only bring her for the dialogue. Shale's aura really isn't too useful here otherwise, as opposed to the more closed-in dungeons.
This, of course, naturally only affects me. Unsurprisingly, the game really wanted to throw me a challenge.
Skill issue, Donald, but anyway, Barry, what's there to explore in this place? I remember the Cross just being a straightforward Darkspawn assault.
Well, there is no lore on Caradin's Cross itself, it's just a standard dungeon. But there are some interesting side quests in this area, some of which span the entire Deep Roads chain. There is the Cross-Cut Drifters, which follow a mining house blowing holes randomly in the Deep Roads looking for lyrium. The quest is just searching rubble piles for their loot cache, which is why we are doing it. The loot includes the Effort Gloves, part of a late-game armor set in the Deep Roads, as well as the Ring of the Warrior, which gives increased dex and strength, which we will put on Oberyn since we already have our guys' accessories mapped out. The other side quest is Asunder, which we already started back in the Educan dungeon last episode. The other 2 bloody parts are scattered around this map, so you will see me pick them up now, and I will have Donald complete it when he reaches Orton Dungeon next episode.
Goddamn, I just willed that into existence, didn't I? You say one half joke last episode, and it comes back to bite you in the ass as a random demon next episode.
Honestly, yeah, you probably manifested that, Donald, you are basically our Demon Shore boy now.
It's probably because I am the only one who is man enough to get rid of them at the source, instead of coddling the mages in a dam tower. Demon Slayer Trump is living up to his name, you damn mage apologists.
Sure thing, Donald, you're entitled to your own roleplay if that's what you want. You might as well enjoy Templar now, because when we reach Dragon Age 2, we will definitely be changing our class.
Wait, why the hell would we do that? Why not just keep the same class in all 3 games? Warrior is the class for men, and I know Joe doesn't really qualify, but I always considered you almost one Obama.
Just because you weigh as much as 3 men doesn't mean you are one either, Donald.
First of all, I don't know how you think I am almost a man, and I'm not even going to inquire further to that one. Secondly, we play different characters in each game anyway. We might as well play something different each time to keep things varied. And third, I'd really like to be a mage in Dragon Age 2 narratively. I think the story makes the most sense as a mage, and mages get a ton of extra dialogue.
Hell yes, mage for life. I can finally play my goated Force Mage.
Joe, you're the only person who even likes that specialization in Obama. How do we know the viewers wouldn't like playing a warrior in all 3 games? Maybe they want our character to be a badass leading the charge, not some pussy who stays in the back.
I mean, I don't think our viewers really care about our class that much, Donald. I think they are here for us and the story. We could put it to a vote, I suppose, but I'm really leaning towards different classes each game. Because I would love to play a rogue at some point, and I know Joe wants to play a mage at some point.
Yeah, Donald, you got almost everything you wanted this playthrough. Let another president edge ahead every once in a while.
First off, Joe, keep that edging shit to yourself. We are not a bunch of teens on TikTok. Secondly, if things were going my way this playthrough, we would be a human noble, and all the mages, including your geriatric girlfriend Wynn, would be dead. But thanks to the magic of compromise, that didn't happen. So why don't we throw a poll up when we get close to finishing Origins?
I agree with Barry, we will consider it, but goddamn that ogre did absolutely nothing to our party. Remember when ogres were actually a threat we had to plan around, and not just be a tank to distract us while the real enemies do damage. Pepperidge Farm remembers.
That's the downside of mid-game. One single enemy doesn't do anything to us unless it's like a dragon. The enemies instead have to rely on sheer numbers or traps and magic to do anything to us, and the more we learn what to expect or what to build is the more that nothing affects us unless it's a very elite boss.
We have really gone from just saying we are built different to just living in it. Also looks like we got to level 13. So we are absolutely getting our second specialization next episode, so Donald's reaction was warranted.
You're goddamn right, it was warranted. I have been holding that in for like 10 hours of gameplay time. Finally, the mages will get what they deserve.
Red flag, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. Anyways, we got strength to 40 now, so we really only need to casually put a few more points into it since we have enough strength for the best armor now. For the rest of the levels, it should be a priority to raise our dex to increase our damage and defense stats.
What do these little guys have going on? They ran off so fast?
I don't know, but Morrigan and Liliana really want to follow them now.
It's a trap, and I'm going to pause the squad from running straight into it. I don't want a repeat of last week's D&D session, where Donald's paladin ass chased the kobold's ass deep in the cave and triggered every trap before begging me for heals.
Well, if you cowards had just followed me and helped me roll, maybe it would have gone better.
Yeah, sure thing, buddy. Besides, not chasing them now will give us a chance to give them a little surprise later, way more satisfying in my opinion.
It's crazy. We are still seeing deep stalkers this late into the deep roads. The little guys still don't put up much of a challenge, and their only power-up is just adding more of them each fight.
Yeah, considering the damn training arc we had this episode, I feel bad for these guys at this point, because this is a slaughter. I think this is one of the last times we will see them, though, before they stop appearing. Just a quick announcement for the viewers. I know we are late as hell responding to it, but I guess whoever manages these videos has attention deficit or something. About a month ago, we suggested putting a compilation of our current series between large arcs, and the viewers overwhelmingly said no to that, so consider that idea scrapped.
Yeah, we honestly weren't going to do a compilation unless the viewers overwhelmingly wanted it, and you guys went the extra mile and overwhelmingly said hell no to that, so no worries, we won't do it, and we will focus on only fresh content for you all. We figure once we finish Origins, by killing the Archdemon, we will do a full compilation. Then maybe once we finish Awakening and Witch Hunt, we will add those onto the compilation, or maybe just do one once we finish with everything. We haven't fully decided on that yet, but a big compilation is in the works in the future.
And if you are from the future and watching the big compilation already, you are sexy as hell for watching up to here, and we love you.
Hitting the last big stretch here, and now the gameplay gets a bit more exciting. First off, we got this Revenant just randomly chilling in the roads.
Time to see how someone other than myself handles these undead tanks.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean? First off, Barack, what are you planning here?
Nothing, Donald. I just mean I can finally show the viewers some of my plays. Mainly, of course, being the fact that the Grandmaster Paralyzed rune is overpowered as hell. The Paralyzed chance is pretty high, and it works on everything. Sticking 2 of these on a dual-wield dagger rogue with momentum is straight up a strat to solo the game if you're so inclined. Maybe I can showcase the build with Zevran later this playthrough.
Your yapping can't save you. Something is going on here.
Well, if you want to showcase it, you can bury, because I don't think me or Donald care enough to use a rogue that isn't our bard goddess Liliana.
I mean, I only bring Liliana because she can lockpick, which gives us more money and loot. If I had the option, I would bring Shale Morrigan and Ogren everywhere, pure damage 24/7.
Yeah, good luck with that one. One trap and everyone but our warden is face down and ass up quicker than a freshman at their first fraternity party.
I appreciate the line, but goddamn, how many more of these cave dinosaurs are we gonna have to fight? There's no end to these little assholes.
Seriously, I know I said this was their only tactic, but how many waves are we going to deal with? This episode is already extra long, and my eyes are half open right now.
I guess these guys are giving their last stand before they disappear into the deep roads, never to be seen again. I personally say nothing of value was lost when these little guys stop appearing.
I think this is one of the only examples of wave combat in Origins, which is crazy when you consider that Dragon Age 2 is almost entirely wave battles.
A change for the negative, if I'm being honest. Origins at least had a tactical feel to it, while Dragon Age 2 just yeets out enemy after enemy, faster than a Mormon couple yeets out babies.
Just give it a moment, boys. The game has something cooking to make things a little more interesting.
Oh, right, I see you, Barry.
That's it. I am tired of this bullshit. Both of you have been in on something, and I'm not seeing what it is. Barack, you have been harder to do side content than usual, and this episode has been extra long. What is happening?
Donald, do you seriously not know what's going on right now? It's pretty obvious.
Give it a minute, Joe.
Wait, hold on. The Deep Stalkers have a mother who has a boss health bar, and you just fought a Revenant a few minutes ago. You son of a bitch, this is about the bet we made with the bosses. That's why you're playing way longer today. You're trying to edge ahead by killing 3 bosses in 1 episode.
Ding, ding, ding. Give this man his golden Big Mac. You figured it out, Donald. Viewers, we casually mentioned this before, but the 3 of us are holding a contest as to who can defeat the most bosses in our Origins playthrough. We actually all went back through the series to get an accurate count so far of how many each of us defeated. The president that defeats the most between the base game, DLC, and Awakening is the top president of Dragon Age and gets bragging rights, as well as the other 2 having to admit what the best Dragon Age game overall is on camera, since we all have different opinions on it. If I win, these 2 have to admit Origins is the best.
When I win, these 2 Democrats have to admit how superior Inquisition is. I will win, obviously, because I am a special gamer and have the moral high ground on the best game choice anyway.
Oh, you're definitely special, but if I win, these 2 have to be more positive about Dragon Age 2 because that's my favorite.
Yeah, like you're even in the running, Joe. The current score is Obama has defeated 6 bosses. I have defeated 5 since we forgot about the Shade in Episode 2 and the Abomination encounter in Episode 5. And Joe has 5 since he has technically defeated 2 Revenants. So me and Joe are tied up, and Obama has only 1 on us, despite Obama's long-ass grind this episode.
Well, actually, Donald, there's a Ogre Alpha up ahead, so I am actually going to have 7. Now I've done 5 bosses in 1 episode, easy moves for me.
You son of a bitch, of course your nerdy ass is cheating by optimizing the amount of side quests you do to get the win. Well, I will show you, rats. I'm gonna grind super hard next episode to get to a boss count that you can't even reach.
Well, I'm just trying to make it competitive, boys. I'll accept the results no matter what, because if I don't, I'm no better than you.
Damn shots fired.
Eat a dick.
Also, in the interest of a fair competition, each of us will do a DLC outside of the main game as a special episode, which counts towards the competition, as each DLC has an extra boss or 2. Joe will do Liliana's song Naturally. I will do Golems of Amgarak, and Donald will do Witch Hunt, obviously. We are not counting Darkspawn Chronicles because 1, we don't even know how many bosses we killed in that, and 2, it's Darkspawn Chronicles. Why would we count it?
Should be a fun time, all things considered. Also, damn, it has been a hot minute since we had an ogre kill animation. I know the dragon killing animation is the best, but this one just feels more satisfying.
Enjoy your minor victory today, Barack, because I know I can do at least 2 bosses next episode, maybe more.
I am over here literally just vibing, Donald, enjoying my kill animation. Anyways, this ogre appears when we find all the rubble piles for the Crosscut Drifters quest. Now we can get the stash, including the first set of a late game Armor Efforts armor, which is a Grey Warden armor piece. We are probably going to end up sticking the whole set on Ogryn because there is a different set that we all agree on using. But we will show you how to get every piece.
Oh hey, look at that, it's the bums from earlier. Looks like the trap setters got ambushed themselves. Good shit, Barack.
Yeah, this is going to be the last thing I take care of this episode. There's one last side quest to start here before we head to Orton Tig. Plus, it's satisfying to gank the Darkspawn for once by attacking them where they didn't expect it.
Damn, looks like our warden is tanky enough to survive 1 curse of mortality. That's good to know going forward. Anyways, good shit, Barry. You definitely cooked today.
Despite your nerdy-ass exploits, good shit, Barack. Next episode, I am going to clear through the rest of the deep roads and finish any quests you've picked up so far. Viewers, get ready for another extended episode. The deep roads hit long and hard.
By the tits of my ancestors.
Our detailed descent into the Darkspawn deep departs now. How we doing today, boys?
Good bars, and I'm doing good. I got a crisp 22 hours of sleep in preparation for this episode.
It's good that you're staying awake for once, Joe. You'll get some good gameplay notes.
Don't worry, Donald. I am sure I'll learn what not to do. I'll keep an eye out.
I'm big chilling today, boys. I got my drink, and I got my notes. Let's get right into it. What's the game plan today, Donald?
All right, boys, so once Ogren's excellent tour guide session is over, we are going to have a lot of ground to cover. I'm going to breeze through this. Tig quickly then get through the Dead Trenches, which is the largest dungeon in this game. It's going to be the most combat-heavy episode we have had in a while, so buckle up, boys.
Sounds like it should be a good one, Donald. Plenty of hard fights, can't wait to see how you cover it.
Damn, we are all really chipper today. Did I share my pills with you two when you weren't looking or something?
Well, these next two dungeons have some of the deepest lore in the series, with the side quests and codex entries, so I know that's what's tickling Barak's pickle. As for me, I'm excited to surpass him in bosses killed and show off my game knowledge again in a major combat-heavy episode. So let's get into it.
You know, I remember something clearly about this dungeon.
Wow, that's surprising.
I remember being confused and scared.
Never mind, that makes perfect sense.
Shut it, Double D. I can't remember why I felt scared, and it's giving me a tight feeling between my cheeks. And... What should we, sir? What is, sir? Spiders, get me the fuck out of here.
Oh, right, the arachnophobia, Joe. I almost forgot.
Oh, nut up and change your adult diaper. Joe, these spider boys are actually helping us here by killing the spawn. Also, wait a minute, didn't you kill some spiders in the car to hide out?
Oh, did I? I think I was so engrossed in talking about the lore in the hideout I fell into a trance-like state.
He's just like me for real. That's my vice president right there.
Babe, wake up, New Democrat lore just dropped. Anyways, Joe, imagine being afraid of some crawly boys that are less than a tenth your size.
First off, those spiders are bigger than our warden right now. And secondly, it's one of the 10 most common fears in people. Hell, even the Inquisitor has it.
The dude kills dragons like they are wounded deer, Joe. And you can't even defeat a gnap. It is absolutely not the same. Damn, I really wish you were playing this section. You'd be cooked right now.
I have several ways to relieve tension, if you know what I mean. Plus Barry's lore knowledge could put me to sleep just fine, so I could handle it. But my cheeks would be clenched like they held Hillary's emails, so I appreciate you taking one for the team.
I feel kind of robbed, but I'm in such a good mood, increasing my kill count today that I don't really care. Also, Joe, I think you mentioned a few episodes ago something about me not killing an ogre. Well, guess the bar has to be raised because look at me now.
Damn, we really are doing a lot of callbacks early on today, boys.
Yeah, good job, Donald. You took care of one ogre, and it only took our episodes reaching the double digits.
Oh, I'm almost hurt by that one, Joseph. But don't worry, you just wait for Dragon Age 2. I got some real fun ideas in store for some get back.
I felt a very malevolent wave flow through the room when you said that, Donald.
You're not wrong, Joe, but anyway, given how eagerly these little guys web us, something tells me we are going to have some long fights on our hands soon.
They can delay all they want and send as many dozen spiders as they want. This is all ending the same for them.
It's not even the numbers bugging me. It's the chalkboard like screech in my ear when they spawn in that gets me.
I'm not a pussy, but even I have to admit that shit is not okay.
Isn't Ortenthig, where a lot of the Dragon Age books take place, too, Barry?
You are correct, Joe. Ortenthig seems to be a very central Thig in the Deep Roads by Ferelden standards. So it is mentioned in Dragon Age Stolen Throne, which details the Ferelden rebellion from the perspective of Loghain and Merrick. Loghain uses the Ortain Theg to reach Gwarin before the Orlesian army gets there, and the place is still crawling with spiders, which is no surprise. The Theg is also featured in the Calling a Story about Merrick, Duncan, and the Architect, where they travel to the Theg to find the old commander of the Grey Bragan. There is no evidence of these adventures in the dungeon in game, but it's still a cool reference that ties these areas to the broader history of Dragon Age.
Man Guider must have really loved this dungeon to have it featured in multiple books.
Well, here we have some bardic dwarfs up ahead. Get ready.
They call that loud-ass screaming up ahead music. What the hell is wrong with these ghosts?
The sound design in this map specifically needs a major overhaul, because goddamn is this not pleasant. Also, yelling in the air sounds like a perfectly average dwarven tune.
Oh shit, we are actually seeing golems that aren't shale for once. Even if the sounds are annoying, the enemy variety is nice.
Wait, if there are golems here, I wonder if this is close to where Wilhelm found shale. There's a lot of untouched golems here, and it was Carradin's home.
Not a bad theory, Joe. Based on dialogue Shale can give us, it's very likely she was discovered by Wilhelm close to the Cross or Ortan Tig, which makes sense, since, like you said, it was his home, and he likely wanted it defended. It is also backed up by the fact you need to bring Shale to Caridin's cross to trigger her side quest if Caridin dies before she can meet him. She will mention passing through the cross before.
Bro probably thought he lucked out like crazy finding an intact golem and control rod while just wandering in the deep roads.
You're not kidding, Joe, and it all worked out since now she is on the squad. And even was a major player in killing an elven god.
Damn, these spiders are territorial as hell. They are even setting traps in the chests.
Maybe these guys are better than I thought. They know how to protect their assets.
They're goddamn spiders, Donald.
Yes, and even the spiders have a better grind than you do.
Well, after you kill the hustler spiders, please grab the Ortan records over in that alcove. It finishes a very easy quest that should have major ramifications for Orzamar's future.
Should we check on the random screaming dude first?
Please don't be distracted by the lunatic. Grab the records first. We will talk to the crazy dwarf in a minute.
All right, twist my nipples, why don't you?
So, as I was saying, doing this quest allows us to revive House Ortan by proving that their last remaining member, Orta, is a noble. This will shake up the economy by allowing Orta to call in debts from several noble houses, which will lead her to pursue an expedition to reclaim Ortan Thaig, which means the money will be going towards pushing back the Darkspawn line, which is what Orzammar needs. Also, Orta will support any king choice if we ask her to, which you can head, can and create some much-needed stability in Orzammar post-coronation.
That's nice, but let's go detain the spider lover here.
This dude loves spiders?
He might as well, the way he keeps yapping about them.
I think you'll find he loves Darkspawn more than spiders. He's been infected by the taint.
So he's allies with our top two enemies right now. My urge to kill is rising. Why would you even eat Darkspawn when there is perfectly good nugs and deep stalkers?
Well, I don't see any deep stalkers here, and he's probably trapped in this Thaig, so I think his only option is to eat the Darkspawn that the spiders don't eat.
If there were nugs here, the spiders have first dibs. Same if there were any deep stalkers. The spiders are definitely the apex predators in Ortan Thaig. Even the Darkspawn are getting clapped up here by them.
I would say to eat the spiders instead, but they're so damn poisonous you'd have a better chance surviving a Four Loko. Also, see, I told you he was allied with the spiders. He summoned them here.
Well, thankfully, you have a Morrigan that can cast one spell to end the fight. Good to see you're using entropy, Donald. It's really broken if there's more than 3 enemies on the field, since it turns the enemies against each other or puts them all to sleep.
Yeah, I just have to remember to not channel my inner 10-year-old playing Pokemon. And remember that status effects are actually overpowered and not just spam damage. All right, you crazy bitch, as soon as I grab this sword piece, I'm gonna have you biting the curb.
Hold on, Donald, before you kill him, you should check out his shop. Not only does he have a lot of alchemy supplies, but he also has one of the 2 guaranteed cold iron runes, which given the second half of the game is like 70% undead, is going to be crazy useful, paired with the goated blade that is Topsider's honor, that we will grab this episode or next.
He also has a Liliana gift!
Eat a dick, Joe, but goddammit, fine, you nerds. If you need the crutch, you'll grab it. We should probably unload our inventory first anyway, since we're at the halfway point.
So Ruck is usually someone who people kill, right? I usually just sell my shit, buy out his stock, then kill him. The dude is half Darkspawn already.
Actually, I think a lot of people pity him enough that they leave him be. A lot of people view him as harmless and think killing him is straight up murder and making a choice you don't deserve to make, which is valid. But let me make my case for Donald's inevitable choice here. First off, Ruck reveals he got into a fight and killed someone before he was even tainted. This may have been an accident, but by any civilized law, that is still not good. Secondly, he can attack us for simply believing we might steal from him based on what we say. Even if we don't steal from him, saying the wrong thing can trigger him to attack. Third, he is infected with the taint and is in the process of becoming a ghoul. He already hears the archdemon, and leaving him as he is will cause a slow death by the taint, as well as likely leave him as a ghoul that will serve the Darkspawn eventually, which means leaving him poses the risk that some other person will be ganked by a ghoul in the future. And he is already a bit crazy and violent, so let's just try to give him some mercy here.
Damn, Barack, that was one of your biggest lore yaps yet, and it was from a random NPC of all things.
Dragon Age lore runs deep, what can I say, Donald? I've been set on this since I watched our editor's video on this a few years ago.
And there's the shameless plug again. Viewers, this isn't our comment question, but let us know your decision on Ruck in the comments below. I'm genuinely interested to see if Obama is cooking again or not.
He called his children and they all went. I wanted to go too and gaze upon his beauty.
While we are posing interesting questions, do you guys think a tainted person that is mid-ghoul could technically kill the archdemon same as a Grey Warden? I mean, the only difference is the taint is more mastered on a warden, right? If we gave this dude a dagger and made him last hit the archdemon, would he end the blight?
It's an interesting question, one that doesn't have a definitive answer either. We know the Grey Warden blood is altered by blood magic, but it's unclear if that alteration is what allows them to kill archdemons too. Assuming it's not, it is possible Ruck could, but there are a few factors. For one, most people succumb to the taint almost instantly, either dying or becoming a ghoul instantly. The only two examples of blight-tainted individuals that still have some of their mind is Ruck and another dwarf we will meet in a few, so maybe dwarves are affected more slowly due to their natural magic resistance, because the blight is magical too. But to answer your question, if a dwarf had crazy strong will and was ghoulified, I'd say it's possible they could kill our archdemon. However, the only dwarf that isn't a warden that could fit the bill, in my opinion, is the Inquisitor, so it's mostly a moot point.
So it's possible, but crazy unlikely, since most ghouls couldn't resist the archdemon's control.
Pretty much the answer, Joe, but Obama is a yapologist.
Well, I mean, you were the two that asked the question, but I guess being dicks about a question you asked is an option too.
Don't be so passive-aggressive, Barack.
Well, whatever we bought his cold iron rune, the gift, and sold our trash to him. So all that's left is to talk about his mother and make our choice. The amount of dialogue this dude has is impressive. It warranted the rant. I went on there.
I know this dude will flirt with you if you're a female Grey Warden and pass the persuasion check. He will call you pretty lady in every conversation, which is beyond creepy, but it's one of the few times your gender changes the dialogue some.
Dude acts like your homie with no game at the bar. Bro's game is gonna land him in jail.
I'd put him out of his misery. Sodding right, I'm right. Now do it quick so we can get back to business.
So if Zevran is in the party as well, he makes a more persuasive argument on why you should kill Ruck here, equating it to mercy, killing someone who is dying of poisoning. Ogren here just uses the debate of Dwarven law, which is fair, but lacks empathy for his situation.
I'm surprised Bro even tried to fight. I would have expected him to just run away instead.
Anyways, let's take care of this demon, since that's my job now.
Well, before you do that, go ahead and pick up that book first. It's probably the most relevant codex in the entire Deep Roads for the main story going on. That journal details Caridin's process of creating the anvil and how he creates golems, which reveals that in order to create a golem, he has to encase a man into a steel or stone suit and pour molten lyrium through the entire suit, including the eye sockets. It also portrays Caridin as enjoying the process and carrying it out with a sense of pride, which is counteractive to how we meet him later.
That sort of dampens the big reveal as to how golems are made, since I feel like the writers intended players to learn that from Caridin himself. But instead, there's a journal 2 dungeons earlier that reveals how golems are made. Sounds like a miscommunication.
They're just rewarding you nerds who read instead of playing the damn video game. Now watch me make a pride demon my bitch like I'm the Inquisitor or something.
I'm surprised you didn't take the deal, Donald, knowing your grind set.
Why would I take the deal of a demon? What do I look like, a damn mage?
Well, that's Admiral rejecting 25 gold like that.
Wait, how much gold?
Yeah, the demon gives you 25 gold if you bargain with him. And almost no downside besides just letting a demon into the world. Fighting him, he just drops a random normal piece of heavy armor.
God damn it, I wish I knew that. I mean, money isn't everything. Sometimes you gotta kill for the love of being a demon slayer.
Bro fumbled the bag hard.
I can't wait to say that in November, Sleepy.
Well, it's still worth it to kill the demon Donald. It's one of only 2 pride demons in Origins that we can fight, the other being Uldred. And just like Uldred, he has a lot of unique spells and anti-mage abilities.
It might be unique, but it's still bitch-made. I bent this thing over in record time. First boss down, only 2 more to go until I catch up with you.
Damn, that loot drop for a boss was pathetic. They could have at least given us a few gold.
Time to follow these spider boys to their lair. How nice of them to give us a guide to follow.
Donald, you have no survival instinct for just blindly following these guys.
Joe, I am not going to listen to you about survival instinct. You can't even win the 1v1 against going downstairs.
I would be careful with these next few fights, Donald. They are not the most daunting of fights that you'll have to deal with today, but they can be overwhelming if you're not careful. Just make sure to not overextend your party and pick up too much aggro. You're going to want to hold them in place and take them one at a time.
I just killed a pride demon, Barack, and you're over here warning me about some damn spiders. Please give me a little more credit here.
Well, either way, your gameplay is getting more diversified. I'm proud of you.
Coming from you, that means nothing.
I'm just saying, whenever an enemy starts flanking and doing that much damage, it should be cause for some concern.
Yeah, even I have to agree, Barry, we should give Donald more credit. Sure, he's taking damage, but he has this well in hand. Wait, Liliana, no!
Now, Joe, look, she's back up. It's all good. No reason to break out the belt.
I'd love to see him try.
The spirit of vengeance will strike an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The nuggets will run dry by the time this curse is said.
Joe, did you say something?
Don't worry about it, Donald. Just keep your eyes on the screen.
Who the fuck do you think you're talking to? I'm keeping my eyes on the screen, but not because a shambling corpse told me to. Now watch me make this mage my bitch.
This fight can sometimes branch out by the mage retreating further into the cave and pulling more spiders to him. But if you lock him down and block his pathing, that doesn't happen. You have to be quick about it, though.
Well, that was easy money. On to the next. I have a good feeling.
That's my line, Joe, but your positive statement with no ill intention is right. I can smell another mage rat in the distance. Time to cook more.
This is the more serious fight, and if the mage retreated, we could have gotten easily surrounded. But since we have dealt with half the problem, this shouldn't be that bad.
Robot mode as usual, Obama. I'm gonna have Morrigan clear him with the 1v1, no problem.
Eyes on the screen, sick, counterattack in 5.
Joe?
Wait, oh God. Crush in prison. What kind of men max build does this dude have? Oh shit.
That's the power of my stand. It's Joe Ever. A simple eye for an eye. A waifu for a waifu. Next time, don't let Liana die. Got it.
Joe, since when the hell do you have a stand? I thought that was an April Fool's prank. Did that shit really happen too? Can Joe control the goddamn AI when he's not playing?
The lore is building, boys. This is immaculate.
Well, no matter what kind of power-up your old ass has, I don't negotiate with terrorists or old men. So I will consider us even this time, but don't think you can start making demands out of the future president.
Well, anime power-ups aside, y'all can trust that Obama got you with skill and game knowledge. I'm all natural, baby, and I don't need a stand to give you all the hottest game facts and lore.
Nerd.
Damn it, really be your own people. Well, you are really cutting these fights close, Donald, which I'm not sure is a sign of your skill issue, or it's a sign that we are at a pretty good game balance currently.
I don't have a skill issue. I redeemed myself my last episode, and I am still cooking to this day. I will absolutely not die to spiders, even if they down a teammate from some cheap spell.
Okay, big dog, just checking. Well, Donald, we still have quite a bit of fighting to go, and this seems as good a time as any. Do you have a comment question prepped for us?
You bet I do. My comment question library is almost as expansive as my foreign bank accounts. But enough about my money, since we have this underwhelming spider boss fight ahead that does the bullshit tactic of just spawning in and out of the fight. It obviously had me thinking about much better boss fights in this game. So viewers, comment question of the day. What is your favorite boss fight in Origins? I'm gonna stick to Origins and its specific DLCs. Since I feel like we have been pretty broad with our comment questions, without remembering we have the other game and like 100 more episodes to get through. My favorite boss fight is the Queen of the Black Marsh in Awakening. It's everything about the High Dragon fight in the base game, but upgraded. The AI is better, and she has stronger abilities and a new mechanic with the Wisp healing. It's a top-tier reward for exploring the map and gathering all the bones, as well as being a challenging fight without pushing to the bullshit level. And honestly is just the best challenge for the nightmare experience, in Origins even more so than Flemeth and other top-tier fights.
Good points, Donald. That's a tough choice to beat, but I have another memorable fight in mind. I would give it to Cawthorine, specifically the Estate in Denerim fight, where she has the entire army behind her. It's a supposed-to-lose style fight, but a creative player with some strategy or just a broken build can really shine and clap her up. Even if you do lose, you are not punished for it. You get to do a prison break with either two companions rescuing you, which is absolutely a fan favorite move, or you can break out yourself, which isn't nearly as entertaining, but it is still fun and never feels like a punishment for losing. Plus, Catherine's stats are really insane, as we mentioned before.
Good points, gentlemen. My favorite boss is the Tower of Ishal Ogre fight.
God damn you, Joe. You had to re-traumatize me. Is that seriously your favorite boss in this whole damn game?
No, I just wanted to trigger you and get one last lick in Baby Girl. My favorite boss is the High Dragon from the Frostback Mountain. That fight always felt like the secret final boss of Dragon Age, and it's so iconic they stuck it on the cinematic trailer, as well as that fight eventually panning into killing every flavor of High Dragon and Inquisition to damage the Dragon Deals is tough but fair, like what Donald said, in killing him, and seeing the absolute large horde the High Dragon had on him is so satisfying my jaw literally dropped when I looted him the first time. Also, that dragon is the dragon responsible for the title of our game, as spotting him in Orlais is what caused the current age to be named the Dragon Age.
Okay, that's a lot better. I'll give you that one, Joe. The High Dragon definitely beats the Queen of the Black Marsh in terms of loot. All right, viewers, let us know your favorite boss and origins in the comments below. Our editor will respond to every comment like normal. Now, Joe, go ahead and show our featured comment from last episode.
Our featured comment comes from Durization, who says their favorite dungeon is from the Descent DLC and the Dead Trenches, which is the map we are about to enter shortly. They also mention how much of a slog a lot of players view the deep roads, but recognizes that it is also part of the appeal of the dungeon. Captain Hammer also commented they love the Dead Trenches as well. He is our editor's high school friend, but we are still thankful for his comment as well as all your comments. Can't wait to see your takes this episode.
Well, good shit clapping up the Spider Donald first dungeon, down one more to go.
Yeah, this loot was not worth all that hassle, but now I'm tied with you and Boss Kills Barack. Anyways, let's keep following the trail of this manic dwarf.
It's really convenient that Branka left her journal, as well as the journal still being readable despite being captured by spiders.
Wait, why did the spiders even take the book from the camp? I mean, did they use it for their nest? What is happening here?
What are you, a damn film critic? Calm down, Barack. I'm sure some arachnid expert could let us know in the comments below.
I have a feeling the reason is just the spiders had some goblin syndrome and just randomly grabbing big or shiny things, or the developers just wanted another boss fight.
Iconic scene ahead, boys. It's time to meet the big bad.
The dark shall consume this land. The masses are distracted with use of AI and petty political debates. It is time for those to linger in the dark to stand up. First we consume the free lands, then the world shall bow to our socialist might.
Joe, what in the absolute fuck are you saying right now?
What? Did he say some foul simp shit for Liliana again?
Donald, please just listen to him for 5 seconds. This shit isn't normal.
Now we will march. Now we will conquer. There are lands beyond the humans of Thetis, and all realms will bow to Themi. We will take over their Congress while they are divided. Now we march and conquer.
Joe, are you like hardcore role-playing or something? What the hell was that?
Oh, thank God you finally noticed. Joe, what the hell is going on? This shit isn't normal. You've been doing this since episode 2, and I want a damn answer.
Oh, I think I had a stroke. Sure, it's, like a seizure. And a stroke mixed into one. It's really scary.
Joe, you are one of the unhealthiest men in America, but even I don't believe you had either of those, let alone 5 or 6, and only while we play this game so for real. What the hell is going on?
Hey, look, it's the Legion of the Dead. What kind of lore you want to lay on us, Barry?
Oh, hell no. You're not triggering my fixation to get out of this. Donald, just keep fighting until we are done. Now, Joe, before I backhand you so hard you become my vice president, again, tell me what's going on.
Damn, even I'm invested in this lore drop now, and it's about Sleepy Joe of all people.
All right, fine. So ever since we started this series and we decided the pick order, I realized I would be fighting the ogre in the tower on Nightmare of all things. I have never done a whole playthrough of this game on Nightmare, so I realized I would need an edge if I was going to survive this. So I did lie about the military meeting. I never met with any generals for the ogre fight.
Oh, thank God. I was worried you were going to get impeached by that misuse of power.
There was no meeting because I hit up the boys in Area 51 to make a hyper-realistic VR version of Dragon Age Origins. It cost a few million, but they perfected it.
Joe, goddammit.
Damn, I wish I could record this.
When I say realistic, I mean it. I had a VR suit that attached to my body while I gamed. If my warden was hit, I was hit in real life. I needed to understand the enemies in order to play like I did, and I succeeded. However, when I underwent the joining sequence in the VR game, something changed. The boys must have cooked up a synthetic joining serum to simulate what the Grey Warden joining did to me. Ever since they gave it to me, I can hear the actual archdemon whenever he is on screen. He's getting louder and more aware every time too. I think that serum they gave me had me link with the archdemon in the game, and his AI is becoming more and more aware whenever he sees me.
What kind of Black Mirror bullshit did I walk into? I just wanted to play the video game with my friends.
Hey Joe, my good friend, do you still have that VR copy in Area 51? Maybe we could take it for a spin after this?
Donald, did you not just hear about the joining serum shit? Do we really want the archdemon becoming more aware of the world around it?
I did hear it, but it's called taking risks. No risk, no reward is all I'm saying.
God damn it. So Joe, what you're telling me is we need to actually finish this game and kill this thing before it becomes more and more aware and causes some Dragon Skynet bullshit?
That sounds accurate. Yes, I think if we kill it in game, it should stop haunting my dreams.
And you're sure all this really happened?
Did what really happen?
Joe, goddamn it.
I'm just kidding. Yes, this is real life, and yes, I am in mortal danger.
All right then, sounds like we actually have some stakes to this whole situation. But just because things are more dire doesn't mean we can't still have some time for some Obama observations. Joe, you're not in serious peril. So let's get back to the game, shall we?
Joe, I could care less about all that, but please let me play the VR sometime.
I mean, if you don't mind the whispers and night terrors after, sure thing, buddy, I can hook you up.
Y'all are incredulous. Also looks like Ogren is our first level 14 boys. Go ahead and put that Reaver spec on him.
Yeah, I know how to build Barak. It's crazy Ogren is a higher level than us, but I guess that is just how leveling in Origins works. New companions are always one level higher when they are recruited.
True, I don't even know how the XP is distributed to companions who aren't in the party versus ones that are. Too much math, not enough time. Anyways, Donald, go ahead and hit up Cardle while Barry finally drops some hot lore on the Legion of the Dead.
So the Legion of the Dead is another cool faction very similar to the Grey Wardens, ironically enough. It's one of the few practices of the Dwarves that addresses their steep decline and threat of the Darkspawn at the gates. Since Dwarves don't really practice long-term incarceration as we saw in our origin, when a criminal has done a serious crime, they have the option of execution, exile, or joining the Legion of the Dead, with the Legion being the most honorable choice. For the crime of killing Triangorm mentioned, we should have been given the chance to join the Legion, but Bellin stomped that out. The Legion hold funerals for new recruits, and their crimes are considered forgiven posthumously as they die to honorable death in service of the ancestors. They then more or less live in the deep roads, only occasionally returning to receive special orders or resupply. This fortress up ahead is called Baunamar and was built by Caradon as a headquarters for the Legion of the Dead. And as such, we can find 4 pieces of the Legion armor these guys are wearing, which we are going to equip on our Warden, since we all agree it is the most thematically appropriate armor for a Dwarven Warden to wear.
Yeah, don't worry, viewers will show you how to get all 4 pieces. But fun fact about Cardal, here is a pretty high-ranking member of the Legion, and he is even mentioned in Inquisition during the Descent DLC.
This dude continues the trend of Dwarven noble supremacy. He actually has dialogue unique to the Dwarven noble, saying that if we had stayed as an exile, we may have found a place in the Legion of the Dead.
Yeah, that pivoted out of left field immediately, but he basically confirmed what I just said, so thanks for that, big dog.
You know, speaking of Descent, the Legion of the Dead really downgraded their armor in Inquisition. This Origin armor design is just literal peak.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know why they changed it, but Origin's unique armors clear anything that Inquisition or 2 brings to the table. The only thing that comes close is really the champion armor.
All right, the lore has been gathered both on Sleepy and the Legion. Now it's time to explore this Darkspawn fortress proper, boys. Let's cut past the bridge and get into the real shit. Let's see how real Barak was being about our entropy skill stocks. This clumped up Darkspawn orgy is the perfect opportunity to test it out.
Why did you say it like that?
Damn a blizzard and a waking nightmare that is some big bad damage on these little guys. Magic is just so damn powerful, the later games don't really compete with what we see on screen.
That's because the later games have this little thing called class balancing Joe. I almost feel dirty winning like this, but because it's Morrigan, I can't lie, I'm a little turned on right now.
Oh, for the love of God, you two are beyond degenerate status right now. That aside, good plays there, Donald. You even broke the shrieks out of stealth with the waking nightmare. You gotta love it.
Even Cardall was a little turned on by that fight. He came to congratulate us and help us finish.
Not just to congratulate us, he is still too ingrained in the politics of Orzammar to actually help us fight.
That is not what I meant by helping us finish Barry. I more so meant he can help us with the rocking wood. Me and Donald are pitching right now.
Holy fuck, editor, please get me out of here.
Damn, this episode is just sus as hell today, huh, boys? I almost thought we were in a Discord call with the way we're going on it.
Yeah, we are almost at Obama's level at this point.
How the hell are you two clowning me right now after the hundreds of receipts I have on the both of you today alone? You two just need to book a room already.
I said it before and I'll say it again, just wait for Tegan Barak. Anyways, viewers, this is where the first armor piece is located. They are all in sarcophaguses spread around this map, most of which are on the main path, but the first one is actually in this easy-to-miss side room.
Yeah, the fact they are in the sarcophagus should be sort of obvious since it's Legion armor. Good environmental design, thereby BioWare.
So if I remember right, if we help out Orzammar enough, there's a ending that lets Belnamar be reclaimed by Orzammar's military, which opens up a crazy new expansion of the Dwarven people, right?
You are correct, Joe. That's actually a point towards Bellin. As if we are a dwarf and ask the Ferelden ruler to aid Orzammar at the end of the game, Bellin will welcome the Ferelden military alliance and push the Darkspawn line past Belnamar, where noble houses begin reclaiming lost artifacts after the incredible victory. We don't see any future game impacts of this, but this development is an incredible blow against the Dwarven decline. This segues nice into another reminder that the king vote is still ongoing, and this is your last episode to make your case for your king choice, since we will make the final decision next episode.
Babe, wake up, it's time for your weekly voting notice.
Damn, I wish I kept my mouth shut on that one. I didn't mean to give Bellin any ammunition.
Coward, I am more than willing to get all the facts out, but of course Sleepy Joe can't handle any narrative but his own.
Well, hold on. How does Harrowmont fare with the Dwarven aid from Ferelden?
Not nearly as well, to be honest. Harrowmont refuses to allow human soldiers inside the city walls to offer military support, and instead only accepts the supplies given by the soldiers. It's unclear how much this helps, but likely just helps the declining population stay alive. It doesn't help them flourish the same way pushing the Darkspawn line does.
Damn, that's kind of bullshit that's so vague. Maybe the aid does still help to some degree.
Nah, that's pure cope, and you know it, Joe. Harrowmont has no grind of his own. Even when the human kingdoms give them a free tag in for the assist, he still can't figure out what to do with it.
Oh, sure thing, you know all about cope, don't you, Donald? That's why my vision from episodes ago is about to come to pass.
Oh, not this shit again. Barak, translate what he's saying.
I didn't say nothing, just focus on the game.
Maybe you're hearing voices. Donald, are you sure you didn't take the VR joining with Joe? That's the first sign you know.
All right, I'm not about to let two Democrats gaslight, gatekeep girl boss me, and I'm certainly not buying into these Biden curses or visions, so peep this gameplay right here.
Don't forget to grab the boots of the Legion in this room before you head out.
Holy shit, I am not getting backseated by Joe Biden of all people. Keep it to yourself. I know what to grab here.
I don't believe in curses, Donald, but I do think I need to warn you about something in this encounter because we did Topsider's honor there is actually
Barak, I don't need your nerdy ass backseating me. I got this. I'm gonna have Morrigan 1v1 the mage here. Peep this damage. Oh, god damn these spiders.
Damn, the threat management is already going to be a problem. This fight, I can tell that one spell drew everyone's attention on her, and now the spiders are going to spam web after web.
All I need is to land one control spell, and my girl is in this. Come on, Morrigan, you got this mind blast, these dicks.
Like I said, the spiders have a lot of CC. You got to be more careful than this, Donald, with positioning and threat management.
I think you need to be more careful licking my nuts. It's time to avenge my waifu. Eat this shit, you goddamn spawn.
More like you're eating up all our potions this fight, Donald. I'm glad you brought cope instead of actual support magic.
If you think I was going to bring win over Morrigan, you're off your damn meds. This damn useless bard is made out of tissue paper, and these spiders keep spamming this overwhelm bullshit.
This fight is more intense than I remember it. This dungeon is really living up to its infamy right now. Pause the game more, Donald. I'm sure that's what the viewers want to see.
Eat a dick. I just need a minute.
Sure, take all the time you need, Lil D. God, this is getting sad at this point. Watch this curse of mortality on Liliana in 5.
What the hell, who gave you the damn script, Joe? And goddamn, almost all our damage is dead. It's time for the men to come in clutch here and carry us.
Yeah, if Ogren can stand up for 5 seconds without overwhelm being used. Also, Joe, shouldn't you be more concerned about losing Liliana? Here, normally, you're more broken up about it.
I've had a few weeks to come to terms with this. I told you both I had a vision, and it's still cooking.
Well, your visions and our resources can both eat a dick, because I am absolutely not getting a 4th goddamn death. Once I kill this mage, shit will be under control. The spiders don't do enough damage to our heavily armored dwarves to matter, and they already blew their curse of mortality load, so we are flying high.
You're goddamn right, you're about to fly high.
Donald, I don't think Ogren got your message about not getting clapped up because he is getting torn apart out there. Also, Jesus, rest in peace to our potion usage. We are going to be broke come the end of the deep roads.
Holy jump scare. Why the hell did a boss just randomly appear, Obama? Did you put in a damn randomizer in this game when I wasn't looking?
I literally was trying to warn your ass about the boss in here because we collected both pieces of Topsider's honor. The last piece is held by a ancient Darkspawn with boss health that only spawns when you collect the first 2 pieces. If you paid attention to positioning, this could have been avoided.
Are you gunning out or admitting you're clapped up? Which is it, because now Ogren's down and it's a 1v4?
What's the moves here, Donald?
Shut it, both of you. It was just another gamer vision. I can see the win condition here. Even if our warden has to solo this, if I kill the rest of these spiders, I know I can win the one-on-one.
Goddamn, I haven't seen a fight this close since the damn mage hideout. If you're going to use this many damn resources, Donald, you might as well just pop a rock salve while you're at it.
Yeah, at this point, just throw the kitchen sink at him. It won't make a difference.
If I sense I need the salves, I'll use one, but for now, it's just going to be a duel to the death. This is some cinematic gameplay right here.
Yeah, Donald, I guess edging death could be seen as cinematic if you really want to look at it that way.
Come on, choke you bitch.
You're acting kind of cringe right now, Joe. I know you predicted right, but you don't have to be an ass.
It's not cringe when you're right about game mechanics, Barry.
You can keep that edging shit to yourselves, boys, because this boss is easy goddamn money. Boom, and a damn level up to add some icing on the cake. I have earned my Templar specialization, and now there's a new president leading in bosses killed.
Well, I'm glad we can finally end the debate. We started in Lothering like, 10 hours ago at this point? Also, we have almost maxed out our shield talents now. We just need our specializations maxed out, and we are full build.
Goddamn, there's still more bosses in this dungeon? Jesus, you are going to be at a massive advantage going forward, Donald.
Yeah, what was that shit you said last episode? 5 bosses is easy moves for you? Well, right back at you, bitch.
I still can't believe this lucky asshole beat my prediction. You are the luckiest dude to ever grace Dragon Age, Donald.
It's all skill, baby.
Well, you're welcome for the setup, since me and Joe gave you at least 2 of those with Asunder and the Topsider quest. We have all the pieces now, so next episode, Joe, you can go and pick up the blade before we take down the last bit of this quest.
You got it, Barry?
Okay, I can already tell this next boss is not going to need nearly as much commentary. So Obama, go ahead and dispense some announcements or some shit.
You could have been nicer about it, but whatever, I got you. So I think it's fair to let you all know the game plan after Orzammer well. If you haven't noticed, we are trying to do a DLC mission after each major story arc to provide some good pacing, so once we crown a king, we are going to do Soldier's Peak next. It's looking like I will be undertaking that DLC, which works since there's tons of hidden lore to talk about anyway. Then after that, we all agree on the path ahead. It was really only the Circle Tower versus Orzammer debate that we were split on. So after Soldier's Peak, we will do Redcliffe, then Joe will have his special episode with Liliana's song.
That's such bullshit, he gets to do it first.
Oh, I'm sorry, Donald, let's just do Witch Hunt next, even though that is in lore the last goddamn thing the Warden does.
Again, twist my nips, why don't you?
Okay, anyway, after Joe's special episode, we are then going to do the Nature of the Beast, then return to Ostagar, then finally the Urn of Sacred Ashes, and then we will finish it off with the Land's Meat and the final battle in Denram. We don't have a DLC planned for after the Urn except Golems, but I think we should do Golems around the time we do Awakening anyway, and the urn pivots nicely into the land's meat, so we think that will be all right for pacing anyway.
We kind of shot ourselves in the foot. They're saying we will pace out main story missions with DLC when there are way more main story missions than the DLC can keep pace with. I guess we did pretty good, all things considered. And after the urn, I'm sure our viewers will be pumped for the finale on the horizon.
I mean, there is technically a Tale of Orzammar, but that would have been a bit redundant given our origin, and it's only on GOG, where we are established Steam gamers.
Wait, what the hell is Tale of Orzammar?
Oh, right, good point. That is a more obscure add-on. So Tale of Orzammar was a promotional add-on made in combination of BioWare and PC Gamer magazine to advertise the mod toolset of Origins back in 2009. The story is about an hour long, and you play as a dwarven commoner acting as a mercenary for an unknown noble house to collect an artifact from Eogican Teg. This noble obviously turns out to be Bellin, who wanted to establish a foothold and trap in the Teg for when we enter it, essentially making this DLC a prologue to our origin, which is already a prologue to the game. It has no voice dialogue and isn't exactly terribly interesting, but creating a whole DLC to promote the mod tool is really cool and would be unheard of now.
Damn, I mean, I can't blame us for not wanting to do that DLC if it's a glorified mod and unvoiced, but at the same time, a prologue to Bellin would have been a perfect start to our game.
It's also a rare occurrence where a mod is 100% canon that almost never happens.
Speaking of mods, we found a patched dialogue restoration mod that adds cut content and should fix some general quest glitches. So we are going to have that installed next episode, so we can showcase some cut content Ogryn has.
Yeah, it also allows us to turn in Morrigan to the Templars as the developers intended, so get ready for some fun viewers.
Joe, I will fucking rip your nuts off, roast them, and feed them to your dogs while our beautiful viewers take turns stabbing you Caesar style if those words ever leave your mouth again.
Jesus Christ, take a joke, you bitch.
Don't tell me what to do. Also, good God, there's more undead in this room than a damn congressional hearing.
Donald, you already made that joke. You can't use it twice.
Eat a dick, I do what I want, bro Obama.
All right then.
Damn poor Liliana. She is getting chased harder by these undead than a tier 3 sub on Twitch. At least after this fight, we won't have any more undead for a while.
Yeah, until every other main story mission throws them at us.
Well, viewers, the Legion chest plate is in the sarcophagus up ahead to our left, so we now have every piece, except for the helmet which we are about to get. I hope you enjoy how absolutely fire this armor looks on our little guy, because we are almost certainly never removing this set off our Warden now. Except for maybe the Juggernaut set for the Archdemon, but that may be overkill for our needs.
Nah, don't be a pussy, Obama. We can do that shit in base armor and still come out on top.
That's fair. The Archdemon is the longest fight, but it's not exactly a difficult one. And as long as you don't mess up team management, you're good.
So I know Ogryn disapproves of suggesting Branka or House is dead, but if her expedition was alive, and well, wouldn't there be more signs like an outpost in the deep roads or some kind of communication with the Assembly in the 2 years since they have been gone? We have cleared through wave after wave of Darkspawn troops, and we haven't seen shit.
Well, get ready, Joe, because we are about to see the last remaining sign of them.
First day they come and catch everyone.
Holy shit, are we still playing Dragon Age or a horror game? What is this threatening ore up ahead?
That's Hespeth, who is going to tell us about the gruesome way brood mothers are made and the source of where Darkspawn come from. This is not only horrifying, but it gives us a real reason to fight and stop these guys now as they go from standard orcs to a real evil that will consume everything around them if left unchecked. And that is why the Deep Roads is a top-tier mission.
Holy shit, preach it, brother. Anyone who says the Deep Roads is boring just isn't playing the damn game right.
I think the Deep Roads is a bit too long, specifically the Dead Trenches, since a lot of these fights are longer than most because of the enemy size. But in general, the breaks in between for the story and lore drops really do help the pacing. Plus now we have more or less reached the peak of the Deep Roads now.
You spoke too soon there, Joe. Looks like I got turned around and now I have to fight 2 damn Darkspawn mages, both of which probably have Curse of Mortality.
Oh no, it's a mage, Donald. Your archenemy better start locking in.
Oh please, I'm a Templar now. These mages are getting bent over in record speed.
Well, looks like you got the script, Donald. The faraway placement of both these mages plus the damn spiders who you can't seem to get away from means this fight is still dire if you're not careful.
God damn it, these mages keep targeting my wife. Why must the ones we love be the first to die?
Donald, it's literally just poor positioning on your part. If you kept them behind our little guy at all times, this wouldn't happen.
It's cool we got the Clutch Queen Liliana herself to save us like she did in Hideout.
Okay, that was admittedly clutch, but our little guy is still untouchable since I've been playing him, and I intend to keep it that way. Plus, I doubt we will need to spam bombs nearly as much during the next fights.
Well, Liliana is the MVP of this team. She's dealing the damage, while our guy tanks. They are the perfect pair.
Hell no, Morrigan is our perfect pair. She does way more damage than the basic bard.
Plot twist, the best pair is Morrigan and Liliana, since they are both our damage dealers. And just like the two ladies, if you two could stop bickering with each other, you would be the unmovable anchor in this team.
Wow, you really mean that, Barry?
That's crazy. I never thought of it like that.
Of course, my guys, what do you say, boys? Think we can start anew and build up a new pillar to our team?
Lick my nuts.
Okay, fuck you both then.
Wait, hold up, what did she say?
Yeah, that line right there implies that the process of becoming a brood mother involves some degree of sexual assault. Origins story was always particularly dark, which is probably why after Origins, brood mothers are all but shadow banned by the writers. If you think about it, we never hear or see them mentioned in 2 and in Inquisition. They are only brought up in passing. The writers probably don't want to open up that can of worms since it's such a sensitive topic. Also, Donald, wait before talking to her. She has some additional lines to her chant.
All gnawed on again. 4th day we wait and fear for our fate. 5th day they return and it's another girl's turn. 6th day her screams we hear in our dreams. 7th day she grew as in her mouth they spew. 8th day we hated as she is violated. 9th.
Jesus, this is brutal.
I remember she comments on everyone's race, always cool when that happens. But goddamn, becoming a ghoul is terrible.
So this is Hespith, and despite this never coming up in dialogue, she is Ogren's cousin. She's clearly halfway in the process of becoming a broodmother. She probably survived longer than everyone else, because she was the captain of the expedition, as well as Branka's lover.
Damn, Branka cheated on Ogren with his female cousin? That's some Jerry Springer shit right there, may he rest in peace.
Kind of crazy Ogren doesn't mention that, or even really recognizes Hespith. He really only addresses the fact she's Branka's girlfriend.
Ogren will disclose more about Hespith in Awakening, so the connection wasn't really fleshed out until later, I believe. It could also be cut dialogue, which we will have a fix coming shortly.
I think I and a lot of the viewers are excited to see Ogren's story in Awakening, given some of the comments.
Yeah, Ogren's story in Awakening connects some of the pieces of his story in Orzammar before he met the Warden. It's important to note that Ogren's family joined Branka's house after she became a paragon, and most of his family sided with Branka and alienated Ogren when their marriage fell apart. So not only did a lot of Branka's family die during this Deep Roads expedition, but a lot of Ogren's family died here too.
Damn, imagine going through a divorce and not just losing your wife, but also your whole family takes your wife's side. That's some next level depression.
That's rough, definitely. So viewers like the video where your wife will cheat on you with your cousin.
Are you shitting me, Joe?
True that. Also, considering everything she's telling us, it's crazy. They even give us the dialogue option to bring up the lover in the dark. That's like the least important thing she said.
And yet that is the only thing Ogren heard here.
He's just like me for real. This lore is fascinating and all, but you're telling me my wife is banging my cousin, who is also a woman? That's all I'm hearing.
Yo, Hespith, I know you're tuned to the Archdemon song right now, but where a Grey Warden point us to the inflated Darkspawn and we will put it down.
The fact that isn't a dialogue option is a crime, a rare BioWare L.
Given that chant and everything she's seen, her mind is completely broken at this point. Yet another reason that trying to awaken a brood mother who went through sexual assault, capture, and torture of Darkspawn is the dumbest idea anyone's ever suggested.
Barack, you're getting a bit ahead of yourself. Awakening isn't for another 10 episodes.
You're right, but this is probably the most relevant reason as to why awakening Darkspawn is a stupid idea, and awakening a brood mother will always end poorly. Even if they are intelligent now, they still can't reproduce without brood mothers. So how the hell do they resolve that without going through what Hespith just went through?
That's a good yop berry, but it looks like hot young ogres in our area are looking for Donald.
Is this supposed to be an exciting or a challenging fight? Because compared to like every other fight where the Darkspawn are burrowed in, this is pretty underwhelming. Watch me stun lock the first one while the second one gets overwhelmed.
Yeah, I think it's just supposed to be the idea of two ogres attacking us or something. I can tell you're not impressed, since you're not even trying to get the kill animation here. A few interesting things up ahead, though. We get the center of the Legion of the Dead outpost where the Legion of the Dead helmet is located, and we also can battle an optional demon, the Genghis Shade, which represents the corrupted stone in Dwarven mythology.
It's more so just a reward for collecting all the pieces of the armor, which is still appreciated since it gives the armor more use than just good stats. The armors in Origins not only have more personality design-wise than 2 or Inquisition, but linking them to quests like this feels rewarding too.
Excellent points. You're cooking a gourmet meal, Joe.
Admittedly, tying unique armor and weapons to quests and even having special interactions with them is top tier. I mean, that's why Fallout 3 and New Vegas have some of my favorite weapons of all time, because I genuinely had to undergo a quest or tie a core memory in getting this special item. It's way more satisfying than just building the best weapon myself, like in Inquisition, or just buying the best weapon from the shop, like in Dragon Age 2.
Good points, Donald. Also, this outpost is one of the only areas with actual spirits, which is strange given that spirits are linked to the Fade, but dwarves are tied in with the stone and titans. Not the Fade this area here. Either was built intended to hold spirits, or there is a massive amount of lyrium surrounding this outpost, and that's how these spirits are so active.
That would make sense. I think we can even see some lyrium crystals built into the walls, and Carradine designed this place, and we all know he has some crazy lyrium manipulation ability since he made golems.
Damn, Coldacone did jack shit this fight. Kinda crazy for you to tell me about this boss Obama. I completely forgot about it, and at this point I'm gonna have 4 damn bosses over you.
Well, first of all, I enjoy the mythology lore and game mechanics of secret bosses, so I can't help myself. But secondly, I want a fair boss competition here. So of course I'm gonna help out within reason. Same with Joe.
No, I think you just want us to name Inquisition as the best Barak. Are you secretly on my team?
No, I'd rather chew broken glass than name Inquisition better than Origins. Donald, keep that shit to yourself.
Damn okay then, Queen, pop off.
Well, this competition is going to be neck and neck, and I'm going to do my best to defend Dragon Age 2. I think we are all in the running, and I think the viewers are invested too.
Joe, you are absolutely not in the running. Obama has a slim chance, but after today, he's gonna have to work hard to catch up.
Damn, do we still not have melee archer yet? Our Liliana damage is really going to the negatives right now.
Sounds like a skill issue to me.
Yeah, I guess that's on all of us. We didn't really build her right, and we will have to play catch up. Rogue archers are top-tier damage dealers on par with mages and dual-wielding rogues if you set them up right, but you do need to have lethality, everything in the master archer tree, scattershot and arrow of slaying for best effect.
I'm not gonna give Liliana any credit for damage when she's basic at best. But a Warden Archer paired with Shalestone Aura goes crazy hard. Not gonna lie. Also looks like Morrigan leveled up, so she's gonna get her second specialization. I think I'm gonna go with Blood Mage. It will really improve her damage.
Donald, what layer of irony is that?
So you have no problem just making your waifu a Blood Mage, despite everything we just went through in the Circle Tower with Uldred?
Morrigan would never betray me. I trust she will do only excellent things with blood magic.
Excellent things with blood magic. Words that have never been used in the same sentence.
Whatever, all I'm saying is if Joe gets to bang a Blood Mage in Dragon Age 2, then I do too.
Oh, so you're just a petty asshole, got it.
Don't forget to interact with the sarcophagus up ahead. It's easy XP for later. For just turning in the information to the Shaperate.
Sure thing, Backseater Barak. You all ready for my final challenge of the episode? I have to bring down the biggest of girls.
And she smelled like them. They remade her in their
Viewer
image.
discretion is advised. This scene is grotesque. Think maybe we should grab a quick censor.
No problem. There, Joe, our editor can pull something together and...
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt your gaming session, but I think I left my DM screen and some dice here on Monday.
Oh shit, hey George, crazy timing.
Yeah, if I could just look around Joe's desk here, I think it was somewhere around there. Say, what are you boys playing anyway, Fortnite?
No, wait, George.
Holy Mother of Texas. What kind of tentacle inflation hentai game are you boys playing?
George, hang on, you're taking this out of context.
Please keep your context the hell away from me. I am a child of God. Now look, I'm not about to kink shame you boys, but please leave me the hell out of whatever this is. You can just keep the DM screen. I'll see you on Monday. Just please have the entire White House staff disinfect everything in this office before, then go with God and touch some grass too.
Well, I'm going to have an awkward conversation with George later to clear this up.
Damn it, now one of the few Republicans I like thinks I'm a deviant into tentacles. Obama just laid down some facts about this big girl. I could use a distraction right now.
I'm surprised you need information on her, Donald. Change her shade to orange, and she's basically how you look after you eat the third Big Mac. She's so bloated she can't move either. You should be very familiar with that.
Joe, you fat phobic piece of shit. I said Obama. I don't need your negativity right now. Barack, lay it on us. Also, hold this cone of cold up your ass, bitch. That will teach you to grab the main character.
Ooh, good use of cone of cold, Donald. I see you've been watching me play and followed the strat. Good job.
Hell yeah, I just got that dog in me, Obama. Thanks for the tip, nerd.
A bit rude, but anyways, Donald, this fight can be a challenge due to a couple factors. The brood mother is always level 18, being the first one, so doing the deep roads first can be a major roadblock. Secondly, she has really high health and resistances, and third, she has Darkspawn reinforcements that come in several stages during the fight. The fight mainly comes down to managing the Darkspawn ads and using magic to damage her. Morrigan is going to be the MVP of this fight, since she is vulnerable to cold damage especially.
Hell yeah, that's my girl Barack. Absolutely speak that shit. She is going to absolutely destroy this boss. Also, I don't know how people have trouble with her. She is so large, any spell will hit her, and she can't move. There is even some safe places away from her tentacle spawns too, I think.
My first playthrough, I couldn't damage her enough right away, so I ended up getting overwhelmed. Also, she ended up grabbing wind with her Ogre Grab ability, and that is where things got dicey.
Total skill issue. I'm not letting my precious Morrigan even be touched by this bitch.
Donald, if the broodmother is weak to cold damage, throw some cold arrows on Liliana. That way we kill her twice as quickly.
First off, I don't want to equip shit in the battle as a rule. We are trying to kill this bitch as quickly as possible. Secondly, I'm not doing anything that helps make the bard shine over my beloved Morrigan, so just sit back and watch Daddy cook.
Donald, why must you be so hateful? She is our other DPS, and she can be just as effective as Morrigan. She is a valid staple on this team.
She is our lockpicker, Joe. Nothing more than a money farm. Get over your horny brain and think critically.
Oh, okay, Donald, and is that why you just killed her, you disgraceful McDonald's muncher?
Did you two skip your couples counseling session this week or something? We started off so happy, and now the sexual tension or some shit is causing both of you to be at each other's throats.
Time to kill their mommy in front of them.
Oh, right, we have the last unique kill
me.
animation with the broodmother. This one isn't as cool as the other two, but it's still nice. They added an extra animation. Rest in peace, Laren, though. She didn't deserve all that.
Yeah, she didn't deserve to become a bloated ghoul. Rest in peace. Don't worry, we are going to get you some good old-fashioned revenge soon, I imagine.
Well, looks like we might all agree on something for once, boys. Also, if our yapping wasn't obvious, Hespeth is revealing that Branka allowed Laren to become a broodmother for her own purposes. But we are going to open that can of worms next episode.
Not to sound overtly renegade here, but shouldn't we put her out of her misery here before she becomes a broodmother? If not for the practical reason, at least the humane reason of not wanting her to suffer.
Jesus, Donald, really, she just appeared on screen and you're starting this shit?
Well, we won't have to worry about that anyway, Donald, because the tool set reveals after this conversation she will end her life not only because she is suffering from the blight, but because she is too scared to face Branka herself.
Well, on one hand, thanks for doing our work for us, but on the other hand, press F to pay respects to Hespeth.
Dragon Age Origins is Darkman. Barry, you got to have some issues for this to be your favorite game.
Is it better to have Dragon Age 2 be your favorite, where the game was designed in a month, Joe? Don't knock my opinion. Anyways, let's grab the effort chest piece off the broodmother. We will show you guys how to get the last two pieces next episode.
Maybe you wanted to sell.
Boom, boys, we are Brock and about to crown the Big Burger King today.
Really, Joe? That's the best alliteration you had?
We're a week early for this video. I didn't have enough time to prepare.
All right, boys, enough meta-knowledge. Before we crown the king, we have some setup to do. First of all, if you're wondering why we have Bo with us, let me explain. We have been collecting pieces of the Warden Armor effort the last couple of episodes, and you just saw us grabbing the boots from Alamar's shop in Dusttown a moment ago. and the helmet can only be found by the Mabari when you ask him to look for something interesting. In any deep roads map, besides Kadash Theg, like we said earlier, this is the Origins interpretation of Grey Warden armor, which we are going to stick on Oghren.
Yeah, Dragon Age 2 probably did Warden armor the best, but this is still sick as hell. Also, once you grab all 3 pieces of the sword, the last one being from that ancient Darkspawn that I won the 1v1, with last episode, you can go back to Ortan Theg to repair the blade and get probably one of the top 3 swords in this game, Topsider's Honor.
It's definitely a very amazing blade. I'm going to rune slot it and equip next episode when we take on Soldier's Peak, but for now we should stick with our current sword. Anyways, the 2-minute detour is done. Let's go confront Branka.
I'm going to bring Shale and Oghren with us. Oghren, we are locked in to bringing in Shale will make sense in a moment. I know this leaves us without a mage, but I got to pick my girl Liliana with us in case we need to lockpick or disarm things.
Good call, Joe, but that will make these next fights more difficult for you.
Terrible call, honestly. How are we going to win without my wife?
That doesn't bother you, I hope.
Shave my back and call me an elf. Branka?
Eat a dick, Donald, but also Oghren, you're surprisingly chipper to see Branka, despite just learning she killed her whole house and cheated on you with your own cousin.
Dude is a simple man, I guess, either that or he wasn't paying attention to Hespith, which again, understandable.
I think he is just happy to see her after 2 years. Oghren can be that simple at times.
More Dwarven, noble, unique dialogue coming in clutch. I'm surprised Branka doesn't recognize our guy, since she was a noble and met with Endrin frequently.
I don't think Branka cared to bother with politics ever, and wasn't exactly caught up to date with the king's children or anything. She seems pretty singularly focused on the anvil.
Okay, but her plan here is kind of dumb. I get she personally doesn't care who's king, but wouldn't the assembly need a king in order to use the anvil and golems on expeditions and battles in the deep roads? I mean, Cardall and the assembly guys said the king chooses where troops go.
That's not even the dumbest part of her plan, honestly. But as for the anvil, she is over-hyping its usefulness in the First Blight. The First Blight lasted 192 years, and the Dwarven people were saved by our ancestor, who was warrior caste at the time, and would eventually become Paragon and founder of House Eogican. He rallied the castes and the Dwarven people against the Darkspawn at the cost of multiple Tegs and cities. The anvil was created about 140 years after this and did help reclaim some cities before Caradon fled into the deep roads and the anvil was lost. Orzammer had a few hundred golems still, but they wasted all of them looking for Caradon, and all but a handful were lost.
Your point being golems ain't shit.
Pretty much.
Only our girl Shale's worth a damn.
Facts.
Honestly, I kind of agree with you there. Branka Bellin is just another corrupt ruler. Haramont is a real honorable man.
Keep inhaling that coke, Joe. The fact Branka doesn't think much of Peelin doesn't help your case. Her mind is so gone, I could sell her NFTs at this rate.
So you admit NFTs are worthless?
No, I didn't say shit. It's not a maze. This dungeon is just a straightforward path. This girl can't even tell a maze from a path anymore.
Well, while you are correct, it is not a maze, Donald. In her defense, her crazy or no. She hasn't explored any part of this area except for the first corridor, so she doesn't know if it's a maze or not. Also, she might be crazy enough that she thinks this place looks like a maze.
Talk to for 1 minute and see her brilliance.
I am your parent.
What a nothing answer that is. She seems pretty out of it already, and we just met her 2 minutes ago.
Sorry, Uncle Oghren, but your wife has lost it, and no amount of ice cream and stuffed animals will help bring her back from this.
Oh boy, more Darkspawn. Haven't seen that before.
Well, this will be the last time we have to fight them for a few episodes, Joe. Just bear with it. But I'm going to need you to stay close to Branka while we fight so we can hear her true descent into madness. While I do wish there was just an option to kill this walking basket case. Since we don't have that option, we might as well get the most story out of her as we can. Plus, I know killing her at this point would make everything we have been doing for the crown pointless, since we do need to put a king on the throne at the end of the day.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear Branka's manifesto she's written for 2 years by herself in the deep roads. Probably written on rocks and mud for added effect.
So like I know she made Lauren and others turn into brood mothers for troops, but like why do that? She could have just turned back and gotten more troops at any time, right? She has the ability to veto the assembly, and Endrin was so traditional he would have given her more troops if she asked.
All right, boys, I got a working theory on that, but let's just get this out of the way. First, Branka has completely lost any sanity she may have had before leaving on this expedition, and she is going to show it with her speech. Getting that out of the way, we can dissect a few ideas that piece together her thought process. She talks about how her house wanted to leave her and were rallying against her despite owing her their loyalty. We said it in episode 1, paragons are close to living gods, and ever since she has been raised a paragon, everyone around her praised her and treated her as brilliant. Once you start living with that sense of superiority, can you imagine what happens when they make a mistake like Branka did when she underestimated Caridin's traps?
I mean, I could never make a mistake, but if I somehow ever do make a mistake, I imagine it would be pretty stressful.
Jesus Christ, Donald.
Okay, anyway, I think when she encountered failure and began losing people to the traps and taint and saw people become disillusioned to her, she had to find some way to make herself still in control of the situation. I mean, she's a paragon, right? And she found the anvil. How could she be wrong? I think giving the women to the Darkspawn so they become brood mothers and create more Darkspawn was a way for her to rationalize even some control of the situation, like, oh, I let this happen, so it's okay.
I guess I can see that, but like, why even use the Darkspawn? Like, this hasn't even helped her get any closer. The Darkspawn are still only in the first room. There's still 4 more to go. And it's not like they can solve traps either. Also, even if they did solve everything now, you have the anvil filled with Darkspawn. How is she going to get past that?
Well, to be fair, the traps seem like it can be solved if you throw enough people at it. And again, she is so far gone by this point, she probably just thinks the Darkspawn and golems will kill each other, and she can just set up camp after as the victor.
So she's just an evil and delusional chick, got it?
She's probably not as evil as like Howard Vaughn just because she has insanity as an excuse, but Branka is definitely still a psychopath.
Speaking of, you gotta be psychotic yourself to not have brought Morrigan here, Joe. We are getting bent over without a mage.
Donald, compared to your last episode, I am a pro gamer, so I don't want to hear it. Secondly, I didn't want to bring her because we needed Shale and Ogren here, and Morrigan would have just disapproved of us destroying the anvil anyway.
Wait, hold up. Who said we are destroying it?
Heavy pause. Donald, did you not hear every single word out of my mouth over the last 5 minutes? Branka is insane. We are not giving her the sacrificial dwarven altar that is the anvil.
I mean, yes, Branka is insane, but the golems are cool, and it's all about being renegade for life.
Donald sparing the anvil is a terrible decision. Literally every ending where you keep it ends in Branka causing a war, either Branka against Orzammer, if we pick Belen or Ferelden against Orzammer, if we pick Haremont. By the time of Inquisition, Branka is lost in the deep roads with no contact stewing with the anvil and plotting.
Yeah, the anvil is flat out the wrong choice. It's the ultimate example of short-term reward, but long-term consequences, plus we lose Shale since we brought her.
Oh wait, we lose Shale here? Fine, never mind. But one day you two are going to let me do something renegade in this playthrough. I need my stroke of evil.
Keep your stroking to yourself, Donald, anyways. Peep this gameplay.
Gross Joe also, wow, impressive. You're really pegging those Darkspawn left and right while losing Shale in the process. Very impressive.
Hey Donald, why do you want to do so much evil in this playthrough? Are you worried you'll be going somewhere without video games for a few years? Perhaps they also have iron bars.
Oh, eat a dick. Joe, I already said in episode 1, my grind is too powerful to be put in prison. This is all just for publicity. Now why don't you go plan your last meal before you die from a heart attack? You fossil and save our country the tax dollars.
Okay, boys, calm down, Donald. We can talk about it. There's still quite a few choices that we can make this playthrough. Me and Joe are mainly against the anvil because we wanted to showcase Shale's interactions with Caridin. It adds a lot of lore to the scene and Shale's character. Viewers, this episode will probably be the culmination of Shale's story since we are going to tackle her interaction with Caridin. And then after we make the long-awaited King Choice, we are going to go to the Kadash Tide to finish Shale's companion quest.
Wasn't that supposed to be my line, Barry, I am playing right now?
Don't worry, Joe, your boyfriend has you covered. Kadash Tag will be good, though, since there is 2 really crazy DLC items in that dungeon, one of which we can put on our warden as his last item, most likely.
Yeah, okay, I will ignore that first half of what you said, but you're right, Donald. The Stone Prisoner DLC has a crazy amount of good drops for a companion-focused DLC.
That's pretty on brand for BioWare, though they often pair companions with great equipment. Kasumi was DLC in Mass Effect 2, and you get the SMG that is almost essential for Insanity runs the Casa Locust. And Javik in Mass Effect 3 has an overpowered particle rifle.
That's a good point. And they probably throw those in for players who value gameplay over the story, since there are plenty of people like that. But I know plenty of BioWare nerds would pay money for a DLC if the character was good.
Well, here we have the second trap, which I always found to be way too obvious. You can see the levers pretty easily, and even if you don't turn off the gas, you could probably still survive this encounter with the tank and healer, since the golem spawn very slowly.
Yeah, these next two traps were really underwhelming, especially since Branka was hyping these traps up. You would expect something really deadly, but it's just fight Darkspawn, fight golems twice. And then finally one decent trap that you have to figure out the mechanic to defeat it.
The next fights are really going to benefit Shale's build, however, since the next 4 fights will be close quarters combat. It's unfortunate we didn't bring a mage since golems are weak to magic and resistant to physical attacks, but hey, I still trust you, Joe, you got this.
Thanks, Barry. I trust our big girl Stone Aura to pull us through.
It's more like little girl compared to these other golems. I never noticed how smaller Shale is in comparison to normal golems.
Yeah, Shale talks about being whittled down by her master Wilhelm in order to fit in his house better and not get stuck in the door. This is an inside joke from BioWare, as originally Shale was the same size as normal golems, but he would get stuck in most doorways and be unusable for large dungeon portions, so they had to scale him down so he could actually work on every map.
So wait, is that why all the doors lock in this dungeon so the golems don't get stuck?
That's the working theory, yes.
Yes, the invincible army that can repel the blight and bring glory to the Dwarven Empire stopped by a low-hanging door, the fiercest of foes.
Well, we have a long-ass fight ahead of us. It's important to focus down one side at a time in this fight so less of them spawn, as this fight is actually more difficult than the upcoming final boss. The trick here is that each time you kill a spirit, the side that the spirit spawned on will have an anvil light up, which can be used to damage one of the faces. Once each face has been hit 3 times, it is dead, and once all 4 faces are dead, the fight is over. The constant spirit damage this thing exudes is crippling, so just keep track of what side you're focusing on, and it should turn out okay.
Thanks for the yap, Barack. It's good to know that the spinning head is our greatest foe yet in this epic fantasy.
Our greatest foe was all the unnamed mages in that hideout, Donald, but this thing is definitely up there, whatever the hell it's supposed to be, because I thought dwarves don't have spirits based on the Titan mythology.
It looks like a massive spirit device made of lyrium. There really isn't anything else like this that we see in the series, but I wonder if it might be the spirits of Caridin's workers or the king's army that fought against him when he resisted. That's my personal theory anyway.
Well, Joe, this fight seems nowhere near done, so while we are fighting, do you have a comment question prepped for us?
You know, I'm always ready with the questions, Lil D, and it's relevant to the exciting announcement that Dreadwolf may be coming within a year if IGN is to be believed, so we are all pumped for that, and you can expect the boys and I to provide fresh content on Dreadwolf too.
Yeah, more on that later. And as we get more news, Joe, fire up your question for now.
So since we have been focusing on Shale a lot today too, it's got me thinking about other BioWare DLC companions, and I'm wondering if there will be one in Dreadwolf. I think the last DLC companion we got is Javik. I think the last 2 full games after Mass Effect 3 didn't have them. So do you boys think we will have a DLC companion in Dreadwolf? And what unique ideas do you have for a companion for Dreadwolf? In general, it doesn't just have to be a DLC companion. I think adding another golem like Shale would be interesting, but because we are in Tevinter that has golems and intense magical knowledge, it would be interesting to see an elemental golem like in Awakening, or maybe even a golem that can change elemental forms to offer different styles of combat based on his element and form. It would be like Shale, but taken to the next level. You could even create upgrades using the Inquisition crafting system that could improve different abilities based on how you craft and build him. I think that would not only be a fun character to play, but it would create a personal attachment to them by collecting and building the upgrades yourself.
Damn, that's some heat. Joe, good shit. It might rub people the wrong way to redo the Stone Prisoner, but it would be lore appropriate for Tevinter, and enough time has passed, it might be worth it. Truthfully, I think BioWare missed with their last DLC companion in Javik, since he was essential to the plot but behind a paywall. So I would say no to a DLC companion. However, my ideal companion would have to go to a spirit companion, one that maybe knew Solace before he awakened. I think spirits like Justice and Cole ended up having huge impacts on the world of Dragon Age, while also being fascinating characters from a different world. They could have had lasting impacts from the Breach that might tie into Inquisition nicely, and they could even be a mage with special fate abilities or magic. Overall, I think the developers have a lot of cool ideas they could work with a spirit, and it could be amazing if done right.
All right, good points, boys. To answer your first question, Joe, lay that DLC on me. I love all extra content, and I got enough in my bank to pay for it, so I say hell yes to DLC companions. As for my companion ideas, I admit I haven't given companion theories about Dreadwolf much thought, but if I had to give an answer, I would say to go back to the classics and bring out a noble from the Free Marches or something to add some political drama to the story, maybe by helping them reclaim their throne. The more badass nobles we get that resemble the human noble origin, the better, in my opinion. Maybe they could have unique weapons that reflect their house's culture, that create a unique set of fighting, or maybe they could just be a rogue. I think as long as they give us a look at a different culture than what we have already seen, it could be a great addition without impeding on the Dreadwolf's main story. Hell, maybe they could even provide us some political solutions to problems instead of having to beat your way through problems.
Donald. That's literally just a slightly improved version of Sebastian from Dragon Age 2.
Who the hell is that?
Donald, have you even played Dragon Age 2? He was day one DLC for that game, and he was an archer companion who was also a noble.
I refuse to even give any money to play that game. I pirated that shit as soon as I saw the mid-reviews, and I definitely didn't get any DLC, so I have no idea what you're talking about. So my stance on more nobles being goated remains the same.
All right, well, that's just a L take. Honestly, not to mention, Sebastian was universally hated for how boring he portrayed nobility. Maybe some of the changes you added could help, though.
Speaking facts, Barry, but viewers, let us know your ideas for a Dreadwolf companion, and if Dreadwolf should have DLC companions in the comments below. Our editor will respond to everyone and will feature his favorite response in the next episode. We have been seeing a few newcomers who came later in the series the last couple of weeks, so even if you're not watching this episode, when it comes out, I promise our editor will still respond all the same. Speaking of Donald, do you want to read our featured comment from last episode?
Our featured comment comes from Sharemation, who is a more recent viewer of our series and has left multiple comments on all our videos since they started watching, so we appreciate the support as always. They said that their favorite boss is the Andraste dragon on Frostback Mountain, which was Joe's answer. They say that it was their first real big dragon fight, which our editor also agrees with, and experiencing the dragon's horde for the first time is amazing as hell. Thank you for your comment as always, and we can't wait to hear your opinion on Dreadwolf companions.
I'm going to swap shale out of stone ore just to finish this bitch up. But damn, we got through the comment question, and I am still fighting this damn spinning head. I am like 90% sure this is our longest fight, and it's not even a boss fight. Can I just count this as a boss encounter?
I don't see a boss health bar on him, so you can lick my nuts, third placer. You already have plenty of opportunities to catch up to us. You don't need more.
It's technically a Lieutenant Joe, so sorry we can't in good faith count it. However, I have some news that may piss you off. Joe, technically, we could have used a glitch to attack the head more than once at a time if we had two people click on it at the same exact time, which would have halved the time of this fight, so that's my bad.
God damn it, Barry, the one time you forget something is when I am playing. We lost Shale there at the end too, but it's all good. I still came out on top.
Yeah, you ended up coming through thanks to good health management. Joe, nice work.
Speaking of coming, damn, that thing finally blew its lyrium load over all our faces.
Heavy pause.
It's time to finally reach climax, boys. These thick, burly guys are going to lay stuff on us.
Phrasing for the love of God.
Damn, this big guy especially has a lot to unload on us.
This is my 13th reason right here.
Same here, Barry. But it's time for the end game of Orzammar now.
It's time for the standard end of the quest, reveal that lays out the real reason we are here, and gives us several different choices to choose from. Almost every quest does this. and it always feels epic as hell to reach here, especially knowing all the different options we can pick from.
Wow, Barack, you said all that, even though you two Democrats are always going to pick the most pansy-ass good option available.
Y'all think Shale and Carradine were an item? He seems pretty close to her, and she was one of the only golems he sent away.
I could see it, but do Dragon Age fans need more ships? They are some of the thirstiest fans out there.
I'm pretty sure Overwatch takes the cake there. If you have ever done a Google search before, boys, but I agree, Joe, I could definitely see it.
The only woman? A dwarf?
Shale is a woman dwarven baddie, let's go.
You're a true thick and powerful girl, Shale, time to embrace it.
Carradine got so excited to see Shale, he actually forgot to talk about the favor he wants from us. Looks like he is still a bit human after all.
He is so ADHD coded, he saw his girl or an old friend and just went full-on excitement mode and forgot to talk about the anvil.
This guy is a true sad boy in all his dialogue here. He sounds both tired and fully over everything that happened.
His voice sounds so familiar, I can't place it though.
Carradine's voice actor David Lodge is most famous for his role as Jiraiya from the Naruto English dub.
Jiraiya Sensei?
Yes, indeed. He also voice acts in several video games. He was Brother Burkel, who Donald turned down a few episodes ago, and he also voices Ivern from League of Legends.
Damn first Vax, now Jiraiya Dragon Age really has some peak voice acting.
Carradine is definitely singing a different tune here than in his journal. In his journal, he was pouring molten lyrium on still-alive dwarves and shaping their bodies of steel and stone with a sense of pride, and was in wonder at the invention he created.
I mean, even now he says it was his greatest triumph. I think there is still some pride there.
It's a really badass artifact. All things considered, even Morrigan says its power could rival the maker himself.
Morrigan is gassing up this thing way too hard. The golems are not that powerful. We have taken out like 24 of them on our own.
Don't talk about my wife like that.
I would agree with you, Joe, but that one room in Golems of Amgarak begs to differ. That room can clap up even the strongest of wardens, so I got to give the big guys some credit.
So you're on my side now, Barack?
Hell no, Branka is irredeemable. She has no leg to stand on and we lose Shale. This is a no-brainer.
And whose fault is that? All right, the Democrats?
Cope-Harder, this is a perfect end to Shale's character arc. She gets to hear about her past straight from the horse's mouth.
Whatever, Sleepy. So hear me out, boys. Does Carradine giving us a crown really make sense? I mean, we could have just found this crown or forged it. I mean, Carradine being alive centuries after he disappeared doesn't really make sense. At least Branka, age-wise, could still be alive to make us a crown.
Well, the crown looks new, so it's not likely we found it. And I guess most people wouldn't know. Carradine's house symbol, given how old his house is. So I guess it does check out, albeit the assembly should be more skeptical.
I got to side with Donald here. My suspension of disbelief is tested here.
So another contradiction is Carradine will say his apprentices betrayed him and turned him into a golem, but they didn't know how to make control rods. But we know Shale had a control rod, and so did others. When Shale brings this up, Carradine says his apprentices must have learned to make more rods eventually. But if they learned that, then why not make one for Carradine? Wouldn't that be priority number one? So you could make more golems?
So the control rod issue is why Shale sides with Carradine, right? I always found it weird. She spends this entire game thinking she is superior to humans because she is a golem, and then suddenly here she changes her mind and wants to prevent that from happening.
Being controlled by Wilhelm for a decade or two really warped her perspective on life. Her two fears are being under the control rod's influence again and being frozen in place again caused by the control rod. So, yeah, you're right on the money here. She doesn't want anyone else to go through that.
He's been trapped here for 1,000 years, stewing in his own madness. Help me claim the anvil, and you will have an...
This is the definition of the pot calling the kettle black, Branka. You have been stuck here, stewing in your own madness. For 2 years, at least Carradine has made a rational, organized argument.
That must be something foreign to you, huh, Joe?
Keep that energy in the fall, little D.
My one regret is that we can't side with Branka and then get her to realize all the shit she did wasn't worth it. If we pass the persuasion check, she will destroy the anvil herself and then kill herself to atone.
Everything in this game is dark as fuck.
You heard it here first, viewers. Barack thinks mentally ill women should commit, not live.
Eat a dick, Donald, you know. That is not even close to what I said. I just think that ending is the most thematic ending to the quest and to Brankus and Ogren's story.
Yeah, and if we did that, we wouldn't be taking this huge Ogren disapproval hit right now.
It's fine if Joe picks the right dialogue asking Carradine for a boon for Ogren, the approval hit cancels out.
All right, that makes things a little better. However, I still think we got the less interesting options out of the 3 options we had. Also, one last weird thing, if you side with Carradine here, Branka whips out the old control rod and paralyzes him. But if you side with Branka, she does the same, and we fight Carradine. But somehow Branka is paralyzed now. How the hell does that work? Is she part golem?
Okay, that might genuinely be a plot hole. Carradine isn't a mage, so it's not like he used magic, so I assume it was just done. So that the fight is a little challenging, because this fight is one of the easiest in the deep roads, which is a little underwhelming mechanically. The only unique mechanic in this fight is Branka or Carradine will use the lyrium veins to cast some kind of magic and heal themselves. Using the veins before they can do this makes this fight just like every other tanky boss.
Wait, hold on. We are not able to use the veins ourselves in the Fade or this fight as a dwarf, but Branka can use them like it's nothing. Is she a hacker?
Okay, so we found 2 plot holes.
Also, Carradine and Shale can use the veins despite being dwarfs that turned into golems. So how does that work?
Okay, fine, this boss fight is just ass. Is that what you 2 want me to say?
Get fucked. We finally beat Barak at his own game. This is glorious time to retire from Lorekeeper Nerd.
This is probably what Dread Wolf will look like when we get to it sooner or later, since Barak doesn't have his 2,000 hours to shove down everyone's throat.
Hey, even if I don't have the gameplay hours, I will still have plenty of lore and game sense to provide the fans. But hey, maybe my lack of hours will mean there will be a new anchor in the squad for the new game.
So wait a minute, you're just calling yourself the anchor of our team right now?
Well, yeah, I got those Obama observations. And even the viewers have pointed out I cheese fights, so I thought it was obvious.
You're kind of a Dick Barry. Also, it's kind of sad that the golems who were just ads in this fight are more of a threat than Branka herself.
It doesn't help that there was just a golem gangbang session earlier, since Stone Aura adds so much threat to Shale, and they all just focused on her while the damage dealers cleared house.
That combined with the fact I gave Shale a free heal with delirium veins made this entire fight easy money.
Don't pat your ass on the back too much, Joe. This is a cakewalk compared to the fights I had in the dead trenches. Plus, you still have a long way to go before you can catch up to my boss kill count.
Well, good shit, Joe. You beat the final boss of the Deep Roads?
It was pretty underwhelming, but it feels good to be finishing up this plot line.
Branka is really out here thinking she can win the 1v5 clutch like she is playing Siege.
Damn Ogren straight up decapitated his own wife. That is both traumatic and a baller move.
I will personally pay for his first therapy session. He did us a solid, but that's still traumatic given all he went through to try and rescue her.
Ogren's going to need plenty of it, but we will see more of that in camp and even further into Awakening. Also, here we have Carradine speaking more inaccurate information.
Oh yeah, this was what you were talking about episodes ago. You think that Kitty caused Shale to kill his master, and Carradine here thinks Shale had a PTSD flashback, and that's what killed Wilhelm.
Which makes no sense. If Shale had a flashback, that means she would have some memory of what happened, or this kind of thing would have happened more frequently. The demon is the most likely outcome.
But Carradine made the golems. Wouldn't he know the cause of those reactions better than anyone?
When he didn't sound too sure of that answer, he added maybe to it, so he's not certain, and 2, he doesn't know about the desired demon present at the time, so he is missing key information when making his guess. But the paralysis Shale experienced, he does have an answer for, and he's more confident with that answer, so I will take him at his word that Shale was paralyzed because he killed his master.
Sounds like you're picking and choosing what to believe, but go off, Queen.
Ogren's a real one getting offered a boon and turning it down.
Uncle Ogren stays on top. This story never has a happy ending for him, but he's still willing to push on and fight side by side with us to stop the Blight, even at the cost of being a surface dwarf.
One piece of funny dialogue, if you side with Branka, is you can offer up Ogren's soul to be used as a golem. But of course, Branka says she can't yet, because she needs to study the anvil before she uses it. Also, obviously, there is no happy ending for Ogren. Here, even if we side with Branka, she rejects him and tells him to find someone else as she becomes fully engrossed in the anvil now.
I didn't think so.
First he's cucked by his cousin, then he gets cucked by an anvil. You can't go any lower at this point, homie.
Wait a minute, so Caradon can bang his hammer on the anvil to make the crown?
Well, yeah, he is a smith. What's your point, Joe?
This hunk of steel said earlier no golem can touch the anvil, and that is why he needed our help as a non-golem.
Oh shit, good catch, Joe. This dick is lying to us. Kill him.
Okay, that's actually a good point, Joe. You found another plot hole, though. Granted, I think this one was just a phrasing error on the writer's part. I think Caradon meant he can't destroy or damage the anvil as a golem because of a magical curse rather than he can't touch it at all. That's usually how magic like this works. It's all about intention, rather than actual physical touching, at least as far as writing goes.
Spoken from a true fantasy writing nerd, so you know it's true, boys. POV, you are a Redditor spending 12 hours editing a new meme that a blue checkmark dude on Twitter will take credit for.
Cue the Zelda music.
Damn, Caradon got that bling, didn't know he was chill like that.
To be fair, Caradon, one of their names is Aeducan, who you would actually recognize since Aeducan was still a living paragon when Caradon was alive. You'd be surprised how little the Dwarven house has changed in the centuries.
If that's the case, you could put Caradon in a suit and add him to the assembly. If Joe can be president, this guy can be a member of Dwarven Congress.
That's true, Donald. You already showed there is no weight limit in politics. Show him the body positivity, big dog.
Oh shit, that stray hit a vital.
Wow, so original, Joe. Also, Caradon, that's pretty fucked up of you to leave your girl Shale hanging like that. You could at least stay a few minutes longer to answer some more of Shale's questions. Like who she was, where she came from, your relationship with her, who was the dom in the relationship.
That was definitely Shale. Come on, she is too sassy not to be the dominant one.
Well, I guess the game doesn't want to make it easy on us, so we are going to have to do a quest to figure out some of Shale's origins.
Boom, bitch. Add this shit to our warden's feats. It only took him one good swing to break an ancient magical anvil.
Bro could not wait one more minute to kill himself.
Well, he has been waiting for this moment since the end of the first blight.
A trust in all Tunsha. May you always find your...
Jiraiya-sensei, no!
At least more Naruto about Nagato first.
It's a good thing Shale tells us golems don't feel pain because death by lava is definitely slow and painful.
Well, Branka can kill herself the same way, and she's not a golem. She's just running on pure insanity.
Important to note that Caradon's goodbye was an actual phrase from the Dwarven language, which shows the dwarves used to have their own language. But isolation and heavier importance on surface trade has all but eradicated the language, besides a few common phrases and last names.
It would be cool if dwarves used more of their native language, kind of like how the Dalashtu language always adds more to a fantasy culture. No. Anyways, viewers, don't forget to loot this chest at the bottom of the cliff. It has some good loot and a Zevran gift as well.
Before we head back and unveil our king choice, we have 2 more quests to settle. First, we have to go to the Golem Registry to pick up yet another easy quest to turn into the Shaperit. Then we are going to talk to Shale to pick up her companion quest as well.
You would think Shale would have more dialogue to say about this, or maybe even recognize her own name of the registry, but I guess this doesn't help jog her memory.
Ogren is actually more helpful here in reading the registry than Shale is, but it would be cool if a Dwarven warden could read the registry as well.
True, but our warden has been spoiled enough during this arc. Our special interactions are about to come to an end. We are about to be like every other warden.
Well, we are about to unlock Kadesh Tag 2. I'm hyped for the loot, and to end Shale's arc this episode, the big girl deserves it.
True, we are knocking out companion arcs every episode now. We are keeping good pace. Important to note that if you don't bring Shale here, you can still unlock this quest by bringing Shale to Caradon's Cross or Wharton Tig after meeting Caradon. This gives us less dialogue, but we are still able to find out Shale's backstory. If you sided with Branka, however, you will have to pass a persuasion. Check to get Shale to stay by lying to her about destroying the anvil.
We will help the big girl in a few moments. First, we got to crown the king, finally.
One thing. I believe I know where Kadesh Tig is.
Uncle Ogren maintains being the GOAT, giving us a free teleport.
A free teleport with a side of depression.
True, and it's the time we have all been waiting for. But if you all know how me and the editor operate, you know, we are about to get statistical as hell in here, so strap in, viewers.
So while the Assembly will always be deadlocked, with only the Crown being able to resolve it, Barack was not entirely right when he said the Carta quest had no relevance to the election of the king. Every main quest we could have done earns points towards Harrowmont or Bellin, and can affect the dialogue the Shaperate in the Assembly says, as well as the final confrontation over how many people support Balin or Harrowmont.
Yeah, doing the favors can shift the Assembly one way or another, and even going undercover for Bellin can have the effect on the Assembly vote, as well as raising Orda to noble status. However, again, this has no effect on the final decision. It just shows your actions have some consequences.
Organ is straight up spouting words that sound unbelievable, but because we have the Bling with Carradine sticker on it, everyone believes us.
God damn it, Joe, for the last time, it's a seal, not a damn sticker.
Well, viewers, it's the moment you have all been waiting for, and the final winner by a handful of votes is
King Bellin. Keep these graphs here, viewers.
Wow, our editor's really making good use of his accounting degree, huh?
Don't knock him, Donald. He made this graph while at work like the hardworking young boy he is.
If you see him as a young boy, please stay as far away from him as humanly possible.
Okay, you assholes, if I can talk about this graph now. So as you all can see, we have Bellin in yellow and Harrowmont in dark blue, since this matches their respective families' crest colors. On the left, we have the total votes per episode since we started asking the question, and on the right, we have the total votes calculated up. It's important to note the biggest number of votes was in episode 8, which makes sense since it was the original comment question, so it was most present in people's minds. This was also what really won it for Bellin, because as you see, after episode 8, the votes began to tie for each ruler, and the ones that supported Harrowmont were pretty vocal, so we want to shout those out as well, even if the majority vote was still for Bellin.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised at how well Harrowmont did here, considering the initial votes and the majority of the fan base wanting change in Orzammar. We will have Joe get to our favorite Harrowmont defense. Also, we didn't include some comments that seem to be more in the middle, as we didn't want to make any assumptions. But our favorite reason for siding with Bellin was from Micah Stephens, who not only loved my talking points, but also referenced the goated author Terry Pratchett as his reason. We will certainly see how this bastard moves Orzammar forward.
If Orzammar hasn't been exterminated by Bellin's underhanded ass, I am sure things will be just fine for the little guys. So honestly, the Harrowmont supporters were very persuasive since they used roleplay reasons using our origin to pick our choice, which is always our favorite choice, but our favorite comment supporting Harrowmont was from Believe It. He always leaves a thesis on our videos, which, believe it or not, are. Editor does read them all, even if he doesn't respond to every part of your comment. Just a heads up, man. Anyways, Believe says Harrowmont is noble and fair in his dealings with the Warden and is the legitimate choice, but overall the temporary choice, since he believes that eventually Harrowmont will. Pass on quicker than Bellin and lead on to the next great Dwarven leader faster, which is a cool theory to consider rather than leaving it to a corrupt politician.
Well, thank you all for your comments. I hope we showcased that both sides had legitimate claims. Now the hatchet has been buried between our brother, and we can rejoin House Edgecombe, which, fun fact, Bellin begins to grow rather fond of us as a brother again after becoming king. In Inquisition, it's revealed Bellin built a statue of the Dwarven noble to honor the second paragon of House Edgecombe. And Bellin will also continue the search for a Dwarven warden who is missing in action as of the time of Inquisition, saying they will not give up on a paragon. Also, we will get a small quest in Dragon Age 2 concerning Harrowmont now. Also here, we are going to have our first bit of restored dialogue with Oghren. This scene isn't in the base game, despite being pivotal to his reason for joining us. I'm going to shut up and let it play out at the behest of a viewer.
And me, I'm a warrior without a house to defend. Wandering about killing Darkspawn with a sodding Grey Warden sounds like just the thing to keep me occupied. So what do you say? I will. But who sodding cares? Bronca ran off with my house, and I can't carry weapons down here anyway. I'm better off up there with you than down here where the sodding children laugh at me. And glad I am to hear it. You won't regret it. Now, do any of these sad sacks following you around know the first thing about making ale? Never mind. You can stop with the glaring. I'll ask him myself.
Without this scene here, Ogren just heads up the surface with us saying nothing until he gets outside, and it makes it seem like he never cared about caste or anything. This scene is goddamn necessary for his character.
Looks like we got dwarves left and right to congratulate us. Here's our goat Cardle making a pit stop in the city.
Here is where we can get a pretty substantial buff to our dwarven army by asking Cardle and the Legion of the Dead to join the fight. This will bring Legion Avengers into the general army of the dwarves, as well as Cardle personally joining us during the final archdemon battle.
Wait, I thought it's normally one of the hardest speech checks to pass to get Cardle on our side. How did we convince him with no check?
If you are a dwarf, you can simply ask him, and he will oblige, probably because he views us as equal being a dwarven warden. And if we are going to the surface, he can too.
Dwarven Noble still stays on top with the dialogue choices, we just can't escape it. Speaking of, we should go tell our baby mama that our son is official Aeducan since we are a noble again too. We can finally give them a name too.
I actually would have forgotten all about her if my man Maury hadn't shown up to DNA test her. It just happened so early it's easy to forget.
Right on the money, Joe. We actually have a lot of side quests to turn in before we head to Kadash Tug, mostly in the Shaperette, but also around town.
Speaking of first stop is the Shapers. Mary actually forgot to bring that book back, so we gave it back to them, and we hit up Orta to let her know she's a noble.
It's kind of funny we dragged that book all through the deep roads and back in our bag, and it's still in good enough condition to give back to them.
Yeah, that was my screw up there, but it still works out at the end of the day. We are just love bombing everyone here with gifts we made Orta, the last remaining noble of House Orton. We are about to give the Shaperette new lore on the golems, and we can add entries to the memories. Shaperette lore and lore that makes the Legion of the Dead connected with a noble house, which would mean all members of the Legion are warriors or nobles to some degree.
I mean, we know all about the Golem volunteers since we brought Shale to Carradine, but what the hell kind of Shaffer lore did we find Barry?
Oh God, you had to get him started, didn't you, Joe?
I think you might like the idea for how they determine the quest reward, Donald, so hear me out here. The Shaper's Life is another quest where we simply read tablets scattered around the deep roads. The first is right at the deep roads entrance in Orzammar by the Mines Commander. The second is in Carradine's Cross, and the third is all the way in the Dead Trenches. The purpose of the Shaper's Path is to showcase the fallen empire of dwarves and the importance that the Shaperate holds in recording the memories, especially since so many cities in the empire have fallen. The reward for this quest is dependent on your warden's class, which is one of the few times in Origins they give a class-specific reward.
This sounds like the inspiration for Dragon Age 2's quest rewards, where there is unique armor and weapons dependent on Hawk's class. It's a really goated change, in my opinion.
So what's our reward as a warrior then, Barack?
Well, it's a tier 6, two-hander sword.
God damn you, bro Bama! You really just yapped a doctoral thesis to us just to tell me all we got from that is a shitty two-hander. I want those 2 minutes of my life back, you goddamn nerd.
In the word of Hans Mollman, you would have just wasted them anyway. I still found that cool, Barry. It's kind of like the building blocks into one of the better mechanics of Dragon Age 2.
Thank you, Joe. It's cool when you find links like that. Well, we can ask Orta for a money reward or to support Bielan's rule. But if we return to her after fully leaving Orzammar, she will have to give us money and extra XP, even if we never asked for a monetary reward. So we will have to check back later to get the maximum reward out of this.
I just asked her to support Bielan for now, to bury the hatchet between me and Donald, and show support for the snake.
Thanks, Joe. Anyways, let's go hit up our baby mama.
So viewers, we get to name our son now, and while a lot of these options are good, I think it should be a no-brainer who we are picking if you have been watching since episode 1.
Oh, my lord.
I don't think anyone has picked Trian Dude as an asshole to the end. Duncan is nice, but truthfully, we did not know Duncan that long to become attached and name our son after him. I think we had like 4 or 5 conversations with him before he died. Our big bro Gorim is the obvious choice, and I hope he names his child after us too.
Hey, Filda, your son is definitely dead, and he died a heroic death, totally unrelated to us.
Even if you keep him alive, you shouldn't tell her he's a live girl. Will actually march straight into the deep roads to find him and probably get ganked by Darkspawn.
True, it's better just to give her a little bit of closure with her son so she can try to process the grief.
You two are just afraid of her Karening out on you or getting canceled. Don't be so mushy.
I don't know what you mean. That totally isn't something we would do.
So I don't know why or when I remembered to do this, but my neurons just activated, and I remember me and Barry both forgot to finish Zerlinda's Woe. I picked it up during my last episode, but we never finished it, and it's pretty easy to do. We just have to shake down her dad to let her and her baby back.
This is probably the most glaring reason why the caste system needs to be abolished or changed. Here we have a dad who kicked his own daughter out because she got pregnant by a casteless man and had a casteless son. He doesn't even acknowledge the child as his grandson. He just sees him as a disease.
Would you rather have a casteless son or thought daughter?
Donald, please.
Donald, we are not doing that. But anyway, there are a few ways to handle this quest. You can either convince Zerlinda to go to the surface, convince her to go to the chantry if you open it up, or if you're feeling evil, convince her to abandon her baby in the deep roads.
The most honest man in Orzammar lies dead at the headsman's block.
Rip Dolan, you are certainly one of the dwarfs of all time.
Oh, boo-hoo, cry about it, bitch. Enjoy living topside and working as a merchant like every other dwarf.
Donald, the way Bellin is clearing house, bro is not going to make it to the surface. He will probably be dead by the end of the week. But we will hear more about that in Dragon Age 2.
That Rika, remember her? Murad's favorite from way back. The word on the street is he's got no qualms about recruiting brands for his troops. During the Blight, he's going to use whatever Orzammar's got. I could get behind that.
Damn, that's some sexy world building right there to promote Belen. I have a writing Woody right now.
Holy cringe.
Barry, your ass is not allowed to be cringe. You can't do it right, and 90% of the time you're not being ironic about it.
Well, we saved a child from being homeless on the street, and hopefully more will be saved now that Bellin is going to roll out the casteless reforms.
He calls him it, but maybe.
Hell yeah, girl, send your child to be my servant. I could always use more of those when I become a living god.
Thank you enough.
We do not support child labor, folks. This is a joke anyways. Let's head for Kadash Taig to wrap things up.
Here we have the last time we will see Loghain. Before the lands meet, looks like things have already gone off the deep end due to poor-ass management.
God, seeing that stick-figured old fuck still breathing is driving me feral. At least the next time we see him, it will be at stabbing distance.
Oh, hey, we get Anora again, too. It's kind of crazy they portray her as this grieving widow, when in reality she is just as manipulative as her father was.
Worse than that, she is kind of hot, so she has a major advantage over her dear old dad.
Loghain, I love you, but you are talking out of your ass right now. Darkspawn only come to the surface during a blight, and the archdemon is already at the surface now.
Your ass may not have the numbers, but we do bitch.
Donald, you're getting ahead of yourself. We still need Redcliffe and the elves.
We have the based-ass dwarves who know how to fight Darkspawn and have the entire country's army at their backs. We are more than ready enough now.
We have the mages too, Donald.
Who the fuck cares about that?
Bro's ignoring the actual strongest unit in terms of gameplay strength.
I know we are clowning him, but I really do understand not wanting Orlais to help here. This younger generation is way too eager to call Orlais allies, like they wouldn't want to make Ferelden a puppet nation again if they had the chance.
Brock, don't defend our enemies. They need to be put out of their misery, not coddled.
Donald, hear me out here. Say aliens started attacking the United States while you're in office. You're getting slammed hard, and several cities are already under siege. Are you hitting up China for military help?
What the fuck? I would rather give Joe a oiled up foot massage than ask a commie for anything. Did my 4 years mean anything to you?
No, they didn't. But more to the point, that is, basically Loghain's whole stance. He wants Ferelden to finally stand on their own as a respected nation, and he will take everyone with him in order to do that.
Shit, I can actually respect that.
So does that change your mind on the Landsmeet choice?
Hell no, he is still a damn pussy who fled the Darkspawn instead of fighting them, and he isn't even able to handle a few nobles after taking out his two biggest opponents already.
Wait, two? R.L. Aemon, and who's the other?
Well, technically, Howe took care of him, but Loghain's other biggest opponent is the Kauslans. Since now that Kaelin is dead, the Kauslans are the only other nobles that have the same rank as him, and could fill the power vacuum of Kaelin. Literally, as long as he kept Anora on his side, he outranks every other noble in Ferelden, and should be able to keep them in line, but he still fucks it up. I can't respect that, even if we share the same views on domestic priority.
Holy shit, did Donald just lay out lore?
It's a moot point as well, since we are not choosing our bro Alistair over Logan either.
That is actually a good point. I am impressed with both of you today. You two are really pulling your weight on the lore side of things.
Don't get too excited now, Barry. We are not at virgin status
Really
yet,
married
unlike
with
you
kids.
anyways. Donald, I got your waifu back on the squad. Since Oren doesn't have any special dialogue here, so I'm going to run with your patented squad to wrap things up.
Oh God, this is the only episode since the first one that I haven't seen her. I missed you so much, my love. Hey, again.
Oh shit, there's a Bronte. You don't see too many of those underground rhinos in this game. It feels like pulling a rare Pokemon card.
That's about the most unique thing in this dungeon, Joe. It's absolutely barren, besides the Golem Wall and the final boss.
Yeah, okay, just ignore my feelings, I guess.
Yeah, it's crazy that this area is the exact opposite of Onolith that had history and an actual story to it, but this dungeon is just fighting the same enemies we have already fought, with just the environment being different.
The only lore to be had here is that House Kadash is the house that the Dwarven Inquisitor is from. Inquisition added a lot more lore about Shale's former house than this DLC ever did. Kadash was exiled sometime around the First Blight and is now prominent members of the Carta, which include the Dwarven Inquisitor as well. We also come back here during Witch Hunt, but there really isn't any additional lore provided during that DLC.
At least the loot drops are unique, and speaking of, we are about to get our last set of late game gear with the blood-gorged amulet. It lowers our willpower and strength by 3, but we already have plenty of buffs to our strength and other stats. And this combined with our Life Giver ring gives us almost 50 con in total, which means come the end of the game, we will have almost 500 HP, which is like a third of the health of most bosses.
Very true, Donald, as a tank. We have basically reached raid boss status in the RPG sense of things. Now all we have to do is get our specializations maxed out and raise our decks more.
The power fantasy is real in our little guy. I'm excited for late game. Anyways, there isn't too many important things in this dungeon, so we are going to start skipping through fights.
Speaking of, we got another level up coming up, boys. How do we want to allocate it? Are we finally going to raise up my goated Templar specialization?
I'm thinking we should just finish champion first and get all our buffs in order, but don't worry, Donald Templar will be next on the list.
God, I have never done a playthrough without Templar for this long before. It feels wrong and gross.
Well, while we have the last few fights, I suppose there is a little something we can talk to you all about. Obviously, we will keep you all updated on the situation as we get more news about Dreadwolf, most likely this coming summer. But for now, we are going to assume Dreadwolf is coming sometime in all the winter season. We are absolutely going to finish everything in Origins, including Awakening, before Dreadwolf is released, so there's no worries there.
Yeah, even if we have to lock our editor in a writing room and force him to finish everything by November, we will make it happen for you, our beautiful viewers.
Donald, please don't torture our editor.
Lick my nuts, Joe. Just focus on not being clapped up.
Yeah, okay guys, anyway, there is no conflict to our Origins series, but from a series and upload perspective, we are concerned about our Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition schedule. If the game releases when it is announced, we will likely be in the middle of 2 when it releases. And when it releases, all 3 of us are going to want to play it.
Not only because it's the new game, but because we might be able to bring in a ton of new Dragon Age fans into our community. And you guys are some of the most goated and knowledgeable fans around, so we know new players will be right at home.
Thank you, Joe. So yeah, if Dreadwolf releases during our Dragon Age 2 series, we will try to get to a natural end of the arc before we put it on hold and start Dreadwolf content, which will be this series and probably our editor doing some lore videos as well. If we are close to the end of 2, when Dreadwolf releases, like say we are at the Era Shock or farther, then we will just finish the game and not leave you all hanging. From an editing standpoint, this is a nightmare for our editor, but he will plan when more news gets released, and we just wanted to be transparent with all of you going forward.
I hear a threatening ore up ahead, and why do I hear boss music?
Well, thanks to your yap, Barack, we are nearly at the end of the dungeon. It's time to see if Joe can handle a ogre, or was that last fight a damn fluke?
I am him, Donald, watch me cook here. This ogre is about to get cooked harder than the Tower Ogre. Shale's aura is about to make us untouchable.
Yeah, an ogre fight really isn't too challenging at our level, even if they bring out a few Shriek Boys to the fight as well.
Poor Shale, she has been spit roasted and abused this episode like no one's business. At least my big girl has been keeping the party safe with her aura.
Damn, they are more resilient to CC than I thought, but yeah, it's no stress, boys. Our damage and resistance is way higher now. I'm interested to see if there's any struggles we are going to have now.
Hell no, our warden is too based for anyone at this point.
Probably not, but you never know. A random encounter could be scaled so hard on Nightmare that it starts clapping us up. This ogre drops another one of the 3 really good pieces of loot in this dungeon, the Kadash Stompers, which is a really good rogue boot, which we will put on Zevran for the added dexterity bonus. The last good piece of loot is a dagger called the Dead Shanker, which is in the chest up ahead and adds a huge cunning bonus. Perfect for Zevran as well.
Wow, how lucky that you get to build up your boyfriend, Barak. But anyway, with the ogre cleared, we now have everything cleared in this Thaig. Our big girl can have all the answers she needs and her arc is over.
With Shale knowing she used to be a dwarven woman, she has everything she needs to travel with our favorite mage grandma to try and restore her dwarven body again.
True that, and we see Shale and Wynn traveling together in the novel Asunder. But we will cover Asunder in a later episode. One last thing about Shale. While I was doing research on Shale, I found out her voice actor Geraldine Blecker passed away in 2021. Rest in peace, Geraldine. You played a beloved character in this series.
Damn, Barak, you really had to end things on a sad note, didn't you? Someone is cutting onions up in the White House now.
Sorry, boys, but I just wanted us and the viewers to put some respect on her name. Anyways, with the big girl story finished, I take it we are going to call it here. Next episode, we will be leaving Orzammar and moving on to a new arc. The longest running arc in this game is finally done. Boys,
those who became golems. And there is my
We
name.
finished the Dwarf arc W's all around, lads. We will start a new arc after Barak finishes the Soldier's Peak next episode, since we are still doing a DLC between main quests. As we depart the land of the dwarves, we thank you all so much for watching, and we can't wait to keep bringing you the hottest Dragon Age content.
Hell yeah, boys. All right, viewers, with the video ended, you know the drill by now. Don't forget to leave your comment question on your ideal companion and Dreadwolf. And also, any other questions or concerns you have about the release of Dreadwolf or our series, our editor will respond to every comment as normal. Don't forget to stick a thumb in my ass and like the video, and we will see you all next time as Barry heads to the surface and the DLC map Soldier's Peak. But for now, stay safe, Biden out.